This story's gotta start right here, right now. Our boy Pei Ling was deep in a heated battle with his squad in-game with just 10 minutes and 21 seconds left on the clock for the season's end. This last match, I'm definitely hitting king rank, he thought. But these noob teammates, can they even carry their own weight? Just one look at his face post-match, and you know exactly how those noob teammates performed. The sound of defeat sliced through Pei Ling like an arrow of pure unadulterated salt. That invisible, soul-crushing force hit him so hard it practically sent our graceful protagonist flying backward. No more regrets, this life was just a temporary pit stop. My officially bit the dust. Gone. But wait, a plot twist. His beloved phone next to him suddenly flared with light, emitting a spooky beep-beep. Your tier life has arrived. He officially transmigrated. A true king must have a glorious background, and first things first, you gotta be born. And what's even crazier, he's born from righteousness, eliminating evil for the people. But something still feels off. Just look at how happy he is. A true powerhouse must have an outstanding father. We're talking left arm around consort 38, right arm around consort 37, and our future powerhouse Pei Ling has the honor of drawing a foot bath for him. Dad, come wash your feet! And of course, we can't forget the approachable, easy to hit, easy to scold, easy to abuse stepmother combo. 10 out of 10 for background, absolutely chef's kiss. And we can't miss the talented, handsome son, the pride and joy of his mother. My son is truly amazing, a born genius. Pei Ling behind him gives a life-threatening thumbs up in agreement. To avoid being beaten to death by the stepmother, he painstakingly avoided the correct answer, scoring 99 points. He then switches on his suck-up mode, praising without reservation. Mom, look, he has such a bright future. He's never made Mom and Dad worry about his studies. Naturally, Pei Ling transmigrated into a cultivation world. He's the male lead of this manhwa, and he set a ridiculously grand goal for himself, using his inner dog-eat-dog mentality to become a king of titles. But something still feels off. While basking in pleasure, a bucket of water splashed his face. Look at this footbath water. Have you ever tasted it? We see him sitting miserably on the ground. From her superior angle, that girl annoyingly declared, the Saint Sect disciple, recently staying in the manor, absolutely loves colorless cakes. Thanks to you, young Master 7, tomorrow you'll go to the Elder's Mountain to find some more. The madam will reward you then. This little maid in this world is really showing off. She's flexing her stepmother's power, raising her voice. If you don't find it, the madam will still reward you. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? As she left, Pei Ling covered his mouth, grinning like he won the lottery. Successfully lived another temporary day, but those temporary days are about to run out. He decisively dashed into his room and locked the door. Excitedly, he opened his chest of spirit stones. 18 years and all he'd gathered was 300 low-grade spirit stones. What an absolute disgrace for a transmigrator. Someone needs to smack some sense into young Master Pei Ling to wake him up. Then he focused and circulated his cheat code. 18 years, this old man's king-tier life has finally begun. He waved his hand and called out, System. After 18 grueling years, it finally appeared, displaying a flood of his information. The little system instantly showed a 1,000-character-long dossier, specifically stating, conditions met to activate system. Waiting 18 years, are you still a bit foolish or what? But just one look at Pei Ling's expression, and you know. This is peak system trolling. Our future king is about to log out for the second time. Why does this system look like it's running on Windows 95? Where's the system that lets you flex? Using his 18 years of life experience, the old soul Pei Ling began to analyze, why does it look like it's messing with me? Whatever, beggars can't be choosers. Guess this is the only way for me to cultivate now. The Duangu technique is the Pei clan's ancestral OP cultivation technique divided into 3 stages. Iron Bone, Essence Bone, and Jade Bone. Mastering even a portion makes you immune to blades and spears. Your fists become sharp as swords and you can slay wolves and tigers bare-handed. But it's a demonic path technique, its cultivation process dripping with demonic style. Anyone with unstable resolve won't be able to handle it and will be pulverized, their bones shattered, ultimately dying in agony. Reading this, Pei Ling got a little nervous. He really should check the cultivation time first. Better not to look, because seeing it just sent shivers down his spine. Cultivation time? Something's seriously wrong here. I've endured and lived a temporary life for so many years, and now I have to cultivate for decades more? Anyone who sees this cultivation time knows he's got wisdom. His 18 years of humiliation are finally coming to an end. Without a word, the day he blood washes everyone within 3,000 miles is drawing near. I am the future king, stepmother, scummy father. System, bring me footbath water. System, start cultivating. The system instantly replied, one-click AI level up management, starting cultivation now. Warning. During cultivation, the host will lose control of their body. Please do not panic. The moment it finished speaking, Pei Ling's left hand slowly began to rise. How could he possibly miss that elegant left hand? The Duangu blood-bone cultivation process is underway. It started. My body is moving on its own. Pei Ling was ecstatic, incredibly satisfied with this reality. Even though losing control of his body was a bit unnerving, this was just too good. As he said this, he looked at his own hand, completely mesmerized. This system is way too perfect for a king like me. What a truly conscientious system. The system displayed again. Scan detected missing bone tempering pills for cultivation. Please wait. Please wait. Reading this, he panicked. Bone tempering pills? Even the big shots in the Pei clan don't have many bone tempering pills. A branch disciple like him hasn't even seen one before. Where's he supposed to find them? The system's special offer popped up. Analysis complete. System will gift 10 free bone tempering pills. Pei Ling instantly perked up. This good? Seriously? Well, maybe not that good. His body instantly sprang to its feet. Uh-oh. Pei Ling watched in horror as his 1.6-meter-long legs moved on their own. What's going on? He dashed forward at light speed. Damn it, stop. You damn system, don't screw me over. I've been living this temporary life for 10 years, and I've never arrogantly sprinted through the courtyard like this before. But in the end, those rogue feet ran straight to Zheng Jingshan's manor. Why am I here? This life is officially over, Pei Ling cried silently. Isn't this place where that big demon lord, the one who kills without batting an eye, lives? You damn system, you better not be bringing me here to court death. Pei Ling sees his bright future laid out. Soul extracting, bone crushing, blood drinking his way to power, no matter the cost. The Chongming sect, the undisputed goat of terrifying organizations. Nobody dares to even breathe in their direction. Our boy's shaking in his boots, trying to negotiate with the system. Yo, system, just a quick look at the door, okay? We don't have to go inside, right? Please tell me we don't. The system said nothing, proving its point with action. That cute little leg totally ignored his pleas and kicked the door wide open. Pei Ling freaked out. No way? All our boy could do was shed tears. Okay, we kicked open the Archfiend's door, so we've arrived. Now can we just dip, like, immediately? But did it listen? Nope, it started sprinting deeper inside. Pei Ling shrieked, System, stop! After adventuring with the system, our boy's cussing game had leveled up. Damn it, can you just stop already? Are you trying to get me killed, you absolute trash system? A moment later, it actually stopped. Pei Ling secretly fist-pumped. Finally, it stopped. He stood up straight, eyes darting around. So this is... Then he let out a bitter laugh. Oh, it's just the main hall of Buan Courtyard, aka Zheng Jingshan's room, the same room I used to sweep. Well, his life was basically over anyway. Pei Ling mournfully watched the system's glorious hand raise its fist. System, stop, I still don't want to die. You already dragged me in here, isn't that enough carnage? And predictably, the poor door was punched right off its hinges. Our MC could only curse the heavens. Damn it! You made me smash Zheng Jingshan's door to smithereens. Welp, his life's officially over. That dude's an archfiend who'd even off his own dad. System, just tell me how you want me to die already. Get it over with. But thankfully, Zheng Jingshan wasn't around. Phew, at least the archfiend isn't here. As he walked past a painting, a cold sweat broke out all over him. Seriously, only an archfiend would have a room this dark and creepy. Then he demanded, System, satisfied with this old man, and you want to swap me for a new host, right? Just say it. Just then, a bottle of magic pills rolled right down. Pei Ling blinked, completely bewildered. System, what in the cultivation world are you doing? Without another word, his hand subconsciously snatched the bottle and poured the pills straight into his palm. Pei Ling's entire being screamed, No, damn it! You're telling me this is a bone-strengthening pill gift? I'm not eating that crap. But when has anyone ever resisted the system? All 10 magic pills went straight down his throat, just like that. Pei Ling froze, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, these are Zheng Jingshan's pills. Spit them out, D-A-M-N-I-T. And then his legs moved inexplicably towards the nearby carpet. He quickly sat down, prim and proper. Oh, how righteous of me, stealing other people's stuff from their room to cultivate. Didn't even bother to close the door. I'm dead tired, system. Do whatever the hell you want. A moment later, Pei Ling felt a massive shift within his body. After chugging those bone-strengthening pills, his cultivation speed had boosted by a whopping 10 times. Pei Ling started flexing his chest muscles. Well, naturally. A bottom feeder like me has never seen such high-tier loot before. Just thinking about it, our boy broke out into a seductive hip thrust. His entire being felt reborn. In less than half an hour, he'd broken through 4 stages of the 3rd chi refinement layer. My iron bones are finally forged. This old man? A true king, baby. The system definitely needed a rating at this point. Needless to say, Pei Ling immediately gave it a friendly 1-star. It's finally over. And you think you deserve a 5-star rating, system? Pfft. Then he suddenly sensed someone else nearby. Pei Ling frantically furrowed his brows. A woman's laughter? Wait, is there still someone else in this room? He stood up defensively, scanning the room. But that laughter, it came from absolutely nowhere. Then Pei Ling's eyes bugged out in utter shock when he saw the figure of a woman appear. But she appeared inside the painting. She kept calling out, Come here, young master. He tumbled backward in sheer panic. What the f this evil spirit? The Chongming sect is truly messed up. Pei Ling flew straight out, his heart still hammering with terror. Luckily, no one was lurking behind the Buan courtyard wall. I can't stay a panner anymore. I gotta peace out now. Stealing Zheng Jingshan's bone-strengthening pills basically means I'm a dead man walking. And then, out of nowhere, the steward popped up. 7th young master, what in the cultivation world are you doing lurking behind the Buan courtyard? Not long after, our boy, sweating bullets and looking awkward, turned to the steward. Yo, I'm just about to handle my duties. What's up, young man? The steward looked puzzled. The patriarch has already summoned all the young masters and ladies to the main hall. Pei Ling asked again, Does anyone know why the patriarch called us to the main hall? The steward, clearly annoyed, snapped, What's with all the questions? If you make the patriarch and Zheng Xianxi wait any longer, you're dead meat. Got it? Our boy anxiously asked, Zheng Xianxi is here already. Shouldn't he be resting at Biwuyuan? The steward, irritated, shot back, No, kid, stop with the blabbering. If you don't go now, Zheng Xianxi will be furious. Hearing that, Pei Ling booked it, yelling, I'm going. From behind him, the steward sneered, What a useless piece of trash. Meanwhile, our boy was a bundle of nerves. Zheng Jingshan had just returned and immediately headed to the main hall. So maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't know about the bone-tempering pills he'd swiped. But the Pei clan's rules were absolute. If the patriarch summoned you and you didn't show, powerful experts would immediately come drag your ass away. Thinking about this, tears streamed down Pei Ling's face. Our boy quickly stood before the main hall's entrance. At this point, all he could do was go inside. The main hall was already packed. Inside, Zheng Jingshan, an inner disciple of the Zhongming sect, was sprawled on the main seat. Pei Xuan, the Pei clan patriarch, sat on a smaller side seat, and right beside him stood Pei Hongyan, son of the patriarch Pei Xuan. One look and it was clear who really called the shots. Pei Ling, cowering in the back, noticed no one had mentioned anything about Bi Wuyuan. Looks like Zheng Jingshan still didn't know. At this moment, Pei Xuan spoke up. Zheng Xianxi, all our juniors are gathered. Please instruct us. Zheng Jingshan frowned, clearly pissed. Wu Dingxi, traitor from our sect, escaped Yuanlao Mountain today. Search for him immediately. If you find him, you'll be rewarded with 50 bone-tempering pills. Hearing 50 bone pills, Pei Ling jolted, gasping, 50 pills? Zhongming sect really lives up to its name. What generosity. Hearing this, Pei Xuan looked towards Hong Nian. Jingshan, losing patience, glared at him. What are you standing there stunned for? Go, search, now. Pei Xuan immediately stood and bowed. Xianxi, I Pei have heard that Wu Dingxi is already at Qi condensation 7th layer. Our juniors are still weak. I fear it will be difficult for them to prevail. Our boy also agreed. Qi condensation 7th layer might be nothing more than a mere ant to Zheng Jingshan, but for the Pei clan, that was a seriously formidable existence. For those who need a quick power level check, your friendly neighborhood narrator will break it down. This world's cultivation realms are split into Qi condensation stage, foundation establishment stage, and core formation stage. As for anything above core formation, the Pei clan literally has 0 records. Talk about a knowledge gap. And as I explain this, I'm practically flailing. It's truly trashed here, because even with the vast Luoxuan city, the strongest cultivator Pei Xuan is only at Qi condensation 8th layer. Meanwhile, our big bad Zheng Jingshan is already at foundation establishment mid-stage. Basically, no one in the entire Luoxuan city is his match. Wiping out the city? That's just a Tuesday for him. So even if Wu Dingxi is at Qi condensation 7th layer, sending the Pei clan after him is basically just sending them to their deaths. From above, Jingshan growled, Wu Dingxi is severely injured and new to the cultivation path. Anyone can capture him. Besides, I'm just telling you to search for him, not to personally apprehend him. Pei Xuan, visibly relieved, bowed his head and replied, That's good then. Jingshan casually snapped his fingers, and a small light source flared. Suddenly, a super sharp 3D hologram of Dingxi appeared. This is Wu Dingxi. If you find any trace of him, immediately send a signal. At that time, this venerable one will come personally to capture him. Below, everyone chorused, We obey Xianxi's command. Your disciples shall depart immediately. Pei Ling's mood instantly brightened, a perfect opportunity. Everyone quickly left the main hall. Once we're out of the city, I'll seize this chance to escape 1,000 miles away. Inside, Pei Xuan hesitantly asked, Zheng Xianxi, would you honor us by staying for a cup of tea? He turned and left haughtily. This venerable one has no time to drink tea with you. I must make a trip to Fuyan Courtyard. Not long after, Jingshan stood before Fuyan Courtyard. That arrogant dude actually bowed respectfully at the door. Senior sister Zheng Jingshan requests an audience. Jingshan's expression was absolutely terrible. Ugh, what a headache. From behind the door, her voice echoed, Have you found him yet? Sweating profusely from anxiety, he stammered, reporting, Senior sister, it's confirmed Wu Dingxi escaped Yuanlao Mountain. I've already dispatched the Pei clan. Before he could even finish, she spat out 2 words, Trashed here. Then an eerie sound frequency emanated, I give you 3 days. If I don't see that secret tome of discord, this venerable one will extract your soul to refine Qi. Jingshan immediately kowtowed, understood. The Pei clan was searching for Wu Tingxi, yelling to each other, Found him yet? Not yet. Pei long-eyed Elder Yuan's mountain in the distance, secretly scheming, can't get any closer to Elder Yuan's mountain. From here, getting down the mountain will only take half an hour. Then he yelled out, Distract the Pei clan's people. Senior brothers, I'm searching over here. Nothing here. Pei Lang couldn't help but snicker inwardly. Heh, time to make my escape. Done. Our boy then started planning his grand escape. First, I'll bolt to the nearest city, get myself a damn good disguise, then find a discreet traveling group to pay my way in. Haha, by then I can go wherever I want. The world will be my oyster. Who could stop me? Just thinking about the boundless freedom of exploring the vast world, Pei Long immediately hyped himself up. Come on, victory is so close. Come on, victory is super close. He didn't dare to delay, immediately making his move. But after a short while, his legs began to tremble, forcing him to a standstill. Pei Lang's face instantly changed color, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Whoa, why am I so tired after barely running anywhere? It felt like all the energy had been drained from his body. Why am I suddenly so cold? As if realizing something terrifying, Pei Lang's face immediately turned fragment. He fearfully glanced over his shoulder. Heh, come here. The demonic woman from the cursed screen painting reached out, intent on grabbing Pei Lang. He clenched his fists, frustrated. But why didn't that fragment attack me back in Zheng Jingshan's cultivation room? Pei Lang agonizingly recalled. Could it be because the system was controlling my body? At this moment, Pei Lang's body was completely drained of strength, and he collapsed. So he could only cry out to the system, "I want to cultivate the Iron Bones skill." In an instant, the system accepted the command. Ultimate cultivation system at your service. During cultivation, host will lose control. Do not panic. The system announced this, then swiftly took control of Pei Lang's body once more. Then he rapidly burst with power, letting out a loud roar. Afterwards, he furiously grabbed the woman from the screen painting and yelled, "Get lost!" The woman was instantly slammed by his punch, sent flying back into the screen. After dealing with the troublesome issue, Pei Lang felt very satisfied with the system. Smart immortal cultivation, indeed. With the system here, those women wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Checking host chi and blood. Unstable. Continuing iron bone skill cultivation will damage your blood. The system continued to announce, making Pei Lang's face turn pale green with fright. Assisting host in adjusting chi and blood. The system will provide a bottle of blood chi pills for free. Seeing this, his eyes widened in disbelief and he yelled, "Again? How do you want me to die this time?" Before Pei Lang could even comprehend the situation, the system continued to control his body and move away. Seeing his body being controlled and sprinting towards Elder Yuan's mountain, he screamed in terror, "No!" At this moment, inside Elder Yuan's mountain cave, within the gloomy cavern, a figure sat cultivating. That person reached into his robes to retrieve something. It was none other than Wu Tingxi. The man took out a porcelain bottle, then dejectedly muttered, "Cough, cough." I never thought Wu Tingxi would fall to such a state. Just as he was raising the bottle to his mouth to swallow its contents, Pei Lang ran in from outside. Seeing this, he was absolutely terrified. Oh crap! Looking at Wu Tingxi's face from a distance, he secretly thought, this must be the traitor the Chongming sect wants me to find. Don't tell me it wants to steal his blood chi pills? Just as Wu Tingxi opened his mouth, preparing to consume the blood chi pills, the system continued to control Pei Lang's body, making him leap forward, then issued a notification. Blood chi pills checked. The system is giving them to you for free. Under the system's control, he snatched the bottle containing the blood chi pills, right before Wu Tingxi's astonished eyes. After that, he immediately chugged all the blood chi pills before the system's announcement. Blood chi pill gifting process complete. The system will continue your cultivation. After finishing them, he casually tossed aside the porcelain bottle, then proceeded to cultivate under the system's control. Pei Lang couldn't help but inwardly scream, "And it's making me cultivate right in front of him? Isn't this just asking for death?" As someone at the chi refining third layer, seeing the pill thief cultivating right in front of him, Wu Tingxi was absolutely enraged and yelled, "You stole my pills, and you dare cultivate right in front of me?" Wu Tingxi gnashed his teeth in extreme fury. Then he raised his claw-like hand and roared, "I'll kill you." Wu Tingxi raised the porcelain bottle, then coldly said, "Brat." After that, he immediately chugged the remaining blood chi pills. Meanwhile, Pei Lang was still being controlled by the system, sitting and cultivating, but inwardly he was screaming in agony, "This damn system! I don't want to cultivate anymore." Next, Wu Tingxi held the porcelain bottle, walked over and was about to smash it on his head, saying, "You think you, a mere nobody, can steal from this old man?" Though his eyes were closed, Pei Lang sensed the danger and silently pleaded, "Big boss, spare my life." The porcelain bottle immediately crashed hard onto his head, making him scream in pain. The system then announced, "Attack detected from the outside world. Cultivation session ends here. If you enjoyed it, please leave a 5-star rating." Cultivation process concluded. Pei Lang was both happy and furious. "It's finally over. I'll give you a gazillion negative reviews." At this moment, Wu Tingxi walked up to Pei Lang and sinisterly said, "To meet is destiny. I Wu will send you on your way." Ha! Seeing this, Pei Lang was scared out of his wits and frantically cried out, "Fellow Taoist, please hear me out first. System, you've really screwed me over this time." After that, Wu Tingxi waved his hand, unleashing his jade poison finger, attacking Pei Lang and making him scream in pain, then directly sending him flying far away. Pei Lang quickly crashed to the ground, creating a huge explosion. Seeing this, Wu Tingxi smirked with satisfaction. Just a mere chi refining third layer. When the smoke cleared, Pei Lang's body was revealed, covered in countless wounds. The old man was stunned to see him still alive. "Not dead yet?" Meanwhile, Pei Lang sat there calculating. "This guy is too strong. Good thing I'm still alive. This can't go on. I need to figure out a way to stall him." In an instant, Wu Tingxi pushed his eyesight to its limit, frustrated. A puny chi refining third layer actually blocked my 5-poison finger with just his left hand. At this moment, the old man clearly saw Pei Lang's detailed bone structure. Seeing this, Wu Tingxi's face immediately turned ghastly pale, and he let out a terrified scream. Pei Lang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then frustratedly thought to himself, "System, I'm definitely giving you a 5-star rating now." Suddenly, his eyes widened in fright. At this moment, Wu Tingxi walked over and asked Pei Lang, "Supreme Bone Refining, how did you cultivate that?" Hearing the old man's question, he trembled as he thought, "No way, again?" He found out. He's not planning to extract my bone marrow for his own cultivation, is he? Just thinking about it, Pei Lang into a spiral of extreme terror. Then he quickly feigned innocence and said, "Fellow Taoist, the matter of the blood chi pills was my fault." "I apologize, sir. As for whatever supreme thing you're talking about, I have no idea." Wu Tingxi stared at Pei Lang, then coldly spoke, "Stop pretending. What you were cultivating just now was the bone-severing art, supreme bone refining. Only the bone-severing art of the Chongming sect can cultivate it. I'm not mistaken." Damn, my little trick got found out, Pei Lang thought, annoyed. People from the underworld sect really aren't easy to mess with, but at least I stalled him for a bit longer. Once I've recovered enough, I'll find chance to escape. After that, the old man began to interrogate him. "You chased me all the way into the mountain. You're not trying to capture me, Wu, are you?" Hearing this, Pei Lang quickly shook his head, then explained, "No, fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. Although I was ordered to pursue you, I never intended to reveal your whereabouts. I only hoped that you could give me a chance to live." Wu Tingshi scoffed at his words. "You think I'll believe that?" Probably cornered, Pei Lang started to tearfully recount his tragic life. "Who would have thought? Since I was young, my talent wasn't good, and I was suppressed by my stepmother, lacking resources. My cultivation path has been incredibly arduous." He continued to narrate his miserable life. "Then, with Zheng Jingshan and the Pei clan, I had a momentary lapse of judgment, snuck into his room, and secretly stole 10 bone-shattering pills." Hearing this, Wu Tingshi's forehead dripped with sweat, utterly speechless. The old man couldn't believe it, asking Pei Lang, "You actually dared to steal from Zheng Jingshan? Have young people nowadays really reached this level of shamelessness?" Pei Lang, seeing his question, awkwardly replied, "Youthful arrogance, you know? Who doesn't make mistakes sometimes? I literally dug myself into this hole just to escape quickly." Then he continued to explain to the helpless Wu Tingshi, "It's quite the coincidence, isn't it? Zheng Jingshan, because he wants to kill you. He still hasn't discovered that I stole his stuff yet." Pei Lang walked over, grabbing the old man's hand and pleading in a low voice, "So, only if fellow Taoist lets me go, will I have time to escape." "Fellow Taoist, I'm actually helping you." Wu Tingshi shook off his hand, then angrily said, "If you're helping me, why did you snatch my blood-chi pills?" The old man was also extremely wary inwardly. "This guy is full of dirty tricks, I can't trust him easily." Seeing that the old man still wouldn't believe him, Pei Lang sighed, then continued, Fellow Taoist, I had no choice. Do you know that Zheng Jingshan has a screen painting hanging in his room?" Wu Tingshi was startled and yelled, "The Flamebone Raksha painting? You saw it and you're still alive?" Pei Lang bit his finger, innocently thinking, "That painting, is that scary?" Then he quickly explained to the old man, "So on my escape route, I almost got harmed by the Flamebone Raksha painting, nearly losing my life. The situation was critical, so I could only snatch your blood-chi pills to ensure my survival." Wu Tingshi still didn't believe him, glaring, "With your cultivation, there's no way you could withstand the devouring power of the Flamebone Raksha painting." Hearing this, Pei Lang inwardly pleaded, exactly, that's exactly how it is. Believe me, bro." After careful consideration, the old man looked at Pei Lang and made an offer. "If that's the case, how about we make a deal?" Our boy Bui Lung stared blankly, like he didn't get Ngo Ding Hai's offer at all. "What deal are you even talking about?" While putting on a clueless act, his mind was already cooking up a grand scheme. His body still needed some recovery time, so he figured he'd just have to listen to this old man's blabbering a little longer. The moment Bui Lung finished speaking, Ngo Ding Hai didn't immediately answer. Instead, he reached into the folds of his robe, rummaging for something. Then the old man pulled out a scroll, thrusting it before Bui Lung. "If you help this old man escape Yuanlao Mountain, I'll share this OP cultivation technique with you. What do you say?" At this offer of cooperation, Bui Lung just stood there, picking his nose, showing zero interest. "That's it? Looks pretty basic, honestly." His reaction obviously pissed Ngo Ding Hai off. Veins throbbed on the old man's forehead as he continuously yelled at our boy. "What the hell do you know? This cultivation technique is what Zheng Jingshan and his crew have been desperately trying to get their hands on." Bui Lung just listened, saying nothing. To make himself more believable, the old man dropped a bombshell. "To get this technique, those guys stopped at nothing, even massacring my entire sect. Even Goding He's master Luo Qiao was defeated and fell to his hands. If I hadn't been cautious and sensed something was off, Zheng Jingshan would have killed me long ago." As he spoke, the old man couldn't hold back his tears, sobbing by himself. Bui Lung could only manage an awkward smile. "If Zheng Jingshan wants it, why don't you just give it to him? Wouldn't that solve everything? Then you wouldn't be hunted anymore." Then, for some unknown reason, Bui Lung's eyes widened in shock. Turns out, the system notification popped up. "Strange cultivation technique detected nearby. System is initiating data collection." The system announced as a data transfer screen appeared. Bui Lang looked at it, exclaiming, "Wait, luck like this actually exists? Time to keep stalling him and quickly collect that data." Seeing Bui Lung's dazed expression, the old man quickly stepped forward, grabbing his collar and lifting him. "That look on your face. You don't believe me, do you? Grandmaster, trust me. Seriously, you gotta trust me." Bui Lung's face was honest, and in his eyes the words "totally trustworthy" clearly shone. Next, before the old man could even recover, Bui Lung grabbed one of his hands while the other lightly touched the scroll. "You say this Grandmaster technique is so powerful? Can I just take a peek, do a little research?" Before Ngoding Hai could even agree, Bui Lung was like a hyperactive monkey, jumping around everywhere. "Just a quick look, let me see it, please." Ngoding Hai was speechless at this sight. This kid's attitude changed so fast. Is he getting greedy? Seeing the system's progress bar hit 35%, Bui Lung flashed a satisfied smile. "Almost there, almost there." Just then, Goding Hai smacked him on the head, and Bui Lung felt instantly enlightened. "What's with the rush?" the old man barked, pulling his hand away from Bui Lung's head. The old man then reminded Bui Lung that Jade Slip will be yours eventually, but first, help this old man get out of here. Rubbing his head where he'd been smacked back, Bui Lung grinned sheepishly and proactively asked, "How could I not help? Which direction should we run in a bit?" "Head west. We can talk about the rest later." As he spoke, Goding Hai tucked the OP cultivation technique scroll back into his robe. At the old man's action, Bui Lung secretly pleaded, "Don't put it away yet." But just as Bui Lung's silent prayer left his lips, the system appeared like a savior. "Collection progress 100%. Collection complete. Host, please name it." Turning his head to look at the system panel, Bui Lung thought, "I'm in a rush. Just pick something random." Let's just call it the nameless technique. Back in reality, Go Ding He approached making demands. Kid, quickly help this old man out of here. That request pissed Bui Lung off, making him curse 1,000 times internally. Help your head, this young master has recovered quite a bit already. Who cares about you anymore? Just as he was about to help the old man, Bui Lung suddenly yelled, Jing Jing Shan, what are you doing here? That name made cold sweat pour down Go Ding Hai's face. When Go Ding He cautiously turned his head to explain, Bui Lung had already nimbly taken off running. Turning back and seeing no Zheng Jingshan, Go Ding He spun around, only to find Bui Lung's figure had vanished. It took Ngo Ding Hai a moment to realize he'd been fooled. His face was covered in throbbing veins, his sharp claws clenched. You stinky brat! How dare you play dirty! Go die! With that, Ngo Ding Hai launched an attack straight at him. Bui Lung's face was filled with fear as he fled for his life, dodging attacks while desperately trying to persuade him. Taoist friend Go, I was going to find someone to save you. Why are you repaying kindness with enmity? The old man wouldn't believe Bui Lung's words for a second, continuing his assault. Even while running, Bui Lung turned his head to observe the situation. This guy, even injured, is still a 7th level Qi condensation cultivator. Just running like this isn't going to work. After running for a little longer, Bui Lung stopped, his face filled with horror. Turns out, right in front of him was the end of the cave, with no way out. Looking at the rock wall, Bui Lung cursed, Damn it, a dead end? By this time, Go Ding Hai, soaked in sweat and panting heavily, had caught up. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Seeing the old man arrive, Bui Lung's eyes sharpened with caution. Since it's come to this, there's only one way. Seeing him not move, and Go Ding Hai thought he was scared. The old man used his hand with sharp claws to rake downwards. To avoid this attack, Bui Lung quickly activated the bone-severing art, transforming one of his hands into iron. Not just once, the old man clawed repeatedly, causing a small explosion there. However, somehow miraculously, Bui Lung's body was completely intact, without a single scratch. Ngo Ding Hai thought he didn't even resist, but he's unscathed? This sight terrified Ngo Ding Hai. He's still alive. While the old man was distracted, Bui Lung pounced forward, grabbed his collar, then delivered a direct kick to Ngo Ding Hai's stomach. Despite his face being all bruised, his ingrained sarcasm kicked in. Bui Lung punched him directly. Oh? Looks like you're so weak you can't even use your 5-poison finger. Bui Lung's words made Ngo Ding Hai genuinely scared, realizing what true terror smelled like. Immediately after, Bui Lung used all his strength to slam the old man down, knocking him out cold. Ngo Ding Hai couldn't hold it in and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Ngo Ding Hai lay on the ground, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, his eyes glazed over, yet he still tried to threaten Bui Lung. Cough, cough. Even if you kill this old man today, you won't escape. The old man's words successfully made Bui Lung pause. What do you mean? Bui Lung wondered suspicious. Does he have backup? Satisfied with Bui Lung's expression, Ngo Ding He, with his ashen face, spoke his last words. Zheng Jingshan won't let you off. No one can escape the fiendish flame bone map. To the ends of the earth, it will follow you. Saying this, the old man suddenly sat up, holding some kind of orb in his hand. Bui Lung just watched, showing no reaction. Waiting for the old man to get close, Bui Lung reached behind him and drew his sword. Then, with a decisive, murderous gaze, Bui Lung plunged the sword straight into the old man's body. Only when the man stopped breathing did he slowly withdraw his sword. After taking down Ngo Ding Hai, Bui Lung pulled out his sword. In contrast to his earlier confidence, he now looked like a different person. Me? I actually killed Ngo Ding Hai? Looking at Ngo Ding Hai's blood-soaked mess of a body, Bui Lung sighed. I've already offended Deng Mingshan, so what's one more, old man? He's dead anyway, so this young master might as well loot you clean. After some rummaging, Bui Lung found a magic pill and a scroll. He held the orb up, carefully observing it. He used this to attack me earlier. Maybe it's his killer weapon? And as for this jade slip, I'll take that too. With everything securely stashed, Bui Lung stood up and left, abandoning the old man's body there. This young master will wander to the ends of the earth. As he walked, Bui Lung suddenly stopped, completely engulfed in doubt. His eyes, for some unknown reason, widened with horror. Recalling Ngo Ding Hai's earlier threat, Bui Lung clutched his heart, filled with anxiety. Please tell me his words weren't true, right? What do I do now? Even if I run, I'll still be drained of vital energy and die. In a moment of panic, Bui Lung turned to the system for help. System, do you have a solution? However, instead of providing one, it just displayed a rating screen. Seeing the system was completely useless and couldn't do anything for him, Bui Lung didn't hesitate to give it 1 star. This trash system. It has no shame, asking me for a review. You've doomed this young master. After venting his frustration, Bui Lung finally had time to focus on the jade slip in his hand. Staring intently at it, he began to ponder a solution. After some internal struggle, a decision was made. Looks like I'm out of options. If Zheng Jingshan wants it that badly, then I'll use it to trade with him. Sometime later, in the main hall of the Bui Manor, a voice suddenly boomed. What, you're saying you found Ngo Ding He? Inside the main hall, Buishuan sat on a high chair, looking at Wei Lung, who was in a tattered and ragged state, kneeling below and reporting. Buishuan reprimanded him. You found him? Why didn't you send a signal first? That question made Bui Lung's face stiffen slightly as he tried to persuade him. This nephew was afraid of stirring the grass and startling the snake. After all, this matter was too important. I want to report directly to Zheng Xianxi. Hearing his request, the old man, whether accidentally or intentionally, skillfully declined, saying Zheng Xianxi wasn't at the manor. Tell me Wu Dingxi's whereabouts, and I'll relay the message to him. Pei Xuan's offer wasn't bad, but Pei Ling remained firm on what he wanted to do. That place is too complicated. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it clearly. If any mistakes happen, our Pei clan will have to bear severe consequences. Our boy thought, feeling bitter, how can I let him take all the credit? In response to his words, the old man still denied it. Zheng Xianqi is truly not at the manor right now. That answer successfully shocked Pei Ling to his core. Inside him, a fierce storm was raging. I've come all this way, and Zheng Jingshan isn't even here? Is heaven trying to end me? As if knowing his thoughts, Pei Xuan offered another solution. Although Zheng Xianxi has gone to Yuanlao Mountain, Li Xianzi is still here. I'll take you to visit Li Xianzi. Hearing the unfamiliar name Li Xianzi, Pei Ling quickly looked up and asked again, Li Xianzi? He speculated inwardly, another one, also a disciple from the Chongming sect, who is currently with Zheng Jingshan. Not wanting to guess anymore, Pei Ling chose to voice his inner doubts. Patriarch, is this Li Xianzi perhaps more formidable than Deng Xianxi? The moment he finished speaking, Pei Xuan shot up from his seat. He lunged straight for Pei Ling, then hurriedly clapped a hand over Pei Ling's mouth, not allowing him to say another word, continuously scolding, Silence! How can you compare Zheng Xianxi to her? Li Xianzi is a true disciple of the Chongming sect, and will be the successor saintess of the Shengzong. Zheng Jingshan is mere dirt in Li Xianzi's eyes, let alone you and me. Saying this, his face filled with dread, but he still carefully warned, later, when you meet Li Xianzi, you must be extremely careful, otherwise this entire Luquan city will be done for. Pei Ling, after learning the identity of the person he was about to meet, had an openly overjoyed expression. Got it! A saintess, huh? Lucky me! After a moment, Pei Xuan and Pei Ling arrived before the gate of Fuan Courtyard. However, they didn't enter immediately. Xuan gave him one last reminder, later, don't raise your head, especially don't look at the wind chime in the corner of the room. That thing will take your life. Pei Ling immediately responded with a clear understood, assuring him he wouldn't disobey. Pei Xuan then began his family sentiment play. Pei Ling, our Pei clan hasn't treated you badly. Later, when you pay respects to Li Xianzi, you should know what to do. I understand, sir. On the surface he was obedient, but internally he was discontent. This old geezer finally knows how to beg me, huh? Should have done this a long time ago. Once preparations were complete, Pei Xuan entered first, proactively paying his respects. This humble one, Pei Xuan greets Li Xianzi. Pei Ling, standing behind, didn't know what he saw, but his face turned crimson. Inside the courtyard, a graceful woman was kneeling. Seeing someone paying respects, she asked, What is it? Still no report. Pei Xuan saw him standing there, utterly dazed, and immediately ordered, That immortal maiden is right there. Why aren't you kneeling? The moment the order was given, Pei Ling hurriedly knelt. Only then did he confidently report, My nephew Pei Ling has returned from Yuanlao Mountain, claiming to have discovered the whereabouts of Wu Dingxi. The moment that name was uttered, the person inside pulled open the door, revealing a voluptuous figure and repeated, Wu Dingxi. This woman was none other than Li Liu, true disciple of the Chongming sect. The beauty's appearance instantly captivated Pei Ling, making him secretly wish, So beautiful! If only I could make her my waifu, how amazing would that be? Li Liye seemed to notice him too, but she only looked, saying nothing. Next, the skull wind chime hanging nearby began to sway. The bodies of the two Pei clan members stiffened from some unseen force. Sure enough, my mind just had some dark thoughts. Li Liu then approached Pei Xuan and Pei Ling. Looking down at him from above, she coldly asked, Where is he? Pei Ling clasped his hands together, honestly reporting. Replying to a mortal maiden, Wu Dingxi is already dead. That information from him instantly left Pei Xuan utterly stunned. What, she continued to ask, but did you find anything on him? Pei Ling recalled then replied, Aside from some strange medicines, there was also a jade slip. Grasping the key point, she asked directly, You took the jade slip, didn't you? The moment the question was asked, he hastily denied, No, this humble one wouldn't dare. That jade slip was too eerie. This humble one buried it in a very mysterious place. This humble one can take a mortal maiden there. Saying only this, he hesitated, holding a pill in his hand. Pei Ling clenched his teeth, unsure whether to speak or not. This pill was Wu Dingxi's life-saving trump card. If Li Xianzi wants to wipe out the roots, then I'll just risk it. While he was still pondering, Li Liu had been secretly observing him. Indeed, he had been injured by the 5 Venom's finger. It seems his words are true. Knowing Pei Ling's intentions, she frankly asked, What do you want? It was only for this moment that Pei Xuan by his side deliberately winked a signal. Such a good opportunity, why aren't you speaking up to help the Pei clan? Pei Ling pretended not to see it. If you don't live for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. If I listened to him, wouldn't I be a fool? After thinking for a moment, he finally made his request, Mortal maiden, please save my life. After hearing Pei Ling's plea, Li Xianzi threw a medicine bottle towards him and said, Take it. Holding the medicine bottle, Pei Ling's face was blank, trying to guess what it was. But not allowing him to wait long, Li Yu explained, Drink it. Sit and cultivate to neutralize the 5 Venom's finger, and it will be resolved. With that, she cast a discerning glance at Pei Ling. As for the Luosha Yanggu scroll, Li Liu then made a promise, her face filled with killing intent. Once this sovereign retrieves the jade slip, I will definitely have that trash tier Zheng Jingshan resolve it for you. Pei Ling, kneeling below, heard all her words and couldn't help but be terrified. She just glanced and immediately recognized the traces of the Luosha Yanggu scroll on him. Just how terrifying is her cultivation level? No matter what he thought inwardly, Pei Ling still maintained a respectful demeanor outwardly. He kowtowed in thanks, not forgetting to report, Many thanks, Li Xianzi. The jade slip is by the cliffside west of the outer city, distributed in 3 types, following the order of the artifacts beneath the demonic tree. Having obtained the information she desired, Li Liye turned, preparing to teleport away. Before leaving, she didn't forget to cast one last glance at him. The wind chime, for some unknown reason, kept jingling, And then Li Liu completely vanished from the sight of the two Pei clan members. Seeing that she was gone, Pei Ling sat up straight. His face relieved, he reached up to wipe the cold sweat from his face. Finally, she's gone. She's too terrifying. Good thing she didn't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, even with this pill, it would have been hard to keep my life. Just as he was sighing in relief at his deliverance, Pei Xuan suddenly roared furiously from behind him. Pei Ling, didn't I tell you to ask for benefits for the Pei clan? Pei Ling's face immediately turned pale, not because of the old man's words, but because the poison from the Luoxia Yanggu scroll flared up again. Seeing him groaning, Pei Xuan became even more enraged, to the point his veins popped as he shouted, "Insolent! You dare to insult this old man?" It was only then that Pei Ling realized there was still someone behind him and turned his head. Unable to finish, he was also grumbling inwardly, "This daddy is about to be drained dry. You old devil, can you please stop clinging to me?" Hearing him say that, the rage within Pei Xuan officially erupted. "Pei Ling, you just wait for this old man." Pei Ling, being no fool, didn't stand still. He ran away while saying, "After I've resolved the poison in my body, I will definitely speak up for the Pei clan." After running for a while, Pei Ling finally managed to drag himself back to his room. "I can't take it anymore." Pei Ling quickly shoved the 3 pills from the bottle into his mouth, swallowing them down. But Pei Ling's condition didn't improve at all. He clutched his chest, his face haggard. The poison from the 5 Venom's finger can be neutralized with medicine, but the poison from the Luoxia Yanggu scroll, I'm afraid I can't hold out. When Li Xianzi arrives, I'll have to rely on cultivating within the system to overcome this ordeal. Thinking this, Pei Ling struggled to drag himself to his bed, his voice strained. "System, I want to cultivate." Immediately after his request, a familiar screen appeared. "Ding dong, intelligent cultivation system wholeheartedly at your service. Please choose the cultivation technique you wish to cultivate." Pei Ling immediately randomly clicked on a line of text. After clicking, his face showed a hint of dejection and he doubted life itself. Last time it was Wu Dingxi, the time before that was Zheng Jingshan. Who knows whose cheat code this time will steal from? However, Pei Ling still convinced himself, who knows, maybe this new cultivation technique will be safer. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to click on that cultivation technique. Unnamed cultivation technique, beginning cultivation. System notification, pressing intelligent delegation will level up. Initiating cultivation delegation immediately. Pei Ling entered a state of cultivation. His face exhaled with satisfaction. The system continued to remind him, during the cultivation process, the host will lose self-control. Please do not panic. In reality, Pei Ling sat cultivating seriously, but his mind was filled with spring scenery. No wonder this cultivation technique was stolen by Zheng Jingshan. It is indeed much more stable now. Meanwhile, in the outer city, Li Liu had arrived at the exact spot Pei Ling described. She immediately extended her hand, channeling energy forward. The moment she slightly stirred her spiritual energy, the jade scroll flew up from the ground. Li Liu quickly grabbed the jade scroll, secretly rejoicing, "Finally, I have it." However, before she could do anything, the scroll suddenly glowed. Afterward, the energy on the jade slip suddenly transformed into a sharp chi field, launching an attack directly towards her eyes. Fortunately, Li Liu successfully retreated, avoiding the attack, then snarled, "Who dares to provoke me?" The moment she finished speaking, the power from the jade slip quickly condensed into a blurry figure. A moment later, a remnant soul appeared, clutching the scroll. That person was Luo Xiao, an outer sect elder of the Chongming sect. He looked at Li Liu with emotionless eyes and said, "Li Xianzi, long time no see." His appearance surprised Li Liu somewhat, but she quickly regained her composure and spoke, "Luo Xiao, you still have a remnant of your divine soul here." Hearing that question, Luo Xiao let out a sinister laugh, then asked, "Immortal Maiden is already a true disciple with boundless prospects. Why must you be so stubborn about the 6 Desires secret tome? And kill fellow disciples?" In response to that question, Lilie retorted with sharp eyes, "All who hinder me from becoming stronger must die." Provoked by her words, Luo Xiao immediately charged forward, roaring loudly, "What a great line, all must die. Then you can go die too." Of course, Lilie was no pushover. She immediately unleashed the soul-binding lasso, summoning a purple python, counterattacking instantly. The purple python lunged, coiling around Luop, causing him to exclaim in panic, the remnant soul imprint of the soul-binding lasso? Saying that, Luo Xiao's entire body was tightly by the python, unable to move. He gritted his teeth powerlessly. "Li Xianzi, you are truly vicious." Despite being cursed, Li Kliyu calmly retorted, "Luo Xiao, you're about to die, so stop running your mouth." Following that, Li Kliyu continued to unleash the 5-finger dragon suppressing prison, summoning a prison fortress. Luo Xiao's remnant soul, now tightly bound, instantly cried out in shock, "You actually cultivated all these divine abilities?" Right after, he defiantly roared, "If this old man is forced to die today, you won't even think about getting your hands on the Lu Yu Bidian." As he spoke, his entire body began to swell, ready to self-destruct. No one gets the Lu Yu Bidian. With just one glance, Li Liu already knew what this old fool was planning. He wanted to drag her down with him. Li Liu then summoned her skull wind chimes to boost her power even further. As soon as she got that immense power, she quickly leaped into action. Swift as a blade, Li Liu lunged straight for Luo Xiao's remnant soul. That dude was still cackling madly, "Ha ha ha, you all must die." But Li Liu was already one step ahead. Before he could even blow up, she swiftly waved her hand, sending out a razor-sharp aura. Right at the exact moment Luo Xiao's remnant soul exploded, Li Liu snatched the jade slip. Gazing at the jade slip in her hand, Li Liu was satisfied. Got it. Yet, from behind her veil, a thin stream of blood dripped from her mouth. Not long after, back at Fu Yunyuan in Li Liyue's cultivation chamber, she returned with a severely injured body, hacking out ragged coughs. Holding the jade slip, she thought to herself, the jade is cracked, I need to fix it quickly. I'll head back to Mingzong to find someone who can repair it. Meanwhile, in Pei Ling's room, our boy was totally lost in the pleasure of his cultivation, unable to hold back his praise. This method, this practice, this soul-melting medicine, damn it. Then the system notification popped up. It has been discovered that the unnamed cultivation technique is actually the Shuangtu technique, and it requires a Taoist companion to continue practicing. This system notification Pei Ling suspiciously asked, System detected. Host lacks a companion. Gifting a free Taoist companion. Seeing this info, Pei Ling's face instantly turned incredibly grim. Not again. The system continued to control his body and made him sprint, causing Pei Ling to furiously roar, You won't stop until you push me to my death, will you? The speed he was running at under system control was so fast, it made the clothes of a nearby maid flutter up. As he ran, he kept yelling at the system, Can I get a companion here who isn't one of my sisters or the women of my brothers and uncles? After running for a long time, the system finally steered Pei Ling to Li Liyue's Fu Yun Yuan. He cried out in panic, Why here again? Pei Ling's face went completely pale with fear. He frantically thought, System, we're at the wrong place, right? Fairy Li must still be out of town. The system ignored Pei Ling's thoughts and kept controlling his body. He opened the door, muttering to himself, System, we're already through this door, no turning back now. You really had to think this through, huh? Good. Very good. As Pei Ling walked in, he painfully thought to himself, his tears falling like rain, preparing to face the worst possible outcome, to be crushed together with her. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lilia Yi was cultivating when Pei Ling's figure appeared at her door. Seeing the figure outside, she frowned, thinking it's him, almost forgot. Lilia Chue immediately closed her eyes and coldly spoke. This seat will help you in a moment. Before she could even finish her sentence, Pei Ling bravely kicked the door open with an utterly arrogant aura. Li Yue was taken aback and stared at him. Under the system's control, he smiled and happily greeted her, but inside he was screaming his lungs out in terror. Li Yue was infuriated by Pei Ling's actions. She immediately frowned and roared, Impudent, get out. Pei Ling saw this and panicked, screaming, Listen to my explanation first. It's over. It's over. She's attacking. We're finished. But his body was still controlled by the system, which then flung out the pill he'd previously gotten from Wu Dingxi. Then a swift crash echoed through the room. Li Yue directly took the full medicinal power from the pill Pei Ling had thrown. When the dust and smoke cleared, she immediately noticed something unusual, shocked to her core. The soul-shocking powder from Wu Dingxi is in his hands? Li Yue felt deeply uncomfortable, her eyes slowly drooping. She sighed. Annoying. My old wounds aren't even healed. I can't hold on anymore. Just a second later, her body heavily collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Pei Ling, off to the side, was utterly bewildered, not understanding what just happened. Looking at the powerful woman lying motionless before him, he couldn't help but wonder, is the system invincible now, or was she injured when she went to get that jade slip? Then, the system controlled Pei Ling to carry Li Yue to the bed, which made him incredibly confused. He asked, But, system, even if you're taking action, she's a girl. We really shouldn't touch her. Seeing his own hand slowly reach out to touch her body, he cried out in fear. Huh? System, what are you doing? And just like that, Pei Ling's unruly hand ripped open her clothes. Gazing at the beauty's perfect body in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, So beautiful. His emotions were telling Pei Ling, to die beneath the peony, even as a ghost, one would be romantic, but his reason screamed, Snap out of it. She's a demoness. Is she someone you can just casually touch? Suddenly, the system announced, Gifting Taoist companion completed. Now continue cultivating. Pei Ling saw this and panicked, thinking, No way! Seriously? In that instant, Pei Ling's aura cycled, and he ripped the clothes from his own body. Under the system's relentless urging, Pei Ling quickly grabbed Li Liyue's collar, preparing to tear it open. Finally, Pei Ling's very last shred of reason was extinguished. Go on, if you don't go for it now, are you even a man? He painfully lamented in his heart, My reputation as a dog Dao cultivator is completely ruined. After that, Pei Ling decisively ripped apart Li Liyue's clothes. Seeing her exquisite body and hearing the sounds escaping her lips, his nose immediately started gushing blood. Pei Ling's face flushed crimson as he thought, I don't want to die, but with her moans, what man could sit still? He couldn't hold back anymore and lunged onto Li Liyue. The Shuangtu process thus began, accompanied by indescribable sounds. Outside, the wind chimes outside Li Liyue's room swayed and chimed with each movement inside. She lay on the bed letting out seductive moans. While undergoing the Shuangtu process, Pei Ling thought that, My wounds from the battle with Wu Dingxi are completely healed. Even my recently broken through third level of qi condensation is rapidly developing. He tensed up, bursting with power, feeling like he was about to level up again. Meanwhile, Li Liyue, lying beneath him, though unconscious, seemed to sense something and frowned. I just don't know how she's going to torment me after she wakes up. Just thinking about it made Pei Ling's face turn ghost white with fear. Elsewhere, Zheng Jingshan had also returned and asked Pei Xuan, Have you found Wu Dingxi yet? Pei Xuan respectfully cupped his hands and replied, Reporting, Zheng Xianxi. According to what Zhuangling, a disciple from the Collateral Branch Manor, investigated, Wu Dingxi is dead. Zheng Jingshan heard this and immediately glanced back, asking again, Dead? Then where are his things? Fairy Li personally went to retrieve them, sir. Hearing him, Zheng Jing instructed, if senior sister personally went to get them, then this matter is dropped. Seeing this, Pei Xuan hesitantly spoke, Xianxi, what about the 50 Cui Gu Dan? Zheng Jingshan understood his meaning and immediately replied, I'll go straight back to Bi Wuyuan to deal with it, then you can just come and get them. Pei Xuan was overjoyed to hear this and loudly cheered, Farewell, Xianxi. At this moment, Zheng Jingshan happily thought to himself, Senior Sister has already obtained the secret manual. Who knows, it might even be thanks to my efforts, and I'll get rewarded. Truly good. Very soon after, Zheng Jingshan returned to Bi Wuyuan. Seeing the dilapidated state of his room, he quickly opened his cabinet to check, but the porcelain bottle containing the Kuigu Dan was nowhere to be found. Zheng Jingshan's face instantly twisted. Who has guts as big as the heavens to dare steal my Zheng Jingshan's belongings? Angrily, he glanced behind him and asked Yangu Luosha when I wasn't here who dared to break in. Yangu Luosha heard her master's question and quickly materialized, then leaned close to Zheng Jingshan's ear and replied, Someone named Pei Ling. Zheng Jingshan listened, then coldly asked, Is that the disciple who found Wu Dingxi? Where is he? The scene once again shifted to Li Liyue's Fu Yunyuan. Pei Ling was still continuing the Shuangtu process with her. Though unconscious, Li Liyue could still feel strange sensations in her body, as a bizarre source of energy continuously flowed into her. Her body's wounds seemed to be recovering rapidly, feeling both warm and comfortable. This sensation exploded like a volcanic eruption, making Li Liyue exclaim in disbelief, What is this? It makes me want to stop, but I can't. Just then, she hazily opened her eyes, extremely surprised to see Pei Ling panting heavily right in front of her. Over here, Pei Ling was furiously slamming the table and questioning, System! You stupid system, quickly make this old man stop. Look at the situation, is this really the time for practice? Seeing him, Li Liyu immediately became enraged, waving her hand to attack. Get out of my sight! Pei Ling's heart sank in despair. Bro, you just realizing this now? Kinda late, don't you think? Seeing her hand flying towards him, Pei Ling groaned internally. If that slap lands, I'm dead meat. But then, our boy's hand shot out, grabbing Li Liyue's incoming arm, then decisively twisted her down. Seeing Li Liyu laying there looking all miffed with her back to him, Pei Ling couldn't help but marvel. Damn, first time I've ever seen myself this brave and godlike. Watching the system control his body, Pei Ling freaked out and cursed. System, what the feck, you dare speed things up? Meanwhile, Li Liyu was just realizing what was happening. Is this the power of that warmth? The shackles within her body were slowly being broken through. Her cultivation was rising rapidly, feeling like it could go even further. Li Liyu no longer had her initial domineering aura. Instead, her face was filled with pure enjoyment. Damn, the state! Just then, a figure suddenly entered Fuyun Courtyard. The dual cultivation process inside the room continued. Feeling the power surge through his body made Pei Ling ecstatic. This feeling, did I just hit the fourth layer of qi refinement? He looked at Li Liyue's chilling gaze, utterly confused. She's obviously trying to kill me, so why hasn't she attacked yet? Li Yu also couldn't help but ponder, to make my cultivation rise like this, could it be? In an instant, Li Yu's killing intent intensified around her. Pei Ling felt it and couldn't help but worry. Her killing intent seems to be getting heavier, but I can't let the system. Before he could finish, the dual cultivation process suddenly ended, cutting him off. At this moment, Pei Ling had successfully cultivated form is emptiness, and the system announced one-click managed ascension, worry-free satisfaction. Please rate 5 stars immediately. Pei Ling relaxed his body and collapsed. It's finally over. After collapsing, he also embraced Li Liyu, both of them breathing heavily. Immediately after, Pei Ling opened his eyes, looking at the woman beneath him. He was instantly horrified when their gazes met, her eyes burning with pure malice. Pei Ling didn't dare to delay, immediately grabbing his clothes and fleeing. I get it, I'm out. Just then, Zheng Jingshan outside looked at the broken door in confusion, mumbling, Who broke into Fuyun Courtyard? Pei Ling was about to run out, but seeing Zheng Jingshan, he got scared and hid to the side. Damn, why is Zheng Jingshan here? Zheng Jingshan looked towards Li Liyue's room, even more confused. Why is Senior Sister's room like this? He stood in a corner, carefully deducing. Could it be that brat? In an instant, killing intent flared around Zheng Jingshan, and he growled, Fine, brat. Stealing my marrow melting pill was one thing, but you dare lay hands on Senior Sister? I'll deal with you on behalf of the Pei clan. Pei Ling, still in his corner, felt the deadly aura. He worriedly groaned. Too late. Suddenly, the wind chime in front of Li Liyue's room rang violently. Under the immense pressure, Zheng Jingshan's face instantly turned ashen, and he coughed up blood. Senior Sister? She's in there? Under the terrifying pressure, he immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, slamming his head hard on the ground. Zheng Jingshan, trembling with fear, quickly spoke, Forgive me, Senior Sister. This junior brother has been disrespectful. Li Liyu inside coldly uttered a single word, scram. Hearing her, Zheng Jingshan pondered, Is Pei Ling not in Fuyun Courtyard? But what's with this door then? He didn't dare to think any further and hastily fled. Yes, this junior brother will scram right away. On his side, Pei Ling watched Zheng Jingshan leave, then turned to Li Liyu, his anxiety spiraling. All right, now it's my turn. He then awkwardly scratched his head, making a difficult expression, and said, Sorry, just now Li Liyu ignored him completely, walking past him coldly. Seeing Li Liyu say nothing, Pei Ling grew even more anxious, screaming internally, Why did she leave? Is she going to get some magic treasure to punish me? Li Liyu still didn't say another word, simply walking behind the screen and starting to bathe. Pei Ling outside quickly put his clothes back on, letting out a sigh of relief. I was already getting dressed to bathe anyway. Now, to make a quick invisible exit. Just then, the system notified him again, one-click managed ascension, worry-free satisfaction. Please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling saw the pop-up screen and exploded in fury, questioning the system. If this old man could uninstall you, I'd send your ass packing in a heartbeat. If it's not training every time, then next time, are you trying to fucking kill this old man? And you want a good rating. Yeah, right, in your dreams. As his words ended, Pei Ling immediately gave a 1-star rating with his middle finger. The system, having received a 1-star rating, notified him again. We are truly sorry. The system's functions could not provide the host with a good cultivation experience. The system will gift 1 free Yangyuan pill as compensation. Seeing that information, his body instantly froze. A free gift again? Immediately after the notification, Pei Ling was once again controlled by the system, going to search through Li Liu's pile of clothes. He immediately had a bad feeling and let out a bitter, heh, you really don't want me to live, do you? After that, Pei Ling found a brocade pouch and took a pill from Li Liu's bag. The system immediately announced, Yangyuan pill gifted. With just 1 click, cultivate worry-free. Fulfill your ascension dream right after consuming this pill. Pei Ling escaped the system's control and thought, I'm not being controlled anymore. I need to quickly put it back. Just then, Li Liu stepped out from behind the screen. She emerged, radiating a chilling aura, and stood behind Pei Ling, coldly asking, what are you doing? Hearing her, he immediately turned his head back, clutching his head in anguish.
She showered that fast? I'm screwed. No way to explain this now.
Li Liu stood there silently, her cold gaze fixed on Pei Ling as she channeled her power. Seeing her about to butcher him, he started blaming the system. If I ever meet you again in my next life, I'll give you 10,000 1-star ratings, Pei Ling shouted unwillingly. At the same time, Li Liu attacked. An explosion immediately erupted, shaking heaven and earth. The scene then shifted to another development. Pei Hongnian's voice rang out. Senior brother Zheng, are you there? Pei Hongnian, what brings you here? Pei Hongnian immediately replied, Wu Ding H is dead. My father sent me to ask about the marrow melting pill. Just then, a huge commotion from Fuyun Courtyard startled both of them, drawing their attention. Over in Fuyun Courtyard, Pei Ling was terrified, his eyes tightly shut. In front of him, after a warning strike, Li Liu just stared at him and let out a cold snort. Pei Ling saw this and was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. He thought, she actually didn't kill me? She intentionally didn't attack me? Why? At this moment, Zheng Jingshan and Pei Hongnian heard the loud commotion and hastily rushed over. Senior sister, what happened? Seeing Pei Ling, Pei Hongnian was also surprised and blurted out, Pei Ling, why are you here? Hearing this, Pei Ling just awkwardly scratched his head. Aha! Zheng Jingshan saw his demeanor and immediately growled, so you're Pei Ling, huh? He then quickly stepped forward and said to Li Liu, Senior sister, this guy is full of tricks. Senior sister, you must be careful. Before Zheng Jingshan could finish his sentence, she raised her hand and delivered a heavy slap directly to one side of his face. Seeing Zheng Jingshan slammed face first into the ground, by the slap left Pei Ling utterly bewildered. Why is Zheng Jingshan the one getting hurt? Pei Hongnian was equally curious, secretly wondering, what is happening now? Li Liu then quickly extended her hand, summoning a flying ship. In a flash, the flying ship expanded in the air. Looking at the majestic flying ship before him, Pei Ling couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, Whoa! Li Liu then directly boarded the ship, turning her head back to give a cold command, Let's go. Seeing Pei Hongnian help Zheng Jingshan onto the ship made Pei Ling overjoyed. Finally, they're leaving! Thank goodness, thank goodness. His joy didn't last long as Pei Ling quickly noticed something wrong and glanced up, wondering, why haven't they left yet? Seeing Li Liu hadn't departed, Zheng Jingshan immediately guessed, could senior sister be planning? Understanding his senior sister's intentions, he furiously yelled at Pei Ling, What are you doing standing there? Get your butt up here! Our boy Pei Lang was about to bolt, but hearing that, he couldn't help but bite his lip in anguish. Wait, seriously? After getting on the ship? Pei Lang was curled up in a corner, sulking. The flying ship was fast, but Pei Lang couldn't escape his bitter complaints. Why'd they drag me onto this thing too? This time, I've really boarded a pirate ship. Seeing Pei Lang huddling in a corner, one of the women asked, Big sis, what's so special about that kid that Master herself had to break the prohibition on the Yangu Luo Shatu for him? Another woman replied, Master schemes run deep. How could we possibly guess them? But it looks like we're about to see some drama. Just then, Zheng Jingshan and Pei Hongnian stormed towards Pei Lang. Their eyes met, and Zheng Jingshan immediately growled, challenging him, Who gave you the balls to steal this venerable one, Suigu Dan? Facing Zheng Jingshan's sky-high aura, Pei Lang shriveled, thinking, I really didn't want any special treatment, do you believe me? Then, with the most awkward face he could muster, he replied, Esteemed Zheng Shansheng, please forgive this one. Before he could say more, Zheng Jingshan, without a word, raised his hand and gathered power, his face terrifying. Seeing this, Pei Lang screamed internally, This is Li Shanxi's territory. He wouldn't really make a move, would he? However, Zheng Jingshan quickly noticed something unusual and let out a surprised oh. Observing the flow of spirit energy within Pei Lang's body made him suspicious, and he wondered, why is there no trace of the Yangu Luo Shatu on him? Zheng Jingshan then remembered the scene from the day before when he rushed to Li Liyu's room. Could it be Big Sis? It seems Big Sis values this kid highly. I need to be careful. Thinking this, he quickly turned away, no longer pursuing the matter. And he didn't forget to let out a cold hump to show his displeasure. Observing this display from Zheng Jingshan, Pei Lang's eyes grew thoughtful. It seems as long as Li Shanxi doesn't make a move on me, Zheng Jingshan won't dare to act rashly. However, Pei Hongnian walking behind him was both dissatisfied and confused. Shisheng, why'd you stop? Were you trying to see how much that kid could take? However, as he observed Pei Lang, his face immediately shifted to one of astonishment. You've reached Qi condensation stage 4. A month ago, you were still at Qi condensation stage 2. These words caught Zheng Jingshan's attention, making him stop in his tracks. Pei Long stammered in reply, yeah, that's right. Zheng Jingshan stood still, glancing at Pei Long, secretly evaluating him. Qi condensation stage 4 and he can still be valued by Big Sis? Seeing Zheng Jingshan's gaze, Pei Long was so scared he recoiled backward. But he didn't avert his gaze. Instead, he continued to stare intently. No, something's not right. Cultivating the Duan Gujue should only require 1 Sui Gudan at most. Could he have cultivated 10 times in one day? Is this why Big Sis values him so much? If I can test this kid, I'll see how strong he really is. Thinking this, Zheng Jingshan summoned the killing blade that made his name. Holding the blade filled with killing intent, his eyes seemed to want to murder someone, scaring Pei Lang half to death. What's he doing with that blade? He's not going to chop me, is he? Even Pei Hongnian, standing nearby, was stunned upon seeing the blade. The Yan Shengdao, Zheng Jingshan then presented the blade before Pei Lang and made a lucrative offer. The previous mission to gather intel on Wu Dingxi was successful. The reward was 5 Sui Gudan, but it's hard for 2 people to divide them fairly. This venerable one will give you both a chance. Then he used 2 fingers to grip the blade, pointing the hilt forward, and declared with a voice full of arrogance, "Whoever can take the Yanqing Dao from my hands, the blade is theirs." Hearing this, Pei Hongnian eagerly grabbed the hilt to try his luck. Since Shishong has spoken, this Shidi would rather obey than disrespect. On the other side, Pei Lang secretly let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he's not chopping me. However, the commotion between the two quickly caught Pei Lang's attention. What immediately caught his eye was Pei Hongnian using all his might to pull the blade from Zheng Jingshan's hand, even unleashing his internal force, but it wouldn't budge. From the Yan Shengdao, a sinister aura swiftly burst forth, attacking Pei Hongnian. Immediately, he was pushed backward, forced to let go of the blade. Zheng Jingshan witnessed this scene and was very pleased. Enough said, your strength isn't enough. Immediately after, the target shifted to Pei Lang. It's your turn now. He looked at the blade, his face filled with hesitation. Just a moment ago, he hated my guts, and now he's being all nice. This old man ain't falling for that trap. Snapping out of his thoughts, Pei Lang forced a smile and politely waved his hand. Many thanks, Zheng Xianxi, but my current strength really isn't up to par. I'll pass on this one. However, it seemed he wouldn't give him a chance to refuse, instead giving him a death glare. It looks like you're not worthy of this venerable one's Yan Sheng Dao. So the blade. Will you pull it or not? As soon as he finished speaking, familiar aura currents appeared on the ship's deck, quickly gathering before the astonished faces of Pei Long and Zheng Jingshan. Immediately after, 2 graceful figures revealed themselves. The newcomers were 2 extremely beautiful girls, one with a gentle demeanor and the other playful. The appearance of the 2 girls made Zheng Jingshan inquire, young Miss Chao Ni and young Miss Wu Lu are here in person. Did Big Sis have any instructions? Pei Hongnian beside him also bowed in respect. Only Pei Long had no clue what was going on. Wu Lu heard his question and reminded him, Master is currently cultivating. Please finish up quickly. Don't disturb Master. After speaking, she immediately noticed the blade gripped between Zheng Jingshan's fingers and exclaimed, the Yandao. Are you seeing who can pull it out? Whose turn is it now? Zheng Jingshan immediately replied, reporting to young Miss Wu Lu, it is currently young Master Pei Lang's turn. As soon as that name was uttered, Wu Lu appeared before him and lifted Pei Long's chin, exclaiming, it's you? Up close, you're quite handsome. Her words surprised Pei Long. He wondered, does she know me? Although she had praised him just now, the next second Wu Lu's expression changed. Alright, hurry up and finish this, so Master isn't disturbed. Be careful, or I'll skin you alive. Zheng Jingshan brought the blade closer to him. Young Master Pei, please. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Pei Lang had no choice but to resign himself. Looks like I just have to do it. Hopefully these sect members won't bother me again later. The decision made, Pei Lang hesitantly reached out and grabbed the hilt, then poured all his strength into pulling the blade. Pei Lang's actions pleased Zheng Jingshan, who secretly smugly thought Qi condensation stage 4. How could he possibly pull this blade? Smug as he was, a moment later his eyes widened in astonishment. Pei Lang's strength had actually made the blade in his hand budge, just a tiny bit. This caused him a flicker of unease. The atmosphere on the flying ship became eerily silent. After a long moment, Zheng Jingshan finally snapped back to reality, looking at Pei Lang and secretly thinking, this kid is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Big Sis values him so much. If he actually manages to pull it out, where will I put my face? Thinking this, his 2 fingers clamped down even harder, even unleashing his Wuzhang Yu Li to channel power and hold it tight. After Zheng Jingshan increased his strength, Pei Lang's face turned purple, dripping with sweat. He gritted his teeth. No good, I can't hold on anymore. Finally, Pei Lang couldn't take it, losing all his strength and letting go of the blade. He fell to his knees, panting. Esteemed Deng Xianxi's cultivation technique is truly profound. This one is truly impressed. Seeing Pei Lang utterly exhausted and giving up, Zheng Jingshan smugly prepared to put the blade away. Alright then, if that's the case. But before he could do so, Chao Ni suddenly cut in. Wait, she said with a serious expression. The Xuangu Lingyanzhou already has Pei Hongnian as its trash tier member. We can't have a second one. Go fetch the lamps from Master's old room and skin him to make new material. The word trash immediately landed on Pei Hongnian's head, making him suffer. Every word from Chao Ni entered Pei Long's ears, terrifying him. What kind of demonic logic is this? Your master hasn't even touched me yet, and you 2 crazy women already want my life. Then, a daring thought flashed in his mind. If it can't be saved, then I'll just risk it all. On the other side, Wu Lu immediately spoke up with a suggestion. Big sis Chao Ni, young Master Pei has always been in a desolate place like Chenglushuan. How can he be compared to a disciple of the Shengzong? As I see it, why not let Zheng Jingshan be a little more humble, using only a fraction of his power to try again? Fearing Chao Ni wouldn't agree, Wu Lu even whined and pleaded, "Oh, big sis!" Faced with this begging, Chao Ni could only agree, "Fine, have it your way." Who'd have thought this would happen? Pei Ling immediately bowed respectfully and thanks, Miss Wu Lu. Wu Lu cheerfully replied, "No need." However, the very next moment, Wu Lu's face twisted into something demonic. Then, with a chilling voice, she encouraged our boy, "You gotta push through, young Master Pei. Otherwise, Big Sis will turn you into a lampshade." Those words scared the absolute crap out of Pei Ling. Meanwhile, over here, Zheng Jingshan heard the entire conversation, and his face was a mess. If he really used just a fraction of his power, that blade would definitely be pulled out by that punk. But then, it dawned on him, could this be Big Sister's intention? No matter what, Zheng Jingshan had no choice but to compromise. So he clamped the blade again and presented it to Pei Ling. "Please, young Master Pei." He said please, but from Pei Ling's perspective, Zheng Jingshan was gritting his teeth, his entire body screaming unwillingness. Is this dude seriously crying? Regardless, Pei Ling grabbed the blade's hilt once more. Then in his heart, he silently resolved, "Screw it, there's no way I'm becoming a lampshade." With that thought, he used all his might to pull it out. And just like that this time, Pei Ling effortlessly pulled the blade from Zheng Jingshan's hand without a single struggle. Even though he'd pulled it out, Pei Ling couldn't help but wonder, a fraction of his power, and it came out that easily? Meanwhile, while our boy was all happy-go-lucky, Zheng Jingshan, with a face full of misery and tears streaming down his cheeks, weakly stammered, "This life blade was my constant companion in the outer sect. Now that it's in your hands, I hope you'll use it well and not tarnish its reputation." Zheng Jingshan's reaction left Pei Ling utterly speechless. He really was crying, wasn't he? Ignoring all that, Pei Ling bowed and saluted in thanks. "Many thanks, immortal master. This humble one will certainly live up to your expectations." Not only was our boy thrilled, but Wulu also found this scene quite amusing. "Oh, he pulled it out. Young Master Pei is truly brave and mighty," Chao Ni, still expressionless, just calmly stated. "Alright, the test ends here. Everyone, go rest on the ship, everything is done." Wulu then led Pei Ling deeper inside. As they walked, the two chatted, "Young Master Pei, I'll take you to your room." Pei Ling politely replied, "Thank you." Good thing Wulu was there. After walking for a bit, they reached a long corridor. Here, there were mysterious doors and a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Just then, violent banging sounds echoed from behind a door, not just a few knocks, but one room even radiated a chilling aura of death. This scene made Pei Ling's eyes widen. This place is seriously messed up. Suddenly, a blood-red gaze filled with killing intent fixed on Pei Ling, sending shivers down his spine. Pei Ling immediately squatted down in fear. This sudden movement made Wu Lu, who was walking ahead, turn around and pay attention. She noticed the sinister aura seeping out, then shot a glance, and said in a terrifying voice, "Retreat!" Instantly, the aura timidly receded. Seeing that thing vanish, Pei Ling quickly stood up, saluting once more. "Many thanks, Miss Wu Lu." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and replied, "No problem." After walking a bit further, Wu Lu led Pei Ling into a room. "Young Master Pei, this is your room." Our boy politely responded, "Understood." The formalities were done, but Wu Lu didn't leave immediately. She still had something on her mind. "Oh right, young Master Pei Ling, may I ask you a question?" This question surprised him. "Miss, please go ahead." The moment Pei Ling finished speaking, Wu Lu said nothing, but lunged straight at him, throwing herself into his arms. Next, Wu Lu provocatively lifted his chin. "Young Master Pei." This display made Pei Ling blush and overthink. "Is she?" Before Pei Ling could even react, Wu Lu's face darkened and she coldly demanded, "Why do you smell like my master?" These words terrified Pei Ling. He thought, could she have figured out that I and Li Shenzi did those things? Seeing Pei Ling stay silent, Wu Lu's expression grew even more terrifying as she pressed him. "Young Master Pei, why aren't you saying anything?" With her chin lifted, face to face, Pei Ling trembled, his eyes shrinking in panic. How am I supposed to explain this? After a struggle, Wu Lu finally returned to normal, saying even Zheng Jingshan struggled to overcome the inner demon bell of Master's soul. "But you, young Master, managed to have no ill intentions towards Master?" Not only was his face terrified, but Pei Ling's heart was screaming non-stop. She already guessed all this? She clearly sees right through me. Seeing his silence, Wu Lu began to smile wickedly. "I'm truly curious, what exactly makes young Master Pei so special?" Hearing this, Pei Ling's face lit up with a sudden realization. That inner demon bell is my cheat code. I should probably find a way to dodge this. So, Pei Ling then actively freed himself from Wu Lu's embrace. He then vaguely avoided the topic. Perhaps this humble one's essence is a bit unique. However, Wu Lu continued to observe him intently. "Your demeanor is rather peculiar, young master. Even to the point of essence?" Luckily, Pei Ling already had an answer for this question from his encounter with Wu Dingxi. The other party has top-tier spirit bones. It's just that this humble one has limited insight. Thinking back, maybe it's about my special essence. Hearing this, Wu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes and repeated, "Top-tier spirit bones?" Immediately after, Wu Lu fell into deep thought. Strange divine artifacts belonging to a conjoined body, never seen before. Waiting for special essence. Done thinking, she tilted her head, giving a mischievous smile. "So that's how it is. Such a powerful, unique essence. Definitely worthy of Master taking you back to the Holy Sect for deeper research." Once again, Pei Ling froze stiff. Mentioning research again, as if she'd found a new hobby, Wu Lu continued to threaten him. "That's right, young Master's power is in his divine artifact, so Master naturally wants to test it out." Hearing this, Pei Ling felt all his life force drain away, his soul leaving his body. With that Wu Divine artifact to test it out, watching her movements, our boy cried internally, I'm done for. I'm completely done for. How did I even get on this ship? Turns out she wants to use me as a lab rat. My body is literally flesh. I can't just die like this. Wulu leaned in, whispering softly into his ear, Young Master Pei, you must be careful. You won't be able to escape Master's methods. Finishing her words, she said nothing more and immediately brought her hand down, delivering a powerful chop to the back of Pei Ling's neck. After that strike, Pei Ling's body slowly went limp and he fell forward. What the heck just happened? With everything done, Wu Lu departed as Pei Ling's vision blurred. She flew away, cackling gleefully. Deep down, Pei Ling was slowly feeling despair. They didn't actually take my soul, did they? His eyelids grew heavy. He saw Li Liu appear saying something to Wu Liu, and then the last thing Pei Ling could make out was Li Liu propping herself on him, her face flushed. Day after day, time flowed by. The flying ship continued to hover in the sky. Inside Pei Ling's room, a very spicy scene was unfolding. Li Liu's body was pressing down on Pei Ling, both drenched in sweat. Outside, everyone's activities continued as usual. One dude walked over, greeting, morning. The other yawned widely in response, it's been half a month, and we still haven't reached the holy sect. To that question, the other guy speculated, guess Immortal Li is interested in the scenery outside the sect, purposely making the ship go a bit slower. Inside the room, Li Liu was still putting in effort, dual cultivating while Pei Ling lay beneath her, dazed and out of his mind. In another corner, in Junjing Shan's room, Pei Hong Nian was chatting with him. Big brother, calm down. Who would have thought that Pei Ling Punk actually pulled out the life-ending blade? Hearing this, Junjing Shan irritably retorted, that's enough. If you weren't so trashed here, how could he have gotten the life-ending blade? Immediately after, he used his gruff tone to command, my famous doctor, send him to the outer sect. This decision made Pei Hong Nian doubtful. Send Pei Ling to the outer sect? But he's just a mortal. Junjing Shan instantly slammed his chair, roaring, what are you hesitating for? If you heard me, then get out. Pei Hong Nian, knowing his mistake, quickly retreated. Farewell, big brother, your junior brother takes his leave. With that, he turned and left the room. Junjing Shan immediately wore a jealous expression, thinking, big sister actually values him that much? What secret does that punk Pei Ling actually have? At this moment, in Pei Ling's room, the dual cultivation session had ended. After a day's sleep, Pei Ling woke up, lowering his head to examine his body. What happened to me? Good thing all my limbs are still here. Didn't get turned into a lab rat. Shaking off his thoughts, Pei Ling sat up, rubbing his back. My internal energy seems to have increased quite a bit, but why does my back hurt so much? Suddenly, a loud call came from outside the door. Brother, are you there? As soon as he heard the voice, he recognized it, thinking, Pei Hong Nian? What's that guy doing here? Despite the confusion, Pei Ling still got up and opened the door. The moment the door opened, Pei Hong Nian's eyes were met with a gaunt Pei Ling, looking like a dried-up corpse. What's up? Pei Hong Nian immediately questioned loudly. Bro, are you possessed or something? Afterwards, Pei Hong Nian dropped an even bigger bombshell. No wonder I've been knocking for half a month and no one answered. So you were possessed? Pei Ling was absolutely shook to his core, blurting out half a month. Putting that aside for a second, Pei Hong Nian announced, yup, we're heading to the Chongming sect soon. You better pack up quickly. Pei Ling froze for a moment, thinking, are we really going to the Chongming sect already? Snapping out of his thoughts, Pei Ling immediately slammed the door shut, panicking. If I join this sect, will I even be able to keep my identity safe? No way, I gotta find a way to escape. However, before he could even make a move, a familiar aura appeared once more. It turned out Li Liu was already sitting in the chair. Seeing her, Pei Ling couldn't help but feel a strange vibe. Fairy Li, why is she here? Pei Ling was startled to see Li Liu sitting in the room. Fairy Li, what brings you here? Li Liu didn't answer. Instead, she just threw a cultivation technique scroll straight at his head, commanding, master this in 10 days, or die. Then she just left, leaving him incredibly annoyed. Did she just come here to lecture me and then leave? What in the world is she planning? He then picked up the cultivation technique, scanning through it and thinking, she actually gave me a cultivation technique? Cloud Seal Blood Sacrifice? Wait, what? A saber art? And this character? It must be Kill, right? Just then, the system notified him, an unfamiliar saber art has been detected and recorded. Thinking of his system, Pei Ling felt completely at ease, like this could ever trouble me. Sure enough, it continued to display information. This unfamiliar saber art has been fully recorded. Please name it. Host. He couldn't help but praise it. System, this is the first time I've found you so agreeable. Bloodkill saber art. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching Pei Ling's attention. Little cousin, are you feeling better now? Hearing someone call, he replied, coming! After a long journey, their flying ship finally arrived at the transcending dust platform. Looking at the scenery, Pei Ling couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Chongming sect is so much more prosperous than Luquan City. It only made him feel even more bitter inside. But I had to sacrifice so much to get here. This made him incredibly sullen. Pei Hongnian beside him explained, this is the transcending dust platform. Transcending dust means severing worldly thoughts and distancing oneself from the mortal realm. All new disciples will enter the sect from here, thus separating themselves from the mundane world. Come on, I'll take you to do the procedures to join the outer sect. Hearing him say that, Pei Ling asked blankly, the outer sect? This suggestion sounds pretty bizarre. It made him suspicious, and he started imagining himself becoming a demon's next meal. But I'm just from a side branch, a bit of fighting is fine, but I don't have the qualifications to enter the sect, right? As he was lost in absurd thoughts, Pei Hongnian immediately grabbed Pei Ling's hand, pulling him along and saying, "Stop brooding. These are Zheng Shisheng's orders." Pei Ling showed a disgusted expression, thinking, this sinister sect, who would even want to join? Seeing Pei Ling's unwilling attitude, Pei Hongnian coldly stated, "You kid, you're already joining the holy sect and you're not satisfied? Or do you want to defy immortal Master Zheng's orders?" Hearing this, the boy was terrified and quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Very soon after, the two brothers arrived at the inheritance hall of the second martial peak. Entering the hall, Pei Hongnian respectfully cupped his hands and reported, "Senior Intersect Master Zheng Jing Shan, elder brother Zheng, has instructed this junior disciple Pei Ling to join the outer sect." The senior before them was the old female attendant of the inheritance hall. Hearing this, she irritably grumbled, "These juniors, always causing trouble for me all day long." Then she slammed her wine bottle onto the table, muttering, "Can't even drink in peace." Suddenly, without anyone noticing, numerous soul lanterns floated within the room. Witnessing this scene, Pei Ling couldn't help but be bewildered, exclaiming, "What in the—" Then the old female attendant waved her hand and pointed at Pei Ling. In an instant, Pei Ling's body stiffened. Puzzled, he thought, I can't move anymore." Then the old female attendant calmly stated, "I have recorded your name and birth date in my heart." As soon as she finished speaking, a drop of essence blood emerged from Pei Ling's forehead, making him think, "Dude, that hurts." A decisive "go" then rang out. Then Pei Ling's essence blood quickly flew and merged into the soul lanterns above. Immediately, the essence blood transformed into a small flame, lighting up a soul lantern. The old female attendant pointed towards the soul lantern and coldly stated, "This is your life soul lantern." With everything settled, she began to instruct, "Light up this life soul lantern, and you'll be a person of the Chongming sect from now on. The sect rules of this sect are outside the door. Take them and read them carefully. Quickly, don't disturb this old one's rest." Faced with this situation, Pei Ling was completely bewildered. "Is that it? Is it really over like this?" Pei Hongnian beside him was equally surprised, saying, "Well, the person's asleep anyway." Suddenly, the old female attendant opened her eyes, an evil grin on her face. "Joining the holy sect means you must sincerely cultivate and adhere to the sect rules from now on. Have you understood?" Both of them were terrified by her attitude and immediately fled in fear. Yes, this junior will definitely engrave it in his heart. After running out, Pei Ling raised the cultivation technique scroll high, gazed at it, and then hugged it to his chest, delighted. There aren't many tricks, but rules are rules. As long as this young master follows the regulations, what is there to fear? He turned to see Pei Hongnian smiling brightly, which utterly confused Pei Ling. "Cousin, what are you laughing at?" Pei Hongnian calmly replied, "Could it be that these sect rules are just for decoration?" Then Pei Hongnian slowly continued, "You'll understand once you read the sect rules, don't rush. Let's go somewhere else first." The scene shifted to the archive hall. Seeing two burly specters guarding the gate, Pei Ling couldn't help but cower in fear. As expected of a sinister sect, even their gatekeepers are this special. Seeing Pei Hongnian come out, he was overjoyed, looking over with teary sparkling eyes. Pei Hongnian walked over, handed something to Pei Ling and explained, "Here, take these. This is your ID tag and spatial ring." Pei Ling looked at the ID token, which resembled a finger bone, horrified. "That's so creepy." Seeing his reaction, Pei Hongnian wasn't surprised and said, "Let me give you a friendly reminder. This ID token is the most important item on your person. The sect only recognizes the token, not the person. If you accidentally mess up this ID token, you'll be asking for big trouble." Pei Hongnian then walked forward, throwing out a small paper boat. The paper boat quickly grew large and floated among the clouds. Pei Hongnian then said, "Come on, I'll take you to find a place to stay." Seeing him casually get on the boat, Pei Ling felt a little anxious. This boat really isn't going to fall apart, right? Afterwards, both of them sat on the paper boat, searching for a residence. As Pei Ling sat on the boat, enjoying the scenery, he wondered, "I wonder what it's like beneath the cloud sea." Just then, a phoenix feather fell in front of him, startling him. A second later, a giant green phoenix suddenly appeared, causing Pei Ling to scream in fright. The phoenix grabbed their boat and dragged it away. Pei Ling immediately cried out in fear. Inside the holy sect, we're getting attacked by demonic beasts. Hearing this, Pei Hongdian irritably shot back, "Your grandma. This isn't some demonic beast, it's a phoenix from the beast-taming peak." Seeing him pull out his life-suppressing blade, Pei Hongnian immediately stopped him. Don't! If you use your life-suppressing blade and accidentally damage my paper boat, what then?" Pei Ling irritably glared at him and retorted, "Is the paper boat more important, or is my little life more important?" Seeing the distance between them and the mountain range rapidly closing, Pei Ling screamed in panic, "This is bad, it's too late." A second later, he and Pei Hongnian violently collided with the cliff face, then plummeted freely downwards, screaming in terror. Afterwards, the two crashed hard into the forest below. Pei Hongnian hung from a tree lamenting, "My boat!" Meanwhile, Pei Ling sighed in relief. "Phew, thankfully my little life is still intact." Just then, two people in the forest shouted, "Senior Sister Sun, we found him!" Pei Ling realized they were being ambushed and immediately questioned, "Did you guys release that strange bird?" The two ignored his words and simply mocked them. "Pei Hongnian, let's see where you can run. You definitely need to atone for your sins to Senior Sister." Hearing this, Pei Ling became furious on Pei Hongnian's behalf. "Cousin, these guys are going way too far with their bullying. You can't just let this slide." Pei Hongnian said nothing, merely coldly pushing the two opponents aside. Then he walked up to the woman called Senior Sister Sun, putting on a total simp act. "Haha, so it's Junior Sister Yinglan. You've gotten even more beautiful since we last met." That woman was none other than Sun Yinglan, an outer sect disciple of the Chongming sect. Seeing this, she angrily slapped him and yelled, "Stop using that trick." Sun Yinglan's subordinate saw this and excitedly cheered, "Awesome, beat him up, senior sister Sun." Sun Yinglan then looked at Pei Hongnian and questioned him, "You went out to do tasks with Fairy Li, why didn't you bring me along? Every time you claim to submit to me, in reality you don't have me in your heart at all." Seeing Sun Yinglan so angry, Pei Hongnian hurriedly explained, "Junior sister Yinglan, you've misunderstood. This time was special." Pei Ling, watching from the side, was absolutely speechless. This Pei Hongnian is a full-blown simp, no wonder his talent capped at Qi Refinement's 4th layer. This chick Sun Yinglan, radiating pure fury, swung her hand to slap him again. "Hit him again, you heartless, faithless dog." But then she suddenly froze, her gaze flicking to the right. Turns out Pei Ling had already snagged her wrist, his voice chillingly calm. "You haven't married into our Pei family yet, right? This kind of attitude is just way too much." As he said this, he was secretly calculating, "I still need Pei Hongnian to hook me up with a place to stay. Can't let this woman mess that up." Sun Yinglan, on the other hand, went ghost white, staring daggers at our boy. She couldn't even pull her hand free. We're both Qi Refinement 4th layer, so why is his strength so freaking huge? Then she put on the ultimate wronged face and looked at Pei Hongnian. "Who is this guy? Are you just gonna stand there and watch your own clan member bully me like this?" Pei Hingyonkin heard that and instantly shot up. Then with a stern face, he pointed at Pei Ling and ordered, "Junior clan bro, don't you dare disrespect senior sister Yinglan. Let go of her hand, now." Pei Ling was seriously annoyed by this guy's sudden shift. "Bro, your attitude just did a 180 way too fast." Seeing Pei Hongnian and that Sun Yinglan chick being all cutesy-wootsy, our boy was hit with a wave of regret. "I shouldn't have even helped this clown." Pei Hongnian then bossed him around. "Just head straight that way. That's the chores hall. You can chill outside for now. The formalities are pretty much handled. My place is in Fengnan. You can't miss it. There's a massive tree. Don't come bothering me unless it's absolutely vital, got it?" Then, he dipped with his woman. That Sun Yinglan chick, still seething, muttered, "I don't like your little clan cousin. Don't you dare help him again." Pei Hongnian, of course, immediately agreed. "From now on, I'll obey your every command. My entire existence belongs to you." Witnessing this whole spectacle, Pei Ling couldn't help but sigh. Bro's a grandmaster simp, utterly hopeless. Pei Ling then wasted no time heading to the Shear's Hall. Inside, the male disciple on duty explained, "Junior brother, we're running low on available living quarters. The places left have weak spiritual energy. I'm afraid it might hinder your cultivation, junior brother." Hearing that, Pei Ling gritted his teeth, thinking, "Bro, stop with the subtle hints. My only savings got blown on the system to pull that damn Azure Blade. What choice do I have?" Pei Ling had no choice but to beg, "Senior brother, could you maybe lend me a spirit stone? I swear I'll definitely repay you later. Before Pei Ling could even finish, the male disciple on duty just pointed towards Huayin Peak and said, "All right, you'll stay there then." Out the door, 10 miles to the west. Our boy immediately shot back, "Thanks a million, senior brother." The scene then abruptly cut to Li Li's flying ship. Zheng Jingshan was currently bowing low before her, respectfully reporting, "Senior sister, I've followed your orders and used my name to get Pei Ling into the outer sect." Li Li Yue simply responded with a satisfied, Her satisfied hum hung in the air, but Zheng Jingshan was still riddled with questions, so he spoke up. "Forgive this junior brother's audacity, but what's so impressive about that kid for senior sister to value him so highly?" She heard him calmly walk to the table, picked up a teacup, and coolly replied, "I heard you're planning a little mining trip to the Yinlu Ore vein." With that, her piercing gaze landed squarely on Zheng Jingshan. That one question was enough to send him scurrying away in terror. "Senior sister, forgive this one. Scram, and close the door on your way out." Zheng Jingshan immediately let out a massive sigh of relief. Then grumbled to himself, "This time, senior sister's really got her eye on that kid, and she even wants to use my name to keep tabs on him." He then made a guess, is she trying to test that little punk? Just then, Li Yue softly called out, "Wulu, go keep," immediately bowed, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Pei Ling had finally made his way to Huayin Peak. He walked along, musing, "A little isolation is a good thing, keeps me from having to greet those underworld folks every single day." Suddenly, the sight before him left him completely dumbfounded. Staring at the massive private villa in front of him, he was so shocked he practically screamed, "Holy crap, a villa?" Pei Ling raised his status plate, bewildered, practically moved to tears. This kind of room is seriously too good. So, turns out I was the petty one after all. He then stepped into the villa and called home. No one answered, but Pei Ling noticed 3 soul tokens placed outside each room door. Judging by this, 3 senior brothers must have already moved in, but it looks like none of them are actually home. Oh right, I need to check out the sect rules and that Yansheng Dao first. This is literally my life or death key to survival. He then walked over to a table and started laying out his stuff to research. The book stated, the Zhongming sect was founded tens of thousands of years ago, a top-tier powerhouse among the great sects, comprising 5 major peaks, east, west, south, north, and the inner sect. The management system of each peak is handled by the Chores Hall. The Hall of Techniques peddles cultivation methods, and the 100 Treasures Pavilion deals in spiritual artifacts. The 100 Treasures Pavilion also handles the acquisition of important materials and rare treasures, basically operating like a high-end pawn shop. And to top it off, there's the Enforcement Hall, whose job is to oversee and punish. Yikes. Reading this far, Pei Ling couldn't help but feel a slight chill of fear. He then frantically flipped through the sect rules, searching for specific info. "Gotta quickly see what the rules are so I can prepare myself." After spotting the info in the rulebook, Pei Ling angrily roared, "Fines again?" But then he seemed to realize something, pondering. Wait, so this means if you just have enough spirit stones, you can basically do whatever you want in the Zhongming sect? The thought of being able to comfortably embrace beauties filled Pei Ling with boundless joy. Get that waifu. Pei Ling continued to meticulously read the sect rules. Even killing a fellow disciple just requires paying the fine within 3 months. Bro, these rules are literally untouchable. He then slammed the rulebook shut. But seriously, where am I even going to get spirit stones? As he spoke, Pei Ling angrily chucked the rulebook down. The system, for once, was in full agreement. It would take 18 years of accumulated wealth just to pay off the system's 300 low-grade spirit stones. Pei Ling couldn't take it anymore. He rushed over and stomped hard on the sect rules book, yelling, "These sect rules are worthless, and I actually treated them like treasure." No wonder Pei Hongyan had that look on his face earlier. Just then, a sound echoed from outside the villa gate. "Who's in the courtyard?" Our boy heard that and thought, "Oh, people are actually here. Must be my 3 roommates." Then, the main gate was violently kicked open from the outside. Right then, 3 figures, Li Si Guangzhou and Miao Chenggun, swaggered in from outside. Miao Chenggun spotted Pei Ling and asked, "And you would be?" Hearing that, our boy cheerfully introduced himself, greeting senior brothers. This junior is Pei Ling, Qi Refinement 4th Layer, a freshly joined outer sect disciple. Upon hearing that, he immediately transmitted a message to Li Siguang. Pei Ling, never heard of him. Hearing Miao Chenggun's remark, Li Siguang replied, "It's not even the normal time for new disciples to join. This guy's definitely got some special connections. Don't make any moves for now." Then Li Siguang looked at Pei Ling and introduced himself. "My name's Li Siguang, Qi Refinement 4th Layer. These two are Zhou Yi and Miao Chenggun at Qi Refinement 4th and 5th Layers respectively. Meeting here, it's definitely fate. From today, your senior brothers will guide you." Pei Ling clasped his hands and politely responded, "Then I'll thank the senior brothers in advance," but inwardly he was utterly confused. Their attitude is pretty chill. Are they really good guys in a demonic sect? After the introductions, Miao Chenggun curiously asked, "Hey junior brother, no need to be so polite. So, how did you get into the Shengzong?" Pei Ling heard him and explained, "Earlier in Luquan City, I happened to meet Intersect Branch Master Zheng Jingshan. He was the one who arranged for me to get into the Shengzong." Seeing Pei Ling's answer, he instantly changed his tune and scoffed, "Pfft, Intersect Branch Master, my ass. If it weren't for his little connection with Fairy Liu, how could a total fraud like him even sit in the Intersect Branch Master position?" Our boy was utterly shocked to hear that. Is Zheng Jingshan's reputation really that bad? Li Siguang, quickly interjecting, smoothed things over. "Junior brother, don't mind him. Chenggen's older brother is also an Intersect Branch Master, and he's got a bit of a beef with senior brother Zheng." He then casually added, "Oh, and by the way, my brother-in-law is Outer Sect Elder Li Ping. What's more, Jodi's cousin is one of the actual true disciples." Pei Ling heard them flexing and forced a laugh, replying, "It seems all you senior brothers have extraordinary statuses. This junior brother has truly overstepped." While he said this, internally our boy was screaming, "It's all about connections. Can't touch him. Can't touch him." Li Guang then walked over, patted Pei Ling's shoulder to comfort him, and said, "Junior brother, don't feel inferior. If senior brother Zheng promotes you, it proves you also have some connection with Liu Xianzi." Hearing this, our boy pondered carefully in his heart, "This guy is probing my connection to Liu Xianzi. Without Liu Xianzi's permission, it's better not to rely on her name." Instantly, Pei Ling stepped back and awkwardly replied, "Senior brother Zhou, you've misunderstood. I come from a humble background. I was just lucky to be promoted by senior brother Zheng, that's all." Li Guang let out a sigh and then signaled towards Miao Cheng'an. Then he looked at the saber on Pei Ling and asked suspiciously, "Junior brother, that saber of yours seems a bit familiar." Our boy quickly hid the saber behind his back and awkwardly replied, "No way, it's just an ordinary saber." Miao Cheng'an wasn't letting up, continuing to question Pei Ling. "Wrong. This is the Yansheng saber. Back then, Zheng Jingshan dominated the outer sect with no rivals, all thanks to this treasured saber." Zhou Di, on the side, became very interested and made an offer. "Junior brother Pei, name your price. This saber is mine." Pei Ling heard that and skillfully refused. "Sorry, senior brother Zhou, this saber was bestowed by senior brother Zheng. It's really inconvenient." Our boy was trying to explain while also pondering, "Zheng Jingshan cares about this saber so much. If I sell it, I'll definitely expose myself." Seeing our boy wouldn't agree, Zhou Di exploded in anger, killing intent flaring as he roared, "If that's the case, then don't blame this senior brother for being impolite." Then, he unleashed his Qingxi battle body, swinging his arm to attack Pei Ling. Our boy couldn't react in time and was sent flying far away by him. After taking a hit, Pei Ling only stumbled back, which left Zhou Di quite surprised. "Oh, he can still stand?" He was a bit pleased, opening his mouth. "So that's how it is." After a brief pause, Zhou Di looked at Pei Ling, who had no injuries whatsoever, and blurted out, "It's high-grade iron bone." Li Siguang saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, "High-grade iron bone! No wonder Zheng Jingshan took notice of him." Miao Cheng'an drew his saber, then confidently said, "He's a fraud, but I'm Qi Refinement Layer 5. Taking him on is no problem at all." This situation unfolding made Pei Ling annoyed, and he sighed. "The Pig Affairs Hall really picked a good place for me. This group is willing to pay a fine just to get this saber. No wonder they have connections, fully protecting senior brother Zheng's will. After all, I'm a distant relative of Li Shanzi. How dare you attack me?" Miao Cheng'an heard his threat, then laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." Then he immediately scowled and spoke coldly. "Even Zheng Jingshan, in the eyes of a true disciple, is just a dog, a bug, not even as good as a dog. Who would care about a nobody like you?" Hand over the Yancheng saber obediently, and you might just keep your body intact. Pei Ling wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he slowly tightened his grip on the Yancheng saber in his hand. Then he swung his saber out, resolutely declaring, "You want the saber? Then let's see if you have the guts to take it." Pei Ling was suddenly surrounded by Miao Chang'an's group. He immediately entered a battle stance. Miao Chang'an coldly glanced at Pei Ling, then channeled power into the sword in his hand. Instantly, he swung his sword, roaring, "You don't know your place." Against the powerful attack, Pei Ling struggled to defend and couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, "Holy crap, do these guys actually want to kill me?" Before our boy could react, Zhou Di also quickly attacked. His punch was so strong it punched a hole in the ground, but Pei Ling managed to dodge his attack just in time. Knowing he had no retreat, Pei Ling could only fight back. He had to go all in against them. Thinking this, he used all his strength to swing his saber to attack, even though he saw no chance of escaping. Li Siguang immediately gloated, glancing at him, then summoned ghost spirits and commanded, "He doesn't know saber techniques, knock his saber away." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost spirits around Li Siguang laughed eerily and flew towards Pei Ling. They rushed swiftly, passing through Pei Ling, causing him immense pain, and he screamed. Immediately after the ghost spirits passed through his body, Pei Ling's head began to spin. But then suddenly, Pei Ling unexpectedly unleashed a move towards the ghost spirits, roaring, "Get out of my way!" Each sharp saber chi was precisely aimed and swung out by him. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Li Siguang couldn't help but wonder, how can he still act after coming into contact with my ghost spirits? Just how firm is his spiritual will? While Li Siguang was still wondering, a figure quickly shot forward. Zhou Di fiercely charged towards Pei Ling. Meanwhile, our boy was still unaware, still trying to fight the ghost spirits. It wasn't until Zhou Di got close to Pei Ling that he started to notice his unexpected presence, but everything was already too late. He used a powerful elbow to attack his abdomen. Against that powerful attack, Pei Ling was in pain, coughed up blood, and let out a cry. The Yancheng saber thus fell from Pei Ling's hand. At this point, Pei Ling was completely enraged, roaring at Zhou Di's face, "Do you really think this young master is a pushover? Here's a slap for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling directly slapped him across the face. His slap was so strong it sent Zhou Di flying out the door. Before he could even recover, Pei Ling's sturdy arm quickly grabbed his collar. In just a moment, Zhou Di was thrown by Pei Ling towards Li Siguang. The two of them immediately crashed into each other and fell to the ground. It wasn't until this moment that Miao Chang'an finally glanced at Pei Ling, then began to speak. "Don't get too smug, I'm Chi Refinement Layer 5, remember?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed two sword chi attacks, rushing like tearing wind towards our boy. The sword chi, filled with killing intent, slashed Pei Ling, causing him immense pain, and he screamed. Taking advantage of Pei Ling's injury, Miao Chang'an seized the opportunity to run to his saber, then joyfully shouted, "The Yancheng saber is mine." But at this very moment, Pei Ling's foot decisively stomped on his hand. Pei Ling didn't hesitate at all, delivering a heaven-shattering kick, then roared, "Is this young master's saber something you can even touch?" Seeing this, Li Siguang and Zhou Di immediately shouted, "Together!" Pei Ling quickly grabbed the Yancheng saber, ready to face them. He powerfully swung out a majestic saber strike. "Get lost, all of you, right now!" Li Siguang and Zhou Di were immediately sent flying. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit, causing Pei Ling to clutch his chest, thinking to himself, "This Miao Chang'an is indeed worthy of being Chi Refinement Layer 5. Two sword chi strikes have injured me to this extent." Miao Chang'an saw that our boy was still unharmed after the previous attack, and he was a little worried in his heart. This guy took two of my sword chi strikes. Why isn't he dead yet? Could he have peak-grade bone structure? But I don't have much spirit energy left to create more sword chi. I'll just have to settle this another day. Thinking this, he immediately stood up and roared, "Pei Ling, we won't let you off for today's incident." Pei Ling wasn't afraid of his threat at all. Instead, his whole body blazed with fury, and he slowly walked towards him. "Then I'll kill all three of you." Miao Chang'an and his group looked at him in fear. Could it be that we really have to die here today? But surprisingly, the first one to run away was Pei Ling. Before leaving, he loudly said, "Goodbye, everyone." Seeing this scene, they were astonished with wide-open mouths. He ran away. Is he kidding me? After running for a long time, Pei Ling decided to rest by a tree, then gasped for breath. "Good thing they didn't chase me here." Afterward, he remembered that strange rule and secretly let out a sigh of relief. "I almost forgot." In this Yin Ghost sect, killing someone requires compensation with spirit stones. If any disciples fight death for outer disciples, depending on the situation, they have to pay 10,000 spirit stones to 30,000 or more. 3 people would be 30,000 spirit stones. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford it. Pei Ling carefully calculated, "For now, I must first finish learning the saber techniques that Li Xianzi gave me. If I can have some means to protect myself, then they probably won't come to settle scores with me anymore." He opened his system panel, then selected the blood slaughter cultivation technique. A cultivation posture appeared. The system immediately displayed a notification, "Check detected. Host is injured. Continuing to cultivate the blood slaughter cultivation technique will create an incurable wound." Suddenly, a familiar feeling came over him. Pei Ling's face at this moment was extremely ugly as he recalled this ominous premonition. The system sounded a notification, "Check found. Missing mid-tier Yuan Dan." Just hearing this, Pei Ling began to feel anxious. "This is the Chongming sect. Don't tell me I used up all those free super items." He carefully put his hand into his chest. What poured into Pei Ling's hand at this moment was the bag containing mid-tier yuan dan, stolen from Li Xiaoxianzi. He looked at the bag of pills in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. So it's my mid-tier yuan dan. Saying that, he quickly swallowed a pill. The system then notified, it seems you've used the original essence pill. The system will now continue your cultivation. Right after popping the original essence pill, Pei Ling felt super comfy, thinking, my wounds are healed just like that. This original essence pill is genuinely good stuff. But just then, a ding-dong notification chimed, detected host lacks Qi Condensation Realm Cultivator Blood Essence. Pei Ling stared blankly at the screen, totally lost. The notification rang out again. The system will now freely create 3 Qi Condensation Realm Cultivators. As soon as he read that line, our boy panicked, stammering, say it again. 3 Qi Condensation Realm Cultivators? Is it not? Pei Ling, under the system's control, immediately bolted, screamed frantically, stop, cancel it for me. Scene cuts to Miao Chang'an's crew. At this moment, they were all seething with rage. Miao Chang'an cursed, he actually got away. Chang'an, while chugging a power booster, angrily spat, if I'd used the sword talisman Big Bro gave me, Pei Ling would definitely be dead. And that dude, Joey, was just as furious, loudly cursing, a nobody from a humble background, yet so strong, he definitely has some secret. We can't just let him off the hook easily. The moment Joey finished speaking, Siguang clenched his fist, growling, Chang'an, relax. Tomorrow we'll send people to tear apart Huayan Peak until we find him. Suddenly, a commotion outside the door grabbed his attention. Turns out Pei Ling had smashed the door, barging into the courtyard. Outside, he exuded a dangerous aura, but inside he was screaming nonstop, damn system, don't screw me over, I don't have spirit stones to pay the fine. The moment Miao Chang'an saw him appear, he exclaimed in shock, while Siguang was angrily yelling, you actually dare come back? Before he could utter another word, Pei Ling decisively cleaved a sharp, deadly slash towards him. Witnessing Siguang's body fall after being decapitated, Joey and Chang'an anxiously screamed, Siguang. At this moment, Pei Ling's face darkened, and he continued to unleash his killing intent. Seeing our boy's demeanor, Miao Chang'an couldn't help but think, this scene feels awfully familiar. Afterwards, Pei Ling plunged his Yanqing blade deep into Siguang's body, then activated Blood Fiend Devour to absorb his blood essence. The moment he saw this, Miao Chang'an was beyond furious. He actually dares to use Siguang's blood essence to cultivate right in front of us? Joey immediately went berserk, screaming nonstop, this lunatic doesn't know how to live or die. Chang'an also drew his sword, yelling, this filthy spawn. As soon as he finished, Joey charged straight at Pei Ling, attacking and roaring, go die. Suddenly, the system's notification popped up again. External attack detected. This cultivation session ends here. Thank you, host, for using the system's cultivation function. One-click save, ascend without worries. We look forward to your cultivation review. If satisfied, please leave 5 stars, Pei Ling. Having regained control of his body, quickly dodged Joey's attack, happily thinking, my body's recovered. I'm in control now. After retreating, Pei Ling swiftly entered a battle stance. His eyes turned ice cold as he threatened, you brought this upon yourselves. The moment he heard that, Joey felt something was off, but before he could react, Pei Ling decisively stabbed him through with a fatal blow. Watching Joey's back slowly collapse, Chang'an gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Pei Ling. He furiously unleashed a spirit energy attack towards Pei Ling, yelling, you poor trash. At this moment, Pei Ling also swiftly channeled his energy, activating the Blood Fiend Blade Art. Then Pei Ling's blade powerfully cleaved down, shattering Chang'an's attack. Feeling the immense power of the Yanqing blade, Pei Ling couldn't help but feel satisfied, blocked it just like that. This Blood Fiend Blade Art truly is powerful. Meanwhile, Chang'an was absolutely seething, gritting his teeth and cursing, you monster, you killed my big bro. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. The moment he finished speaking, he channeled his cultivation, cast a spell, and condensed surging power. Seeing this, Pei Ling was a little apprehensive. That sword talisman's aura is massive. I absolutely can't let him activate it. Thinking quickly, he immediately launched the Yanqing blade straight at Chang'an. The blade shot out like a ripping wind, aiming directly at Chang'an, who was standing opposite, gathering his strength. But he swiftly dodged, then crowed, too slow, aren't you? He then immediately seized the opportunity, charging forward to attack and yelling, go die! Pei Ling, faced with this situation, widened his eyes in shock, and the attack struck, shaking the entire area. After the smoke and dust cleared, a chaotic mess lay before Miao Chang'an. He gazed intently, wiped a trace of blood, and said, Big Bro's sword talisman truly is powerful. That monster must have been obliterated. Not a single speck left. Suddenly, Pei Ling appeared behind him, his voice ringing out, are you perhaps looking down on me a little too much? Hearing that, Miao Chang'an panicked, backing away and pleading, don't kill me. My big bro is an inner sect disciple. Before he could finish his sentence, Pei Ling coldly cut him off, exhaling, a monster, you say? With that, he decisively cleaved him with a single slash, growling, do you really think you're that important? After exhausting himself dealing with those 3 dudes, Pei Ling was utterly worn out, panting heavily. He propped his blade on the ground and let out a sigh of relief, finally dealt with them. The system then popped up, conveying information, one-click save, ascend without worries. Detected host has not yet reviewed this cultivation session. If satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Seeing this, Pei Ling immediately rated 1 star, then snapped, you still have the nerve to ask for a good review? Afterwards, he gritted his teeth and analyzed. According to sect rules, killing an outer sect disciple incurs a fine of 10,000 to 30,000 spirit stones. These 3's background is definitely not normal, so I'll probably be fined the maximum amount, 90,000. Then he went to each of them, searching and checking, then continued. However, their origins aren't ordinary. They're bound to have some good stuff on them. Maybe I can even make enough for the fine. After some searching, Pei Ling found a few spatial rings, some white bottles, and a small pile of spirit stones on their bodies. He noticed the spatial rings couldn't be opened and the other items were basically worthless. He picked up the white bottles, his face scrunched in a grimace, grumbling, "Didn't you guys have extensive connections? How come you don't even have anything valuable?" After a bout of anger, Pei Ling tried to regain his composure and sat down. Anyway, they're already dead. Can't waste their blood essence. Time to continue cultivating. The system then popped up a notification for him. Click to cultivate. Time, wisdom, and skills checked. Detected host lacks blood essence from Chi Condensation Realm cultivators. The system will now gift you 2 Chi Condensation Realm cultivators for free. Pei Ling read up to this point and screamed in panic, "Huh? Where did 2 people even come from?" Just as he finished questioning, Pei Ling's Yansheng blade suddenly had abnormal fluctuations. In just a blink, it aimed at Miao Chang'an and Zhou Yi, sucking their blood essence dry. They instantly cried out in agony, clutching their necks and wailing wretchedly. After witnessing this scene, Pei Ling couldn't help but be horrified. So they were faking death all along? Zhongming sect people really do have a lot of tricks. After sucking all the blood essence, the blade returned to his hand. The system popped up with a notification. Chi Condensation Realm cultivators have been gifted. The system will now continue to assist your cultivation. The Yansheng blade in Pei Ling's hand now felt as light as a feather. He immediately excitedly swung his blade in an arc, exclaiming, "So light." At this moment, Pei Ling leaped into the air, simultaneously channeling power into his hand to unleash his blade art. Then the Bloodfiend blade art burst forth, a gentle wave of blade chi sweeping through the surroundings. At this moment, Pei Ling looked at the results before him, a hint of satisfaction in his voice as he praised, "The Bloodfiend blade art is truly powerful. A single strike can already cleave half of Fangzi Mountain." In a nearby treetop, a familiar figure peeked out. She saw him and immediately smiled, praising, "I didn't expect this kid to cultivate so fast." It turned out to be Yu Liu, secretly observing and sighing. No wonder Master values him so much. A while later, Pei Ling was sitting peacefully, stabilizing his realm amidst the chilly natural winds. The system simultaneously displayed a notification. "This cultivation session has been completed. Thank you, host, for utilizing the system's wisdom and functions. Bloodfiend, blade art cultivation complete." The system then displayed its status line, "Saved. Just one click, ascend without worry. We look forward to your review and sharing your cultivation journey. If satisfied, please give 5 stars. Seeing this, Pei Ling was also satisfied, saying, "You did pretty well this time. I'll give you 3 stars. Suddenly his face froze, turning unsightly as he pondered, "But with long-term auto-cultivation, I'm going to be completely screwed later." Realizing those 3 names lying on the ground each cost 30,000 spirit stones, Pei Ling was left weeping bitterly. 90,000 spirit stones? Where the heck am I supposed to get that much? But just a second later, Pei Ling let out a small quickly snatched the bag full of loot and yeeted himself out of there, thinking, "If I don't have money, I'll just dip." As he was making his great escape, Pei Ling suddenly paused, hesitating. But then, standing under the vast, boundless sky, Pei Ling couldn't help but wonder, "Now that I'm out of Zhongming sect, where do I even go?" Pei Ling then walked, lost in thought. The courtyard with the big Sephora tree. I wonder if this is the right way? That Pei Hong Nian didn't exactly spill the beans. He thought about all the awkward and tricky situations, a pang in his heart. I pretty much took all their stuff. Hope the guys from the enforcement hall don't come looking for me too soon. After a while, Pei Ling arrived at a courtyard with a huge Sephora tree and thought, "Found it. Hopefully, Pei Hong Nian can actually help." Then, Pei Ling immediately opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing someone there, he called out, "Cousin." In front of Pei Ling was Pei Hong Nian, doing something incredibly weird. The dude was literally making out with a portrait hanging on a tree, giggling and saying, "Junior sister Anlan." Pei Ling, witnessing this scene from the side, was utterly speechless. He muttered a soft curse under his breath. "This guy. I didn't know puberty hit him that hard. No, focus, main quest is more important." Pei Ling pushed his discomfort aside, putting on a friendly face instead, and called out, "Cousin, it's me. I need to talk to you about something." Seeing him approach, the other guy quickly hid the portrait behind his back and shrieked, Pei Ling, don't come any closer. Junior sister and Lan told me not to interact with you. What if she sees us?" Hearing this, Pei Ling could only force a wry smile and replied, "Senior brother, I was wrong the other day. I shouldn't have made our future cousin-in-law angry." Hearing this, Pei Hongnian's face flushed slightly as he secretly savored the words cousin-in-law. Seeing that expression, Pei Ling continued his master plan, putting on a troubled face. Pei Ling went on, "But I just arrived at the sacred sect and I'm totally broke. How about you tell me how to leave the sect, cousin? I'll go out and get some gifts that our cousin-in-law likes." Hearing these emotional, albeit deceitful words, Pei Hongnian couldn't hold back his tears. He immediately placed a hand on our boy's shoulder and said, "My junior cousin has grown up. He's so understanding now. But from Sephorian Peak to the outer gates, it's thousands of miles away. You'll never get there on foot in this lifetime. If you want to leave the sect, take a trip to Yin Corpse Cloud and borrow 10 spirit stones." Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes lit up immediately. 10 spirit stones? Cousin, can you spare a few for me?" Pei Hongnian avoided his gaze and replied, "All my spirit stones went to junior sister Anlan. What do I have left to lend you? If you want to earn spirit stones, go to the miscellaneous tasks hall behind the Elders Hall and take some quests. Don't come looking for me anymore." Pei Ling froze for a moment, deep in thought. Miscellaneous tasks hall. Scene switch. This place was bustling and noisy with voices ringing out. Anyone forming a team for Cloud Pavilion Arts? This was indeed the miscellaneous tasks hall. Here, a guy was practically begging a woman. Junior sister, cut me some slack for one night, please? Senior brother truly has no spirit stones left. Pei Ling also arrived at this place, walking around and checking what quests were available. Then, he quickly placed his identification token into a slot to activate the quests. From that spot, 3 quest options appeared. Quest 1, find the ghost face grass spiritual herb. Deadline 3 months. Reward 5 grade spirit stones. Requirement none. Quest 2, care for a demonic beast. Deadline 1 month. Reward anything the beast poops out. Requirement none. Quest 3, head to Beast Speaking Peak and deliver information. Deadline 1 month. Reward 3 low grade spirit stones. Requirement must have amount. After reading these 3 quests, Pei Ling's head felt like it was about to explode as he loudly grumbled, taking care of a spiritual beast and the reward is its dung? What kind of messed up quests are these? When in my immortal life am I ever going to earn 90,000 spirit stones with this? Suddenly, he paused, his gaze fixed forward. Turns out another quest had appeared. Quest, investigate the truth behind the deaths at Han Clan Village. Deadline month, reward 800 low-grade spirit stones. Requirement, cultivation at Qi refining stage 6 or above. After reading it, Pei Ling exclaimed in shock, 800 low-grade spirit stones? Qi refining stage 6? Then he retrieved his identification token and started pondering. All the quests to leave the sect require Qi refining stage 6 or higher, but I can't level up that fast. Then he chuckled slyly, calculating, but I don't have to complete a quest to accumulate spirit stones. Find a team, sneak in, and just bail from this underworld sect, wouldn't that work? So Pei Ling immediately put his quickfire plan into action. He went up to a group and started chatting, "Senior brothers, take a look at me." However, the group politely refused. "Our team only accepts cultivators at Qi refining stage 6. Another group also disagreed, turning him down. "Sorry, your cultivation level isn't high enough." Pei Ling was determined to find another group, but again the refusal was absolute. "Qi refining stage 4 joining our team? We'd die." Unable to find any team, Pei Ling was super bummed and frustrated. "Why won't anyone take me? Do they all look down on Qi refining stage 4? Suddenly, someone placed a hand on Pei Ling's shoulder and called out, "Little junior brother, are you looking for a team?" Hearing this, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Someone actually wants me." The plump woman behind Pei Ling said, "Little junior brother, your cultivation is a bit low, but your senior sister won't abandon you." After turning around and seeing her true appearance, he exclaimed in horror with one word, "Huh?" Then Pei Ling quickly bolted, screaming, "Sorry, senior sister, my cultivation is too low. I'm not worthy of your team." The woman chased after him, calling out loving words, "Don't run, junior brother. Senior sister will cherish you." At this moment, a guy named Zhao Yan said to a busty woman next to him, "Senior sister, wasn't I right? Pei Ling is looking for a team at the miscellaneous tasks hall. Only Qi refining stage 4, yet he dares to take a mission outside the sect?" Turns out it was that Sun and Lan. Her face darkened as she said a warning, "Pei Ling, how dare you get involved with me like this? Today I'll help you out." By this point, Pei Ling had already run and hidden behind a nearby door, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally escaped that hag. This underworld sect is truly dangerous everywhere. I almost lost my innocence. Suddenly Pei Ling heard Zhao Yan's voice nearby and paid attention. "Senior brother Chen, what kind of cultivator are you looking for? Do I fit the bill?" At that moment, there were 2 people, a male named Chen Huan and a female named Chen Mei. Chen Huan replied, "Sorry, your cultivation's too high. I'm only looking for fellow Taoists at Qi refining stage 3 or 4. Hearing him say that, Pei Ling from his corner excitedly blurted out, "Huh? Qi refining stage 3 or 4? Upon hearing this juicy intel, he gleefully rushed over, cutting in front of Zhao Yan and said to Chen Huan, "This fellow Taoist, I am Pei Ling, just turned 20, and at Qi refining stage 4. Chen Huan didn't hesitate at all and readily agreed. "All right, but we have to leave now. Do you need to prepare anything?" Pei Ling immediately declared, "No need. Let's go right now." After saying this, he thought to himself, "This damn underworld sect, I don't want to stay here for another second." On the surface, Chen Huan smiled kindly and replied, "All right, then let's set off now." However, deep in his heart, he was a true viper, a wild wolf. He thought, "This idiot fell for the trap so fast." Flashback to earlier. While our boy was panicking, Chen Huan was standing with Sun Anlan's group in a corner, whispering. "Pei Ling, you say?" Sun Anlan's eyes glinted with a bit of joy as she said, "Excellent. Pei Ling's talent is comparable to Pei Hongnian's. He'd make a perfect blood sacrifice for senior brother." The guy next to her raised a small doubt. "Isn't this Pei Ling a subordinate of Zhao Jingshan, the inner sect head? It wouldn't be good to mess with him." Sun Anlan frowned upon hearing this and retorted, "Mess with him? Even Pei Hongnian is just a dog in Zhao Jingshan's eyes. If Zhao Jingshan truly valued Pei Ling, why would he let him wander around here looking for a team all by himself?" Saying this, she immediately clung to Chen Huan's arm and said in a tender voice, "Senior brother Chen, your soul summoning fan only lacks one final ingredient, a blood sacrifice." She emphasized to Chen Huan, "If you let such a good opportunity slip by, you won't find another one." Back to the present. Chen Huan stood behind, observing Pei Ling's joy and thought slyly, "The sex penalties are too high. After I get this kid outside, I'll make my move on him. All these years of hard work, my soul summoning fan can finally be perfected." The scene quickly changed. A group of people were flying on a cloud. Pei Ling was also there, beaming with happiness inside and out, thinking, "Man, this white cloud is way more comfy than Pei Hongnian's paper boat." "Ah, the sweet taste of freedom." Chen Huan, appearing concerned, walked over and introduced everyone to him. Junior brother Pei, let me introduce you to everyone. He stood up and listened to the introductions. My name is Chen Huan Chi Refining Stage 6. And this is my equally outstanding junior sister Chen Mei Chi Refining Stage 4. Then these three are Huang Xian, Zhang Zhong, and Chen Xiaoda, all at Chi Refining Stage 5. We've known each other for years. We're all about that mutual trust, right? After the introductions, Pei Ling respectfully clasped his fists and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you all, I am Pei Ling, Chi Condensation Layer 4. Chen Huan flashed a friendly smile and replied, honestly, I won't hide it. I'm looking for a Chi Condensation Layer 4 cultivator to train with my junior sister. See, the sacred sect's entrance fee is steep, so I took this mission to recoup some losses. Pei Ling returned a polite smile. Senior brother Chen, rest assured, I will definitely protect senior sister well. But on the inside, our boy was thinking, train with your junior sister, huh? This young master isn't that free. He started plotting his escape. My stomach's acting up. Gotta go handle some urgent matters. You guys go on ahead, he planned. Once we reach the destination, I'll find a chance to dip solo, disguise myself, and vanish into some hidden spot where the Chongming sect can never track me down. Just thinking about it made Pei Ling practically giddy. He imagined, once that happens, I'll be like a fish in the vast ocean, a bird in the high heavens. Who's gonna stop me then? Wait, why does this whole scenario feel kind of familiar? Then Pei Ling gazed into the distance and asked, Senior brother Chen, are we heading southeast right now? Is the Sacred Sect's mountain gate actually in the southeast? A voice immediately replied to him, Junior brother Pei, you're new to the Sacred Sect, so you wouldn't know. The entire Sacred Sect is covered by a formation, and as long as you have your identity token, you can exit from anywhere. It's just that the southeast direction is a bit closer to our current location. Hearing that, our boy was a little confused and asked, so does this identity token become useless once we leave the Sacred Sect? Huang Xian, standing behind Pei Ling, replied, once you're outside the Sacred Sect, this identity token is the only thing that can prove your identity as a disciple. His eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he continued, and it also has a tracking function. If you ever get in trouble, you can use it to call for the sect's help. Pei Ling's jaw dropped. He stared at the identity token in his hand, thinking, this thing has GPS? Guess I gotta yeet it when I make my escape. He then quickly recomposed himself and timidly added, oh, by the way, yesterday I was checking out sect rules and it seemed like everything can be solved with spirit stones. For example, Pei Ling mused, if someone racked up spirit stone debt, then decided to ditch their identity token and bolt from the sacred sect, wouldn't the sect just take a useless L? Xiaoda immediately stepped closer to him and declared, impossible. Pei Ling then nudged. Ooh, I want to hear the deets. She then began to recount in detail. Once upon a time, there was a disciple who owed 100 spirit stones. He was old, his potential was tapped out, and he decided to use a mission as his escape route. She then turned and pointedly asked him, guess what happened next? Pei Ling, a little scared, stammered, what happened? Xiaoda continued her tale. The sacred sect immediately dispatched 3 great realm cultivators to hunt him down. It took them 20 whole years just to track down his whereabouts. And then, they made his entire newly founded clan bathe in blood. Hearing this horror story, Pei Ling was literally crying on the inside. Only 100 spirit stones, and they hunted him for 20 years? His mental burden, the mountain of 90,000 spirit stones, grew heavier by the second. I'm screwed, there's no escaping this time. Pei Ling then stood before the group, scratching his head and forcing an awkward laugh. That dude really had balls of steel, huh? Daring to stiff the sacred sect on their debt. On the surface, he was chill, but inside, Pei Ling was spiraling. If I can't bail, I guess I'll just have to play along and do the damn mission. Then he suddenly asked Chen Huan, oh right, senior brother Chen, what exactly is our mission this time? Chen Mei immediately spoke up, answering for Chen Huan, we took on 3 missions. 2 of them are for you and Mayor to hone your skills. All of them are near Luoshan City. Our tasks involve hunting down a level 6 enlightened demonic beast. Then Chen Huan politely added, junior brother Pei, we'll be counting on your great help then. Pei Ling pondered, a level 6 enlightened demonic beast. The intelligence and strength of a level 6 enlightened demonic beast are essentially on par with a Chi condensation layer 6 cultivator. This hunt might just net me a decent bag, he thought. Then, he spoke up to Chen Huan again. Alright, senior brother Chen, approximately how many spirit stones can we rake in from this whole gig? Chen Huan immediately raised 2 fingers, estimating for him. All 3 missions combined should fetch us about 100 spirit stones. Junior brother Pei, if you cooperate seriously throughout this entire operation, we can give you 20. Pei Ling's jaw then hit the floor in utter shock. 20 spirit stones? Then Pei Ling's mind drifted back to his Mount Tai-size debt of 90,000 spirit stones, and he was internally weeping. This is way too little. Which lifetime will it take to earn 90,000? After that, just to save face, he clasped his fists in tearful gratitude. 20 spirit stones is more than enough for me. Thank you, senior brother Chen. Chen Huan chuckled. Junior brother Pei, we're fellow disciples. No need for such formalities. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Huan sneered internally. Heh, what a limited kid. 20 spirit stones already got him this shook. Chen Mei then turned to Pei Ling and explained, 20 spirit stones, while not insignificant, is nothing compared to what you could earn if you had talent in weapon forging, pill refining, or talisman crafting. Your clan cousin, Pei Hongnian, lacked natural talent. That year, he almost became a disciple of instructor Fu Feng. But alas, Sun Yinglan messed things up for him. Pei Ling thought back, and indeed Pei Hongnian was like that. He then cluelessly asked, oh, so there are other ways to earn spirit stones? He then leaned in and quietly asked Chen Mei, How did my clan cousin get noticed by instructor Fu Feng back then? She replied. An ordinary cultivator without innate talent would struggle to craft a single talisman in their entire lifetime. But after Pei Hongnian joined the sacred sect, it only took him 2 years to craft his first qualified talisman, a truly exceptional talent, you could say. Hearing this, Pei Ling sank even further into despair. Exceptional talent still needed 2 years? My deadline for the fine is 3 months. In 2 years, my bones will be gone. Just then, Zhang Zhongqin approached and offered, Junior brother Pei, your mission with junior sister Chen is to deliver a letter to the Luoshan city lord and clear out the flower demons outside the city. He then smugly hinted at a challenge. Perhaps you could spar with me a few moves? Just so we can gauge if you're capable enough to protect junior sister Chen. Pei Ling grew wary, thinking, wants to spar with me, huh? Looks like he's probing my strength. Good timing, he mused. I can also get a feel for this crew's capabilities. With that, he accepted the subtle challenge. If senior brother Zhang insists, this junior brother will gladly oblige. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pei Ling shot forward. He even loudly announced with a polite facade, Senior brother Dong's apologies for the offense. Pei Ling quickly launched a punch and yelled out, yeah, Zhang Zhongqin stood still as the punch flew towards his gut, glancing at it with an internal sneer. What a basic punch. Fine, I'll just block it directly to open your eyes. But just as his arrogance peaked, he felt a crushing pressure in his stomach and was instantly horrified. This strength, what kind of monster is this kid? Zhang Zhongqin involuntarily took a step back. He quickly regained his footing and charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches at Pei Ling, thinking, looks like I have to go all out. Facing the relentless assault, Pei Ling also felt a bit of a struggle, so strong. If Miao Cheng'an had this kind of power, I probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Zhang Zhongqin continued his furious attack. His next punch had gathered immense power, ready to strike Pei Ling down. Immediately after, Pei Ling took the hit, lost his footing, and was forced backward. Our boy was now at a disadvantage, but his eyes remained firm, locked onto his opponent. Zhang Zhongqin's eyes were also fixed on him. Suddenly, Chen Huan clapped a few times, signaling an end to the spar, and said, that's enough. Seeing this, Pei Ling politely said to Zhang Zhongqin, thank you for your pointers, senior brother. He immediately replied, you're too polite, junior brother. Huang Xian then spoke up, probing Pei Ling. Junior brother Pei, from your moves just now, it was clear you use a saber. Why did you hide it? Why not use it? Pei Ling's expression became slightly awkward as he replied, it was just a spar. Senior brother Zhang didn't use any weapons, so I couldn't either. As soon as he said it, he reminded himself internally, can't let them find out. I don't want people targeting my bloodthirsty saber. Chen Huan then used a sound transmission art to probe Zhang Zhongqin. Well, he immediately replied, that kid's physique is a bit bizarre. His raw strength is way beyond that of ordinary Qi condensation layer 4 cultivators. I wasn't careful enough just now, almost got embarrassed. After that, both of them cast less than friendly glances at Pei Ling. Zhang Zhongqin continued transmitting to Chen Huan, congratulations, senior brother Chen. Looks like this Pei Ling is a prime candidate for a blood sacrifice. Chen Huan felt satisfied and replied, if we successfully refine his soul, we'll be able to take on even higher level missions in the future and secure a ticket to the inner sect. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to make a move, junior sister Da. Xiao Da blushed as she responded, being able to work for senior brother Chen, I will naturally do my utmost. Pei Ling, sharp as he was, sensed the odd vibe between them and wondered, why are these guys suddenly so happy? Noticing Pei Ling was starting to pay attention, Chen Mei walked over to distract him. Junior brother Pei, you weren't hurt just now, were you? Here are a few Qi blood pills, take them. Pei Ling's eyes instantly lit up. Thank you, senior sister, I love these. He then eagerly accepted the magic pills from Chen Mei. Now everyone in the squad was all smiles. Scene change. At this point, the crew had already arrived at Luoshan City. In Luoshan City, specifically within the city lord's side hall, Pei Ling sat with Chen Huan and Chen Mei. The steward facing Chen Huan spoke up, the city lord is still occupied with official duties. He will be able to meet the esteemed guest shortly. We humbly ask the 3 immortal masters to wait a moment. Chen Huan smoothly replied, I'll just chill here, no need to bother the steward. Pei Ling, sipping his tea, let out a massive sigh of annoyance, thinking, bro, after flying for days, we finally made it to Luoshan City. Taking a sip of his tea, Pei Ling casually scoped out the surroundings, sensing, yo, the spirit chi here is straight up thick. Chen Mei, sitting beside him, chimed in, Duan Mu City Lord is a formation master. This City Lord's manor has a spirit-gathering formation setup, basically a simplified version of the massive one on Huayin Peak. It totally buffs your physique and speeds up your cultivation. Chen Huan added also, Duanmu City Lord is a Foundation Establishment Stage Grand Senior. When you meet him, don't forget your manners, capisci? Pei Ling took note, replying, much obliged for the reminder, senior brother. A thought sparked in his head, Foundation Establishment Stage. Just then, Luoshan City's very own City Lord, Duan Mutan, rolled up to greet them. Nephew Chen, long time no see. Still the same, rocking that unchangeable vibe. Pei Ling, Chen Huan and Chen Mei instantly bowed and clasped their fists. Greetings, City Lord Duan Mu. Chen Huan added, long time no see, City Lord. Your majestic aura is absolutely god tier. Duan Mutan scoffed with a laugh. Me? I'm ancient, not as young as you hot shots. Your future nephew is practically unlimited. Chen Huan then pulled out a letter, humbly retorting, City Lord, you're too kind. This is a letter from your young City Lord. Duan Mutan took the letter, saying, my boy's in the sect. Hope you guys are looking out for him. Then he turned to Chen Huan. So, nephew, got any other missions this time? If it's near Luoshan City, this old man can totally hook you up. Hearing this, Chen Huan replied, "This trip has 2 more assignments. One's a flower demon just outside the city, and the other's a purple-eyed vulture lurking in Luoshan Mountain." Duan Mutan paused, a flicker of caution in his eyes, then said, "Oh, is that so? Nephew, I'm sure you're well prepared. A flower demon and a purple-eyed vulture should be no biggie." But Chen Huan, picking up on the hidden warning in the City Lord's tone, quickly spoke up, "We still humbly request the City Lord's guidance." Duan Mutan began to spill the tea. "So get this, a Foundation establishment stage human-faced spider recently slithered out of Luoshan to lay its eggs, and decided to do it right next to the purple-eyed vulture's turf." Chen Huan's eyes went wide as he instantly started calculating, if these human-faced spiders are causing trouble around there, won't it totally screw up my blood sacrifice? Pei Ling, not one to be outworried, also started getting a little antsy. "If I don't finish this mission, I won't even get my 2 spirit stones." The more he dwelled on it, the more terror seized him, leaving both Chen Huan and Pei Ling in a mental breakdown. Seeing their meltdown, Duan Mutan pulled out a map and calmly stated, "No need to spaz out, fam. 20 years ago I had this incurable illness and some unexpected stuff happened, so I couldn't go all out and wipe them completely. But I've secretly been tracking these demonic beasts and their movements. It's just gonna be a bit of a grind for you guys, I guess." Chen Huan, super grateful, snagged the map and replied, "Thanks a ton for the assist, City Lord." He clutched the map, a triumphant grin spreading on his face. "Just wipe out those human-faced spiders, and my blood sacrifice will be smooth sailing. This time I absolutely have to master the soul-summoning judgment." Time flew by. It was night time. In the guest quarters of the City Lord's manor, Pei Ling sat there, stroking his Yansheng blade, thinking, 90,000 spirit stones, just grinding missions isn't gonna cut it. I still haven't found another way. Should I seriously sell the Yansheng blade? But then, Zheng Jingshan will never let me live. Suddenly, a thick wave of black chi snaked into the room from under the door, grabbing his attention. This aura, something is definitely not right. Pei Ling rushed to the door, flung it open, and yelled, "Get Senior Brother Chen, Senior Brother Huang's, something's going down." But then, his eyes went wide with pure shock at what he saw outside. A barrage of bizarre, disgusting things had just materialized right in front of Pei Ling. He stared, wondering, what in the actual world? Pei Ling then forced himself to step out, shouting, "Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Sister Xiao, everybody wake up! This City Lord's manor is super weird." Just then, a hideous zombie popped out, making terrifying hissing noises and lunged straight at him. Pei Ling swiftly pulled out his Yansheng blade to block, panicking, "What in the actual hell? Why are the City Lord's guests turning into these twisted abominations?" He immediately scanned the area, wondering, where did Chen Huan and the others disappear to? In a split second of lowered guard, a zombie from behind bit Pei Ling right on the shoulder. Fear flared in Pei Ling's eyes as he snapped his head back, speculating, is the City Lord trying to off me? No way. A Foundation establishment stage cultivator like him would just obliterate me directly if he wanted to. Could it be she was caught completely off guard, with no time to defend? So he could only helplessly yell, "I've already mastered the blood slaughter blade technique. Miss Wu Lu, please grace us with your presence." Just like that, as soon as Pei Ling finished his plea, that oh-so-familiar aura slowly started to materialize. Wu Lu's chi swiftly engulfed Pei Ling, then just poof, those zombies were annihilated. After clearing out the trash, Wu Lu's form shimmered into existence, calling out, "Young Master Pei!" She leaned in close to his ear and purred, "Why'd you run off all the way here, A split second later, Wu Lu was clinging to him from behind, her voice dripping with playfulness. "You made this girl chase you all over the place. It was such a hassle." Pei Ling jumped, his voice laced with panic. "Miss Wu Lu, you've got it all wrong. I'm just a little short on spirit stone, so I came out for a mission. That's it." As he said it, he internally screamed, "OMG, has this ghost waifu been stalking me this whole time?" Wu Lu's long, sharp nails gently caressed Pei Ling's cheek. "You're short on the fine for offing those 3 Miao Chang'an guys, aren't you?" Pei Ling shivered at her touch, thinking, dang it, she really is tracking me. Pei Ling managed a forced laugh, replying, "Miss Wu Lu, your divine abilities truly are vast. You even know about that." Wu Lu dropped her hand. "How fascinating. So you used the blood of those 3 to forge an external kill. No wonder you mastered the blood slaughter blade technique so fast." Pei Ling froze, a flicker of shock in his eyes. "External kill? I just dumped everything into the system for cultivation. I didn't even know what the technique entailed." Wu Lu then slowly placed her hand near Pei Ling's neck, however. "Even if you kill to cultivate that killing intent, the blood slaughter blade technique shouldn't be masterable by anyone in such a short period." A second later, she clutched his neck, her voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "So what exactly is your secret?" Her tone turned outright menacing. "How about I dissect you and take a little peek, Just a little peek?" Pei Ling was choked so hard he could barely breathe, his face contorting. He thought, this ghost waifu isn't actually going to do it, is she? Looks like I gotta go all out, Lee. Chains materialized out of nowhere, and a sharp "eh" echoed. Those chains instantly wrapped themselves tightly around Wu Lu's neck. In agony, she clawed forward, screaming, "Oh, whoa!" Pei Ling couldn't see the chains binding her, so he stared at Wu Lu in utter confusion. What the hell is wrong with her? This netherworld sect? Do they not have a single normal person? Wu Lu, choked almost to death by the chains around her neck, gasped, "No, master, your subordinate was wrong, so wrong, I won't touch him anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, the chains vanished. Wu Lu was finally free. Pei Ling, seeing her in such distress, stepped closer, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Wu Lu's expression did a full 180, a cheerful smile spreading as she looked at Pei Ling. "Young Master Pei, hurry up and do some stuff to piss off Master. Then I can do whatever I want with you." Pei Ling flinched a little but quickly managed, okay. But deep down he was thinking, yeah, right, like I'm doing that. Wu Lu then continued to nag, oh right, young Master Pei, external kill might speed up your cultivation progress, but it's suppressed by internal kill. Do you even know the consequences? Pei Ling looked at her. Is it 90,000 spirit stones? Wu Lu's eyes turned mysterious. It means you'll eventually only be able to cultivate by killing until you eventually go full berserker and suffer cultivation deviation. Pei Ling gently stroked his chin, but Wu Lu immediately grinned. Young Master Pei, no need to stress. Wu Lu will help you out. Hearing that, Pei Ling immediately grabbed both of Wu Lu's hands, exclaiming loudly, really? Please, miss, teach me how to quickly rake in those 90,000 spirit stones. Hearing him, Wu Lu crossed her arms and gave him a look of utter disdain. Spirit stones? You don't want to know how to use internal kill to suppress external kill? Pei Ling, full of unbridled enthusiasm, pleaded, Miss Wu Lu, look, I'm only interested in the spirit stones. As he said this, Pei Ling pictured himself chilling, letting his all-powerful system do all the grinding. He thought, totally at peace, with the system helping me cultivate, what's there to fear? What really matters are those 90,000 spirit stones. Wu Lu then closed her eyes and asked, you want to bag those spirit stones, huh? Pei Ling's eyes were practically sparkling, hanging on Wu Lu's every word. She suddenly turned her head towards Pei Ling, a wicked smile playing on her lips. With young Master Pei's astonishing stamina, just go directly with Master, wouldn't that solve everything? He replied. Completely deflated, I'd rather figure it out myself. Immediately, flyers titled Pei Ling the Vegetable flashed through his mind. Yeah, I'm definitely not taking a meal that costs my literal life. Suddenly Wu Lu turned and walked away, but not before waving back at Pei Ling. Fine, young Master Pei, figure it out yourself then. As soon as she said it, she thought, yep, still no easy way to let this guy off the hook, huh? A cultivation technique manual suddenly landed in Pei Ling's hand, followed by Wu Lu's voice, take it. Pei Ling had barely grabbed the manual when his system screen flashed. Strange loophole detected. The system is currently collecting data for you. Seeing this, he stammered, this is? Wu Lu then whipped her head back, her eyes shining with a terrifying glint. This is the blood ghost evasion technique that Master gave you. Master it within 7 days. Fail and you die. Pei Ling let out a tired sigh of relief. She finally left. Bro, just one sole handmaiden infiltrated the city, and even the Foundation Establishment City Lord had no clue. How terrifying must Li Shanzi actually be? He clutched the technique manual, muttering to himself, looks like I have no choice but to grind this technique now. Time flew by like a blink. It was already 7 days later. Pei Ling lay on his bed, staring intensely at the blood ghost evasion technique manual in his hands, deep in thought. 7 days? That's even less time than last time. Bro didn't even know what kind of trouble his cultivation was going to stir up this time, when suddenly a knock on the door rang out. Bai Lung quickly sat up, stashed his cheat code, and called out, coming! Before opening the door to greet senior sister Chen Mi. Chen Mi's arm quickly reached out for Bai Lung, saying, junior brother Bai, my big bro needs to prepare a bit before leaving the city, so today we're resting to reorganize. She grabbed his hand with a shy expression, asking, I wonder what plans you have. This sudden move instantly made Bai Lung blush and feel flustered. Still a bit flustered, Bai Lung quickly pulled his hand back, replying, senior sister, I've been traveling for a few days straight and I'm a bit tired. I plan to rest in my room. Then he thought to himself, I wanted to go out and see if I could snag some more spirit stones, but it'd be inconvenient if she tagged along. I'll just sneak out later. Chenmi looked a little disappointed, saying, really? What a shame. Chenmi quickly recovered her spirits, smiled, and ran off. She even looked back to wave at Bai Lung, then you rest well. I'm going to help big bro. Bai Lung watched her figure, replying, you've worked hard. Our boy Bai Lung was still standing at the door, watching Chen Mi and thinking, she heard me say I'd rest in my room, so why is she so happy? Then he lowered his gaze, stroking his chin and thought, Chen Huan and the others aren't around either. Something feels off here. Forget it, better sneak out to the market and find some important spirit stones. Just then, the scene shifted to a compass radiating strange energy. Turns out, Xiao Da and her crew were using a compass to search. After observing and thinking, she turned around and announced the final result. Indeed, the yang energy here is very strong, perfect for setting up the soul-devouring mother-child array. Zhang Zhongqin heard this and immediately said, we can set up the child array, but we don't have enough cinnabar and talismans to set up the mother array. Chen Huan, standing by, added, the child and mother arrays of the soul-devouring child array complement each other. The child array separates souls while the mother array refines and summons them. You can't have one without the other. Huangxian also offered a solution. If we quickly find a suitable location to set up the array, we won't waste these materials. While the four were discussing the array, Chen Mi suddenly spoke up. This is everyone's first time here. How can senior sister Xiao know where it's suitable to set up the array? It wouldn't be too late to set it up after tomorrow's resupply. Huangxian was surprised to see Chen Mi and asked, junior sister Chen, why are you back? Is it okay to leave that kid alone in the city? From Chen Mi's hand, the figure of a bug appeared, and with a sinister expression, she replied, don't worry, I've placed the 1,000 Li incense on Bai Lung. He definitely won't escape our surveillance. The scene shifted to another location. At this moment, a lecherous-looking dude was hawking his wares. Young master, this old man sees an immortal aura about you. You must be a cultivator. I have an ancestral cultivation technique. Would you like to take a look? Bai Lung didn't even care, just walked straight past and replied coldly, no need, thank you. Bai Lung was truly fed up, a headache forming as he thought, I've been walking all day and still haven't found a way to make some cash. and these scammers on the street are taking turns trying to sell me stuff. The book peddler clung to Bai Lung, relentlessly pleading, just take a look, young master, it costs nothing to look. If you feel like there's not enough room, I have plenty more. Bai Lung was annoyed and irritated. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he turned around, unleashing an oppressive aura and flashing his ID token to intimidate the guy. So, can I take a look at this then? The bookseller's face turned panicked as he stuttered, Zhozhong Ming sect. Then, scared witless, he ran off like a bat out of hell, shouting back as he fled. Sorry for the disturbance. Watching him run, Bai Lung thought that shady sect name really comes in handy. Suddenly, his eyes darted into the distance and he noticed something. He quickly ducked into a nearby spot, wondering, are Chen Mi and Zhang Zhongqin's appearances just too much of a coincidence? Bai Lung hid nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. Chen Mi said, Senior brother Zhang, there's a shop here. Let's go in and resupply materials for the array. Zhang Zhongqin agreed. Senior brother Zhang, they're still setting up the array. Splitting up will save a lot of time. Listening to their conversation, Bai Lung immediately noticed some suspicious points. Setting up an array to deal with a level 6 refinement target requires this much effort? As he was deep in thought, a sly-faced dude suddenly appeared right next to him and spoke up, Young master, you have truly discerning eyes. This precious fabric can conceal spiritual energy from leaking out. How about I sell it to you cheap? His sudden appearance and sales pitch startled Bai Lung. Why now of all times? Bai Lung quickly tossed up a bottle of magic pills back to the fabric seller and ran off, saying, Take these pills? The guy gleefully replied, Many thanks, young master. It seemed Zhang Zhongqin sensed something, turning around to look, which made Chen Mi curiously ask, Huh? What's wrong, senior brother Zhang? Zhang Zhongqin replied, Just now I think I saw Bai Lung release your spirit wind. Chen Mi agreed immediately after hearing him. Then Chen Mi waved her hand, releasing the spirit wind. She watched where it flew and immediately realized, reporting to Zhang Zhongqin, This direction isn't towards the city lord's mansion. Zhang Zhongqin urgently said, Chase him. By this point, after running a long distance, Bai Lung had reached a dead end. He placed his hands on his knees, panting heavily from exhaustion. Bai Lung thought to himself, I ran so fast they probably won't find me. This is so embarrassing. I clearly told Chen Mi I'd be resting in my room. If I get caught, it'll be hard to explain. Suddenly, a voice called out Bai Lung's name from behind him, startling the heck out of him. Bai Lung cautiously turned around, greeting, Senior sister Chen Mi, what a coincidence, you're here too. Chen Mi crossed her arms, questioning him, So it was you. Didn't you say you wanted to rest in your room today? Why are you out here? The two of them cornered Bai Lung, and Chen Mi loudly declared, You still dare to lie to me? Bai Lung tried to explain, Senior sister, it's a misunderstanding. Zhang Zhongqin grabbed Bai Lung's shoulder and said in a low voice, A misunderstanding, huh? Junior brother, tell us, what were you doing sneaking around the shop just now? He looked incredibly menacing, continuously questioning, Why did you try to run when you saw your senior brother? Or did you hear things you shouldn't have? The interrogative atmosphere among the three was incredibly tense. Bai Lung, flustered, tried to answer as naturally as possible. Senior brother Zhang, you've misunderstood. I was just lying on my small board, so I went for a little stroll. I thought senior brother and senior sister might be resting, so I didn't say anything. But in his head, he was also thinking about this unusual situation. Their reaction like this? Looks like they're scheming something they can't let others know about. Chen Mi and Zhang Zhongqin began using sound transmission with each other. This kid is so sneaky. He might have actually eavesdropped on something. We can't let him stay. Chen Mi quickly interjected, No, the soul-devouring mother-child array activates tomorrow. We can't mess up our grand plan. We should still bring him back first and guard him strictly. After that, Chen Mi moved closer, hooked Bai Lung's arm, and rubbed against him to seduce him. The atmosphere between the two quickly heated up. Chen Mi, with a coquettish expression, said, You're too reckless, junior brother. You're not familiar with the terrain and life here. What if something happens to you? Bai Lung's face also turned red with embarrassment, but in his head he couldn't stop exclaiming, Her face-changing speed is insane. Zhang Zhongqin also added, Junior sister Chen Mi is right. Wherever our team goes, you should tell us beforehand so we can coordinate easily. Bai Lung immediately scratched his head, flustered and apologetic. My apologies, I wasn't thinking. Chen Mi turned away sharply, pouting. If there's a next time, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Then Chen Mi and Zhang Zhongqin dragged Bai Lung away. Let's go, we'll take you back to the city lord's mansion. Bai Lung still didn't want to go back, so he asked, Go back now? Don't you all have to go to the shop to buy materials for the array? After that, Zhang Zhongqin revealed a somewhat sinister expression and replied, I'll tell senior brother Chen Huan to go buy them first. Bringing junior brother back is more important. Let's go quickly, junior brother Bai. Tomorrow you have to go into the mountains for a mission, so you need to rest well to succeed. Very quickly, night fell. At the city lord's mansion, Bai Lung was relaxing on a soft bed, thinking, Sure enough, something is fishy. Buying materials for the array is the important thing. Yet they rushed me back here. He recalled their unusual behavior when they brought him back. Moreover, on the way back, those two were unusually enthusiastic, almost as if they were afraid he'd run off. Suddenly, Bai Lung was startled, realizing something. Could it be? Images of Chen Wan, Chen Mi, and Zhang Zhongqin appeared in Bai Lung's mind, looking utterly sinister. Their target is me. Suddenly, Bai Lung shot up. When he heard voices outside, Senior brother Chen Huan, have you all returned? Bai Lung immediately uttered, Huh? Just as he heard from outside, Zhang Zhongqin asked, You didn't forget to buy the array materials, did you? Chen Huan confidently replied, Everything's ready. Tomorrow there definitely won't be any problems. Suddenly, Chen Huan shot a chilling glance for Bailung's room, then said aloud, "Tell junior brother Bai to rest early, okay?" This made Bailung even more scared, and he instinctively hid to one side thinking, "They've noticed me." Chen Huan had realized something unusual about Bailung and immediately said, "What happened, Bailung? He seems a bit vigilant." Zhang Zhongqin then confessed, "This morning that kid left the city lord's mansion. It's possible he's detected something." Although he knew Bailung was vigilant, Chen Huan wasn't too worried, saying, "It's fine. Tonight we'll take turns keeping an eye on him. Don't give him a chance to escape." After that, he glanced at Xiao Da, a scheming look on his face. "I've already told junior sister Xiao to set up the illusion array outside the main formation. By tomorrow, absolutely nothing will go wrong." Xiao Da felt embarrassed seeing Chen Huan praise her so highly. Even Zhang Zhongqin praised her incessantly. "Junior sister Xiao's illusion array? I know it well. It took me 3 whole days to get out of it back then." Huang Shen, who had been standing by, finally spoke. "By then, we just need to lure that kid into the array. No matter how great his abilities are, it'll be hard for him to escape." At this point, day had broken, and in the Luoshan forest, Chen Huan's group and Bailung were moving deeper into the woods. Bailung followed them, his mind racing. "Someone was constantly monitoring my room last night, giving me no chance to escape. It seems I really am their target. But why me, of all people?" Bailung cautiously asked Chen Huan, "Senior brother Chen Huan, are we looking for that flower demon?" But in his mind, he had vaguely realized the truth of this trip. "We've walked for so long, I'm afraid this isn't even where any flower demons are." Chen Huan replied coldly, "Just follow along." Chen Mi next to him also spoke up, "Junior brother Bai, don't be so impatient. We're almost there." Bailung walked, thinking of ways to deal with that group. 3 at Qi Refinement Level 5 and 1 at Qi Refinement Level 6. Relying on himself, he fundamentally couldn't contend with them. He could only look for an opportunity to sneak away. Unnoticed by anyone, hundreds of glowing red eyes were watching them. Suddenly, they charged to attack. Ferocious-looking demon beasts with long, sharp fangs and claws lunged at Chen Huan's group. Our boy yelled, "Demon beasts! Get ready to throw down!" Everyone scattered, ready to rumble. Pei Ling, seeing the chaos, was internally doing a happy dance and immediately peaced out. He was thinking to himself, "This is it. Y'all fight. I'm out." But before our boy could even finish his victory dance, demon beast corpses started flying everywhere, freezing him in place for a solid 5 seconds. Behind Pei Ling, a hand was casually picking up a demon beast's head. Pei Ling's face went pale. He turned around, mind blown. "No way."
Seriously that quick?
Chen Huan, with the chilling smile, held up the demon beast's head and spoke. "Junior brother Pei, you're running the wrong way." Pei Ling, seeing this absolute flex, sheepishly walked over, scratching his head and chuckling. "Senior brother Chen, my bad, really. I just got a little flustered with those demon beasts and kinda went on autopilot." He was saying all the polite things, but inside this man was judging. "These demon beasts are weak sauce." No sooner had Pei Ling finished his excuses than Chen Mi latched onto his arm, her voice sickly sweet. "Oh no, you don't," Chen Mi declared with a clingy grip. "What if you get lost again, and we can't find you? From now on, I'm sticking to you like glue." Our boy tried to wiggle away, face scrunching up in discomfort. But it was no use. Pei Ling resigned himself to his fate. He glanced at Huangshan and Chen Wan, silently judging. "These demon beasts here are trashed here. Can't even give a brother a decent chance to escape." Then Yu Lu's words echoed in Pei Ling's head. "Young Master Pei, let me unlock your body's secrets, Pei Ling's face froze in despair. "That demoness wants me dead. She's definitely not coming to save me." "What now, bro?" Despite his thoughts, Pei Ling's legs kept moving, deeper into the forest. Leading the charge were Chen Huan and Huang Xian. Chen Huan used sound transmission to chat with Huang. "The soul-devouring mother-child array is just ahead. Lure Pei Ling in. Xiao Junior sister and I will go set up the main array." Huang Xian simply hummed. Agreement reached. Chen Xiaoda disappeared. Watching them leave, Pei Ling was secretly doing a little jig. "Huh?" Chen Huan Xiaoda dipped. "And Chen Huan, the strongest one, isn't here. This might be my chance." Thinking this, Pei Ling immediately turned to Chen Mi. "Junior sister Chen, what are senior brother Chen and the others up to?" She immediately spun a lie. "Oh, they went to prep for the dead end, junior brother. Let's keep moving. Up ahead is where the flower demons chill." Chen Mi finished her spiel, and the group resumed moving forward. A little further, Pei Ling stopped, face blank. "They must be long gone now, right?" His words made Chen Mi suspicious. "Huh?" But before she could react, Pei Ling had broken free, and his hand was already around her neck, squeezing tight. Then Pei Ling slammed Chen Mi to the ground with a sickening thud. His eyes full of lethal intent, he stared her down. "Quit the acting, little girl. This young master ain't buying it." Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian, meanwhile, were still walking. Seeing their junior sister getting absolutely bodied, they spun around. "Pi Ling, you absolute animal, what are you doing?" Pei Ling stopped holding back, pulling out the Yansheng Dao. "What I want to do. You already know, deep down." With that, Pei Ling unleashed a devastating slash straight at Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin. Against this sudden savage attack, Zhang Zhongqin could only whip out his Qingdao to block, but Pei Ling's single slash was too powerful, shattering their blades. They stared at the blade in Pei Ling's hand, utterly shocked. "That's that Xiansheng Dao. You're from Zhengjing Shan? You motherfer. You dare to play us?" Pei Ling, blade in hand, charged forward roaring. "I thought of you guys as big bros, but you tried to scheme against me. So don't blame me for being rude." The two watched him charge with menacing aura, then silently use sound transmission. Lure him into the array. Decision made, Zhang Zhongqin unleashed a barrage of earth and stone, laughing maniacally. "Ha, with your measly tier 4 cultivation, you dare cross us?" But Pei Ling effortlessly cleaved through the rubble, charging straight through. His slash cleared the path but sent dust flying everywhere, blinding Pei Ling. Suddenly, Huangshan talisman in hand ambushed him. Pei Ling instantly spun around, slashing straight at him. But Huangshan's talisman had already activated, conjuring iron chains that bound Pei Ling tight. Huangshan vanished into thin air. Immobilized by the iron chains, Pei Ling could only grit his teeth, glaring at Zhang Zhongqin, who was charging him down, yelling, "It's over!" The moment he reached Pei Ling, Zhang Zhongqin unleashed a powerful uppercut. Pei Ling's body was sent flying sky high, our boy screaming in helpless rage. After that, Pei Ling came crashing down, tumbling off a cliff face. It took a while for Pei Ling's soul to return to his body. He struggled up, groaning as he stumbled forward. Ugh, that hurts! Taking on 2 Tier 5 cultivators really was pushing it. Suddenly, a weird thought crossed Pei Ling's mind. Wait, where are they? Screw it. Ditching is the best plan. Just then, something familiar caught his eye. Pei Ling, not giving a damn, booked it. Pushing aside some bushes, he let out a shocked huh? Behind them was the exact same tree stump with the familiar array. He was confused. Wait, why am I back here again? Realizing he just passed this exact stump, Pei Ling stood there, staring at its mysterious patterns. Pei Ling's mind raced. A weird array? Are they trying to sacrifice me for some cultivation technique? Nope, I can't stay here. Decision made, Pei Ling puffed out his chest and took a deep breath. Then he bolted forward with all his might. His face showed pure determination. I gotta get out of here. But as he ran, Pei Ling unfortunately tripped over a tiny rock, losing his balance and face planting. Pei Ling tumbled down the slope, rolling through the bushes. But his final destination? Still that weird-ass tree stump. He was lying by the stump, tears streaming down his hested face. It's over. This cursed place, I can't escape. Lost in despair for a moment, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. I got it, the solution. Pei Ling shot up. He summoned the system screen. System, I want to cultivate the blood ghost escape technique right now. No sooner had he made the request than a notification popped up. Intelligent cultivation system ready to serve. During cultivation, host will lose body control. Please do not panic. The notification vanished, and Pei Ling's legs began surging with spirit energy. Next, Pei Ling's body began cultivating the blood ghost escape technique. Every move he made left afterimages in its wake. After a while, the info panel popped up again. To continue cultivating blood ghost escape technique, blood essence absorption is required. The system will now bestow upon you a free high-grade blood essence bitter gan. Reading it word for word, Pei Ling grinned. There it is. Immediately, the system took over Pei Ling's body, guiding him to a sheer cliff. He wasn't paying much attention, just silently judging this cursed place. Nothing here. If I want blood essence, this young master needs to go outside and hunt. But then the system directly controlled Pei Ling's body, prepping to yeet him into the cliff face. Pei Ling immediately freaked out, screaming in utter panic. Bro, find a path, not death. However, he smoothly exited the array, exclaiming, it was an illusion technique all along. Finally, I'm out. Pei Ling kept running, praising the system. Alright, system. I gotta give you 4 stars for this. Meanwhile, with Chen Huan and Xiao Da was inside the array, keeping it active. Just then, Chen Mi and her crew stumbled over weakly announcing, we're back. Chen Huan turned to see Huangshan, Zhang Zhongqin, and Chen Mi all bruised and battered. Chen Huan, utterly perplexed, asked, what the hell happened? Why are you all so messed up? At the mention of it, Huangshan exploded, raging, that punk landed a hit on us. It took a lot just to get him into the illusion array. Who knew Zheng Jingshan would give him the Yansheng Dao? The moment that blade was mentioned, Chen Huan's eyes flashed, Yansheng Dao. So Pei Ling's connection to Zheng Jingshan isn't so simple after all. Sun Yinglan dared to trick us. Seeing his senior brother silent, Zhang Zhongqin nervously spoke up. Senior brother Chen, messing with Zheng Jingshan is a bad idea. Maybe we should. But Chen Huan just scoffed, a wicked, crazed smile spreading across his face. It's fine. Dead men tell no tales. He's locked in the illusion array. No way that L-Taker is getting out alive. Only half an hour left until the main array is complete. Today I will definitely refine the soul summoning powder. The spotlight shifts back to our main character. Pei Ling, panting like crazy, sprinted into a dark cave, muttering, damn you, system. What hellhole did you drop me into? Pei Ling ran a bit further, then stopped dead in front of some mysterious eggs, exclaiming, eggs? Naturally, no way. It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? After hyping himself up, Pei Lang swung his blade, slicing through those eggs, then straight up absorbed all the blood essence within. Instantly, the system notification popped up, Bitter Gan blood offering complete. The system will continue to assist you in cultivation. Pei Lang then dived into cultivating the blood ghost escape technique. Minutes later, the system popped up again. This cultivation session has concluded. Thank you, host, for using the intelligent system. One-click ascension to peak power, no worries. Looking forward to the host's review regarding this cultivation session. Don't forget to hit that 5-star rating. The moment the system finished, Pei Lang emerged, having successfully cultivated the blood ghost escape technique. Suddenly, the entire cave started shaking violently, sending a chill down Pei Lang's spine. And just like that, a gigantic spider appeared out of nowhere, right behind Pei Lang, making him freeze solid with fright. Could it be? Pei Lang immediately spun around to face the human-faced spider, cursing under his breath. Damn you, system. You're only ever going to get 1-star reviews for this. And just like that, the human-faced spider lunged forward, making the first move. Pei Lang could only run for his life, desperately searching for an exit. While fleeing, he observed the spider.
Such a huge body, yet it climbs so fast.
No wonder it's a Foundation Establishment stage demon beast. Suddenly, a daring idea sparked in our boy's mind. Alright, let's see who's faster. Pei Lang then quickly activated his blood ghost escape technique, leaping straight behind the human-faced spider. But the human-faced spider reacted instantly, whipping its head around. What it saw was Pei Lang bolting out of the cave entrance. Once outside, Pei Lang was overjoyed, thinking to himself, "Man, this blood ghost escape technique is too convenient. I love you, tearful fairy." But our boy Pei Lang didn't expect the human-faced spider to also crawl out of the cave and keep chasing. Seeing this, he yelled in shock, "What? That thing is still after me?" Then a wicked smile spread across Pei Lang's face. "Well, it'd be rude not to return the favor. Guess I'll just lead it back to Chen Huan's group." The resentful spirits trapped on the soul summoning banner were screaming in pure fury. "Chen Huan, you won't get to die. Yan, Huangshan, I treated you like a brother, yet you betrayed me?" The hateful screams continued to echo, slowly turning into guttural roars. "Mir, I loved you. How could you treat me like this? Zhang Zhongchen, I saved you, and you repay my kindness with enmity? Xiao Da, you damn scoundrel. You actually killed my blood cousin for this, Chen Huan?" Ignoring the torrent of hate, Chen Huan coolly ordered Xiao Da. "The main formation is complete, junior sister Xiao. Begin." Our girl Xiao Da immediately replied. Understood. After affirming, Xiao Da pulled out a strange compass, then raised her hand to chant a spell. Soul Devour from the main formation. Open! The moment she finished speaking, the formation beneath her feet pulsed to life, and the sky above instantly turned ominous, with rumbling thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Chen Wen flashed a supremely satisfied smile. Finally, this day has come. However, halfway through her chant, Xiao Da suddenly froze, watching the formation falter and lose its power. Chen Huan and Zhang Zhongqin's crew rushed over, demanding, "What's wrong?" Xiao Da, clutching the compass, stammered, The death formation is missing a sacrifice." Pei Long escaped, Chen Huan asked in disbelief. "What?" Instantly, a massive argument erupted. Zhang Zhongqin, suspicious, snapped, "Junior sister Xiao, what's up with your illusion formation?" Xiao Da quickly fired back. "My illusion formation would never have a problem. Did you senior brothers actually lead him here?" Zhang Zhongqin immediately shot back. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you suspecting we couldn't handle it?" Chen Huan, annoyed, roared. "Stop the noise! Arguing more is just a waste of time." Chen Huan then ordered, "You, summon the tracking bee and go with junior brother Huang and junior brother Zhang, and quickly chase after Pei Long." Chen Mi immediately assented. Finally, Chen Huan added one last command. "Remember to stay alive." The moment he finished, the three of them immediately darted off in the direction the tracking bee flew. As they walked, Chen Mi muttered, "This is insane. That Pei Long actually managed to escape the illusion formation." Zhang Zhongqin replied, "That kid's got too many tricks. When we get our hands on him, don't hold back, just keep him alive." After a bit more walking, Chen Mi suddenly stopped. "Wait." Huang Xian, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The tracking bee had flown back into Chen Mi's palm, making her worriedly say, "The tracking bee, it won't fly forward. It seems to have encountered something terrifying. Does anyone have a map? What happened around here that could scare the tracking bee?" Before Huang Xian could even reply, he blurted out, "There haven't been any demon beasts recently. Could it be the human-faced spider?" Zhang Zhongqin, hearing this, immediately scoffed, "Impossible! The human-faced spider is in its breeding period. It wouldn't go this far to protect its young." The words barely left his mouth when, from a distance, a familiar figure came sprinting towards them. Chen Mi spotted him first and yelled back to the others, "Look, looks like something's coming this way." When they finally saw his face, the group couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Pei Long, seeing our boy running straight at them, looked highly amused. "Did this kid get lost? He's actually running towards us." Chen Mi chimed in, "He came uninvited, saves us the trouble of finding him." Huang Xian, standing next to them, also flashed a smug grin upon seeing Pei Lang. "This time, no matter what, there's no way we're letting him escape." However, before they could even fully grasp the situation, Pei Lang instantly darted right past Huang Xian, leaving him stunned and frozen so fast. After running a good distance, Pei Long even turned his head back and waved. "Many thanks for the Cerebro's hospitality these past few days. Heh, I hope you all enjoy this gift." Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Xian watched him bolt, absolutely livid, cursing, "That little brat, get after him." Only Chechen Mi watched the whole scene, feeling helpless and wondering, what kind of escape technique did this Pei Long even cultivate? How is he so fast? Suddenly, right behind the three of them, the human-faced spider appeared with a massive commotion. Its sudden appearance sent shivers down their spines, making them too terrified to even turn their heads. When their souls finally returned to their bodies, all three took off running for their lives. Run! How did he even get the human-faced spider to follow us here? But before they could escape, the human-faced spider sprayed out a web towards the group, and unfortunately, Chen Mi got caught. She screamed in absolute terror, desperately begging for help. "Ah, save me!" Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin mid-sprint stopped dead, anxiously calling, "Junior sister Chen," but Huang Xian quickly shook his head. "Go, we can't save her." In moments, Chen Mi was lifted high by the human-faced spider, about to be dropped into its maw. Even then, she desperately clawed for help. "No, no, please! I don't want to die! Save me!" The very next second, only her blood-curdling screams could be heard. Meanwhile, Pei Long, still on the run, couldn't help but notice the screams, thinking, "Don't blame me. You guys brought this all upon yourselves." Back with Chen Huan and Xiao Da, the two were sitting on the ground, meditating with their eyes closed. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongqin and Huang Shen came frantically sprinting over, yelling, "Chen, senior brother Chen." Seeing their panicked state, Chen Huan asked, annoyed, "Why are you two always so frantic every time you return? What happened, and where's my junior sister?" Zhang Zhongqin, heavily, struggled to speak. "Junior sister Chen, She couldn't hold on. Huang Xian quickly jumped in. It's all because of that punk, Peilang. He lured the human-faced spider to attack us. We disciples only barely escaped by activating the blood-burning great art. Poor junior sister Chen. Hearing this, Chen Huan's face suddenly fell. Mirror, how could this be? Xiao Da also looked completely horrified, exclaiming, the human-faced spider. Isn't it about to catch up to us? After getting a grip, Xiao Da quickly turned to Chen Huan. Senior brother Chen, we're no match for the human-faced spider. We have to leave now. Chen Huan quickly retorted, we on the other hand can leave. But look at these two battered fools in front of us, Chen Huan added. Junior brother Huang and junior brother Zhang have completely depleted their blood essence using the blood-burning great art. How can they run anymore? Saying this, Chen Huan glanced at Xiao Da, then asked with a loaded gaze, do you want to abandon them? Faced with this question, Xiao Da stumbled for words, only able to awkwardly mumble, I'm sorry, senior brother Chen? I didn't mean it like that. Then, Chen Huan pulled a talisman out of his sleeve. Brothers, listen-ups are getting dicey, so we gotta bust out the soul-devouring mother-child array. You two will dip into the child array's illusions maze, then use this concealment talisman to ghost out of there. Seeing Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin looking like deer in headlights, Chen Huan quickly played the calm older brother. Just lure that creepy face spider into the array and junior sister Xiao will spring you guys out. That eight-legged menace will be stuck in the illusion maze. Huang Xian, bless his heart, actually questioned it, but the illusion maze couldn't even hold Pei Ling. How's it gonna trap a Foundation Establishment stage face spider? Chen Huan shot back, listen, even if this thing is Foundation Establishment, its brain power is nowhere near a human's. It's not getting out. Afraid they still wouldn't buy it, he doubled down. Bro, after all these years, you really think your big bro would screw you over? Xiao Da Ta heard this and also looked a bit conflicted, but Chen Huan instantly swooped in, grabbing her shoulder and comforting her. Junior sister Xiao, I know this plan is risky as hell, but this is the only way to save junior brother Huang and junior brother Zhang. Reluctantly, Huangshan and Zhang Zhongqin had to cave. Look, in our current state, there's no escaping. We just gotta put our faith in him. Alright, we're out. With that, the two turned their backs and left. Chen Huan then turns to Xiao Da Ta, junior sister Xiao, get ready. Chen Huan's face twists into a wicked grin. Once Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin are inside the array, unleash the formation. We'll refine them into soul summoning powder. Xiao Da Ta's eyes go wide, shook. Xiao Da Ta, completely dumbfounded, asks, Senior brother Chen, what are you talking about? He stammered. Junior sister Xiao. Out of nowhere, Chen Huan reaches out and pulls her waist in close. Before Xiao Da Ta can even process what's happening, Chen Huan plants a kiss right on her lips. Then, with eyes full of fake tenderness, he whispers, Junior sister Xiao, I'm doing this for you. She blushes. For me? Chen Huan then puts on his best sad boy face and begins to explain. Junior sister Xiao, you know damn well that array can't hold that face spider. Only I with my peak cultivation can escape this. But how could I ever leave my dearest junior sister Xiao behind? Chen Huan then gazes at the illusion array. Those two clowns, Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin, they probably used some poor mayor's bait just to save their own skins from that face spider. They deserve what's coming. Refining them into soul summoning powder is our only ticket out of this mess. Right then, Xiao Da Ta reaches out and covers his mouth. No need to explain, senior brother. Understanding his true intentions, she blushes and says, I get it, bro. Huang Xian and those guys are in the child array. Let me activate the formation. Meanwhile, Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin are busy luring the face spider into the array. Hurry, it's almost at the child array. The second these two step inside, the formation instantly sparks to life. Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin, utterly clueless, scream, oh no, why'd the array activate already? Chen Huan, that absolute scumbag, he played us. Instantly, the child array starts devouring their bodies. Realizing they're about to become soul-summoning powder, Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin roar in fury. Chen Huan, you won't get a peaceful death. Even if we turn into ghosts, we'll haunt your sorry ass. After some time, the soul-summoning powder was finally complete, which made Chen Huan absolutely ecstatic. It's done! Suddenly, the evil spirits trapped in the soul-summoning powder started cackling. Oh ho ho, isn't that Zhang Zhongqin? How'd you end up in here too? Huang Xian, looks like karma's a beach, huh? Grabbing the soul-summoning powder, Chen Huan is practically skipping with joy. Thank you, junior sister. The soul-summoning powder is complete. My years-long wish has finally come true. Xiao Da Ta just smiles back, all soft-eyed. Senior brother, it's just what I should do. Deep in the forest, a massive commotion rumbles. Xiao Da Ta, seeing this, shouts, Chen Huan, this is bad. That face spider is right behind us. We gotta run. As she's about to bolt, she suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. But wait, Chen Huan has already plunged his hand straight through her body. He says coldly, my bad, junior sister. Xiao Da Ta is absolutely bewildered, gasping, Senior brother, you. Chen Huan leans in close to her ear. Calm as you please. Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin's vital energy was heavily damaged, see? The soul summoning banner ended up with some minor defects. We can only fix it by borrowing the divine soul blood from your body, junior sister. He then decisively rips his hand out of Xiao Da Ta's body, letting her collapse. Junior sister, with such deep devotion to me, I simply couldn't bear to be lacking at this critical moment, could I? From now on, you'll be a ghost in the soul summoning banner, right by my side day and night. Never leaving. I'm sure you'll just adore it. As Chen Huan speaks, he directs the soul-summoning banner, sucking up Xiao Da Ta's divine soul blood. Once it's all done, he gently caresses the soul-summoning banner in his hand, a smug look on his face. See? I didn't abandon you, junior sister. My good junior sister, just stay put in there and senior brother will keep his word. I'll get you out of this place. Scene change. Pei Ling is hauling ass back to Luoshan City, gasping for breath. He's thinking, finally, Luoshan City. My spirit energy is completely drained. I need to find someone, anyone, to help me. Just as that thought crosses his mind, Pei Ling collapses to the ground, utterly spent. Two gate guards see this mess. Who goes there? Still on the ground. Somehow pulls out his command token. I have an urgent report for the city lord. Seeing the token, the guards instantly recognize him. It's Pei Ling, an outer sect disciple. Get him to the city lord's mansion, stat. A moment later, inside the mansion, Duan Mutan is already pumping spirit energy into our boy to heal him up. While channeling his power, the city lord sizes up Pei Ling. This kid's spirit energy is totally shot. Did he seriously poke a hornet's nest? Meanwhile, Pei Ling, now conscious, is already calculating. This city lord isn't completely useless. He's even topping up my spirit energy. Time to find a good excuse to pin all this on Chen Huan and his crew. After some deep thought, Pei Ling quickly kneels. City lord, something terrible has happened. Duan Mutan, chill as ever, replies, little friend Pei, no need to rush. Take your time. Our boy wastes no time, immediately spilling the beans. That Foundation's establishment stage face spider is making a beeline for Luoshan City. Senior brother Chen had senior sister Xiao set up this super complex array, but then, get this, they actually wanted to use that face spider to refine soul summoning powder. Duan Mutan's eyebrows shoot up in shock. Meanwhile, Chen Huan is booking it, screaming in rage, "You beast! Why are you still on my tail?" Right then, the face spider spits a massive glob of venom, aiming directly at him. Chen Huan instantly senses the danger. Oh no. He quickly whips out the soul summoning banner, using it to block the face spider's attack. That single attack from the face spider directly shattered the 3 souls and 7 spirits from the soul summoning banner. His precious treasure, utterly wrecked, makes Chen Huan shriek in anguish. My soul summoning banner. No! Chen Huan then bolts, vowing revenge. Damn you, face spider. Just you wait till I escape. I'll butcher every single one of your offspring. Meanwhile, back in the city lord's third mansion, Duan Mutan asked Pei Ling, completely baffled. Using a face spider to refine a soul summoning banner? What the actual hell?
Even I wouldn't mess with that monster.
Chen Huan and his gang are absolutely bonkers. Hearing this, Pei Ling sighs dramatically and replies, honestly, I have no idea what senior brother Chen was thinking. Then Pei Ling continues his performance, relaying the whole situation to Duan Mutan. Basically, their plan went sideways and they all scattered like headless chickens. I only escaped this nightmare by pure dumb luck. It won't be long before that face spider probably makes it to Luoshan City. City lord, you gotta think of something, fast. Duan Mutan eyes him suspiciously. Little friend Pei, are you certain that face spider is heading straight for Luoshan City? Pei Ling tries his best to act all natural, of course, but inside bro is panicking. Did this city lord just figure out I'm full of it? Getting his answer? Duan Mutan, surprisingly, seems convinced. Well then this old man can rest easy. Luoshan City has the Yin underworld demon subduing array hidden beneath Holy Sect Mountain. Any wild demonic beasts above the Foundation establishment stage? They step near that array, they're toast. After hearing the explanation, Pei Ling realizes, wait, this isn't going according to plan, is it? If Chen Huan and his crew actually make it to Luoshan City alive, I'm totally screwed. But then Duan Mutan continues, but that face spider is still a major threat. This old man can't just stand by and watch Chen Huan die without lifting a finger. Then he puts on his best righteous act. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Pei Ling is totally baffled by Duan Mun's sudden heroism. He wants to save those guys in this cutthroat sect. Disciples backstabbing each other is practically tradition. He's that good a person? Seeing him about to leave, Pei Ling quickly interjects, City Lord, you know how strong that face spider is. Senior brother Chen and his crew are probably already toast. There's no need for you to risk a fight with it. It'd be better to just let it walk into the array and get handled. Inside, our boy is plotting. Gotta dig a little deeper. Duan Mutan then shoots Pei Ling a less than friendly glare. Little friend Pei, don't you worry. This old man knows what he's doing. You stay right here and cultivate. Don't you dare move. I'll be back in a flash. Duan Mutan's whole vibe just makes Pei Ling even more suspicious. After the city lord bails, Pei Ling is still scratching his head. Is he actually going to play hero and save them? Or, no matter if it's for treasure or saving faces, I can't leave the city lord's mansion right now. I gotta figure out a way to save my own skin. After some intense brain-racking, he finally has a light bulb moment. Got it. Back to Chen Huan, who is totally gassed, his steps slowing to a crawl. He's clutching the soul summoning banner, muttering furiously, that scumbag Pei Ling, just you wait till I get back, I'll make your life a living hell. After stumbling on for a bit, he finally spots Luoshan City in the distance, and Chen Huan is absolutely thrilled. Almost there, Luoshan City. Immediately, he starts plotting. The materials from a Foundation establishment stage demonic beast? Priceless. If that evil beast could be killed by the city's protective formation, who knows, maybe we could still snag some cash. Just then a figure suddenly appeared before Chen Huan. After seeing Duan Mutan's face clearly, he panicked and cried out, City Lord. Seeing him, Chen Huan rushed over as if he'd found a life raft, pleading, please save me, City Lord. That man-faced spider has been chasing me this whole way, it's exhausted. This is your perfect chance to strike. Dutan only gave a faint in response. Just a second later, he waved his hand, sending a palm strike that sent Chen Huan flying backward. In an instant, Chen Huan crashed to the ground, coughing violently. Meanwhile, Duan Mutan calmly held the soul-teasing banner, stroking it in his hand. He looked very satisfied and said, truly worthy of being a top-grade talismanic artifact. Facing a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet still daring to resist, Chen Huan, still clueless, gritted out a question. What's the meaning of this, City Lord? Duan Mutan then severed the connection between him and the soul-teasing banner. Then he spoke coldly. Chen Shizhe, don't blame me. Chen Huan immediately felt the backlash's agony, clutching his head and screaming internally. Damn it, he severed my connection with the soul-teasing banner so easily. Duan Mutan then feigned righteousness and criticized, harmed so many fellow disciples just to refine the soul-teasing banner. You should have realized this sooner. Chen Huan, still unconvinced, roared, Duan Mutan, how dare you? A foundation establishment cultivator harming chi refinement. According to the sect's rules, you will. Before he could finish speaking, the man-faced spider suddenly appeared. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Chen Huan was utterly terrified at what he saw before him. The man faced his life to it, so he hastily begged Duan Mutan, City Lord, please spare my life. Consider the soul-teasing banner my show of respect to you. Please, City Lord, just spare my life. Chen Huan kowtowed his head forcefully to the ground, pleading, I am willing to be an ox or a horse for generations, following the Duanmu clan forever. At this moment, Duan Mutan raised his hand, unleashing his power. In an instant, vines shot out from nowhere, tightly binding Chen Huan. Then he addressed the man-faced spider, esteemed guest, though I don't know how these juniors offended you. Ahead lies the Yin Ming Fu Yao formation. Please stop here. Your cultivation is similar to mine. Even if you don't enter the Yin Ming Fu Yao formation, fighting me would result in losses for both sides. Despite Chen Huan's extreme fear, he calmly continued, though this young cultivator cannot fully compensate for your losses, consider it a small token of my goodwill. I hope you can end things here. It would be good for both of us. After that, Chen Huan, tightly bound by spider silk, cried out in fear. No! Seeing the man-faced spider take Chen Huan away, Duan Mutan happily expressed his gratitude. Many thanks, esteemed guest. Please take your time. Chen Huan, still unconvinced, roared, Duanmu, Pei Ling, you two will eventually die. The sect's disciplinary hall won't let you off. Duan Mutan heard this and spoke coldly. Wait until you survive and return, then we'll talk. Pei Ling, waiting in the city lord's manor, mused in confusion. Why isn't he back yet? Just then, Duan Mutan returned. He spoke, young friend Pei Ling, I am truly sorry. He then looked a bit sorrowful as he explained the situation to Pei Ling. That man-faced spider was too violent. This old man arrived a step too late. Senior brother Chen Shizhe has already been killed by it. This old man risked his life fighting it to retrieve senior brother Chen Shiji's relics. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, and he blurted out, nice! Realizing he'd spoken out of turn, he quickly covered his mouth, thinking, amazing, you really did kill someone for their treasure, huh? Seeing Pei Ling's strange expression, Duan Mutan shot a cold glance at him. Pei Ling, quick-witted, immediately knelt on the ground, clutching his chest and feigning sadness, crying out, my heart aches. Senior brother Chen was such a kind person, how could he possibly die? Seeing this, he hastily comforted him. Young friend Pei Ling, suppress your grief. For cultivators, life and death are fated. Such tragedies are unavoidable. Seeing that Duan Mutan no longer suspected him, Pei Ling sighed in relief. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, City Lord, what about the whereabouts of the other senior brothers and sisters? Holding the soul-teasing banner, he walked towards his seat and replied, this old man has already sent people to search for them. I'm afraid they too have died at the hands of the man-faced spider. Besides some severed limbs, we only found a few relics. Then he took out a few items from his spatial ring and said to Pei Ling, just take these things. Consider them a memento. Looking at the items on the table, he scoffed internally. Remember what? There isn't a single good item among them. Just then, the soul-teasing banner suddenly appeared before him, startling Pei Ling. Duan Mutan held out the soul-teasing banner and offered, and there's the soul-teasing banner, senior brother Chen's relic. You should take this too. This is a top-grade talismanic artifact, very rare indeed. Hearing this, Pei Ling stared at the item in shock, thinking, isn't this the top-grade talismanic artifact that required taking the lives of fellow disciples to refine? This old man almost genuinely died. If I take this soul-teasing banner, will you let me off? After careful consideration, he returned the soul-teasing banner and cautiously replied, City Lord, what kind of person do you take me for? Senior brother Chen and the others provoked the man-faced spider. They've already caused a lot of trouble for Luoshan City and for you. Pei Ling looked at Duan Mutan and stated his choice. I will take the other relics. City Lord, you should still keep this soul-teasing banner. If senior brother Chen knew in the Yellow Springs, he would definitely agree to this arrangement. Seeing that he had said this, he didn't force him anymore. All right. Duan Mutan was very satisfied, thinking, looks like this kid is sensible. My efforts weren't in vain. Seeing him putting the items into his spatial ring, he curiously stroked his chin and asked, but there's one thing this old man can't figure out. Chen Shizhe was at Qi Refinement Layer 6, yet he died at the hands of the man-faced spider. Young friend Pei Ling, how did you manage to escape it? At this moment, sweat poured down Pei Ling's forehead as he thought, am I still under suspicion? Duan then slowly walked towards him, staring intently as he asked, could it be that young friend Pei Ling possesses something extraordinary? Pei Ling, at a loss, could only force a smile and reply, City Lord, you overestimate me too much. Actually, He scratched his head and explained, to be honest, City Lord, Pei Ling's departure from the sect this time was at the behest of Fairy Li. If I don't complete the mission, I can't return to the sect. If it weren't for young lady Wu Lu secretly helping me. Hearing him say this, Duan Mutan became wary and mused. Wu Lu secretly helped him? Good thing I've never been harsh with him. Otherwise, offending the Saintess would be game over. To be more certain, he asked again, young friend, are you truly the Saintess's person? Pei Ling heard this and sorrowfully said, if the Saintess were to find out I'm doing things in her name, she would definitely be furious. Hearing him explain this, Duan Mutan stepped forward to comfort him. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, the saintess naturally won't know. Young friend Pei Ling, you don't need to be troubled. Pei Ling, extremely grateful, said, it's just that my current mission isn't completed yet. I'm afraid I'll have to bother the city lord for a little longer. He didn't find it troublesome at all and proactively suggested, well then, if young friend Pei Ling has such a good relationship with the saintess, this old man can complete this mission on your behalf. Half an incense stick's time quickly passed. Pei Ling had now returned to the city lord's manor. The peach blossom demon was thrown heavily to the ground before Pei Ling, making him frightened and pale. Duan Mutan also brought the purple-eyed ferret and explained, young friend Pei Ling, the purple-eyed ferret and the peach blossom demon are both here now. Take the demonic beast's blood and use your Ming tablet to verify if it meets the mission requirements. Hearing him say this, he cupped his hands and awkwardly replied, you've truly gone through a lot of trouble, city lord. Afterward, Pei Ling quickly proceeded to take the blood of the purple-eyed ferret and the peach blossom demon. Then he took out his Ming tablet to verify it under Duan Mutan's expectant gaze. But after a long while, the Ming tablet still had no reaction, leaving both of them dumbfounded. Duan Mutan couldn't help but ask Pei Ling, why is there no reaction, young friend Pei Ling? Did you not officially accept the mission from the Zawu Sea? Duan Mutan's words confused him, and he asked back, still need to accept the mission? Senior brother Chen and the others just told me the mission was to deliver a letter to you and kill the killed peach blossom demon. After hearing Pei Ling, Duan Mutan immediately explained, young friend Chen, they are all experienced in missions. How could they not have mentioned it to you? Pei Ling feigned innocence, asking, is that so? How could that be? But internally he was screaming, because those bastards just wanted my life. Duan Mutan then decided not to dig deeper into the reasons and instructed Pei Ling, never mind, young friend Pei Ling, just take them directly back to the sect, then go to the Subordinate Affairs Hall to complete the additional procedures. That'll do. Hearing this, he thought to himself, return to thy sect? The thought of being tortured filled him with extreme dread. No way, I haven't earned enough spirit stones yet. What if, after returning to the sect, my 3 close friends send people to intercept me? Having no other choice, he hesitantly spoke up to beg the city lord. This trip of mine wasn't easy. Perhaps I should stay in Luoshan City to train? Could I bother you for a few more days? Hearing this, Duan Mutan walked over, grabbed his shoulder, and feigning righteousness, spoke. It's not that I don't want to keep young friend Pei Ling here. It's just that on this trip, only you survived, which could easily incriminate you for harming Chen Shizhes and the others. Young friend Pei Ling, it would be better for you to return to the sect quickly. Seeing his implication, Pei Ling asked, does the city lord mean? Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted, young friend Pei Ling, you wouldn't want to use the saint name to defend against your accusations, would you? Therefore, you should return early and report back to this old man. I will also help you investigate the evidence at the disciplinary hall to clear your name. With no more chances to delay, Pei Ling could only sigh and think, you're so eager to get rid of me. It seems you're also worried that the Shengzong will discover your murder and treasure seizing. I'll just wait until I'm out of Luoshan City, then find a chance to escape. Having no other choice, he accepted Duan Mutan's offer. Thank you for your assistance, city lord. I'll go pack my bags and hit the road immediately. A moment later, Pei Ling, with his violet-eyed ferret and peach blossom demon in tow, took to the Yin Cloud flying ship and bid farewell. Thanks for the hospitality, city lord. I'll be taking my leave. The city lord below replied, send my regards to the immortal fairy. After our boy left, his subordinate Duan Mutan immediately asked, city lord, he's only at Qi condensation stage 4. Is he really the saint's guy? Duan Mutan looked towards the departing Pei Ling and replied, not entirely sure. This kid's got too many tricks up his sleeve. That human-faced spider? He probably instigated that. Who knows? But hey, helping him this time, no matter what, we won't lose out. The subordinate still didn't quite get it and pressed on, city lord, please elaborate. The city lord then turned to explain, Chen Huan and his crew from Huayan Peak have a bit of a reputation. Many people knew they were out on this mission. After coming to deliver the letter to me in Luoshan City, even their bones vanished. Naturally, the sect would suspect me of murder and robbery. Above, Pei Ling was grumbling loudly on the Yin Cloud corpse ship. This Yin Cloud corpse ship? Wait, I don't want to go back so soon. Meanwhile, Duan Mutan below continued his explanation. The fine for a Foundation establishment cultivator killing a Qi condensation cultivator is high enough to get those mad dogs from the enforcement hall to chase it down to the bitter end. If Pei Ling returns safely and even completes the mission alone, people will naturally suspect he's been hiding some skills to frame his fellow disciples. He held up the soul summoning banner, speaking smugly, if Pei Ling truly is the saintess's man, then helping him is as good as helping me. If not, well, we can just cut all ties. After all, this soul summoning banner was given to me by Pei Ling, not something I snatched. Duan Mutan's plan is too perfect, causing the subordinate to shower him with praise. City Lord, you are truly far-sighted. The City Lord, stroking the soul summoning banner in his hand, continued to plot. Just wait until the enforcement hall finishes investigating this soul summoning banner case, and it will legitimately fall into my hands. Scene shifts to Elder Zhen's residence in Huayan. This woman's name is Hansu. She is Li Xiguang's grandmother and also Li Bing's concubine. She knelt heavily on the ground, weeping, please, my lord, you must kill that bastard Pei Ling. She bowed down heartbroken and cried, Xiguang is your direct grandson, you must avenge him. This old man, by the way, is Li Bing, an elder of Huayan Peak. Hearing this, he spoke up. I told the disciples to place him in Siguang's residence. Where are they now? Hansu's eyes darted away in fear. They're dead. Li Bing was stunned and asked again, dead? Hansu, still kneeling, quickly explained the situation. My lord has been in seclusion these past few days. I conspired with people from the Miao family and the Zhou family to ensure he died. Hearing this, Li Bing furiously slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair and bellowed, Foolish! Such important witnesses and you idiots went and silenced them? He then irritably raised his voice, correcting himself. Hansu, use your brain for a change. That Pei Ling, where would he get the skill to kill Siguang and those 3 others? Li Bing, fuming, explained the situation to her so she'd understand. The crux of the matter fundamentally doesn't lie with Pei Ling at all, but with the puppet master behind him. Elsewhere, a crisp sneeze echoed. Turns out it was Zheng Jingshan. After sneezing, he gently rubbed his nose, muttering in confusion, Who's talking smack about me now? Back with Li Bing, he began to reanalyze everything. The inheritance hall mentioned Pei Ling entered the outer sect under the orders of an inner sect branch master. The deeper I dig into this, the more confused I get. And Siguang and the others died by bizarre blade techniques. Aside from that person in the Saint sect, who else could conceal such bizarre blade techniques? After careful thought, Hansu nervously replied, My lord, do you mean the branch master of the Jiansong branch, Zheng Jingshan? Li Bing then began to piece together the entire situation. The Jiansong branch and the Jiaochuan branch have an old feud spanning many years. Not long ago, Zheng Jingshan even spread rumors saying he wanted revenge on the Jiaochuan branch master Miao Qingying. So Pei Ling was probably following Zheng Jingshan's orders to kill Miao Qingying's direct descendant, Miao Chenggen. Siguang was just unlucky to get caught up in it. He stroked his chin, pondering Pei Ling was already taken by Chen Heng's group. He's probably become a ghost in that soul summoning banner by now. As for Zheng Jingshan, he's a distant relative of true inheritor Li after all. Without evidence, this old man wouldn't dare act rashly. Seeing Li Bing's indifferent attitude, Hans cried out in anguish, Siguang is still your direct grandson, my lord. Are you really not going to handle this? He spoke coldly. Li Bing turned and commanded, Go and deliver this information to the Miao family and the Zhou family. Invite true inheritor Zhu to hold off true inheritor Li so Miao Chengyang can go deal with Zheng Jingshan. Without true inheritor Li's protection, Zheng Jingshan is useless in front of Miao Chengyang. Scene shifts to Kulian Courtyard. Zheng Jingshan was sitting in front of Ouyang Tianxing, reminding her, Ouyang Tianxing, your netherworld marsh maiden hasn't fully formed yet. Don't use her until absolutely necessary. Just then, a huge commotion erupted outside the gate, making Zheng Jingshan jump and turn his head. The inner sect branch master of the Jiaochuan branch, Miao Chengyang, smashed through the wall and aggressively stormed into Kulian Courtyard, bellowing in rage, Zheng Jingshan, come out and court death. Zheng Jingshan was stunned by his appearance. He blurted out, Miao Chengyang? Miao Chenggan? Then, clenching his fist and gathering power, he prepared to attack Zheng Jingshan, shouting, Take this punch. Miao Chengyang's imposing aura terrified Zheng Jingshan. Screaming, How dare you? Immediately, Miao Chengyang swung his arm, unleashing the Heart Demon Fist, directly attacking Zheng Jingshan. Zheng Jingshan immediately retaliated with his Clearwater battle body. The opponent's attack was too powerful, pushing Zheng Jingshan back a few steps. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianxing rushed forward to support him, asking anxiously, Branch Master, are you all right? Hearing Ouyang Tianxing's worried question, Zheng Jingshan replied, I'm fine. Get out of the way, all of you. Let this esteemed one deal with him. For the sake of his dignity, Zheng Jingshan then boasted, I, the dignified branch master of the Jinsong branch, how could I ask disciples for help and still have face? Damn it, is this Miao Chenggen really late-stage foundation establishment? Why is he suddenly picking a fight like this? He then drew his sword and warned, Miao Chengyang, are you out of your mind? You and I have always kept to ourselves like river water not interfering with well water. Before the senior brothers and sisters of our 3 branches. Why are you suddenly attacking me without reason today? Miao Chengyang mobilized his power, charged forward aggressively, and roared in anger. Without reason, you ordered demons and fiends to kill my younger brother. Did you think I wouldn't find out? Don't even talk about the 3 branches. Even if I have to make a ruckus in front of true inheritor Li himself, I don't care. Zheng Jingshan immediately parried his attack and asked in confusion, Wait, when did this old man send someone to kill your younger brother? I don't even know where he is. Seeing him still denying it like that, Miao Chengyang grew even angrier. Still won't admit it? Just a few days ago, didn't you spread rumors saying you wanted revenge on me? At this moment, Zheng Jingshan suddenly rummaged through his memories from a few days prior. Back then, he had confidently declared in front of his disciples, What the hell is Miao Chengyang? Sooner or later, I'll teach him a lesson. Then he turned around, glared at his 3 disciples, and roared furiously, Which idiot blabbed this outside? The 3 disciples immediately had guilty consciences and avoided Zheng Jingshan's gaze. Since things had reached this point, there was no denying it anymore, so Zheng Jingshan admitted, So what if I said it? But how can I admit to something I didn't do? Seeing his arrogant attitude, Miao Chengyang immediately unleashed his ghostly escape and roared, still daring to be cunning, Kill my younger brother. You'll pay the price. Zheng Jingshan saw his technique being unleashed and cried out in terror, Ghostly escape? In front of Zheng Jingshan, everything instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. Then he heard faint voices in his ear, Branch Master! Branch Master! A long while later, Zheng Jingshan opened his eyes to see Ouyang Tianxing anxiously calling, Branch Master, you're awake! Zheng Jingshan awoke covered in bandages and cried out in pain. He suddenly bolted upright, lamenting inwardly, "Damn it, this time I've totally lost face. I actually got knocked out cold? No way, this can't just end here." So Zheng Jingshan immediately ordered, "Quick, go report to the enforcement hall. Tell them the branch master of the Jiaochuan branch openly challenged me right at my doorstep." Jiying, who was nearby, immediately reported, "Branch master, just before leaving, Branch master Miao said he would personally go to the enforcement hall to pay the fine. No need for you to worry, branch master." Ouyang Tianxing also chimed in. He also said he spared your life out of respect for immortal fairy Li, and that he'll often come back to find the branch master for sparring in the future. The immense grudge made Zheng Jingshan furious, gnashing his teeth. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Just who the hell is playing games with this old man? Scene shifts elsewhere. Pei Ling sat glumly on the Yin cloud ship, muttering, "It's really hard to gather 90,000 spirit stones without relying on Pei Hongnian. Maybe I should go back to the sect and find Zheng Jingshan, ask him how to earn spirit stones." At this moment, Pei Ling arrived at the service hall. After turning in the violet-eyed ferret and the peach blossom demon, the person in charge handed Pei Ling the spirit stones and said, "Your mission procedures have been completed. A total of 167 low-grade spirit stones." Pei Ling quickly took the spirit stones and replied, "Thank you, senior brother." Pei Ling clutched the spirit stones, thinking happily, "Awesome! This trip had 3 missions, and I barely did anything. Yet I gained so many spirit stones. I can buy so many things at the treasure pavilion now." Just then, Pei Ling's footsteps suddenly halted. Our boy was deep in thought, feeling a bit down, wondering if those 3 hadn't popped up out of nowhere. Suddenly, someone walks up, grabs his shoulder and asks, "Are you the new disciple, Pei Ling?" This old man, facing Pei Ling, is Shang Liang from the Huoyin Peaks Disciplinary Hall. The old man looked at him and coldly ordered, "Obey and follow us, or do we have to invite you?" At the same time, over at Chaona Palace, Liu respectfully reported to Li Liwei, "Master Pei Ling has completed the Blood Ghost Blade technique and safely returned to the sect." Taking it from Chen Huan, Li Liu sat casually holding a skull and merely hummed softly. Wu Lu then hesitantly continued to report, however, "Pei Ling has already been taken by the disciplinary hall for questioning regarding his previous murder of fellow disciples. And those 3 killed in the outer sect also held some status. Master, do you need to intervene?" Li Liu continued to stroke the skull, casually asking, "Has the blood ghost escape technique been given to Pei Ling yet?" Wu Lu quickly replied, reporting, "Master, the escape technique has already been given to Pei Ling." Without warning, Li Liu crushed the skull in her hand. In a flash, intense killing intent erupted around her, and she warned, "During his cultivation you are not to peek." Wu Liu, trembling uncontrollably from Li Liu's pressure, replied, "Understood." Also, one more thing, Zheng Jingshan was. Before she could even finish, Li Liu cut her off, dismissing her. Retreat. Liu had no choice but to comply, hastily backing away. Meanwhile, over at the disciplinary hall, Pei Ling was facing Shang Liang. On the table, Shang Liang picked up the report and coldly asked, 2 incense sticks ago, at the 3rd watch on the 14th, your malicious aura had yet to dissipate. While on your way back, taking advantage of Miao Chenggen and his 2 companions' lowered vigilance, you burst into the room and slit Li Siguang's throat, killing him. In an instant, his eyes turned sharp and cold. At that crucial moment, you dodged Miao Chenggen's sword talisman, ultimately slaying both Miao Chenggen and Zhou Yi with your blade. After reading it, Shang Liang asked Pei Ling, "So the above is the full account of what happened. Do you have any other opinions?" Hearing these words, our boy gave a forced smile and replied, "No." Pei Ling couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Holy hell, this is even more detailed than I remember. Did the Chongming sect install CCTV on me or something?" Receiving his answer, Shang Liang stamped the report and said, "Very good." He handed the report to Pei Ling and asked, "You know the rules, right?" Our boy immediately read the report, which stated the following. Outer sect disciple Pei Ling violated sect rules, engaging in a fight with Miao Chenggan, Li Siguang, and Zhou Yi, resulting in their deaths. Now, considering their cultivation levels, contributions to the sect, abilities within the sect's investment in them, their backgrounds, and the impact their deaths have had on the sect. Verdict. Outer sect disciple Pei Ling is to compensate 74,841 low-grade spirit stones, to be paid in full within 3 months, starting today. The Huoyin Peaks Disciplinary Hall held the penalty report in hand. Pei Ling couldn't help but tear up. 74,841 low-grade spirit stones? In just 3 months? Can I really scrounge up that much? Xiang Liang saw his reaction, chuckled, and made an offer. "That many spirit stones certainly won't be easy to gather, will they? Don't worry, you won't have to headache over this much longer." Seeing his sudden good intentions gave Pei Ling a bad feeling. What's he planning? Disciplinary hall disciples rushed forward, brutally shoving our boy's head to the ground. Xiang Liang stood up and casually declared, "The Miao, Zhou, and Li families all want to pay your fine to buy your life. The disciplinary hall, deeming you incapable of paying, has agreed to their request." Seeing his two-faced words, Pei Ling was furious and demanded, "Didn't you say I had 3 months to pay? What kind of rule-breaking is this?" Xiang Liang walked up to him and coldly stated, "Rules can change. The holy sect's interests come first." As he spoke, he released the image of a green viper. Seeing the viper lunge, Pei Ling panicked and quickly shouted, "Wait, I can pay the fine within 3 months." In an instant, the green viper closed in on Pei Ling, its jaws wide open, aiming for his life. Cornered, Pei Ling blurted out, "I can have Branchmaster Zheng Jingshan from the inner sect vouch for me." Xiang Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated, "Branchmaster Zheng?" To save his life, our boy hastily explained, Yes. It was Branchmaster Zheng who agreed to let me enter the outer sect. He can vouch for me." As soon as he said it, Pei Ling began to calculate in his heart. Maybe Jung will save me out of respect for Fairy Li. After all, I still have to complete the Blood Ghost Escape Technique homework and submit it to Fairy Li. Hearing him, Xiangliang started thinking, from the start Zheng Jingshan and Miao Chenggen haven't gotten along. If Zheng Jingshan vouches for him, the Miao family will definitely be unhappy. But Zheng Jingshan is also a distant relative of Li Zhenchuan. If we don't give him some face, the disciplinary hall won't have a place in the holy sect in the future. After careful calculation, he chuckled and said, "All right, then we'll pay a visit to Branch Master Zheng's abode and see if he's willing to vouch for you." His expression was utterly sinister as he threatened, "If I find out you lied even a single word, your fate will be even more tragic." Scene shifts to a desolate courtyard. Zheng Jingshan was recuperating from injuries, grumbling in frustration, "Damn it! It's been too long since I've been this wronged. If this daddy ever finds out who harmed me, I'll chop them into pieces and roast them." Just then, a loud knocking at the gate caught his attention. Xiang knocked and announced, "Branch Master Zheng, the disciplinary hall is here to see you." Zheng Jingshan, confused, thought, which disciplinary hall disciple wants to cause this old man trouble now? After a moment, he spoke up, "Speak your business from outside. This seat is in secluded cultivation." Seeing this, Xiangling went straight to the point. "Apologies for the disturbance. Pei Ling violated sect rules a few days ago and is now unable to pay his fine. He wishes for you to sign a contract to vouch for him. This is merely Pei Ling's request. If you're unwilling, we'll leave immediately." Pei Ling could only silently pray, "It's all on you, Zheng Jingshan." Zheng Jingfan frowned upon hearing this. "Pei Ling, what did that punk do? Did he steal someone's bone core pills again? Why does senior sister favor him so much?" Xiangliang immediately listed Pei Ling's transgressions: murdered fellow disciple Miao Chenggen, murdered fellow disciple Li Siguang, murdered fellow disciple Zhou Yi. Pei Ling indignantly retorted, "They tried to snatch my life-suppressing saber first." Just then, Zheng Jingshan walked over and flung the door open. Without a word, he shoved Xiangliang aside and marched directly in front of Pei Ling. Zheng Jingshan exploded in anger, grinding his teeth as he demanded, "Pei Ling, you brat, did you kill Miao Chenggan?" Seeing his current state, our boy anxiously asked, "Senior brother Zheng, why are you injured?" Zheng Jingshan's rage boiled over as he bellowed back, "I had no choice." Pei Ling then had to explain everything to him. "Well, that day, Li Siguang, Miao Chenggan, and Zhou Yi, they disrespected senior brother and tried to steal my life-suppressing saber. To protect senior brother's dignity, I chopped all three of them down with my life-suppressing saber." Seeing Zheng Jingshan's anger, Xiangliang quickly cut to the chase from the side. "Branch Master Zheng, the fine is right here." He was staring at Pei Ling's pitiful, innocent face. Zheng Jingshan struggled to suppress his rage, lowering his voice. "If it weren't for senior sister's face, I'd be making butter-grilled meat out of you right now." Having no other choice, Zheng Jingshan turned to Xiangliang and said, "Hand over the contract, I'll sign it." Xiangliang quickly produced a brush and the contract, saying, "Then we trouble Branch Master Zheng." The contract stated the following: Disciple Pei Ling of Huoyan Peak, Chongming Sect, is unable to pay his fine. Guarantor Zheng Jingshan agrees to guarantee Pei Ling. If Pei Ling fails to pay the fine periodically, the guarantor Zheng Jingshan will be responsible for the remaining fine to the disciplinary hall. Pei Ling will be handled and punished by the disciplinary hall. Pei Ling guarantor Zheng Jingshan. Seeing that he had intervened to help, Pei Ling was overjoyed. Well, this little face is safe for now. Mission accomplished. Xiangliang and the disciplinary hall disciples then left, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. Branch Master Zheng, we'll take our leave." Pei Ling, still oblivious to Zheng Jingshan's unusual demeanor, naively spoke, "Senior brother Zheng, I'll definitely gather enough spirit stones before the deadline." Then he suddenly swung his hand towards Pei Ling, making our boy shriek in alarm. Zheng Jingshan's fist stopped mere centimeters from his face. Pei Ling fearfully called out, "Senior brother Zheng." Zheng Jingshan then opened his hand, revealing a dead fly, and casually said, "Got it right here." Watching Zheng Jingshan coldly walk inside, Pei Ling pondered in confusion. As Zheng Jingshan walked in, he asked, "How much is the fine?" Pei Ling, blushing, stated the amount. 70/41 low-grade spirit stone. The astronomical number shocked Zheng Jingshan so much that his injuries split open. Seeing his strange reaction, our boy asked with concern, "Senior brother Zheng, are you alright?" This worrying situation made Pei Ling a little anxious. "Oh no, that many spirit stones? Zheng Jingshan alone can't cover it." Zheng Jingshan, now absolutely furious, ground his teeth and asked Pei Ling what were the cultivation levels of those three, Miao Chenggan and his gang. Our boy didn't dare to delay, immediately reporting, "Senior brother Zheng, two of them were Qi Condensation Layer 4 and one was Qi Condensation Layer 5. Hearing Pei Ling's report, he thought in disbelief, "No way, this kid is clearly only Qi Condensation Layer 4. Seeing our boy's body completely unscathed, Zheng Jingshan grew even more confused. He killed 3 cultivators with higher cultivation than him and didn't even get a scratch? This brat's talent is beyond ordinary. Senior sister truly has a keen eye. In the end, he sighed and glumly thought, "Damn it, why is this old man so unlucky? I've run into this little ancestor now." Zheng Jingshan walked inside and instructed, "I can't get that many spirit stones on such short notice either. You'll have to figure out a way to gather enough yourself. You can go to other peaks to listen to instructors teach their skills. Perhaps you'll find a suitable way to earn your spirit stones." Pei Ling happily cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you, senior brother." Our boy then felt quite pleased, thinking, "At least I get another 3 months to live." This trip wasn't completely in vain after all. Then Pei Ling cheerfully skipped away, saying, "Well, I'll be going now. Farewell, senior brother." Watching him leave like that, Zheng Jingshan felt immense heartache. We both fought above our level, but why is he perfectly fine? While this old man is covered in injuries. Meanwhile, at Fu Peak, various peaks occasionally have instructors teaching their skills. Any disciple can come and learn, and the skill taught at Fu Peak was talisman crafting. Pei Ling began to calculate in his heart, even with Zheng Jingshan vouching for me, I still need to keep gathering those spirit stones. Our boy learned how to craft talismans while pondering. Originally, Pei Hongnian almost became an inner chamber disciple solely thanks to his talent in talisman crafting. Pei Ling quickly finished drawing a rather strange-looking talisman, then thought to himself, maybe I have this talent too. Just then, Talisman Peak's instructor arrived, teaching the students. He started, as the saying goes, you gotta start somewhere. If you want to be a talisman master, first you gotta learn how to craft talismans. Then he brought in 5 individuals instructing. The skin and bones of these 5 people are all unique. You can pick the most suitable one to craft into talismans. The best one gets a reward. The surrounding crowd heard this and instantly got hyped, rushing forward. This woman's skin is so soft. The old man's skin is perfect for talismans. No, the young ones are the best. Pei Ling, watching from the side, helplessly thought, in this scam of a sect, I guess this is just normal. But talisman crafting isn't really my jam. So our boy headed over to the Weapon Peak instructor's class. There, she was proudly introducing herself. I am a female instructor specializing in weapon forging. Just 3 sentences and you'll easily learn weapon forging. She then fiercely swung her whip, continuing to teach. First, you must learn to feel pain to forge weapons. As she whipped a female disciple, she asked, have you felt the pain yet? The female disciple, kneeling on the ground despite being beaten, felt excited and pleaded, Master, a little more force. Pei Ling was utterly speechless at this unique teaching method. Maybe it's just the other instructors who are problematic. Pei Ling then went to find the beast taming peak instructor. There he was explaining the Tao of beast taming. First, you must be one with your beast. Under any circumstances, you must always trust your demonic beast. He then fearlessly put his hand into the beast's mouth. Open wide. Only if you let down your guard with it can you truly... What followed was a bloody scene that left Pei Ling utterly disgusted and speechless. Time quickly flew by and it was already late afternoon. A whole day of classes, and none of them made any sense, leaving Pei Ling utterly vexed. Is there nothing normal for a regular person to learn in this trickster sect? This is the last stop. If this doesn't work out, I'm literally done with this. He then thought helplessly, if there's no other way, I'll just have to sell my life-retaining blade to pay the fine. Pei Ling quickly made his way to the pill room. Stepping inside, he saw the instructor seriously teaching everyone. Pill fire and pill furnaces, both categorized in 9 grades, are extremely crucial for pill refinement. The pill peak instructor Yan Gu was diligently explaining, this is a 7th grade pill fire that this old master fortunately acquired when I was young. First, you can rent a pill room up in the mountain. Although it's only 7th grade, it's sufficient for you to refine ordinary pills. Pei Ling sat down, listening to the lecture and couldn't help but sigh, this place feels a little more reliable. Then Yan Gu continued teaching. Next, this old master will demonstrate the process of refining bone-tempering pills. The moment Yan Gu finished speaking, the system immediately notified, detecting external pill refinement technique being transmitted. Absorbing now, displaying information. This made Pei Ling incredibly happy. Damn system, you finally showed up. Half an hour later, Yan Gu had successfully refined 3 bone-tempering pills. He then held up the pill formula in front of everyone, explaining, above is the complete process for refining bone-tempering pills. After class, you can go to the Yan family pill shop in the market to buy ingredients for practice. Mention my name, Yan Gu, and you'll get a discount. Just then, the system notified successfully absorbed the pill refining technique. Host, please name it and view its information. Pei Ling excitedly cheered. All right. After Pei Ling finished naming it, the system continued. Naming complete for the pill refining technique. Bone tempering pill art. Pei Ling then thought to himself, brimming with confidence, as long as the system can absorb it, I'll be a pill refining genius. Very soon after, Pei Ling arrived at the Yan family pill shop. The senior brother at the counter asked, bewildered, bro, you're only buying 2 portions of pill refining materials? Even disciples with extraordinary talent need hundreds of attempts before they can succeed. You're just throwing money away. After losing 74 spirit stones to buy 2 portions of pill refining materials, Pei Ling spoke up, thanks for the reminder, senior brother, but I still want to give it a try. In his heart, he actually agreed with the guy, you're right, but I'm broke as hell. Seeing Pei Ling leave, the people at the Yan family pill shop started gossiping. Another kid got tricked by Uncle Master Yan into pill refining. Truly foolish. Who cares? We're earning spirit stones by partnering with senior brother Yan to sell these pill refining materials anyway. Exactly as expected. Pei Ling then quickly went to the pill refining room. The supervising senior brother, after receiving 2 spirit stones, handed over the pill refining spot to Pei Ling. The Ding-grade pill refining room is now open for 1 hour. Our boy immediately thanked him. Many thanks, senior brother. Pei Ling immediately went inside and began to strategize. Just pick a random room, grab a token, and I can go in. He then took a token, opened a pill refining room, and mused, Zheng Jingshan already vouched for those 3 guys' friends and relatives, so he probably can't do anything to me. Plus, that old rogue Duanmu has already settled the matter with Chen Huan. Now I just need to focus on refining pills and stacking up those spirit stones. After entering the pill refining room, Pei Ling immediately sat down in front of the pill furnace, ready to start refining. Pei Ling pressed a button on the system and declared, "Start refining." Just then, the system issued a notification. Cultivation System AI, wholeheartedly at your service. One click, instant power-up. Now beginning cultivation under system control. Pei Ling quickly entered the state of refining bone tempering pills. His hands moved swiftly, expertly pre-processing each ingredient. Then Pei Ling simultaneously tossed all the materials into the pill furnace and began the refinement. Half an hour later, the pills were formed. The fragrance wafting from the furnace was incredibly potent. The system then notified, "This pill refinement has been completed. Thank you, host, for using the AI cultivation system." With just one click, ascending is but a trifle. Pei Ling didn't dare delay, quickly putting the bone-tempering pills into a bottle and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 bone-tempering pills. He picked one up, appraising it with satisfaction. The color is far more translucent than the one I first got from Zhengjing Shan. At this moment, the system continued to display a notification. Please share your cultivation review. If you are satisfied, please give a 5-star rating. Since Pei Ling was very satisfied with this run, he happily said, "This time, no screw-ups. This young master will bestow upon you a 4-star rating." Then Pei Ling began to meticulously calculate in his head. Let me try and figure this out. One bone-tempering pill at the 100 Treasures Pavilion sells for 10 spirit stones. My own yield? At least 7 pills worth of pure profit from each batch. One furnace yields 84 pills, 2 furnaces 168 pills. Deducting 94 pills for cost, that's a profit of 74 pills. 1 hour, 2 furnaces. A day has 12 hours, calculated over 30 days a month, working non-stop for 3 months. After finishing his calculations, he couldn't hide his joy and jumped up. "I can earn 79,920 pills. Pei Ling then confidently pressed a button on the system and declared, "What's there to be scared of? I've got the system right here with me. Just 1 more hour of refining and I'll have another 74 pills." Pei Ling had just tossed the materials in when the pill furnace immediately exploded. The system instantly notified, "Detected host spirit energy is insufficient. Pill refinement failed. This cultivation session ends here." Pei Ling's face was completely blackened by the explosion and he wailed, "My precious materials." A moment later, Pei Ling trudged his way to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. As he walked, Pei Ling grumbled in his heart, "You damn system, why didn't you tell me my spirit energy was insufficient earlier? You tormented me for half the day, and now I'm out 10 spirit stones just to repair the furnace." Just then, a questioning voice rang out from nearby. "Your 100 Treasures Pavilion buys bone-tempering pills for 5 spirit stones, but then you turn around and sell them to me for 12 spirit stones each? You're absolutely black-hearted." The 100 Treasures Pavilion attendant immediately retorted, "Esteemed customer, please don't speak nonsense. The bone-tempering pills in your hand are the work of Jinsu Mian from Rushou Peak. Naturally, they're a bit more expensive." The customer's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "5 spirit stones is so little." The customer still wouldn't let it go, holding up the bone-tempering pill and pressing, "Are pills refined by different people really not the same? Do I really have to waste my spirit stones like this?" The attendant, not willing to back down, calmly continued, "Jinsu Mian is an outer sect genius, you know. The pills she refines are absolutely extraordinary. If you eat enough, you'll feel the difference." Pei Ling awkwardly walked over and asked, "Excuse me, where can I sell pills?" As the words left his mouth, he couldn't help but think, "Back home, I literally have nothing left but a G-string. Even if it's little money, I still gotta sell." The attendant heard this and immediately pointed in a direction, saying, "Go that way, enter through the round door, it's the 3rd room on the left." Receiving the directions, he cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks. On the other side, the attendant continued arguing with the customer. "Next, look at the pills refined by this type of person. Do you even dare to eat them? Only our generous holy sect, even at a loss, would buy back pills refined by Jinsu Mian. Although they're a bit expensive, their effects are incredibly good. Rest assured." The customer heard this and hesitated for a moment, then replied, "What you're saying seems to make a lot of sense." Meanwhile, Pei Ling, overhearing the conversation, gnashed his teeth and muttered, "This hairy beast, one day I'm gonna roast you and eat you with salt and pepper." Just then, a voice from the room ahead caught Pei Ling's attention. "Top-grade nourishing origin pill." The old man in charge of acquisition so softly praised, fellow Taoist Jin, to have delved into the Tao of alchemy for less than 10 years and already refined top-grade pills, your talent truly soars. Perhaps it won't be long before you can attempt foundation establishment pills. A woman heard this and shyly replied, "Senior, you're jesting again. I merely got lucky." Xiaoning Ji, watching from the side, spoke up admiringly, "Junior Sister Jin is truly too humble. The pills you refine, I only need to consume them, and my strength already increases significantly. Refining foundation establishment pills will surely be as easy as flipping your hand." Lulu Xiang, also from the side, added, "It's a shame Junior Sister Jin doesn't have the pill formula for foundation establishment pills. If she just gave it a shot, it wouldn't be impossible." Pei Ling, watching this scene from outside the door, exclaimed in his heart, "This Junior Sister Jin must be that Jinsu Mian the attendant was yammering about. And beside her is a lick dog even more nauseating than Pei Hongnian." Xiaoning Ji quickly glanced towards the door and spotted Pei Ling. Seeing him standing meekly outside the door, he angrily demanded, "Kid, what are you doing?" I just came to sell pills," Pei Ling calmly replied, cursing internally. "This damn lick dog." Xiaoning Ji, unhappy with Pei Ling's attitude, irritably yelled, "You blind fool, can't you see Junior Sister Jin is?" Before he could finish, a woman walked over to mediate. "It's all right, there's still plenty of space in the room." The woman who had just spoken was none other than Jinsu Mian, the pill-refining genius of Ruoshu Peak. She opened her mouth. Yo, the name's Jin Sumian. Junior brother, please come inside and wait for a sec. Pei Ling, seeing how graceful she was, politely responded, much obliged, senior sister. Just then, the old man in charge of pill purchases ordered his disciple, go check on the pill sales. His disciple quickly answered, yes, master. Then the old man pulled out a box containing pill pouches, grinning. All right, fellow Taoist Jin, let's continue. You got 347 pills here, including one top-tier Peiyuan pill for your payment. From now on, fellow Taoist Jin will buy your pills at a premium, like 10x the normal rate. Hope you keep bringing your business to our Baibao Pavilion. Jin Sumian was hyped about the payout, responding, much obliged, esteemed pavilion. Pei Ling, overhearing the convo, was green with envy. Damn it, crafting top-grade pills really jacks up the price like that? I wonder how this tricky system even cooks up pills for me. Just then, the disciple checking the pills piped up to remind him, stop staring, bro, she's a legit heavenly talent. The basic pills you cook up, we're lucky to even take them off your hands. He barely cracked open the pill bottle when the rich aroma hit him, making him blurt out, wait, this Tuigu pill. Before he could finish, the guy shot back, what seems like? Don't even think about scamming me. The old man on the side also caught a whiff of the pill aroma and gasped, this pill aroma, it's… He suddenly shot up, shouting in a panic, it can't be a top-grade Tuigu pill? The other old man rushed over, stroking his beard, confirming, tis cake, this rich pill aroma, it's unmistakable. Jin Sumian, hearing this, fell silent in thought. A top-grade Tuigu pill. Pei Ling, confused, also chimed in with a question, top-grade dog system, didn't think you actually had it in you sometimes. The disciple next to him immediately jabbed, that broke-ass-looking dude refined a top-grade Tuigu pill? Pfft, he probably just found it lying around, right? That old man immediately rushed over, slapped the kid, and chewed him out. Then he forced a smile and said, this kid just got to Baibao Pavilion, he doesn't know the rules. Little friend, please forgive our Baibao Pavilion. We're willing to shell out 40 spirit stones for your top-grade Tuigu pill, little friend. The disciple, caught in a tough spot, had no choice but to apologize.
Pei Ling heard that and pondered for a moment. 40 stones, huh?
Get my capital back and wait a bit, maybe the price will go even higher. So he stroked his chin a few times and replied, I'll need a moment to consider. Xiao Ningji, standing beside Jin Sumian, was consumed by jealousy. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, where did this little punk get so many pills? How dare he show off in front of junior sister Jin? Jin Sumian stood there, deep in thought. The Tuigu pill uses cheap ingredients, but refining it to top grade is much harder than this Peiyuan pill. This must have come from the hands of some grandmaster. If I could just study this, my alchemy skills might level up. She walked over, took his hand, and softly called, Junior brother. As she spoke, she guided his hand to her chest and purred, I'll offer 50 spirit stones, and I'll even ask the Intersex Alchemy Grand Master Elder to introduce Junior brother to the sect. Pei Ling was completely blindsided, stammering, whoa, wait, did I just touch it? Then Jin Sumian asked him, so, Junior brother, what's your take? Pei Ling's face flushed red, utterly speechless. Senior sister Xiao Ningji wailed in protest, Junior sister Jin, I was clearly here first. Hearing that, the old man rushed over, blocking Jin Sumian, and urgently declared, fellow Taoist Jin, are you seriously trying to compete with our Baibao Pavilion here? Done speaking, he turned to Pei Ling, gesturing with his hand, and announced, our Baibao Pavilion offers 60 spirit stones. Plus, from now on, we'll buy all of Little Friend's pills at 20% above market price. Jin Sumian immediately shot back with a determined voice, Junior brother, between spirit stones and your glorious future. Which is truly more important? Think about it carefully. Her words made Pei Ling ponder. These two top-grade Tuigu pills truly are valuable, but which path should I choose? Then his eyes drifted to Jin Sumian's ample chest, and he thought the answer is painfully obvious. After coming to his obvious conclusion, Pei Ling and the old man from Baibao Pavilion high-fived, a silent understanding passing between them. Spirit stones. The old man happily responded, little friend, that's a brilliant choice. Pei Ling's move left Jin Sumian utterly disappointed. Why would this dude do that? Xiao Ningji, seething with impotent rage beside her, could only voice his frustration. What an ungrateful bastard. Junior sister Jin, don't be sad. It's just a cheap pill, you still have me. The old man from Baibao Pavilion quickly poured the pills out of the bottle, gleefully advising little friend in the future, don't put these top-grade pills with others. It might affect their purity. Pei Ling, barely acknowledging him, replied, nah, it's fine. What if they're all top-grade pills in there, anyway? Suddenly, the old man's face changed drastically. Staring at the top-grade Tuigu pills before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, 12 pills? They're all top-grade Tuigu pills? Jin Sumian, witnessing this spectacle, was also slightly stunned. Even a grandmaster needs dozens of tries just to refine one top-grade Tuigu pill. To refine so many in one go, this must be the work of some peerless expert living in seclusion deep in the mountains. The old man from Baibao Pavilion, trembling with excitement, asked Pei Ling, little friend, which grandmaster crafted these pills? Could our Baibao Pavilion perhaps meet them? Pei Ling, standing opposite, felt a bit awkward seeing the old man's reaction. Grandmaster, isn't that a bit much? Jin Sumian then reached into her chest area and pulled out a pill bottle. She walked over, taking Pei Ling's arm, and shyly said, Junior brother, this is a Peiyuan pill that senior sister personally refined. Please, take a look. Senior sister also wants to meet that grandmaster. Pei Ling saw this and shook his head, secretly thinking, no, I can't take credit for that. Then Pei Ling imagined a scene of himself being exploited. Stop slacking off, you gotta refine at least 10,000 pills today. Seeing that terrifying vision, he shuddered. A chi refiner like me with no backing in this sinister sect, they'll probably turn me into an alchemy robot. I gotta find someone else to shoulder this burden. So Pei Ling scratched his head, forcing an awkward smile, and replied, "My bad, but this bottle of Tuigu pills was actually a gift from Branch Master Zheng Jingshan. I don't know anything about any Grandmaster." Upon hearing that name, both the old man from Baibao Pavilion and Jinsu Mian exchanged surprised glances, wondering, Zheng Jingshan? A moment later, Jinsu Mian, Xiao Ningji, and Lulu Xiang were back in a room, discussing what had just transpired. Lulu Xiang then spoke up, "Junior sister, a top-grade Tuigu pill is extremely valuable. Even Zheng Jingshan couldn't just produce so many at once. Could that kid himself be the one who refined them?" Jin Sumian replied, "Zheng Jingshan is a distant relative of Li Truheir. He probably used his connections to get acquainted with a grandmaster. This junior brother's hands don't look like someone who refines pills often. There's no way he could make top-grade pills." Xiao Ningji, sitting nearby, sighed and said, "So junior sister was just checking out that stinky brat's hands earlier, huh?" Jinsu Mian looked at the top-grade Tuigu pill she had acquired and continued, "Furthermore, only someone who isn't a professional would bring so many valuable pills to sell at Baibao Pavilion. But luckily, because of that, I was able to get one at a low price." Lulu Xiang watched for a moment, then spoke up, "But will Zheng Jingshan really help us that easily?" Xiao Ningji, sitting next to him, interjected, "Don't forget junior sister Jin's cousin is Jin Sutai, an intersect branch master. Zheng Jingshan is just a branch master of a lower branch. He'll definitely have to show us some respect." Jinsu Mian, listening in, also had an idea. "Let's pay Zheng Jingshan a little visit." Pei Ling, meanwhile, was strolling through the forest, a spatial ring in his hand, happily thinking, the profit from this trip? 624 spirit stones and a bottle of Pei Yuan pills. Man, this is too easy. If I'd known, I wouldn't bother with any more missions. Suddenly, he felt something strange appear. Feeling a familiar power binding him, Pei Ling immediately guessed, this aura, yes, could it be was indeed Yulu? She appeared, speaking softly, "Long time no see, young Master Pei." Then, Yulu's expression quickly hardened as she reminded him, "The 7-day deadline is up. Young Master Pei, how is your escape technique cultivation coming along?" Pei Ling immediately replied honestly, "I've already mastered the Blood Ghost escape technique. Please release your suppression so I can demonstrate it better." Yulu asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. "For real, or are you capping?" Then she pointed to a tree branch and said, "See that branch? Break it for me, let's see." Pei Ling agreed without a moment's hesitation. Yulu, a bit surprised by his quick agreement, warned, "Young Master Pei, don't even think about trying to trick me." Otherwise, before she could even finish, he interjected, "Maiden Yulu." He had already snapped the branch she asked for in less than a second. Pei Ling handed it to her, complete with a smug flourish. "The branch you needed? Here it is." Seeing her utterly speechless, he called out again, "Maiden Yulu." Only after the second call did Yulu flusteredly ask him, You really mastered it?" Seeing her disbelief, he frowned and retorted, "What's up with that? You said I had to master it in 7 days, right?" Wulu was so jealous she was fuming, grinding her teeth as she let out a cold snort. And just like that, she vanished without a word, leaving Pei Long utterly bewildered. Our boy Pei Lang was left dumbfounded, wondering, did she just bounce? Meanwhile, Wulu had returned to Chaona Palace. She promptly reported, "Master Pei Lang has successfully cultivated the Blood Ghost evasion art." Li Liu heard this and glanced behind her, asking, "The deadline isn't even up. How dare you snoop on his progress?" Wulu, now terrified, quickly replied, "Reporting, Master." Wulu really wished to mess with Pei Lang a bit and unilaterally cut the half-month deadline you set to 7. "Please forgive me, Master." The words barely left her mouth when Li Liu gave Wulu a brutal warning. Li Liu's gaze was as sharp as a dagger, cutting towards Wulu as she coldly ordered, "Scram." Wulu, utterly terrified, quickly scurried outside, closing the door behind her. "Thank you, Master, for sparing my life." Wulu made a mental note, never again. Outside, Xiao Ni also appeared and said to Wulu, "Master always hates it when we make our own decisions. You're lucky she didn't do anything to you this time, otherwise your soul mark would have been shattered and your spirit utterly dispersed." Wulu, still trembling, replied, "I know." Xiao Ni continued, "For 100 years, no Qi condensation disciple in the sect has been able to cultivate the Blood Fiend blade art. It just shows how absurdly high his talent is. What's more, he's now even cultivated the Blood Ghost evasion art. Seriously, you shouldn't mess with him ever again." Wulu heard this but was still unwilling to accept it, retorting, "He took such huge advantage of Master, yet Master still treats that punk so well?" Xiaoni agreed and added, "Master's primordial yin was broken, causing her cultivation technique to backfire. She couldn't maintain her saintess position and was forced into seclusion. Recently, that Joe Pest has been poking around. Even our dogs got beaten up. Yet, even with all that, Master still painstakingly nurtures Pei Long. There must be some unknown value on Pei Long that we can't comprehend. You and I shouldn't try to guess Master's intentions." Wulu, seeing a flicker of understanding, replied, "Sister is right. Master plans far ahead, we can't possibly predict her moves." At this moment, Li Liu sat silently alone in her room. She looked at the jade slip in her hand and pondered. The Six Desires secret tome is truly too powerful. Within the sect, there's no one who can restore it to its original state. I didn't expect him to actually be able to absorb the Six Desires secret tome into his body. Li Liu then reminisced about the dual cultivation session with Pei Lang. She even absorbed the power of the secret tome into her own body. Although her primordial yin was broken, it caused her cultivation to greatly increase. But why, on the way back to the sect, after half a month of cultivation, did my cultivation progress fall so far behind, not just for a single day? She then shyly speculated, could it be, he has to be the one to take the initiative? I'll know for sure once I come out of seclusion next time. Pei Lang, meanwhile, was diligently working in the alchemy room. After successfully refining a pill, the system notification popped up. This pill refinement has been completed. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Hearing the system notification, Pei Lang stopped, slumped to the ground, and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at his hands and mused, Qi condensation stage 5. Rely on the Bone Boner Art cultivation system. It can dissolve elixirs and rapidly replenish primeval Qi. Who knew my cultivation would also level up in the process? Pei Lang then mentally calculated a bit. Today, I've successfully refined 5 batches of elixirs. 1 batch failed and 1 batch was devoured by the cultivation system. As for the remaining 3 batches compared to before, each batch yielded 1 more pill for a total of 39 top-grade bone tempering pills. But dragging Zheng Jingshan into this mess might raise suspicion. I still needed to find a safe way to sell these pills. Scene change. At a transaction counter, a woman approached and spoke first. Hello. The woman hesitated slightly as she stated her request. I wish to sell pills. The attendant, seeing such a beautiful woman, quickly went to call someone, not forgetting to reply, Pretty lady, please wait a moment. Surprise, that woman was actually Pei Lang in disguise. He brushed his hair, acting shy like a maiden, and thought, I've disguised myself as a goddess. This time it should be fine. Afterwards, the old man from 100 Treasures Pavilion also came to inspect the pills. He held the elixirs in his hand and said, 39 bone tempering pills, all top grade. We'll buy them at the usual price. What do you say, Taoist Pei? Pei Lang, still playing the part, awkwardly smiled and replied, no problem. But very quickly, he realized something was off with that last remark and frowned, asking, Wait, what'd you just call me? The old man quickly replied, You're young and you still enjoy cross-dressing. I get it. A total of 23 and 40 spirit stones. Would you like to double-check? Pei Lang was stunned, thinking, he recognized me just like that? After that, he quickly grabbed the spirit stones and bolted, saying, Nah, no need for goodbyes. Scene change. Dry orchid courtyard. Pei Lang was currently hiding behind a nearby tree, pondering, although Zheng Jingshan isn't entirely reliable, there's no one else to help me. If I give him a cut, maybe he'll help me sell pills? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from within. Zheng Jingshan, this old woman will remember today's events. Pei Lang's heart skipped a beat as he wondered, what's going on? Right after he wondered, a loud crash from inside startled him. Terrified, a woman with a brutal temperament and appearance stormed out, yelling curses, You damn dog, relying on your master's power. This old woman will deal with you sooner or later. The one speaking was none other than Jin Sutai, the vain master of the stone mirror vein. Pei Lang, still behind the tree, mused, That woman is fierce. Why did Zheng Jingshan mess with her? Wait, Jin Sumian is here too? Jin Sutai turned to Jin Sumian and said, Sumian, little sister, don't be sad anymore. Big sister has already gotten the cold drunken fire quest for you. It's just an alchemy grandmaster you didn't meet, no big deal, right? Refining the cold drunken fire will definitely elevate your alchemy skills to another level. Sumpian sadly replied, Pei Lang, overhearing this, was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, alchemy grandmaster? Is it because of me? If Zheng Jingshan finds out I screwed him over again, he'll definitely not let me off. I got a hold! Suddenly, a furious voice echoed from behind him. What the heck? How could I possibly know any alchemy grandmasters? Why has everyone been looking for me these past 2 days? Zheng Jingshan, with a handprint clearly visible on his face, emerged from the rubble and furiously declared, That crazy woman already slapped me. Why'd she have to kick down the main gate of my dry orchid courtyard too? Zheng Jingshan immediately called out, Pei Lang. Realizing there was no escape, our boy crawled out from the bushes and said with a friendly smile, Hello, senior brother Zheng. Zheng Jingshan walked up to him and asked, Pei Lang, what are you doing sneaking around here? He replied, Oh, the weather's quite nice today, and I just happened to be passing by senior brother Zheng's place, so I thought I'd drop by and say hi. Hearing such a blatant lie, Zheng Jingshan coldly stated, I live so far away. How in the hell were you just passing by? Unless that incident just now was caused by you little punk, wasn't it? Pei Lang, caught red-handed, immediately waved his hands in denial. No way, bro. Of course not. Zheng Jingshan, still suspicious, pressed him. Really? Or should I just call Jin Sumian over, and you two can clarify things face to face? Hearing this, our boy was speechless with fear, thinking, if Jin Sumian finds out I refined those pills, I'll become her personal pill refining machine. Pei Lang immediately put on a distressed expression, pleading, Don't, senior brother, let me explain. A few days ago, your junior brother went to 100 Treasures Pavilion to sell bone tempering pills. Because all the bone tempering pills sold were top grade, your junior brother was worried about attracting unwanted attention, so I borrowed your name to sell them. Zheng Jingshan immediately fumed upon hearing this. Pei Lang felt like he was about to die, thinking, oh no, I'm screwed. He looks like he genuinely wants to kill me. No sooner had he thought that, Zheng Jingshan lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and growling, You stinking brat, you've screwed me over so many times. His eyes burned with fire as he roared, You think I'm some pushover, huh? This time I'm taking your doggone life. Pei Lang, panicking, quickly blurted out, Senior brother, calm down a bit. As Zheng Jingshan's fist was about to connect with Pei Lang, our boy gathered all his strength and yelled at the top of his lungs, Lady Wulu, save me. The moment that name hit his ears, Zheng Jingshan froze, looking around and calling out, Lady Wulu. After searching for a while and seeing no one, he realized he'd been fooled and absolutely blew up, roaring, You stinking brat! You tricked me again! With Zheng Jingshan's grip on his collar tightening, our boy was practically crying and laughing at the same time. Our boy Pei Lang thought, no way, is this ghost chick seriously not trying to kill him anymore? Is she just messing with him? Bro couldn't accept this reality, so Pei Ling started crying and screaming his lungs out, "Miss Yu Liu, get out here, quick! Zheng Jingshan is trying to off me." At this moment, Zheng Jingshan also fell into deep thought. Looking at this guy, he wasn't just flexing. Could this really be Senior Sister's idea? Did this kid actually have some talent in alchemy? After pondering for a bit, Zheng Jingshan finally let go of Pei Ling's collar. Then Zheng Jingshan asked, "Can you actually refine a top-tier bone-tempering pill?" Meanwhile, Pei Ling was still rubbing his neck, thinking, "Phew, still alive, baby." Zheng Jingshan then continued, "Alchemy needs years of grind and practice. No matter how high your talent, there's no way you can refine high-grade pills right off the bat." Pei Ling saw that Zheng Jingshan was clearly doubting his skills, so he wanted to prove himself. "Senior brother, if you don't believe me, I can refine pills right here, right now." Zheng Jingshan fell into deep thought again. Whatever. As long as he can successfully refine a low-grade pill, I guess I can let him off the hook. As for where his top-tier bone-tempering pill came from, he'd ask about those specifics later. Finally, Zheng Jingshan made up his mind. "All right, then this seat will grant you a chance." Right after, an alchemy cauldron was swiftly brought before Ouyang Tianxing. After delivering the alchemy cauldron, he cupped his fists and reported, "Meridian Master, the cauldron is ready." Zheng Jingshan then invited Ouyang Tianxing to stay and watch. This kid just bragged he could refine top-tier magic pills, so you might as well stick around and observe. Ouyang Tianxing heard this and agreed, yes. Then she flashed a radiant heart-melting smile and cheered Pei Ling on. "Junior brother, you got this." Pei Ling, after getting that encouragement, was utterly smitten. He thought, "Senior sister is so gentle. Since joining the Zhongming sect, this is the first time anyone's ever told me you got this." Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan's face turned absolutely terrifying as he urged Pei Ling, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and refine those pills for your old man." Pei Ling saw that and immediately replied, "Yes." Then he quickly moved towards the alchemy cauldron, preparing to start the pill refinement process. Then Pei Ling opened his system and tapped Start Alchemy. The system immediately popped up with a notification. "During pill refinement, host will lose control of their body. Please do not panic." As the system's reminder flashed, Pei Ling's body swiftly entered the alchemy process, from pre-processing ingredients to controlling the alchemy flame and fusing the medicinal herbs. Zheng Jingshan watched Pei Ling's insane proficiency throughout this entire process and was absolutely floored. After some diligent work, the magic pills were finally done. Pei Ling quickly collected the pills and said, "Done." The system also flashed a notification. "This pill refinement has been completed. If satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling then brought the pills to the two of them and said, "Senior brother, senior sister, please take a look." Ouyang Tianxing, holding the pills in her hand and examining them for a moment, couldn't help but be shocked, exclaiming, "This technique and speed, and that glow, this guy's truly a grandmaster." After Zheng Jingshan confirmed the magic pills, his face twisted into a truly bizarre expression as he thought, "This little punk is a peerless alchemy genius. Senior sister really does have sharp eyes." Ouyang Tianxing then showered Pei Ling with praise. "Junior brother's alchemy skills are truly top tier. This is the first time I've ever witnessed the refinement process of a high-grade magic pill with my own eyes." Pei Ling temporarily brushed off the compliments and spoke to Zheng Jingshan. "Senior brother, I wasn't capping, was I?" Zheng Jingshan then cupped his chin and replied, "Ahem, alright, I'll admit it, your alchemy talent is truly outstanding. After you get back, quickly level up to Qi Condensation 5th layer. By then, I'll grant you a great opportunity." After saying this, Zheng Jingshan thought, this is the perfect time to prepare something for Pei Ling. Just as he had that fleeting thought, he suddenly realized something. Zheng Jingshan was instantly shocked, jaw practically on the floor. You're already at Qi Condensation 5th layer?" Pei Ling said with a deadpan face, "Only just realizing now, old man." Zheng Jingshan gritted his teeth, thinking this kid just joined the sect a few days ago and his cultivation speed is ridiculously fast. Peerless alchemy talent and astonishing cultivation talent. No wonder senior sister favors him so much. Pei Ling, wanting to know what kind of treasure Zheng Jingshan was talking about, quickly asked, "Senior brother Zheng, what kind of opportunity are you referring to?" In his head, our boy Pei Ling was thinking, is this opportunity even more important than getting that bag? After that, Zheng Jingshan launched into a long lecture for Pei Ling. Alchemy flame is incredibly crucial for an alchemist, and just now the pill fire you used was the 9th grade 9 nether flame from the rented alchemy chamber. If you could get your hands on a better alchemy flame, the quality of the magic pills you refine would be vastly superior. After hearing that, Pei Ling's eyes immediately lit up. He thought, what if it's an alchemy flame that can refine a few extra pills? Oh, this is good. Pei Ling was instantly hyped, eager to know more, and said, "Senior brother Zheng, please enlighten me." Seeing Pei Ling so hooked, Zheng Jingshan then revealed the gift he was planning for our boy, the Cold Drunken Flame. Even though it's only 8th grade, it has the effect of marrow cleansing. I used senior sister's name to reluctantly let you use it, but you have to go to the ancient abyss yourself to refine this alchemy flame. After hearing those words, Pei Ling's face suddenly went pale with fear. Cold Drunken Flame? Senior cousin Jin Sumian mentioned that earlier, didn't she? No way, it's fine if Zheng Jingshan gets beat up, but I cannot afford another enemy. So Pei Ling scratched his head, subtly trying to decline. Senior brother Zheng, I don't really need that alchemy flame anymore. Just refining pills suits me just fine. Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan patted Pei Ling's shoulder and said, Junior brother Pei, before you even joined the sect, you were stealing my bone-tempering pills to cultivate, fearing neither life nor death in pursuit of the great Tao. How come after just a few days in the sect, you're suddenly scared of everything, constantly worrying? Pei Ling's entire body broke out in goosebumps, and he silently cursed in his heart. Not afraid of life or death, my foot! It's all because of the system. You might not be scared of getting jumped, but I sure am, okay? Seeing that Pei Ling seemed to be backing down, Zheng Jingshan pulled out his final trump card. This seat promises you, if you can successfully claim this opportunity, the fine for you offing those 3 Miao Cheng and disciples, this seat will cover all of it. Hearing he wouldn't have to pay up, Pei Ling's face instantly lit up. He asked again, seriously? Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan turned and yelled for his subordinates. Shui Ying, Fang Ji, and in an instant, 2 figures appeared, shouting in unison, Meridian Master. Pei Ling was absolutely astonished. The 2 who arrived were none other than Fang Ji and Shui Ying, both disciples of the Qiansang Meridian. Zheng Jingshan immediately commanded, you guys, and Tianxing, go back and prepare right now. Then his face suddenly turned smug and he let out a sinister laugh, prepare to take junior brother Pei to the ancient abyss. Meanwhile, back at the Dry Orchid courtyard, Zheng Jingshan was admiring the magic pills and appraising them. Test this color and aroma, truly worthy of being top-tier bone-tempering pills. Just then, a coffin plastered with talismans and wrapped tight with iron chains was brought over. A voice rang out, Meridian Master. It was Ouyang Tianxing carrying that wooden coffin on her back. She then spoke, we're ready, let's go. Beside her stood Fang Ji and Shui Ying. Paying his face pale, looked at the 4 figures standing in the distance and thought, they are sending 3 Foundation establishment cultivators with me? Looks like this ancient abyss isn't just not normal, it's straight up deadly. Suddenly, Pei Ling glanced over and asked, senior brother Zheng Jingshan, aren't you coming with us? To hide the fear in his own heart, Zheng Jingshan let out a loud laugh and said, junior brother's cultivation is too weak. If you run into any danger, Miss Yulu might. Zheng Jingshan then slung an arm over Pei Ling's shoulder, saying, ha ha ha, junior brother, did you know the Cold Drunken Flame mission was originally assigned to a mid-meridian master? This senior brother still had to pull some strings. After hearing those words, Pei Ling's expression became a bit wary. He thought to himself, so Zheng Jingshan's status is actually this low, huh? At this moment, Zheng Jingshan pulled out a talisman and continued, that's why this senior brother must stay behind to guard you, to prevent any scummy individuals from fishing in troubled waters and causing chaos. If any unexpected incident occurs within the ancient abyss, use this 100-li escape talisman to make your escape. Pei Ling quickly grabbed the talisman and tucked it into his robes. Alright then. He then reassured himself internally, with this 100-li escape talisman in hand, I can save my own skin when it matters most. Zheng Jingshan patted Pei Ling's shoulder, then gave a stern warning to everyone. Alright, the intersect hasn't been very peaceful lately. This trip to the ancient abyss is definitely going to be rough. All of you, be extremely careful. It's fine if the mission fails, but Pei Ling's life must be guaranteed. Understand? All 3 cupped their hands in solemn acceptance. Ouyang Tianxing spoke for the other 2. Meridian Master, please rest easy. As long as the 3 of us are still drawing breath, junior brother Pei will not suffer any mishaps. Pei Ling's crew then hopped onto the back of a demonic beast and set off. A short while later, the group stopped at a massive cliff. Pei Ling looked around, then asked, we're here? Still inside the sect? Ouyang Tianxing simply replied, yep. Then Ouyang Tianxing handed Pei Ling a magic pill and warned him, be careful, junior brother Pei. Down there is the ancient abyss. Eat this detoxification pill first. Pei Ling took it and said, thanks, senior sister. Ouyang Tianxing then turned her head and instructed the other 2 Fangji. Junior brother Pei's cultivation is weak, so remember to protect him well once you're down there. Fangji crossed his arms, putting on a displeased expression, and retorted, senior sister Ouyang, the situation in our Qiansong Meridian hasn't been great recently. Why would the Meridian Master want to waste resources just to snatch this mission? Junior brother Pei's cultivation is way too low. I can't guarantee that no unexpected accidents will happen when we're down there. Builong looked absolutely done with life. Ouyang Tianxing, upon hearing Fang Jie's whining, gave him a look that could curdle milk. This is the boss's decision, so just follow my lead. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back. Fang Jie, after getting a good dressing down, became as docile as a lamb. Yes, ma'am. Builong, seeing Ouyang Tianxing on his side, was practically floating. Senior sister Tianxing is so gentle with me. Ouyang Tianxing then approached the cliff edge and continued, it's about 3 zhang from the Guyuan. We still have some time left, so let's just make the jump down now. Builong, hearing this, was completely stumped. Down? Huh? Suddenly, Ouyang Tianxing grabbed Builong's hand and asked, junior brother, do you trust me? Our boy's face immediately turned crimson. Builong, completely falling for the beauty trap, could only stammer out one word, trust. And just like that, Ouyang Tianxing squeezed his hand and leaped off the cliff. As he plummeted, Builong screamed bloody murder, echoing through the heavens. Oh my god! Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Miao Chengyang sat before a single candle. Suddenly, the candle flared with an eerie green light. Within the glow, words appeared. Zheng Jingshan intends to acquire the Han Sui Huo for Builong. Ouyang Tianxing has already led a team into the Guyuan. Reading this, Miao Chengyang's mind raced. The Han Sui Huo was an internal decision of the Zhongwu Mai. Is Zheng Jingshan really trying to openly steal it for that scumbag Builong? What exactly is his game plan? His expression suddenly shifted, becoming sinister and calculating. But if that little animal Builong dies in the Guyuan, not only will the disciplinary hall have a hard time investigating the mission, but all of Zheng Jingshan's painstaking efforts will be for nothing. Suddenly, a subordinate from outside announced to Miao Chengyang, Sect Master Zheng Jingshan has arrived. He says he wants to challenge Sect Master Miao Chongyang. Hearing this, he stood up, as if he had already predicted it. He's here, as expected. He already had his own plan, so he yelled out, "Tell to scram, this old man is going to the Guyuan to take Boilang's head and offer it as a sacrifice for Chang'an." The group soon reached the bottom of the Guyuan. Boilang entered, his body trembling violently. He thought, darn it, this spooky place is freezing. I'm afraid I'll croak before I even find the Han Sui Huo. I'll die on the way. Seeing his plight, Ouyang Tianxing immediately gripped his hand. She then transmitted her spirit energy to Bui Lang, asking softly, "Still cold, junior brother Bui?" He felt an immense warmth spread through him and replied with a beaming smile, "Many thanks, senior sister. I feel much better now." Fang Jie, seeing Boilang's attitude, scoffed. He just reached the bottom of the abyss and he's already like this? How's he supposed to get through the Ganmeng Lin? Don't expect me to drag this dead weight later. Our boy, hearing that, felt irritated. He thought this old man doesn't want to follow you either. Ouyang Tianxing, upon hearing Fang Jie's words, was clearly displeased. She spoke up, "Fang Jie, are you trying to defy the Sect Master's order?" Ti Ying, seeing the tension build, quickly interjected, "Senior sister, please calm your anger. Let me guide junior brother Bui instead, and you can save your spirit energy." She turned her head and sighed. "All right, fine." Then Ouyang Tianxing turned to Boilang and instructed, "Junior brother Bui, you will follow Ti Ying shortly." He immediately complied, replying, I'll listen to senior sister." Boilang, looking at Ti Ying's gentle face, mused inwardly, "This guy looks so gentle and honest, he probably won't screw me over, right?" Ouyang Tianxing, leading the way, reminded everyone, "Up ahead is the Ganmeng Lin. Everyone be a little careful." At this moment, Ti Ying pulled out a dry branch from who knows where and said to Bui Lang, "Junior brother Bui, the Ganmeng Lin will cause cultivators who enter to fall into illusions and get lost within. Next, hold on to this wooden stick tightly and follow me. Don't pay attention to anything you see later." Bui Lang obediently quickly grabbed the dry branch and replied, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will definitely not let go." In his mind, he was thinking, this stick is literally my life. The group then began to enter the Ganmeng Lin. Passing through the blood-red mist, Boilang didn't dare breathe loudly, clutching the dry branch for dear life. Suddenly, countless blood-red vines draped themselves over Boilang. In an instant, he was dumbfounded, seeing no one in front of him. Boilang suddenly screamed in panic. Then, he tried to steel himself against the fear. "Boilang, don't panic, this is definitely just an illusion. As long as I'm still alive, I can make it out of the Ganmeng Lin." Suddenly, the wooden stick in Boilang's hand transformed into a woman's pale, delicate hand, startling him completely. "Huh?" Before Boilang's eyes now was Li Yue, gazing at him tenderly and softly saying, "Aren't you coming?" He couldn't help but gasp, thinking, "Fairy Li, why is she here?" Seeing Boilang still frozen in place, she immediately pressed him down to the ground and said, "You dared to defy my orders again." Li Yue suddenly started removing her clothes, smiling, or perhaps. With that, the alluring Li Yue sat astride Boilang, purring, "Do you want to cultivate right here?" Boilang, hearing her words, screamed in fear once more. Immediately, he tried to remind himself to stay calm and rational. Boilang, Fairy Li would never be this forward. This is just an illusion. But Li Yue, utterly unreserved, continued her actions on Boilang's body. "Then let's begin." He closed his eyes, desperately trying to snap himself awake. "No, I absolutely cannot die in this place." Very quickly, Boilang regained his senses and swiftly retreated. Then he coldly drew his Yansheng Dao. "That was close. I was almost seduced." Seeing this, she let out an eerie smile and said, "Hehehe, I didn't expect you to snap out of it so quickly." Her body began to warp, and from Li Yue, she abruptly transformed into a ferocious demon with a twisted face, cackling mockingly, "You can't escape from this Ganmeng Lin." Bui Lang, facing its attacks, lightly dodged and then lunged directly into an assault. "Then let's see you try." He swiftly unleashed his blood ghost evasion technique, instantly closing the distance. In a flash, Boilang swung his Yansheng Dao, coldly declaring, "You think you can kill this old man?" The demon, terrified by his move, opened its mouth. "You." Just then, the demon transformed back into Ouyang Tianxing, who frantically cried out, "Junior brother Bui, wake up!" Hearing that voice, Boilang immediately snapped back to reality. Before him was Ouyang Tianxing, desperately trying to block his Yansheng Dao. Seeing Ouyang Tianxing's body trembling violently, Boilang was utterly shocked. Senior sister Boilang immediately lowered his Yansheng Dao. He slumped to the ground, clutching his neck, and said, "Thank you, senior sister, otherwise I would have chopped myself to pieces." Ouyang Tianxing quickly bandaged the wound on her hand and replied, "This Ganmeng Lin is treacherous and ever-changing. Junior brother, you must always remain vigilant. Where's Taiying?" Boilang, hearing this, honestly replied, "I don't know. I was originally holding the wooden stick senior brother Tai gave me, walking behind him, but suddenly, senior brother Tai was nowhere to be seen." As he spoke, he also mused inwardly, "Taiying was the closest to me, but he didn't come to help. Could something have happened to him too?" This place was quite dangerous, so Ouyang Tianxing directly grabbed his hand and pulled him away. "Come on, I'll get you out of the Ganmeng Lin first." As they moved together, Ouyang Tianxing suddenly turned her head, looking behind them with vigilance. Seeing her strange behavior, Boilang's fear skyrocketed. "Senior sister, what's going on?" Hearing his question, she irritably replied, "Damn it, how is it awake again?" Just then, countless blood-colored dream vines pursued them from behind. Ouyang Tianxing didn't dare delay, quickly pulling him to run. The dream vines refused to give up, surrounding them, intent on capturing them both. "Can you two even escape?" The opponent's killing intent was too overwhelming, causing Boilang to ask in alarm, "Senior sister, what is this it you're talking about?" She immediately explained, It's a vengeful spirit formed from the accumulated resentment of cultivators who died in this Ganmeng Lin over the past century. It has only awoken twice before, and we just had to run into it again. Suddenly, Ouyang Tianxing cried out anxiously, "It's here!" At that very moment, the dream vines abruptly converged, forming a vengeful spirit that would make anyone who saw it piss their pants. It quickly launched an attack towards the two of them. The vengeful spirit hissed, "The Genbeng Lin is where you two belong." Seeing the demon aggressively charge forward, our boy immediately yelled a warning, "Senior sister, watch out!" Then Boilang swiftly swung his Yansheng Dao to confront it. Boilang's Yansheng Dao slashed down, but it caused absolutely no damage to the dream vines, horrifying him. He blurted out, "My Yansheng Dao can't even cut it?" From the side, Ouyang Tianxing formed a hand seal, causing the dream vines to instantly shatter. This scene unfolding before him made Boilang unable to hold back his admiration. "Senior sister, you're seriously too strong." Unexpectedly, a dream vine lunged forward, wrapping itself around his leg. Boilang was completely stunned, his mind still processing what was happening, or rather not processing at all. His vision started to blur, shifting from Ouyang Tianxing fighting off a resentful ghost, only to be replaced by a blinding white. When his vision finally cleared, three stunning beauties appeared before him, sweetly calling out, "Bui Lang." Our boy was terrified, thinking, "Damn it, not this again." Suddenly, one of them stepped forward and kissed Boilang's cheek. Then all three pounced, wrapping their arms around him and sweetly whispering, "Let's cultivate until death, my love." Boilang completely lost control, giggling with pure bliss. Hee, sounds good. Ouyang Tianxing, witnessing this, quickly snapped him out of it. "Boilang, wake up, now." Hearing her, Boilang swiftly broke free from the illusion. He quickly untangled the dream vine from his feet and let out a sigh of relief. Whoa, that was way too close. Almost got lost in that. Looking over at Ouyang Tianxing, who was still struggling with the resentful ghost, Boilang grew worried. If this keeps up, neither of us will make it out alive. A senior sister this good, I can't let anything happen to her. After careful consideration, he was filled with righteous energy and declared, "Senior sister Ouyang, you go on ahead. Senior brother Zheng gave me an escape talisman. I can get out of here." Hearing his words, she replied, "I, Ouyang Tianxing, have never broken a promise. Since I agreed with the clan head to protect you until you obtain the Han Sui Huo, then I will see it through to the very end." Ouyang Tianxing then resolutely pulled out her black coffin and continued. The resentful ghost saw this and angrily roared, "Don't even dream of leaving, Ouyang." Tianxing then powerfully stomped on the black coffin. She unleashed her Yuming Weilian, causing chains to burst forth and shatter the oncoming dream vines. The resentful ghost, having its fist severed, let out a pained shriek. Ouyang Tianxing immediately grabbed Boilang and fled. "Now's our chance, let's run." The two of them swiftly escaped the immediate danger. Just as a voice echoed through the Ganmeng Lin, "You can't leave," they made it out just in time. Boilang wiped sweat from his brow, sighing in relief. "Finally, we made it out." Due to the damage to her vital energy, Ouyang Tianxing couldn't help but cough up blood. Cough, cough. Seeing this, he rushed over, worried, "Senior sister, are you all right?" She wiped the blood from her lips, then smiled and replied, "I'm fine, just a minor injury to my vital energy. Just, don't mention me using the black coffin earlier, okay?" Builang immediately agreed, "I'll definitely keep your secret, senior sister." Just then, a voice rang out, "Junior brother Bui's senior sister Ouyang." Xueming walked over, feigning concern. "I didn't expect that resentful ghost to suddenly wake up. It's good that you two are unharmed." Hearing him, Boilang replied, "Thank you for your concern." But inside, Boilang was feeling incredibly perplexed. Looking at how easily they passed through the Ganmeng Lin, he thought Xueming ran into trouble and abandoned him. But now, looking at that wicked smirk on his face, Boilang became even more certain in his mind. He deliberately tried to harm me. Ouyang Tianxing heard Xueming's words and wasn't pleased. She spoke up. "Xueming, you were truly too negligent. If I hadn't gone back to check, junior brother Bui might have met with disaster." Xueming immediately put on an awkward expression and hastily explained himself. "My apologies, senior sister. Just now I went to help Fang Jie escape from the dream vines and carelessly lost track of junior brother Bui." Ouyang Tianxing heard this and looked sternly at Xueming, warning him, "Out of consideration for fellow disciples, I won't pursue this matter further this time. If any other incidents occur in the upcoming Yin-Yang Saipan, I will absolutely not forgive you." Hearing this, he quickly cupped his hands and respectfully replied, "Yes, senior sister?" Boilang looked at Xueming, analyzing him carefully in his mind. This Xueming looks just like cannon fodder. Why are there so many of them showing up? I wonder what kind of trouble he's going to try and cause me next. I need to quickly figure out a way to deal with this problem. Very soon, the four of them arrived at the Yin-Yang Saipan. Ouyang Tianxing looked at everyone and reminded them, "This place is called the Yin-Yang Saipan, one of the most dangerous locations in the Guyan. The yin and yang forces in the narrow path between will neutralize each other, and it's also the only path to survival. No matter what, you must not leave this middle path." Our boy immediately replied, "Yes, senior sister." Fang Jie from behind couldn't help but tease Bui Lang, junior brother Bui. "The bottom of this ravine is a deviation basin. If you fall down there, you'll be shredded to bits, not even a complete corpse left. Are you scared? If you are, we can just go back." Ouyang Tianxing heard this and shot him a glare, then loudly snapped, "What's with all the chatter? Do you dare to disregard the clan head's instructions so lightly?" Seeing her angry demeanor, Fang Jie quickly laughed awkwardly and said, "Senior sister, I was just joking. Don't be mad." Despite Fang Jie's taunts, Bui Lang wasn't angry at all. In fact, he happily said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Fang, I'll pay attention." But inside, Bui Lang was secretly calculating, "You want me to fall down there that badly? Fine, then I'll play along with your game. The four of them began to traverse the middle path. Shui Ming looked down at the bottom of the ravine, secretly calculating in his mind. Ordinary movement techniques are hard to use in this deviation basin. With insufficient cultivation, falling down there is certain death. But senior sister just warned me. Should I make a move or not? Before he could decide, Builang suddenly cried out in fear from behind, startling him, "Senior brother Shu." And just like that, our boy tumbled off the middle path. Under the surprised gazes of Ouyang Tianxing, Feng Jie, and Shui Ming, they saw Builang falling and seemingly crying for help. This made Ouyang Tianxing extremely worried, and she cried out, "Junior brother!" Shui Ming gritted his teeth. He was perplexed, thinking, "What the hell is going on? I haven't even made my move yet." At this moment, Ouyang Tianxing, radiating a fierce aura, growled each word. "Shui Ming." He was terrified and quickly explained, "Senior sister, it really wasn't me." The events unfolding before her made it impossible for her to believe Shui Ming, even if she wanted to. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Could it be that he just jumped down there himself? Yeah, right. Just then, a heroic figure shot up from the bottom of the ravine, leaving both of them utterly astonished. It turned out Builang had unleashed his Shuigui Dunfa to swiftly shoot upwards. He then powerfully landed on the ground, feigning fear, wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, that was too dangerous. Seeing Builang return safe and sound made Shuiming absolutely seethy with rage. Isn't he only at the 5th layer of qi refinement? How could he have mastered a technique of this caliber? Even Ouyang Tianxing was greatly surprised to witness Weilong's escape technique. This is the Shuigui Dunfa. I never would have thought junior brother Bui possessed such talent. It seems this trip to help him find the Hansui Huo is truly worthwhile. At this moment, our boy rushed towards her and immediately made his accusation. If I hadn't practiced my escape technique, I'm afraid senior sister would have had to seek justice for me. Seeing Builong blaming himself like that, Shuiming was utterly outraged and roared, "You're lying, I didn't even touch you just now. You clearly jumped down yourself and are blaming me." Our boy heard him and sadly replied, "Senior brother Zhu, I know you look down on my low cultivation level, but I always believed that someone sent by senior brother Zheng wouldn't try to harm my life." Then, Builang looked at Shui Ming and said with a wronged expression, "If this is the kind of situation we have in our team, I truly don't dare to stay any longer. I should just go back and return this fortune to senior brother Zheng." Witnessing everything that had transpired, Ouyang Tianxing immediately spoke up to reassure him. "Junior brother Bui, don't be afraid. I guarantee he won't dare to lay a hand on you again." Seeing her lower the black coffin, Shuiming was so scared that he trembled and said, "Senior sister Ouyang, you and I have been through life and death together for many years. You'd rather trust this cunning little brat than me?" Ouyang Tianxing merely indifferently pulled a flower branch from within her black coffin and coldly stated, "Shuiming, just now you abandoned junior brother in the Ganmeng Lin and fled. And this time, junior brother Boy slipped, yet you refused to admit it." Holding the flower branch, she slowly continued, "If you feel ashamed, then after we obtain the Hansui Huo, I will remove this Gusheng Huafar for you." His face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down like rain as he replied in terror, "No, senior sister, I was wrong." Seeing this, Fang Jie immediately stepped in to mediate. "Senior sister, perhaps Shuiming was just momentarily confused and accidentally scared junior brother Boy. The Gusheng Hua might be a bit too severe." Before he could finish, Ouyang Tianxing glared at him. "What's wrong? Do you also want to scheme against junior brother Bui?" Fang Ji was so scared that sweat poured down his forehead as he hastily replied, "Of course not. I was just too talkative." Seeing that she had no intention of letting him off, Xueming angrily shouted, "Senior sister, you trust this brat so much, I refuse to accept it." Oh, Yang Tianxing coldly flung the flower branch at him and simply said, "Too much talk." As soon as the Gusheng Hua touched his body, Xueming instantly disintegrated into scattered pieces, stabbing him mercilessly, making him scream in agony. Pei Ling watched the whole thing unfold, secretly chuckling. "You useless trash, you actually thought you could harm me? Compared to the system's ways of messing with people, you're truly pathetic. Go learn a thing or two." After getting their formation straightened out, the four of them quickly ventured into the swamp. The Bone Crane cold bewitching fire was blazing in the middle of the swamp. Pei Ling couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "This is the cold bewitching fire, right?" Ouyang Tianxing smiled and instructed, "That's right. Once Xueying sets up the formation, senior sister will handle the cold bewitching fire and hand it over for you to refine." Xueying received the order and immediately set up the formation without delay. The formation was quickly set up around the cold bewitching fire. Then Xueying looked at Pei Ling and muttered disdainfully, "It's just a tiny cold bewitching fire, yet he's so surprised. This dude's definitely a NB who hasn't seen the world." But Ouyang Tianxing wasn't at ease, so she reminded him again, "However, the process of integrating the fire into your body is incredibly painful, junior brother. You must not disappoint the branchmaster's efforts. You have to push through." Pei Ling replied confidently, his determination blazing. "Understood." A second later, he innocently asked, "Oh, senior sister, is integrating the fire into the body by just swallowing it whole, or?" Seeing Pei Ling ask this, both Xueying and Ouyang Tianxing were utterly dumbfounded. Fang Jie couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this, then mocked, "Senior sister, he doesn't even know what the fire absorption art is. Shall we just head straight back to the mansion then?" Ouyang Tianxing looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Junior brother Pei, your alchemy talent is so profound. Why don't you even grasp the most basic fire absorption art?" At this moment, Pei Ling was furious inside, blaming the system. "Alchemy? I only listened for half a day. The rest was all thanks to the system." How in the world am I supposed to know what the fire absorption art is? You messed me up again, you dog system. Then he forced a smile and explained, sorry, senior sister, I've only just entered the Tao of Alchemy, so I haven't had time to learn the fire absorption art. Yang Qingjing didn't dwell on Pei Ling's words anymore, letting out a sigh. Fine. I'll explain the fire absorption art to you now. Try your best to learn it quickly. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and eagerly obeyed. Yes, senior sister, I guarantee I can learn it in the blink of an eye. Then he couldn't help but think to himself, dog system, your time to redeem yourself is now. Fang, seeing the situation, quickly reminded her, senior sister, for the fire absorption art, even the fastest chi condensation cultivator would need at least half a month to learn it. Worried about wasting time, he continued, or maybe we should take him back first and then… Before Fang Jie could even finish his sentence, Yang Tianxing slapped him hard across the face. Oof! She glared at Fang Jie and said coldly, half a month then half a month. He fearfully clutched his cheek and apologized, senior sister, forgive me, I spoke too much. Shui Ying, standing aside, cursed angrily in his heart. This vile slut is so nice to a mere chi condensation cultivator. You're Zheng Jingshan's literal lapdog. Then he smiled sinisterly, deep in thought. It's just that your time is running out. Meanwhile, in the dream perception forest, illusions were trying to hold him back. Young Master Miao Cheng, please don't go. Stay with this humble one. But he remained unfazed and easily bypassed them. A mere dream perception forest wants to cause me trouble? Seriously? Miao Chengyang thought to himself with extreme confidence. The illusions in this dream perception forest are child's play for someone like me, who cultivates the heart demon fist. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. From within the dream vine, Miao Cheng'an unexpectedly appeared and spoke with indignation. Elder brother, I'm not reconciled. Miao Chengyang saw him and exclaimed in shock, Cheng'an. Then he gritted his teeth and asserted, junior brother Cheng'an, rest assured, your elder brother will go hunt down that Pei Ling and avenge you. However, Miao Chengyang couldn't help but think irritably to himself, damn it, these fake scenes are using Chang'an to bewitch me? Just then, Miao Chang'an cried out in utter agony, it's too late. Afterward, he voiced the deep resentment in his heart. I am your only blood brother, framed by others, yet you let the enemy roam freely in the outer sect until now. Miao Chengyang, deeply immersed in the illusion, quickly replied, Chang'an, you've misunderstood. Your elder brother. Before he could finish his sentence, Miao Chang'an stepped closer and questioned clearly, you could have killed him within the sect, but you couldn't bear to pay the fine, so you dragged it out until now to make a move. You fundamentally didn't want to avenge me, did you? Miao Chengyang gritted his teeth, trying to clear his mind. Then he angrily swung his hand and shouted, you're just an illusion. I'll shatter you with one punch. Yet Miao Cheng'an easily blocked Miao Chengyang's punch. Then he lowered his head and said disappointedly, elder brother Miao Chengyang, you've changed. You're no longer the elder brother you once were. In an instant, the illusion before him transformed into Miao Chengyang himself, who spoke coldly, look at what you've become. He immediately realized the problem and cautiously retreated. This isn't good. This isn't an illusion. It's my own heart demon. I can't believe Cheng'an's death shook my Dao heart so much, giving rise to a heart demon. Miao Chengyang swung his hand, unleashing a martial skill, and angrily roared, my Dao heart has never wavered. I don't need you to point fingers. Just then, the dream vine on the ground climbed up, tightly coiling around his legs. A resentful ghost suddenly appeared, making Miao Chengyang exclaim in terror, a resentful ghost! The sudden appearance of the resentful ghost infuriated him. Why did this resentful ghost have to awaken now to block my path? At this moment, countless heart demons appeared before Miao Chengyang, accusing him. That damn little bastard Pei Ling. It's all your fault. I'm not reconciled. Not reconciled, I tell you. Then Miao Chengyang's heart demon immediately roared with extreme ferocity. Kill, kill, kill. Haha, kill. On the other side, Pei Ling's system displayed a notification. The Intelligent Cultivation World Def system has absorbed a new cheat code. Please name it, host. Pei Ling immediately thought of a name, Fire Absorption Art. Yang Tianxing, standing nearby, asked after finishing her instruction, Junior Brother Pei, is there anything you don't understand about the Fire Absorption Art? I can explain it again. He immediately waved his hand from the shadows. Thank you, senior sister, but there's no need. Then Pei Ling wondered, how am I supposed to tell her I've already learned it? Shui Ying then approached Yang Tianxing and reported, senior sister, the formation has been set up. Hearing this, she held out her hand and instructed, hand over the central formation flag and the life-bound formation plate to me. She was already on guard. Shui Ying had caused trouble multiple times, so to be safe, she needed to take control first. He was a bit stunned and surprised to see Yang Tianxing do this. Before, it was truly just a misunderstanding. No sooner had he spoken than two bone-born flowers bloomed on the side of his face. In mere moments, Shui Ying was tormented, crying out in pain, senior sister, I truly know my mistake. Senior sister, however, Yang Tianxing paid no heed to his words. She just indifferently encouraged Pei Ling, junior brother, setting up the formations must have been tiring. Go rest for a bit. Seeing her like this, Pei Ling secretly praised Yang Tianxing, senior sister's methods are truly formidable. Let's see how you cause trouble now, clown. Yang Tianxing then activated the formation towards the cold bewitching fire in the middle of the lake. Instantly, the formation was activated and a whoosh sound echoed. With Yang Tianxing's spiritual power, the cold bewitching fire went directly into Pei Ling's hand. Seeing the cold bewitching fire in Yang Tianxing's hand, Pei Ling found it strange and exclaimed, the cold bewitching fire shrunk. She immediately replied, I've already removed the yin cold energy that the cold bewitching fire absorbed in the bone crane swamp for you. From another perspective, Fang Ji stood watching the two from behind with an angry expression. While Ouyang Tianxing was explaining to Pei Ling, your cultivation is too low. If it's too large, you won't be able to absorb it. Fang Jie valuable cold, bewitching fire, given to that stinky brat for free. This truly infuriates me. Ouyang Tianxing then said, Junior brother Pei, cultivating the fire absorption art takes time. We will go to the U-cave. Fang Jie immediately interjected, blocking them. Senior sister, the path to the U-cave is too dangerous for just you and me to protect junior brother Pei. Hearing this, she bluntly replied, at the critical moment, I will open my coffin and go all out. Hearing this, Fang Ji immediately panicked and said, open your coffin? Senior sister, isn't that a bit extreme? Pei Ling heard this and pondered for a moment. Just now, after senior sister used the black coffin to save him, her vital energy was greatly damaged. It seems senior sister's black coffin cannot be used lightly. Senior sister is too good, I can't let her get hurt. Done thinking, Pei Ling then had an idea and hinted to Ouyang Tianxing, senior sister, I'll try to integrate the fire into my body now. Hearing this, Ouyang Tianxing was uneasy and vehemently objected, junior brother Pei, don't act recklessly. There's only one chance to integrate the fire absorption art. If it fails, you'll die. Just focus on learning the fire absorption art, leave everything else to me. Fang Jie looked at him with a mocking gaze and said, senior sister, he himself wants to try. You should trust junior brother Pei, shouldn't you? Pei Ling also replied confidently, senior sister, don't worry. I've got that alchemy foundation, remember? This Nahuojo is surprisingly easy to master. Our boy thought to himself, looks like this Fang Jai really wants to watch me absorb this. Just then, the system flashed a message. One-click long-term cultivation initiated. Activating Nahuo. Host is low on pillfire. Initiating free gift. 1 innate pillfire has been bestowed. Under the system's control, Pei Ling swiftly snatched the flame from Ouyang Tianjing's hand. Seeing his reckless move, she freaked out, screaming to stop him. Danger! Stop this instant! Meanwhile, Fang Jie watched with a smug, disdainful smirk, thinking, there's no way this Nahuojo is this simple. He really thinks he's some kind of genius? He's about to be devoured by that flame and turn into smoke. But then, Fang Ji had to do a complete 180 on his thoughts when he saw Pei Ling absorb the fire with zero effort. Wait, something's seriously off. This technique, how is it so refined? Plus, absorbing this fire is agonizing as Kid's face is completely blank. Fang Jie clutched his head in disbelief. Could this punk actually be a true genius? Ouyang Tianjing also breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Pei Ling was somehow fine. His flame control skill is on par with a master pill refiner. She never imagined junior brother Pei's talent and tenacity were this insane. Her worrying was totally useless. But inside, Pei Ling was silently screaming, pain, 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 I'm gonna die! System, I'll give you 5 stars. Just make it stop. While his fire absorption was going perfectly fine, Ji Ying, still trapped in her cocoon, poked her head out, glaring with eyes full of rage. If this punk succeeds in absorbing this fire, won't all my efforts have been for nothing? Miao Clan Master, what's taking you so long? Meanwhile, over in Ganmeng Lin, Miao Chengyang had just soloed a vengeful ghost. But he was possessed by inner demons, screaming maniacally, kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, Pei Ling was still diligently absorbing the fire. Yang Tianjing watched his intense focus and thought, junior brother Pei, he's already at Qi refining level 6. An 8th grade pill fire truly is something else. This is the final stage, integrating the absorbed fire. He's practically done. Ji Ying, still in her cocoon, was relentlessly observing every single movement happening outside. He couldn't hold back, gnashing his teeth in pure rage. If this punk Pei Ling is allowed to grow, the Fuxing Meridian will absolutely rise again. Then what was the point of me relying on Miao Chengyang? I have to stop him. I have to kill him. Yang Tianjing felt a chilling, killing intent radiating and instantly honed in on him. Ji Ying was frantically struggling, trying to break free from Ouyang Tianjing's control. Ouyang Tianjing looked annoyed. Still can't behave even inside the cocoon? Fine, if you've developed killing intent, I won't hold you back anymore. Suddenly, a disturbance ahead made her eyes nearly pop out. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful force absolutely shattered the cocoon, trapping Ji Ying. Ouyang Tianjing then stared at the figure before her and gasped, I can't believe you came here yourself. It was Miao Chengyang, in a berserk frenzy, completely possessed by inner demons. Ouyang Tianjing instantly raised her guard. Miao Clan Master junior brother Pei is still absorbing the pill fire. He absolutely cannot be disturbed. Hearing this, Miao Chengyang charged even more wildly, roaring, You think you can stop me? While raging, he thought, if I don't kill this little bastard Pei Ling, these inner demons will never be dispelled. Ouyang Tianjing saw the situation spiraling, so she quickly yelled to Fang Jie, Get Pei Ling out of here now. Fang Jie, however, merely grunted in indifferent acknowledgement. Then, he simply extended his hand, launching hidden weapons straight at Pei Ling. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianjing immediately unleashed iron chains to block, then snapped. Fang Jie instantly put on an awkward face and replied, Senior sister, even if we team up, we're absolutely no match for Miao Clan Master. A true hero knows when to cut his losses, you know? And with that, he kept raining down hidden weapons onto Pei Ling. Ouyang Tianjing had to block his every single attack. Right after, Ouyang Tianjing made a decision. Then don't blame me for being ruthless, she declared, preparing to unveil her trump card. Miao Chengyang, meanwhile, was madly channeling power for his next attack. He roared, Anyone who stops me from killing Pei Ling dies instantly. Then the demon fist shot out, aimed directly at Pei Ling, but Ouyang Tianjing immediately intercepted it. Miao Chengyang's punch actually injured Ouyang Tianjing, but she stood firm, absolutely resolute. I will not let you get even half a step closer to junior brother Pei, she declared. Then she unleashed the netherworld Phantom Lotus, sending countless purple chains absolutely flying towards Miao Chengyang. But her attacks couldn't even slow him down. He smoothly dodged every single chain and barreled straight towards her. Such trash talent, Miao Chengyang scoffed, but Ouyang Tianjing was utterly shocked by his movement technique, Yugui Dunfa. The Yugui Dunfa and Shugui Dunfa are essentially twins, both supreme movement techniques from the Zhongming sect's strongest Wugui Tian Luo Dunfa. Upon recognizing the technique, Ouyang Tianjing exclaimed, I never thought Miao Chengyang had mastered it to this degree. Miao Chengyang was now circling her with the Yuguan Fa, putting her in an impossible bind. Damn it, I can't even track him with my eyes. Ouyang Tianjing had no choice but to make a crucial decision. If this keeps up, both junior brother Pei and I will be in mortal peril. I have to release her, she declared. With that, she poured all her life's cultivation into directly opening the seal. Inside was none other than Ouyang Tianmeng sleeping soundly. Ji Ying, standing nearby, exclaimed in horror she actually released her again. Fang Jie, ever so casually, replied, What's there to be scared of? We've got Miao Clan Master right here. Seeing this, Miao Chengyang scoffed, So what if you released her? I'm the master of the Jiaochuan Meridian. Today is the death day for you, Pei Ling, and even Ouyang Tianmeng. Ouyang Tianmeng, fresh out of her seal, simply kept her eyes closed, extending her hand forward. Instantly, Miao Chengyang was stopped dead in his tracks by some mysterious force. Now Miao Chengyang found himself standing in some unfamiliar place, a million questions swirling in his head. Where am I? Before him, a woman was intently embroidering his portrait. That was Chaoni. She looked up, saw Miao Chengyang, and simply said, Come, sit here for a while. Back with Ouyang Tianjing's group, Miao Chengyang had completely vanished. Ouyang Tianjing frantically scanned around, gritting her teeth. He's gone. Fang Ji then chimed in with a smug, unpleasant tone. Yu Gui Dun Fa, indeed. So powerful, so fast he's completely disappeared. Jing, not one to be outdone, added, Back in the day, Miao Clan's master was undeniably the top outer disciple, and in such a short amount of time, he's actually cultivated Yu Gi Dan Fa to grand completion. Hearing this, Ouyang Tianjing couldn't hold back, demanding, How dare you betray the Chansong Meridian? Today, you two are staying permanently in this bonebeat swamp. With that declaration, Ouyang Tianmeng launched a massive attack straight at Ji Ying and Fang Jie. They watched as spiky vines from poisonous flowers continuously assaulted them, making them scream in absolute agony. Immediately, Fang Ji whipped out a cauldron to block the onslaught. The Jiaochuan Meridian's attacks also have the backing of Zhou Zhenchuan. Do you really dare offend Zhou Zhenchuan? Though he managed to temporarily block it, his spirit energy was rapidly depleting. He frantically thought, Miao Clan Master, why isn't he back yet? Could Ouyang Tianjing have actually scared him off? Ouyang Tianjing shot them a judgmental look. You're literally at death's door and still got so much to say. The scene then shifted. We see Miao Chengyang's reflection in a bowl of water. He spoke up, asking Chao Ni, May I ask if you are Miss Chao Ni, the one under true disciple Li? Then he gently inquired, May I know the reason for Miss Chao Ni's visit? Chao Ni didn't beat around the bush, cutting straight to the chase. Don't touch Pei Ling. Miao Chengyang heard this and gnashed his teeth in fury, thinking Chao Ni actually came here for Pei Ling. So this little bastard Pei Ling's true backer isn't Zheng Jingshan, but Li Zhenchuan? But if I don't kill Pei Ling, my inner demons will never be released. He then retorted, and what if I say no? The instant those words left his mouth, a long gash appeared across Miao Chengyang's face. Chao Ni had merely pricked her sewing needle into the cloth with his face, a clear warning shot. Back on the other side, Jing was absolutely furious, snarling, That bitch releasing her like this will constantly drain her spirit energy. If this drags on, we're guaranteed to win. Fang Jie, however, spoke up with clear difficulty, but my Reiwen Baolu can't hold out much longer. Hearing that, Ji Ying instantly shot back, then just grabbed Pei Ling and used him as a human shield. Fang Yi heard that, didn't say a word, and just straight up bit his thumb, immediately dripping fresh blood onto the treasure cauldron in front of him, then shouted, I command you, go. As soon as he finished speaking, a creature named Yu Huanggu flew out of the treasure cauldron. Yu Huanggu continuously dodged the poison flowers, zooming forward. In a flash, it circled behind Ouyang Tianxing, leaving her no time to react as she cried out, I'm dead. Ouyang Tianxing immediately spun around, and just at that moment, Fang Ge suddenly appeared right behind her. He gave an evil grin, ready to strike. Senior sister, where are you even looking? Ouyang Tianxing was sneak attacked, had no time to react, took the hit, and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. A massive explosion then rang out, kicking up blinding smoke and dust. Meanwhile, on Pei Ling's side, the system announced, This cultivation session ends here. Thank you, host, for using the cultivation system. Just one click, no worries, no hassle. We look forward to your feedback and cultivation review. If satisfied, please rate us 5 stars. After waking up, Pei Ling immediately grabbed Yu Huanggu's head and ruthlessly crushed it. Pei Ling displayed an extremely serious expression and sighed, It's finally over. Fang Zhe, seeing our boy successfully ignite his cultivation, was furious and burst out, That brat actually completed the devouring. Damn it. Not even Yu Huanggu could stop him. Is this truly where I fall today? He gritted his teeth and said, If I can't kill Pei Ling, then... He then grabbed Ouyang Tianxing's head and screamed, Then die, you hussy! Pei Ling, standing to the side, slowly circulated the power within his body and spoke, Ever since entering the Guyuan, you lot have bullied me, plotting to kill me. Out of respect for senior sister, I've backed down countless times, but you've only gotten worse. His face now gleamed with bloodthirsty coldness as he growled, Now, you've gravely injured senior sister, so all of you can just die. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling charged forward using his blood escape technique. In an instant, he slashed a saber through Fang Ge, simultaneously saving Ouyang Tianxing and bringing her to his side. Shui Ying, witnessing this scene, immediately felt the crushing pressure, and immediately knelt down to beg, "Junior brother Pei, let's just talk this out slowly. Senior brother swears to be your dog and horse from now on. Please, just spare senior brother this one time." Pei Ling walked closer, glaring at him and retorted, "Now you know how to regret?" Then, in a deep voice, he uttered two more words. Too late, the very next second, ignoring Shu Ying's desperate pleas. "Junior brother Pei, big bro Pei, I really know I messed up, I beg you." Pei Ling, however, still directly sliced him down with a single saber strike. A moment later, seeing Ouyang Tianxing wake up, he immediately asked, "Senior sister, are you okay?" She softly replied, "I'm fine now." I didn't expect junior brother Pei to actually cultivate the blood fiend saber art. Hearing that, he could only scratch his head and give an awkward laugh. Then Pei Ling curiously asked her, "Senior sister, does this black coffin drain your spirit energy? Or should we send her back first?" Ouyang Tianxing shook her head and replied, "It's fine. Senior sister's spirit energy can still endure. I'm afraid Miao Chengyang is lurking in the shadows. It's better to be cautious." Just then, a wound suddenly appeared on Pei Ling's face. He fell weakly into Ouyang Tianxing's arms. Seeing this, she worried incessantly, calling out, "Junior brother Pei." At this moment, Pei Ling felt an odd sensation. "What's wrong?" he thought. "My body suddenly feels heavier." Ouyang Tianxing anxiously said, "Junior brother Pei, your ignition isn't stable yet, but you've continuously used spirit energy, causing the ancient poison to get closer to your heart. The only way now is to use the blood fiend saber art to practice external killing." Pei Ling gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and thought, "The blood saber art has healing properties, but if I practice the system's saber art now, maybe it'll even give me free stuff. Senior sister will see." Then he spoke to her, "Senior sister, later, after I finish practicing external killing with these two things, you absolutely must give me a light slap." Although surprised, she still agreed to his condition. "How can I hit you? Fine." At this moment, he called up the system. "System, I want to cultivate the blood fiend saber art." The system panel then displayed information, showing that it lacked cultivation materials, the essence blood of cultivators. The system will gift 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators for free. After reading, he immediately sighed, as expected. Right after that, Pei Ling entered a cultivation state. He held the Yansheng saber in his hand, raised it, and initiated the blood fiend. Devour. The Yansheng saber immediately began to devour the essence blood of those around him, directly draining Shu Ying and his group dry, leaving behind only desiccated corpses. After completing the devouring, the wound on Pei Ling's body also vanished. He surveyed his body and said, "The wound is healed. This blood fiend saber art is truly effective." Suddenly, a hand roughly landed on his shoulder. The system panel appeared once again, detecting an external attack. "Cultivation ends here." At this moment, he thought it was Ouyang Tianxing, so he turned around and smiled. "Senior sister, I'm done cultivating, let's go." However, it wasn't Ouyang Tianxing, but Ouyang Tianmeng. She appeared with a terrifying expression and a devilish laugh. Hehehe. Meanwhile, Miao Chengyang was being absolutely thrashed by Chao Ni. She calmly sat in the pavilion and said, "If Pei Ling's ignition had failed just now, I wouldn't have saved him, nor would I have stopped you. Too bad your luck isn't so great." Miao Chengyang frowned in annoyance, asking her, "So what exactly do you want from me?" Chao Ni immediately replied, "First, don't reveal what happened today. Second, don't make a move before Pei Ling officially enters the sect." Then Chao Ni turned back to Miao Chengyang and demanded, "Make these 2 heart demon oaths and I'll let you leave." Miao Chengyang heard that and immediately asked, "So, that means after Pei Ling enters the sect I can kill him?" She frankly replied, "If Pei Ling dies by your hands then, he himself is just trash tier, not worthy of master's regard." Miao Chengyang gritted his teeth, swallowed his rage, and thought, "Let this little bastard Pei Ling live a few more days. Later, I'll give him several times more suffering." Then he clearly declared, "I, Miao Chengyang, hereby make a heart demon oath. I will not reveal today's events, and before Pei Ling enters the sect, I will absolutely not make a move." After that, he turned and asked, "How's that, young Miss Chao Ni?" She heard him and just coldly replied, Then Miao Chengyang lowered his voice, "This humble one bids farewell today." Just before he left, Chao Ni suddenly handed him a cup of tea and said, "Hold on, finish this tea, then you can go." Meanwhile, Pei Ling was having a bit of trouble with Ouyang Tianming. He turned to look at Ouyang Tianxing, full of worry. "Oh no, senior sister, why did you fall?" Then he faced Ouyang Tianmeng and fearfully said, Hello, Ouyang Tianmeng." At this, she just gave a grotesque smile and immediately launched an attack towards him. Pei Ling quickly used his Yansheng saber to block. "This girl must be out of control." Suddenly, many chains flew out from the black coffin. The chains immediately flew to and tightly bound Ouyang Tianmeng, then dragged her back into the coffin. Ouyang Tianmeng, like a killing machine, could only laugh. The coffin door immediately slammed shut right in front of Pei Ling. He wondered about the whole incident, asking himself, what the heck just happened? Was it her again? Just then, from behind him, he heard a voice call out, "Young Master Pei." Chao Ni elegantly appeared in front of him and asked, "Still doing all right?" Pei Ling saw Chao Ni and outwardly respectfully said, "Many thanks for your help, young Miss Chao Ni." But inwardly, he couldn't stop wondering how strange, wasn't it, Wu Liu? Thinking this, Pei Ling spoke up and asked, "Where is young Miss Wu Liu? Didn't she come?" Hearing this, Chao Ni simply walked past him and casually replied, "Because of what happened before, Wu Liu was punished by Master. From now on, I will take care of you." Hearing that, Pei Ling's eyes immediately lit up and he excitedly thought, take care of me? Could it be that Li Shanzi sent her here to be my personal bodyguard? Bro, with such a massive backer, won't this young master be able to run rampant in the Zhongming sect from now on? Then Pei Ling excitedly said to Qiao Ni, yes, young Miss Qiao Ni, please enlighten this humble one in the future. Qiao Ni, while focusing on healing Ouyang Tianxing, coldly snapped, young Master Pei, Master absolutely despises useless people. Even though you managed to absorb the fire this time, you're still leagues behind. Suddenly, she turned her head, eyes piercing him. She then warned, until you prove your true worth, young Master Pei, you're on your own. Qiao Ni's words made him internally, my cheat code just walked away. Yet, Pei Ling still forced a smile. Yes, may I ask young Miss Qiao Ni, is Fairy Li perhaps intending to impart a new OP cultivation technique? Seeing no reply, Pei Ling called out again, young Miss Qiao Ni. But in front of him now, only Ouyang Tianxing lay motionless on the ground, and Qiao Ni had vanished into thin air long ago. Pei Ling just stood there, utterly bewildered. Huh? A little while later, Pei Ling and Ouyang Tianxing returned to Zheng Jingshan's location. Zheng Jingshan, face contorted in fury, roared, so you're telling me Fang Ji and Shuo Ying both betrayed Miao Chengyang and personally attacked you guys? Seeing his agitation, Pei Ling patiently explained, senior sister was forced to touch the black coffin, but the female child inside unexpectedly lost control. Thankfully, young Miss Qiao Ni appeared to save the day in the end. Ouyang Tianxing, standing silently beside him, added, as for those two, Fang Ji and Shui Ying, junior brother Pei has already refined them into puppets of death. Hearing this, Zheng Jingshan was thoroughly pleased, exclaiming, refined perfectly, those ungrateful dogs. All my painstaking efforts in nurturing them were utterly wasted. But what about Miao Chengyang? Ouyang Tianxing, with an utterly deadpan expression, immediately replied, Vein Master Miao vanished mid-journey and is nowhere to be found. We believe it's likely due to young Miss Qiao Ni's intervention. As soon as he heard this, Zheng Jingshan immediately burst out, excellent. Miao Chengyang falling into young Miss Qiao Ni's hands means if he's not dead, he's definitely getting flayed alive. Suddenly, Pei Ling excitedly asked, oh right, senior brother Zheng, about the fine I owe. Hearing this, Zheng Jingshan clapped him on the shoulder, reassuring him, junior brother Pei, relax. Now that you've got the Han Tui fire, a measly 100,000 spirit stones is nothing, he added. Your senior brother is confident you can pay it back. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling felt a wave of confusion. Confident I can pay? Didn't he say he'd pay it for me before? Zheng Jingshan, meanwhile, just strolled out the gate. Before leaving, he added, you guys just got back from the ancient abyss, so rest up first. Junior brother Pei, I've already told someone to arrange a temporary room for you. I have to go out and handle a few things. Meanwhile, in another location, someone was aggressively stomping through a door into a room. The people inside were stunned, staring at the figure standing before them. Seeing Miao Chengyang appear in a tragically beaten state, they anxiously cried out, Vein Master! Everyone exclaimed in shock, Vein Master, are you all right? Suddenly, Miao Chengyang spurted a huge mouthful of blood. Within the mouthful of blood he'd just spewed, strange parasitic anomalies appeared. Then he roared, someone, annihilate the entire Pei Manor for me. Let that damn little beast taste the agony of his loved ones dying and heart devils consume his body. As he spoke, he silently cursed in his heart. If I can't touch Pei Ling directly, then I'll wipe out his entire bloodline. At this moment, someone spoke up, cutting him off. Vein Master, forgive my interruption, but frankly, this action isn't wise. The one who had just spoken was Yin Dongmeng of the Jiaochuan vein. Hearing this, Miao Chengyang immediately ordered, everyone else retreat. The surrounding disciples all replied in unison, understood. After everyone had retreated, Miao Chengyang finally spoke. What exactly makes you say this isn't wise? Yin Dongmeng then tried to explain. Vein Master, returning from the ancient abyss with 0 results, outsiders will assume you couldn't do anything to Pei Ling, and merely took it out on his family. If this news reaches Sect Master Zhou Zhenchuan, our Jiaochuan vein status might not be maintained. Hearing Yin Dongmeng's words, Miao Chengyang reluctantly admitted, you have a point. I was indeed a bit too agitated. Seeing Miao Chengyang seem to have calmed, continued, furthermore, Pei Ling has long been looked down upon, never close with anyone in his clan. Massacring Pei Manor might not even hit him where it hurts. Suddenly, Yin Dongmeng flashed a sinister smile. However, there is another way. Miao Chengyang immediately asked excitedly, what way? Dongmeng with a sly grin replied, outside the sect, there's a lady cultivator who has a certain entanglement with Pei Ling. Below the Foundation establishment realm, how many can truly resist a femme fatale? At this moment, in an alchemy room, the Han Tui fire was roaring fiercely beneath the alchemy furnace. Immediately after, the system's notification chimed. Insufficient spiritual energy detected in host. This delegated cultivation session ends here. Thank you for using the cultivation system. Ascend with a single click, stress-free. Please leave a review of your cultivation experience. If satisfied, please rate us 5 stars. Pei Ling, however, lost all his strength and face planted onto the ground. He lay there sprawling, groaning nonstop. What the actual fuck? I'm already at Qi refining stage 6. Logically, my spiritual energy should be way higher than before, right? Why did refining just one cauldron squeeze me so dry this time? Could it be this Han Tui fire's furnace? Thinking this, he immediately shot up, staring at the alchemy cauldron before him. First, let's see how it's refining. If one cauldron can yield a few extra pills, then wasting a bit of spiritual energy is acceptable. The moment he touched the cauldron lid, strange rays of light burst forth from within, making Pei Ling instinctively ask, huh? Immediately, blinding light from inside the room surged outwards, causing everyone nearby to drop their jaws in astonishment. Pei Ling, squinting from the glare, furrowed his brows tightly and thought, "Holy crap, that light is blinding. Could I ever find a massive batch of pills?" But when he finally looked at the number of pills inside, he could only scream in despair. Just 2 pills? Pei Ling's face immediately scrunched up into an ugly grimace. "Are you seriously messing with me?" Pei Ling carefully picked up a pill and examined it. Not only is the quantity pathetic, but the refined pills are vastly different from before. Is the system trying to sabotage me again? If eating this messes me up, won't I have to pay with my spirit stones? First, I'll guinea pig myself, he muttered. Thinking this, he immediately chugged the pill straight into his mouth. After that, Pei Ling commanded the system, I want to cultivate the Duan Gujue. A moment later, the sun was already high in the sky. Junction stood outside, knocking loudly and calling, "Junior brother Pei, are you in there?" He pushed the door open, saying, "Your senior brother has some good news for you." Pei Ling immediately greeted him with a surprisingly muscular Hulk-like physique. "Senior brother Zheng, you're back. What's the good news?" The moment he saw Pei Ling's abnormal appearance, Zheng Jingshan was so shocked his jaw dropped. Only 1 night has passed. How are this kid's bones already so supple? Zheng Jingshan quickly composed himself, informing Pei Ling, elder Chu of the inner sect, to nurture his only 6-year-old grandson, has an urgent need for top-grade pills. Then he subtly glanced at Pei Ling and continued, "I've already finalized the deal with him. A top-grade bone-tempering pill, a Sugu pill, will fetch him a whopping 120 low-grade spirit stones." The moment he heard this, Pei Ling's eyes bugged out in astonishment. He couldn't control his excitement, shouting, "That much?" This unbelievable profit. Zheng Jingshan, puffing out his chest and acting all generous, said, "It's an 80-20 split, my share is 80%. I'll cover the material costs, so don't worry, junior brother Pei. As long as you continuously refine pills every day, you can definitely pay off that fine." Hearing his words, Pei Ling was utterly dumbfounded. He scornfully thought, "An 80-20 split, my ass." "I knew you weren't," that to him, and said, "Didn't senior brother say before that he'd help me pay the fine? Could it be that senior brother regrets it now? I wonder what Fairy Li would think if she knew about this." Hearing him say that, Zheng Jingshan immediately felt a pang of guilty conscience. Zheng Jingshan immediately scrambled for a compromise. Why would junior brother say such a thing? Half of senior brother's profits actually go to senior sister. How about this? I'll give you a 30-70 split, alright. The moment he finished speaking, Pei Ling immediately proposed 40-60. Zheng Jingshan was instantly shocked, speechless, cursing silently. "Trying to rob me blind? No chance in hell." But in the end, he could only compromise. Alright, fine, 40-60 then. After that, Zheng Jingshan let out a heavy sigh, asking junior brother Pei, "How many pills did you refine last night?" "Elder Chu demands them today." Pei Ling then took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Zheng Jingshan, saying, "Senior brother Zheng, I just returned from the ancient abyss. My condition isn't great. I only managed to refine 10 pills. Also, their quality is a bit unique." Zheng Jingshan immediately took the bottle of pills, but his tone was reproachful. "I think you're just being lazy. How special can a bone-tempering pill, a Sugu pill, really be?" The moment he laid eyes on the pill, he couldn't help but exclaim in utter astonishment, "Is this a flawless grade bone-tempering pill?" In his hand was an exquisitely flawless pill, radiating a blinding light. Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan had a shocking realization. In an instant, this kid's bone structure has leveled up this much. So he used flawless grade bone-tempering pills. Thinking this, Zheng Jingshan clutched the pill bottle tightly, excitedly exclaiming, "Flawless bone-tempering pills are incredibly valuable. If you take these to auction, each one is worth at least 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Junior brother Pei, holy moly, you're truly a genius." The moment he heard spirit stones, Pei Ling's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He excitedly asked, "They can sell for that much? Damn system, I love you." Just then, Ouyang Tianxing walked in, saying, Vein Master Jin of the Shijing Vein is here looking for you." Zheng Jingshan looked a bit awkward, sighing, "Oh snap, what's coming is coming." As for Pei Ling, he was thinking, Vein Master Jin? Is that Jin Sumian's cousin? Zheng Jingshan snatched this Hantui fire mission right from her hands. "Looks like she's here for blood today." A moment later, Zheng Jingshan's face darkened as he instructed, "Junior brother Pei, take this Hantui fire. The other party is likely here to cause trouble for you. Go back to the outer sect and hide out for a bit. Your senior brother has this handled." Hearing this, Pei Ling replied, "Then I'll trouble senior brother Zheng." After that, he left. Before he went, he didn't forget to instruct, "Alright, I'm off. Junior brother Pei, don't slack on the alchemy." Even though he was already far away, Zheng Jingshan could still overhear Pei Ling and Ouyang Tianxing's voices. What will senior brother Zheng's outcome be? I'm afraid he'll have to enter seclusion to recover for at least half a month. Zheng Branch Master really went above and beyond for the Fusang branch, huh? Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingshan was practically snotting and crying, heartbroken as hell. Meanwhile, in another part of the sect, a massive crowd was gathering in a courtyard. Sun Yinglan, looking absolutely radiant, played the zither like some ethereal fairy, while Pei Hongnian, the ultimate simp, stood by, showering her with praise. Such celestial music, truly a rarity in the mortal realm. Junior sister Yinglan's zither skills are simply god tier. Hearing this, Sun Yinglan demurely covered her mouth, chuckling, "Oh, senior brother Pei, you're too kind." Outwardly, she was all smiles, but inside, pure, unadulterated disdain. Chief refinement. Second layer. Why are they all such losers? She thought, utterly bored. With my looks and talent, when will I finally attract someone actually worthy? Just as she was thinking this, the courtyard wall exploded. The crowd inside screamed, "Who dares? Who dares storm junior sister Yinglan's courtyard?" Pei Hongnian, ever the white knight, swiftly shielded Sun Yinglan. "Junior sister Yinglan, fear not, I'm here." Just as the smoke cleared, Yin Dongmeng strode in, looking utterly formidable. Everyone in the courtyard shrieked in terror. "Oh no, he's a foundation establishment expert." The courtyard instantly became a madhouse of piercing screams. "Run!" And just like that, everyone scattered in absolute panic, leaving only Pei Hongnian frozen in place, still protecting Sun Yinglan. Pei Hongnian wasn't staying out of bravery though. His legs had literally turned to jelly from fear, gluing him to the spot. Yet, the clown still tried to put on a brave face, trying to reassure her. "Junior sister Yinglan, run! I'll handle this fraud." But our girl simply brushed Pei Hongnian aside, and quick as a viper slithered straight into Yin Dongmeng's arms. And in a voice dripping with seduction, she purred, "Oh, senior brother, you're so dashing. What brings you to little ol' me?" Yin Dongmeng just subtly lifted her delicate chin. Seeing this, Sun Yinglan pouted prettily. "Senior brother, you're being a little too eager." Inside, she was ecstatic. "He's into me. My golden goose has finally arrived." But then, out of nowhere, he slammed Sun Yinglan's head straight into the ground. Pei Hongnian watched in horror and screamed, "Junior sister Yinglan." At this point, Yin Dongmeng stomped on her head, then sneered, "Your type is a dime a dozen in the outer sect. You think charming a few losers gives you the right to climb the social ladder, huh? I've got a mission for you. In half a month, go charm Pei Ling." He bent down to look her in the eye and threatened, "Fail, and you'll die in Danfeng Market." Pei Ling was chilling at a stall called Quality Ingredients, scouting for some prime alchemy materials. Glancing at the bag in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction. "Yep, these should last me a month in the alchemy room." Suddenly, a soft hand snaked around Pei Ling's waist from behind. Sun Yinglan whispered huskily into his ear, "Junior brother Pei, you sure are hard to find, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Pei Ling's face went crimson with embarrassment. "Ugh, why is this old hag back again?" He decisively pushed her off, blurting out, "Senior sister Sun, men and women should not touch lightly. Have some self-respect." Sun Yinglan dramatically crumpled to the ground with a pained yelp. Immediately, she put on her best pitiful act. "Oh, junior brother Pei, you hurt me." But inside, her mind was raging with complaints. "This little bastard still hasn't kicked the bucket by Chen Huan's hands, and now I have to charm him just to survive?" The sheer humiliation. Pei Ling shivered, a cold dread washing over him from her words, but he just tried to calm himself down. "If she runs to the discipline hall and files a complaint, I'll be hit with another fine." The thought alone made him perk up instantly. He flashed a smile and helped her to her feet. "Oops, my bad, senior sister Sun, totally didn't mean it." Meanwhile, Sun Yinglan was convinced she'd hooked him. Men really are all the same. Then, out of nowhere, she popped a mysterious pill into her mouth. Pei Ling watched, utterly baffled by her move. Sun Yinglan immediately put on her most alluring pose and purred, "Oh, junior brother Pei, I'm suddenly feeling so hot. Can you help me out a little?" No sooner had the words left her lips than she boldly slithered into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her audacious move made him blush, and he secretly thought, "Damn, no wonder Pei Hongnian is willing to be her simp. Average folks probably can't resist this kind of power." But wait, Sun Yinglan hated me before, so why is she suddenly trying to seduce me today? Suddenly, a horrifying vision flashed through Pei Ling's mind. Sun Yinglan, eyes gleaming, barking orders, "Chop his kidney off for your granny here. I'll sell it to intersect Elder Liang for a damn snack." And Pei Hongnian, with a sharp knife in hand, turned towards Pei Ling, replying, "Yes, ma'am, the mere thought of it." Pei Ling was already screaming internally, "I knew it. It's a trap. She wants to knock me out, then hack out my kidneys to sell for spirit stones." Instantly, he turned tail and booked it, yelling back over his shoulder, Sorry, senior sister Sun, gotta run. Got important stuff to do. Peace out." Sun Yinglan, meanwhile, stood there absolutely flabbergasted, clueless as to what just happened. She thought in stunned disbelief, "This little brute actually resisted my smoking hot bod?" A pervert nearby, seeing the scene unfold, piped up, "Junior sister, you're gorgeous. How many spirit stones for a night of fun with you?" Sun Yinglan immediately snapped, unleashing all her frustration on him with a furious yell. Whew. After a frantic sprint, Pei Ling finally collapsed by a small lake, gasping for air. He nervously peered around. "Okay, I think I finally lost her. She's already got Pei Hongnian as her simp, so why the heck does she still want my kidneys?" Suddenly, Sun Yinglan popped out of the lake, smiling sweetly at him. "Oh, junior brother Pei, what a coincidence. Are you here to relax too?" The moment he saw her, Pei Ling's heart sank with terror. "She can hide there too?" Moments later, Pei Ling was on a bustling street, eyes darting nervously. "I'd better just hide in the alchemy room," he thought. This treacherous sect is literally danger everywhere. But even the alchemy room wouldn't save him from her clutches. Sun Yinglan was already there, smiling sweetly at him. "Junior brother Pei, what a coincidence. Are you here to refine pills too?" The moment he saw her, Pei Ling's inner monologue was a nonstop scream. She's like a haunting ghost that will not let go. After another round of frantic escape, Pei Ling was finally enjoying a peaceful soak. "This is the men's bathhouse. There's no way she can follow me in here." "My kidneys?" Over my dead body. But then a familiar figure slammed open the bathhouse door. Sun Yinglan, stark naked, smiled sweetly. "Junior brother Pei, another coincidence. Are you here to bathe too?" The sight sent Pei Ling into such shock he fountain-nosed blood. He immediately spun around, cursing under his breath, "She's completely lost it." After yet another desperate sprint, Pei Ling found himself at the Technique Pavilion. He cautiously scanned the area, then without a second thought, bolted inside. "Just gotta get past this." Finally, he reached a massive barrier. Pei Ling, clutching his identity token, carefully stepped inside. A wave of immense relief washed over him. The technique pavilion has spatial enchantments for disciples to browse techniques, giving everyone their own independent space. This time, I've definitely escaped her. But looking at the interior, Pei Ling felt a little odd. Wait, why is there nothing here? Suddenly someone appeared, snapped their fingers, and Pei Ling's body immediately felt weird. He crumpled to the floor, writhing in pain. A sudden, excruciating agony seized, making him incredibly disoriented. My head! Who ambushed me? As he forced his head up, Pei Ling saw a figure slowly closing in. He desperately tried to use his last shred of consciousness to see his assailant. That familiar jewelry, no, it couldn't be. His vision blurred. No, I can't take it anymore. The woman slowly leaned in and gently cupped Pei Ling's chin. Li Liwei gazed at his dazed face and purred. The 6 desires code. It all hinges on whether you take the initiative, and the answer is tonight. Next thing he knew, Li Liwei had him on a bizarre bed literally made of skulls. She then straddled Pei Ling's waist and got down to business. But apparently, it still wasn't enough for her. Li Liwei then braced herself on Pei Ling's chest, straining with all her might, but the power just wasn't cutting it. Suddenly, Li Liu's eyes snapped open, wide with shock. Then, as if all her energy had been drained, she collapsed. Lying atop Pei Ling, Li Liu pondered, the 6 desires code is a peak heaven tier OP cultivation technique. Maybe my own secret skill is too crude, or I haven't fully purged my distracting thoughts. A secret skill of this caliber seems to demand both body and mind to be fully immersed in cultivation. Alright then, one more try. With that thought, Li Yud, ready to resume her kiss with Pei Ling. Meanwhile, Sun Yinglan was pacing outside the skill repository, fuming. Why isn't he out yet? Little did she know, the man she was waiting for was currently pinned down on a bed by Li Liu. After trying again to no avail, Li Liu grabbed Pei Ling's hand. Her face was flushed, eyes hazy. I've completely cast aside all impure thoughts and focused purely on cultivation. Why isn't it working like before? After another moment, Li Liu's gaze drifted to Pei Ling's face. Could it be that the 6 desires secret scripture truly can't be mastered by me alone? Thinking this, she suddenly shouted, "No way!" Li Liu then exerted her strength and powerfully plunged down. Instantly, a tingling wave of pleasure made her gasp. A while later, Li Liu gently moved her body off Pei Ling, thinking, this cultivation session didn't advance cultivation much at all. Instead, it just made me indulge my desires, feeling as happy as a fish in water. Thinking this, Li Liu's eyes narrowed as she muttered to herself, this can't go on. No sooner had she made that decision than Li Liu snapped her fingers, clack, and declared, if that's the case, then I'll control him to cultivate right now. Pei Ling's eyes shot open in surprise, and he instantly grabbed Li Liu's arm. Right after, Pei Ling shot up, flipped over, and decisively pinned Li Liu underneath him. Li Liu couldn't help but be shocked, thinking, how is this possible? I clearly haven't controlled him yet. Seeing that lustful, thirsty gaze return to his face, Li Liu immediately speculated, could it be he's just acting on instinct now? Suddenly, Pei Ling took forceful action, making Li Liu couldn't help but exclaim, ugh, this guy, time really flies. It was already the next day. Pei Ling woke up disoriented, looking around suspiciously. Where is this? It doesn't look like that gloomy place. I'd better escape first. No sooner had he spoken than Pei Ling immediately bolted, not daring to look back, even though he was only wearing his boxers. In an unknown corner, 2 girls quietly witnessed the entire scene. Those 2 were none other than Yuliu and Xiaoni. Qiaoxi watched Pei Ling's figure disappear around the corner and sighed. Pei Ling truly is, as you said. His consciousness is unlike ordinary people. To think he could wake up under Master's control. Hearing this, Yulu wondered, big sis, should we go tell Master? To this suggestion, Xiaoni smugly replied, no need. Pei Ling's awakening must definitely be within Master's predictions. Let's just slowly enjoy the next captivating act. After escaping Li Liu's room, Pei Ling arrived at an empty corridor with only a single skull. From that skull, a gloomy voice echoed out, so you've arrived? I am, soon I'll be the final boss of this world, 15 Jin, 30 yuan. Pei Ling didn't pay much attention to it, instead just looking around and assessing his surroundings. This place is really dark. What kind of strange commotion is that? Gotta find the exit quickly and get out of here. Suddenly from a room, the sound of running water reached Pei Ling's ears. He immediately paid attention and wondered, running water. He quickly opened the door and stepped into the room to check out the situation. The moment his eyes landed inside, Pei Ling was instantly stunned into shock. It turned out that before him, Li Liu was bathing, looking utterly seductive. Seeing Li Liu's serious face, Pei Ling's heart skipped a beat. Fairy Li, I didn't mean to peep. Li Liu, upon seeing Pei Ling, couldn't help but be surprised. He actually managed to escape the control of my spell. Meeting Li Liu's icy gaze made Pei Ling shiver uncontrollably. Li Liu then thought to herself, even if I control him, the cultivation effect won't improve much. It seems I can only remove my control over him and try again. The more she thought, the deeper she sank. It's fine, what if I try when he's completely lucid? What kind of cultivation effect will that have? After everything is done, I'll just erase all his memories. Pei Ling also sensed that the atmosphere wasn't quite right and immediately turned to flee. I'm leaving right now. He hadn't taken many steps before Li Liu commanded him to stop. Pei Ling immediately and cautiously turned his head, only to see Li Liu beckoning him with an open arm. Seeing this, Pei Ling's face darkened, screaming in terror inwardly, is she telling me to go over there? I'm screwed. In the end, Pei Ling resigned himself to his fate. Without any lingering attachment, he dipped his foot into the water slowly towards Li He, scratching his head and awkwardly chuckling. Ahaha. In his mind, he was once again speculating her intentions. This is torture. What is she going to do to me exactly? Could it be that I used her name for too many things? And now she's looking for me to settle the score? When he was close enough, Li Liu issued a command, "You perform the 6 Desire Secret Scripture." Faced with this demand, Pei Ling instantly stiffened, screaming in his mind, "I'm done for. What the heck is the 6 Desire Secret Scripture? Could it be that Chao Ni forgot to give me the cultivation technique back then?" Pei Ling, adorable and naive at this moment, had no idea that the nameless technique was the 6 Desire Secret Scripture. Snapping out of his thoughts, Pei Ling scratched his head and honestly replied, "Apologies, senior sister junior brother hasn't cultivated the 6 Desire Secret Scripture as you mentioned." At this moment, 2 skulls floated beside her. One confirmed he wasn't lying, while the other began to speculate, could it be that after escaping control, his memories haven't fully recovered? Hearing this, Li Liu's eyes immediately became filled with passion. She thought, if that's the case, then I'll just make him remember how to perform it. Li Liu then began to mobilize her power. Her actions made Pei Ling jump back in alarm, anxiously thinking, holy cow, I really did provoke her. What do I do now? What do I do now? Then, without a word, Li Liu advanced and grabbed Pei Ling's neck. Then, instead of attacking, she pressed her lips against his, kissing him passionately. Being kissed by Liuo, Pei Ling's eyes widened in utter shock, thinking this familiar feeling, spiritual energy is continuously pouring out within my body. Faced with this situation, Pei Ling brought up his system screen, and at the same time, a thought formed in his mind. Could it be that the nameless cultivation technique is actually the 6 Desire Secret Scripture? So, do I need to use the system's auto-cultivation function? However, thinking of something, Pei Ling quickly dismissed the system screen, immediately negating the thought that had just appeared. No way. From that simple kiss, the two of them began their session. In this situation, Pei Ling made his own decision. Such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste to just give it to the system? Now it's time for me to be wonderfully brave, just this once. Li Liu quickly became engrossed, panting as she thought, yes, this is exactly the feeling. So he finally remembered, huh? After that, she panted even more rapidly, secretly anticipating, then let me see if you can increase my cultivation by another level, or not. Instantly, a surge of power erupted from the two of them, causing ripples across the water surface. Outside the town, on Huanyin Peak, Sun Yinglan was fuming and stomping her foot. Where did that little beast go and die? Pei Hongnian hastily chased after her, trying to persuade her, let's not search anymore, junior sister Yinglan. That Pei Ling fundamentally isn't worthy of you. These words only enraged Sun Yinglan further. She pinched him and yelled, not go look for him, so I should just take your life to atone to senior brother, huh? If you had any ability, why would I have been forced to sell my beauty to others? Faced with her reprimand, Pei Hongyan could only reluctantly say, I'm sorry. Finally, she let go of Pei Hongyan's ear. He immediately rubbed the pinched part of his ear, then cautiously suggested, how about we go check the skill repository? Hearing this, Sun Yinglan once again turned around in anger and yelled at him, can you use your brain for a bit? How could an ordinary person stay in the skill repository for half a month, huh? Just then, a young man hurriedly ran over, calling out, Ying Yinglan Jr. sister. The guy was panting heavily. Then he painstakingly said, a senior brother wants to meet you. This information made Sun Yinglan stumble back in fear. A moment later, Sun Yinglan arrived at Yin Dongmeng's location. He sat on a chair scornfully scolding, you cheap wench. I told you to go seduce Pei Ling, and you dared to half-ass the job? Sun Yinglan knelt on the ground, head bowed, meekly begging, senior brother, please forgive me. Junior sister would never dare to treat your instructions lightly. She pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere, crying piteously, it's just that Pei Ling, that guy, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Unable to take it anymore, Yin Dongmeng angrily roared, enough, get out of my sight. Hearing this, Sun Yinglan hurriedly prostrated herself with a mighty bow, then replied, yes, junior sister will scram immediately. With that, she turned and fled, while a purple-robed figure behind him quietly asked, Yin Dongmeng, cousin, you're just letting her go? How will we deal with Pei Ling later? Faced with this question, Yin Dongmeng raised a hand to stroke his chin, and replied, from the start, I never intended to rely on that cheap wench to deal with Pei Ling. It was only because I had to report back to Branch Master Miao. Thinking of Chao Ni and Yu Liu, his face immediately stiffened. Bao Miao Veinmaster personally showed up, only to get bodied and retreat. Must have been Li Jinzhuan's spectral maid that made her move. Our boy then side-eyed his buddy asking for the deets. Apparently, Li Jinzhuan has broken out of seclusion recently. Messing with Li Jinzhuan at a time like this is a bad idea for Qing Jia. Meanwhile, over in Li Liu's room, after her session with Pei Ling, she casually got out of bed. Her face etched with pure satisfaction, Li Liu casually fixed her hair. Pei Ling, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He lay on the bed, looking utterly spent, groaning, my kidneys are going to give out. After her hair was perfect, Li Liyue turned to size up Pei Ling. Even though he made the moves, it was still less effective than last time at Chenglu Quan. So what's the problem here? Catching her gaze, Pei Ling screamed internally, is she still not satisfied? Li Liu narrowed her eyes at our boy, a dangerous glint within, thinking, this has dragged on for too many days now. After he reaches Foundation establishment, I'll test him again. With that thought, she tossed Pei Ling his clothes and said, you can go now. Our boy quickly scrambled into his clothes, muttering thanks. Thank you, senior sister, for sparing my life. In his heart, he felt an overwhelming relief. Finally, it's over. If this kept up, my kidneys would be absolutely wrecked. Pei Ling swiftly turned and made his escape. He'd barely gotten halfway when Li Liyue from behind silently activated her power. Next thing he knew, Pei Ling's entire body was lifted into the air by her spiritual energy. Pei Ling, face to face with her, stared in pure terror. Senior sister, what are you doing? To his question, Li Liu replied enigmatically, some things are better left forgotten. With that, she twirled her finger, sending a surge of spiritual energy into him. Before his memories were wiped, Pei-Ling yelled out in utter unwillingness, "No! It's not easy to be proactive just once, only to forget everything! No!" A moment later, Pei-Ling slowly came to from his stupor, rubbing his aching lower back. Confused, he thought, how did I fall asleep, and why do my kidneys hurt so much? Very quickly, Pei-Ling realized something was off, asking himself, why am I? Shaking off the thought, he rubbed his head, walking down the empty corridor, muttering, I wonder how long I slept. Sun Yinglan must have left a long time ago, right? First, I need to get out of here. Suddenly, Pei-Ling was blocked by a wisp of red smoke with a ferocious face. Right after, it transformed into a giant demonic head and let out a roar, making Pei-Ling shrink back in fear. Just a second later, it morphed into a little imp, pointing its trident at him and chanting, "No purchase, no exit, no purchase, no exit." Hearing this, Pei-Ling rubbed his forehead, resigning himself. This is too on brand for the schemy sect. Pei-Ling looked around, his heart aching. Buying a cultivation technique costs way too much cash, so he went to pick a suitable technique, sighing, darn it, without shelling out spirit stones, you can't even read the contents of the cheat code. The damn system can't even copy it, otherwise I could just bail on the whole Jufaga. After looking around for a bit, Pei-Ling's attention landed on a cultivation technique. He thought, this one, on the other hand, is cheap and practical, but the cultivation method is a bit dangerous. Pei-Ling quickly read the technique's description. This art lets you steal the life force from anything with a pulse, anywhere, instantly healing your boo-boos or someone else's. Potent AF. However, cultivating this within the sect will lead to withered flora or facing incredibly steep fines. After reading, his mind couldn't help but picture the scene. If the system forced me to drain an entire mountain, even selling Zheng Jingshan wouldn't cover the cost. His mind showed him and Zheng Jingshan getting yeeted with a 1,000,000 spirit stone fine. Just thinking about it, Pei-Ling let out a bitter laugh. The schemy sect even has ways to scam you out of money for techniques. So our boy went to look for another one. Reading the technique's name, he pondered, Feign Death Manipulation. This one isn't bad. Suddenly, Pei-Ling startled, remembering something as he asked himself, wait, did I forget something super important? Pei-Ling clutched his head, trying to think. No, I can't remember anything. He decided it was better to check out the technique first. Right before Pei-Ling's eyes was the description for the ascetic death art. This feigned death method allows a cultivator to appear dead for a period of time. It can only be used once per hour. If used too many times, the cultivator will become half a corpse. This technique's cultivation consumes spiritual energy. Not recommended for chi condensation cultivators. This ascetic death art cost 800 spirit stones. After reading the description, Pei-Ling pondered, a feigned death technique for critical moments. It's really useful for saving your life. As long as I don't use it too often, the side effects are totally negligible. Most importantly, cultivating it only consumes spiritual energy, so there's no fear of the system causing trouble. In fact, it perfectly suits someone on the dog Dao like me. This is it. Thinking this, quickly paid the spirit stones to buy the technique. A while later, our boy walked out of the Jufa Ge. He walked along, muttering to himself, sleeping like that, I wonder how much money-making time I've lost. Next, I need to hurry and concoct some pills. Suddenly, the senior brother guarding the entrance greeted Pei-Ling. Oh, you're out? It's my first time seeing someone stay in the Jufa Ge for half a month. Hearing this, Pei-Ling was startled and exclaimed, half a month? His heart instantly ached even more, as the fine-collecting demon was now breathing down his neck. The time to gather the fine money has been delayed by half a month. He grit his teeth, thinking bitterly, how could I have slept for such a long time? Then Pei-Ling turned to ask the senior brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? I just went in there not long ago. The gate-guarding senior brother laughed and replied, there aren't many people who go into the Jufaga butt-naked, you know? So how could I be mistaken? But now, on the other hand, you're dressed. Hearing this, Pei-Ling looked down at the clothes on his body and thought, that's right, when I entered the Jufaga, I wasn't wearing any clothes. Who helped me get dressed? Suddenly, Pei-Ling was hit by some mysterious force, causing his consciousness to vanish. Turns out, Li Liu had been standing in a corner, wiping Pei-Ling's memory. After he came to, Pei-Ling had forgotten everything and quickly rushed off yelling, I need to rush back and concoct pills. Zheng Jingshan is still waiting for me. Li Liu meanwhile remained standing there in silent contemplation. A moment later, Pei-Ling arrived outside Zheng Jingshan's residence. As he raised his hand to knock, he calculated, the pills I concocted over half a month, I can keep some for myself, and probably give Zheng Jingshan about 120 supreme bone tempering pills to sell. Wonder how many spirit stones that will net me? Zheng Jingshan saw Pei-Ling arrive and came out to greet him. You've come at just the right time, Pei, junior brother. I was just about to look for you. Pei-Ling saw Zheng Jingshan's body wrapped in bandages and asked in surprise, Zheng senior brother, what happened to your wounds? Zheng Jingshan replied, just a small scuffle, a minor thing. These tiny wounds are almost fully healed, so don't worry. As for Shi Jingmai's matter, your senior brother has handled everything smoothly. Then he handed a spirit stone to Pei-Ling and said, this is your share of the spirit stones, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Don't worry about it not fitting into your inventory slot. Pei-Ling held the spirit stone in his hand, unable to hide his shock, exclaiming, T10,000 low-grade spirit stones? He scratched his head in confusion, asking, are these supreme bone tempering pills really worth that much? Seeing this, Zheng Jingshan explained, to get these supreme bone tempering pills, you usually have to wait. Out of every 10 of these pills, 9 are bought by alchemists for in-depth research. Next time I need to go to a market a bit further away, maybe then we can sell them for an even higher price. Pei Ling then took out a bottle of pills and said, Jung senior brother, I've refined another batch of pills, just some supreme bone tempering pills. It was really too mentally exhausting, so I could only manage to save these 120 pills. Zheng Jingshan, upon hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment, 120 pills? He then quickly took the bottle of pills with a joyful expression, saying, I told you before you would definitely be able to pay the fine, and sure enough, I was right. With so many supreme bone tempering pills, a regular market can't possibly absorb them all. This time, we'll have to go to Wanhuihai to sell them. Hearing the unfamiliar place name, Pei Ling immediately asked his senior brother, Where is Wanhuihai? Zheng Jingshan replied, Wanhuihai isn't managed by the 9 great sects. It's a sacred gathering place for rogue cultivators. It's also where cultivators from all sects conduct illegal black market transactions. Hey, junior brother, this place is too dangerous for you right now. You really shouldn't inquire too much about it. Hearing Zheng Jingshan's advice, Pei Ling flinched hard, assessing, sounds like a place even more devious than the schemy sect itself. Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan noticed something and let out a loud humph. Then he couldn't help but roar. When did you reach peak chi condensation 6th layer? Kid, cultivators can't avoid progressing so quickly, huh? Pei Ling heard this, awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Senior brother, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have even noticed. Even he was puzzled by this. It's really strange. Half a month ago I was still concocting pills, so how could my cultivation base have advanced so much? Zheng Jingshan placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Pei junior brother, with your talent, foundation establishment is only a matter of time. Don't let short-term gains blind you, you hear? Pei Ling immediately shot back, Senior brother, don't you worry, I'm not going to act like a total idiot. Pei Ling then turned and left, not forgetting to say, Alright, I'm off to refine pills then. Watching Pei Ling's retreating figure, Zheng Jingshan couldn't help but evaluate, Pei Ling's talent is genuinely terrifying. I bet he'll break through to late-stage chi condensation in just a few more days. Let's see if I can snag him a top-grade jade seed pill when I'm out this time. Better yet, find the actual jade seed pill formula. A short while later, Pei Ling was back, chilling in his alchemy room. He sat there pondering, Bro, I'm already at peak 6th layer chi condensation. I can literally level up to 7th layer any second now. No rush on that fine money, let's just cultivate first. Pei Ling then called up the system, I want to cultivate the bone tempering art. The moment Pei Ling hit that cultivation button, the system popped up with, Cultivation System, serving you with all its might, currently operating at a loss. Just seeing that line, Pei Ling was already breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Nothing good ever comes from this. Then the system's next message flashed. Host detected to be lacking breakthrough pills, jade seed pill. The system will provide 1 top-grade jade seed pill for free. Immediately after, the system took over Pei Ling's body and made him sprint off, making our boy tear up as he cursed, System, you damn rich overlord. Meanwhile, Jin Sumian's big sis cousin approached her cultivation spot, hesitating, murmuring to herself, Sumian's been in closed-door pill refining for a whole month now. Now that she's out of seclusion and called me over, she probably wants to talk about that thing. At this, she immediately started grumbling in annoyance. That bastard Zheng Jingshan deserves 1,000 cuts. How the hell am I supposed to explain this to Sumian? Suddenly, from inside, Jin Sumian pushed open the door and stepped out greeting, Big sis cousin, you're here. Seeing Jin Sumian, her cousin hesitated slightly before speaking Sumian about that. Suddenly, Jin Sumian presented a box and said, Big sis cousin, quick, look at this. Its color was like jade, sparkling brilliantly. Turns out, inside the box was a magic pill. Gazing at the pill before her, the cousin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, This is a top-grade jade seed pill. She then happily patted Jin Sumian's head, praising, Sumian, you just finished refining the top-grade foundation strengthening pill not long ago, and now you've already refined a top-grade jade seed pill? Truly worthy of being our Jin clan's phoenix, Jin Sumian excitedly replied, It's also thanks to your top-grade bone tempering pill, big sis. Your pill refining technique is so exquisite, it helped me realize so many things. Jin Sumian then added, If I could just get my hands on some frigid drunken flame, my cultivation attainment would rise another level. Her cousin asked, When are we heading back to Guyuan to get the frigid drunken flame? Hearing this question, the cousin stammered awkwardly, Sumian, I'm so sorry. The truth is, Zheng Jingshan already snatched the frigid drunken flame. As compensation, he gave us the 9 underworld frigid spring water. Jin Sumian was shocked upon hearing this. What? She quickly regained her composure and asked, Who did Zheng Jingshan steal the frigid drunken flame for? Her cousin, feeling awkward, avoided her gaze and replied, That scoundrel refused to say, even to death. Something about a Li Core disciple. She told him there were rumors that the Li Core disciple recently came out of seclusion. The cousin also didn't want to blow things out of proportion. Saying that, she recalled tormenting Zheng Jingshan and declared, But don't worry, little sis, big sis is going to go teach that Zheng Jingshan a lesson. That scoundrel's wounds probably haven't healed up yet. She then handed Jin Sumian a medicinal bottle and softly said, Sumian, this 9 underworld frigid spring water, besides not being suitable for pill refining, its body tempering and soul forging are far stronger than the frigid drunken flame. As for an alchemy flame, big sis will go find another one for you. Though reluctant, Jin Sumian still had to accept, giving a soft Immediately after, her cousin was about to slip away but didn't forget to warn. The body tempering process of the 9 underworld frigid spring water is on par with the frigid drunken flame. So when you cultivate, you must strictly control your mental state. Stay conscious, alright? You go ahead and cultivate first. Big sis needs to go give Zheng Jingshan another lesson. Jinsu Mian looked at the 9 underworld frigid spring water in her hand and said sadly, "How could this be?" She then sighed, reassuring herself, "Never mind, I should still refine the 9 underworld frigid spring water first." With that, she went inside and quickly slammed the door shut. Afterward, Jinsu Mian poured the 9 underworld frigid spring water into the basin, then stripped off her clothes. Jinsu Mian then stepped into the pond to soak. Still, she deeply regretted losing her frigid drunken flame. To lose it just like that, if I ever find out who Zheng Jingshan stole it for, I definitely won't let that person off the hook. Suddenly, a communication talisman appeared, catching Jinsu Mian's attention. She raised her voice, "Who is it? Why disturb me now? Who's there?" From the talisman, a voice replied, "It's me, junior sister Lulu Xiang. Junior sister, I have news about the Foundation Establishment pill formula you need." Hearing these words, Jinsu Mian's face immediately brightened. She happily asked, "Really? How much do they want for it?" Lulu Xiang on the other end of the talisman replied, "It's not about the price. If you want it, you have to join senior brother Zhang Kui's team and go on a mission to Han Zhuang. I hear there are also traces of the red beard vine there." Senior brother Zhang Kui guaranteed that as long as you can refine 2 Foundation Establishment pills for him, both the Foundation Establishment pill formula and the red beard vine will be yours. Jinsu Mian immediately replied, satisfied, "Then please tell senior brother Zhang Kui that I am willing to join his team. Next, I need to spend a little time tempering myself. Please come find me early tomorrow morning and tell me more about the mission." Hearing this, Lulu Xiang replied, "Alright, I'll come find you tomorrow morning." With that, the communication talisman vanished. Jinsu Mian's mood at this moment couldn't hide her joy. The Foundation Establishment pill formula I've been waiting for finally has a lead. It's fine if I don't have the frigid drunken flame. How can my alchemy path be tortured just because I lost the frigid drunken flame? Now I must quickly absorb this 9 underworld frigid spring water. With that, Jinsu Mian stepped deeper into the pond. Instantly, the 9 underworld frigid spring water permeated her body, making her gasp. It really hurts. The 9 underworld frigid spring water truly lives up to being on par with the frigid drunken flame. The tempering process is this painful? The sensation of pain is becoming even clearer. From Jinsu Mian's perception, this frigid spring water was like sharp blades constantly piercing her, yet it also felt like countless whips lashing her body. This is just the first step of tempering. I must persevere. Suddenly, a figure stepped in, catching Jinsu Mian's attention. It turned out to be Pei Ling, rummaging through her clothes. Jinsu Mian thought in a daze, what in the world is happening? Watching Pei Ling holding her clothes, Jinsu Mian wondered, who is he? He looks so familiar. My cave entrance has so many restriction formations, how did he even get in? She gritted her teeth, scared. During the tempering process, I can't move. What if he does something outrageous to me? Seeing Pei Ling take her pill, Jinsu Mian couldn't help but frantically think. My jade seed pill, and Pei Ling actually. Pei Ling just shoved the pill straight into his mouth. This time, he didn't seem rushed at all. This tiny matter, just stealing an item, I'm used to it. Once it's done, I'll just pin the blame on Zheng Jingshan. Simple. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Task completed. Awarded 1 top-grade jade seed pill. System for your continued cultivation. As soon as the system finished its notification, Jinsu Mian was startled to see Pei Ling standing right in front of her, staring at Jinsu Mian in the pond. Pei Ling secretly thought, it's just that this victim looks really familiar. Recalling their encounter at the Baibao Lu, the two opened their eyes wide, staring at each other, and simultaneously yelled, "It's her! It's him!" Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. System detected suitable environment for breakthrough, freely granting half portion of 9 underworld frigid spring water. Immediately, Pei Ling stood before Jinsu Mian and stripped naked. Faced with this awkward situation, he incessantly cursed, "Damn system, you've gone too far." Even Zheng Jingshan is scared of her big sis cousin. Both of them desperately screamed, "Stop it right now." But at this moment, Pei Ling's entire body was under the system's control. Our boy charged straight for her. Splash! Water exploded everywhere. In an instant, Pei Ling jumped into the water and sat beside Jinsu Mian. At this moment, Pei Ling focused, entering cultivation. The system announced, 9 underworld cold spring water delivered. The system then continued his cultivation. Feeling the intense flow within his body, Pei Ling thought, damn, this hurts, even more than refining the cold drunken fire dog. System, you trying to trick this old man again? Jinsu Mian watched him, utterly bewildered. Shameless bastard, he actually refined her 9 underworld cold spring water, and his absorption speed was 3 times faster than hers. But if the backlash got interrupted mid-process, the consequences would be catastrophic. What was she going to do? Meanwhile, Pei Ling was furiously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, radiating it even more intensely. Then the cold, drunken fire burst out, making him deeply uncomfortable. Holy crap, the cold, drunken fire burst out too? Damn it, system, you're seriously becoming a pain. Seeing Pei Ling wreathed in cold, drunken fire, Jinsu Mian gritted her teeth, thinking, he's the one who stole my cold, drunken fire too. Overcome with rage, Jinsu Mian furiously thought, screw the backlash, today I'm teaching him a lesson. Jinsu Mian immediately lunged at Pei Ling, screaming, you're going too far. This sudden commotion caught Pei Ling's attention. He nervously glanced at her, thinking, this is bad. If I'm attacked, my absorption will be interrupted and I might suffer the cold drunken fire's backlash. Thinking this, Pei Ling, without a second thought, lunged and grabbed Jinsu Mian's stunned face. Then he used all his strength to push her entire body underwater. Jinsu Mian, pinned underwater, was incredibly uncomfortable, thinking, Jinsu Mian, have never been so humiliated. Finally, she gradually passed out. Early on the second day, just as the sun peeked over the mountain peaks, the 9 underworld cold spring water had been completely absorbed by Pei Ling. The system's notifications rang out continuously. Qi Refinement Stage 7 bones have begun to jadify. Top-grade jade bones achieved. This body-soul cultivation session has concluded. If satisfied, please leave a 5-star review. At this moment, Pei Ling could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. He didn't hesitate, reaching out to select a 1-star rating, then cursed, 5-star review my ass. Saying this, he turned to look at Jinsu Mian was lying motionless beside him and said, hope Jinsu Mian's okay. But seeing her utterly blank expression made Pei Ling wary. She doesn't look okay at all. Then he quickly picked up Jinsu Mian, lamenting urgently, oh no. If anything happens to Jinsu Mian, her big sis will definitely never forgive me. I'm not as good at taking a beating as Zheng Jingshan. A few hits and I'll straight up die. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. She loves refining pills so much, her house must have tons of magic pills. A moment later, he carefully placed Jinsu Mian on the bed. Then he ran around, rummaging through everything, muttering nonstop. This is useless. This is also useless. Then he accidentally found a bottle of magic pills and said, this one seems pretty valuable. I'll just grab it for now and check. Pei Ling carefully read the inscription on it, realizing it was an Anhun Dan. Then he took out a pill, put it into Jinsu Mian's mouth, and analyzed. The Anhun Dan specializes in calming the mind and nourishing the soul. The user will remain deeply asleep for a full month. While dreaming, it will nurture the soul to recuperate their spirit. Jinsu Mian's condition is very critical, so I have no choice but to make her take this magic pill. As he made Jinsu Mian swallow the pill, Pei Ling muttered to himself, for this next month I hope no one comes looking for her. Once she recovers, I'll figure out how to apologize. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Junior Sister Jin, are you there? The moment he heard this voice, Pei Ling exclaimed in a panic, what? They're here already. Someone's actually come looking for her. Receiving no response, Lulu Xiang, standing outside the door, continued to call out, Junior Sister Jin, are you in there? Suddenly, she stared in astonishment at the person standing before her. Pei Ling stepped out, giving a cordial smile, and said, Senior Sister Lu, she's not feeling well right now, so it's best not to disturb her. Lulu Xiang saw a strange man emerge from her junior sister's room. Lulu Xiang asked in surprise, who are you? Seeing that she didn't seem to recognize him, Pei Ling rejoiced inwardly. I met her that day at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. How lucky. Looks like she doesn't recognize me. This is good. Thinking this, he immediately ran a hand through his hair. Putting on a suave air, he replied, looks like Jinsu Mian hasn't told you about me and her, huh? Pei Ling then confidently introduced himself. I am Pei Ling, and I have that kind of relationship with Su Mian. Hearing him say this, Lulu Xiang's jaw dropped in shock. What? She asked suspiciously. Su Mian and I are like sisters. Why has she never mentioned you to me? Saying this, she disdainfully pointed directly at his face and yelled, what's more, how could a Qi Refinement Stage 7 like you ever catch Su Mian's eye? Pei Ling was momentarily flustered by Lulu Xiang's exposed lies, but quickly regained his composure, putting on an awkward expression. This is a private matter between me and Su Mian, why should I tell you? Su Mian hasn't been feeling well lately, so she won't be seeing anyone for a month. Senior sister should just go back. Though he spoke boldly, Pei Ling was screaming inwardly, please, for the love of God, just leave already. The moment he finished speaking, Lulu Xiang tried to push past him. Not feeling well? Then all the more reason for me to visit Su Mian. Seeing this, Pei Ling immediately blocked her. Senior sister Su Mian and I have important things to do next. We don't have time to entertain you. Then he deliberately provoked her, unless senior sister wants to watch? Lulu Xiang's face flushed with anger at his words. Humiliated and enraged, Lulu Xiang unleashed her cheat code and attacked Pei Ling. As she charged, she furiously yelled, you shameless pervert! How could I let someone like you seduce Su Mian? Pei Ling was astonished by Lulu Xiang's sudden move and exclaimed, she's actually fighting. Instantly, a powerful aura appeared before Lulu Xiang, greatly astonishing her. In a flash, Pei Ling used the blood ghost severing technique to circle behind her and directly strike the back of her neck. Lulu Xiang, terrified, didn't even have time to turn her head, thinking, I'm Qi Refinement Stage 8, yet he can actually fight above his level. He suppressed me in an instant. Such talent could truly satisfy Su Mian's discerning eye. Could what he said be true? Seeing Lulu Xiang standing motionless, Pei Ling glanced at her, asking, Senior sister, do we really need to continue this? Lulu Xiang immediately pushed his hand away, looking annoyed. So, is Su Mian participating in the Han Clan Villa mission? You probably know she takes this mission very seriously. I've already told senior brother Zhang He, we're departing this afternoon. At this moment, the blood ghost escape technique around Pei Ling slowly faded. He scratched his head, looking puzzled. Han Clan Villa, you say? Pei Ling immediately focused his thoughts. A month ago in the mission hall, I saw this very mission. And now someone's finally taken it? That mission was to investigate the truth behind the deaths of the entire Han Clan Villa. The reward is 800 low-grade spirit stones, with the requirement that all participants must be above Qi Refinement Stage 6. Thinking this, he secretly sighed. This mission is definitely not ordinary. Pei Ling thought worriedly. Jinsu Mian is still unconscious right now. If I refuse, this senior sister might get suspicious, so he decided to say Su Mian needs some time to recuperate. I'll take her place in the Han Clan Villa mission. Lulu Xiang thought for a moment, then replied, all right then. Although your cultivation is a bit low, your actual strength should be sufficient. Saying this, she turned and left, not forgetting to instruct him. At the third quarter of the hour of the goat, I'll come to call you. Make sure you use the time to prepare. Pei Ling waved goodbye and replied, yes, senior sister, take your time. No need to see you off. After Lulu Xiang left, Pei Ling carefully considered. Qi refinement stage 7 is considered low cultivation. This mission seems extremely risky then. I wonder if I can even borrow this senior sister's aid for this. A moment later, Pei Ling arrived at Kulon Courtyard. Looking at the pathetic puppet in front of him, he asked in surprise, since when was there a wooden puppet at the door? Looks like someone even beat it up. Ignoring it further, Pei Ling called out loudly, Senior Brother Zheng, are you here? Suddenly emanated from the puppet. The Peak Master has left the sect and won't be back for a while. Hearing this, Pei Ling was utterly surprised. What? Looking at the wooden puppet in front of him, he anxiously asked, then is senior sister Ouyang here? Anyone else is fine too. But the puppet only repeated its old message. The Peak Master has left the sect and won't be back for a while. Pei Ling immediately got annoyed, yelling, can't you say anything else? You're practically the system's twin brother, aren't you? But in response to his rage, it was still the same old line, the Peak Master has left the sect and won't be back for a while. He furiously beat it up, then turned and left, yelling, damn it, finally someone's here, time to go, Lulu Xiang called out loudly. Junior brother Pei, it's time to depart. From inside, Pei Ling called back, coming. Though his legs actively moved, Pei Ling's tears were falling. This time, life and death are up to fate. Wealth and status are up to the heavens. Lulu Xiang, standing on her lotus-shaped magical artifact, gently asked, did you finish up so quickly? Hearing this, Pei Ling awkwardly replied, yeah, I'm done. Then he carefully stepped onto her lotus platform. At this moment, Lulu Xiang suddenly spoke up, asking, when did you two get acquainted? The moment he heard her, Pei Ling flinched slightly. He recalled their previous accidental meeting, then replied, it's been a while now. Sumian is a very good girl. As he spoke, Pei Ling thought, senior sister, you were there too. Hearing Pei Ling's answer, Lulu Xiang lightly snorted, well, obviously. Then she seriously instructed him, your cultivation is low and this mission is quite dangerous. Senior brother Zhang He also doesn't seem willing to let you replace Su Mian. If you get the chance, you'd better show off your strength a bit. Don't embarrass junior sister Jin. Hearing this, Pei Ling felt a little worried. Dangerous, huh? Just as I expected. Then he cautiously asked Lulu Xiang, senior sister, how exactly is this mission dangerous? But she didn't answer directly, merely replying casually, when we gather, senior brother Zhang He will tell you. I can only tell you that among the previous cultivator groups who took this mission, only one person survived. After that, the two continued to move. Looking at the cold woman beside him, Pei Ling thought, so many people have died, yet someone still dares to accept this mission? Unless this Han Clan villa hides some peerless treasure. From a distance, Pei Ling saw a group of people and a large palanquin waiting by the cliff. At this moment, Lulu Xiang turned and said, we're almost at the gathering point. Be careful, don't piss off senior brother Zhang He. As they arrived, both of them, almost at the gathering point. You gotta be careful, don't piss off senior brother Zhang. After a thorough warning, Pei Ling and Lu Xiang jumped off the lotus platform. Lu Xiang recalled his lotus platform, a smile on his face. Senior brother Zhang, we've arrived. The moment he saw Pei Ling, this blue-haired dude, arms crossed, was visibly seething. Is this the Qi Condensation Tier 7 replacement you mentioned? This dude is Zhang Shuo, a peak Qi Condensation Tier 9. Standing next to him is Xu Zong, Qi Condensation Tier 8. Pei Ling clasped his hands together, grinning. Greetings, senior brothers. I am Pei Ling. I've heard much about you. Shuo turned his back, a disdainful smirk. Get in the palanquin, you first, why? Xu Zong turned, eyeing Pei Ling menacingly. Kid, you better not get in my way. Pei Ling reached out and pushed aside the curtain. What met his eyes was Zhang Shuo sitting in the center, and to his right a man and a woman. Li Hiqing, a peak Qi Condensation Tier 8, and Wang Zhaoniang, Qi Condensation Tier 8. Zhang Shuo arms crossed, one eye fixed forward. Apologies for the wait. This here is Pei Ling, junior brother Pei, substituting for junior sister Jin. Pei Ling clasped his hands, a bright smile. Hello, senior brothers, senior sisters. Oh, for real? They're all Qi Condensation Tier 8? Bro, this mission just got a speedrun boost to the Han family villa. Seeing this, 3 members of Zhang Shuo's group scoffed sarcastically. A Tier 7 Qi Condensation dares to join this mission? Are they tired of living? How could junior sister Jin like this kind of person? Did he use some kind of charm? When the time comes, if he becomes a hindrance, I won't protect him. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes darkened. He reached into his robes, rummaging for something. This vibe? Something's off. No one's got my back this time. Gotta build some good rapport with the squad. I'm done getting backstabbed by these losers. Pei Ling, still smiling, offered some magic pills with both hands. Senior brothers, senior sisters, my cultivation is quite poor. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your care for this journey. He quickly handed a magic pill to each of them. A small token of my appreciation, nothing much. I hope you'll accept them. Zhang Shuo looked at the magic pill in his hand with one eye, a disdainful smirk. Bone forging pill? Do you really think we lack this kind of thing? Junior brother Pei, giving this as a gift to others is a bit... Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as he realized the pill in his hand was a top-grade bone-forging pill. Lu Xiang stared at the magic pill in his hand. Another top-grade pill. I can't believe junior sister Jin's alchemy skill broke through so rapidly. Pei Ling stood among the group, scratching his head awkwardly. Zhang Shuo placed a hand on Pei Ling's shoulder, a beaming smile on his face. Junior brother Pei, I thought junior sister Jin was worried about this dangerous trip and found some unlucky guy to go court death for her. But now it seems your relationship with junior sister Jin is truly quite close. Don't you worry, we'll protect you on this trip. Pei Ling raised a hand to his head, forcing a smile. With so many powerful senior brothers and senior sisters here, the Han family villa mission will surely be as easy as flipping a hand, with no effort at all. Shuzong stepped forward, a serious expression. If it were truly that simple, that would be great. A few years ago, the Han family villa had a peak foundation establishment cultivator, but when he tried to break through to Golden Core, he tragically failed and died. But he left behind a ton of resources like talismans and magic artifacts for his descendants. After that, relying on these rich resources, a cultivator with exceptional talent was nurtured. Hansigu, the senior brother of Blood Tide Peak. At that time, the Myriad Destroyer C had a fortuitous encounter related to Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. After hearing about it, senior brother Han went to seize it but never returned. After that, senior brother Han couldn't easily recover his vitality and declined further. Just a few months ago, the entire Han family villa was wiped out overnight without warning. That's why this mission exists. Pei Ling quickly raised his hand and asked, if the Han family villa is so mysterious, why are people still taking this mission? Zhang Shuo scoffed. What's so scary about the Han family villa? It's just rumors, meant to keep others from coveting its resources and to scare people away from the villa itself. Pei Ling cupped his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Even if they're just rumors, the Han family villa being wiped out is a fact. This matter probably isn't that simple. If it weren't for the rich resources left behind by that Peak Foundation establishment cultivator back then, people wouldn't be fighting over it so fiercely. The Foundation establishment pill recipe and the scarlet vine that your junior sister Jin needs are both in the Han family villa's treasury. But besides us, there are 4 other formidable teams eyeing that treasury. So the real danger on this trip isn't the Han family villa, but the other teams. Pei Ling heard this and his eyes nearly popped out, teeth gritted, face going dark like the bottom of a wok. Dude was legit spooked. Wobbly feck! Another terrifying mission where we're just gonna PvP each other to death? First up is Tang Nantai's team. Senior brother Tang, along with his team in Guyuan, often hunt demons and monsters, honing skills that are almost unrivaled. They're the strongest among these small teams. Next, there's Guanshou's team, junior sister Guan, who has a Tier 9 awakened spirit beast as a familiar. Jianfa persuaded senior brother Lu Fujian. Both are Qi condensation Tier 9, and they've teamed up for this operation. Finally, there's senior brother Baihuang's team. Senior brother Baihuang's sword techniques are exquisite, and with the Moon Silver Dragon Flood Sword borrowed from the inner sect, his strength is truly exceptional. Therefore, we still shouldn't be careless. Hearing this, Pei Ling was practically whimpering, teeth grinding hard enough to spark. So, is it too late for your boy to dip out now? Scene change. Inside a forest. In the sky, flocks of vultures blotted out the sun, while on the ground, demon beasts roamed freely. Suddenly, in the middle of the road, a demon beast had its neck severed by a sword. The one who just ended that demon beast was Bai Huang, dual-wielding swords. The Han family villa had long been in ruins. Its array formations and mechanisms hadn't been repaired in ages. The only real threat were the demon beasts that had strayed inside. The previous teams who entered the Han family villa were mostly wiped out because they slaughtered each other over resources. The young lady standing beside him, clenching her hands, a smug smile. Oh, whatever. Senior brother Bai Huang, your plan let us get here 2 days earlier than the other teams. Plenty of time to ransack the Han family villa. Bai Huang closed his eyes, a self-satisfied smile. The one who leaked the rumors probably never imagined that in the end, we would be the ones to benefit. Let's go, we need to hurry and find the treasury. Suddenly, his eyes bulged, blood vessels throbbing. Then Bai Huang's head twisted backward with a terrifying expression. Bai Huang reached out and grabbed the head of one of his companions, terrifying him. As if possessed, Bai Huang let out a cruel smile and crushed his companion's head, spraying blood everywhere. Bai Huang's entire team immediately took off running in terror, screaming, "Help! Help! Don't come over here!" Scene change, inside a forest. At this moment, Zhang Shuo and Pei Ling were standing in front of the palanquin, waiting for something. From inside the palanquin, Zhuer stepped out, a slight smile. That Peak Foundation establishment family head of the Han family from back then set up the Yin Water Illusory Lotus Grand Array. The entire Han family villa is under the protection of that array. We need to wait here for the array to reveal a weak point before we can enter the Han family villa. Behind Shu 3 people spoke up. We've already calculated the time. At 3 p.m. tomorrow, the array will pause, and a passage leading to the villa's lotus pond will appear. How come senior brother Bai Huang and his crew haven't arrived yet? These 2 men were Xiao Fa and Lu Fujian, both Qi Condensation Tier 9. The young lady was Dong Kaiwei, Qi Condensation Tier 8. Tang Nantai, a Peak Qi Condensation Tier 9, stood nearby, eyes closed, speaking loudly. That good-for-nothing is always so slow and sluggish. Did he get scared of this old man and run away before the battle even started? Zhang Shuo frowned, glancing to the side, thinking to himself, Tang Nantai is the biggest threat on this trip. Zhang Shuo stood before the crowd, raising a hand, stating his opinion. May I say a few words? Everyone here is for the villa's treasury, so conflicts and casualties are unavoidable. But we are all fellow disciples, why must we draw swords against each other? How about we try to cooperate and share the resources of the Han family villa together? Hearing this, Tang Nantai's face contorted in a scowl, his anger clearly visible. The Foundation Establishment Pill Recipe and the Scarlet Vine only have 1 share each. How would that even work? If you want something, rely on your own abilities to get it. Shu stood nearby, glancing over, deliberating. Tang Nantai's team is the strongest to... I'm afraid no one can compete with him. Then Shu and Xiaofa raised their hands, agreeing with Zhang Shuo's suggestion. I agree. We are all fellow disciples, senior brothers and sisters. There's no need to hurt our harmony just for this villa. I also agree. The Foundation Establishment pill recipe can be borrowed for viewing, and ultimately, it's just the Scarlet Vine anyway. Tang Nantai saw everyone raise their hands in agreement with Zhang Shuo's idea and his eyes widened in surprise. Tang Nantai scowled, teeth grinding, absolutely fuming. These low-tier NPCs ganging up on me? Fine then, I agree too. Zhang Shuo was holding some drawing lots. Alright, since we've all agreed to cooperate, let's divvy up these investigation spots first. For fairness, we'll draw lots to decide. Pei Ling crossed his arms, eyes full of doubt. Cooperation? These phonies. When they inevitably backstab each other later, just make sure none of their blood splashes on me, alright? Scene change inside the sedan. Zhang Shuo pointed at the map on the table. Alright, the investigation spots are all sorted out. Guan Shui's team, the ancient well behind the mountain. Xiaofa's team, the main hall. Tong Nan's team, the guest hall. And finally our team, the Han clan's ancestral hall. My guess is the treasure vault is probably either at the Lotus Pond or the ancestral hall. Tomorrow, after we finish investigating the ancestral hall, we'll head straight for the Lotus Pond. Tonight, everyone, get some good rest. If there's no urgent need, do not leave your sedan chair. Everyone, be careful. The other teams harbor ill intentions. Got it, senior brother. Meanwhile, our boy Pei Ling was sitting in a corner, eyes glued to his system panel. Who cares about some treasure? This life of mine is way more important. Gotta master the dry heart technique fast. If I can't escape, at least I can bail out by faking it. He reached out and tapped an item, cultivation time. Then, on the system panel, Pei Ling's eyes went wide, mouth agape as a sudden enlightenment flashed across the screen. What's so great about being alive when your grandpappy is preaching life lessons? What's there to fear about death? Death is merely a new cycle of reincarnation. Do not resist or oppose it. Cultivating this dry heart technique, what a truly special experience, he mused. Then the system notification, this cultivation session is complete. Thank you, host, for utilizing the cultivation system. One-click ascension, no worries. If satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Pei Ling broke into a cunning smile, eyes locked on the system panel. What's so fun about living? What's there to fear about death? Ha! Big Shot System wants a good review. Eh? Fine, I'll give you one. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed a 5-star rating onto the system. While he was messing around with his system panel, Pei Ling looked up. A young lady was running towards him, her gams absolutely flawless. Zhao Niang leapt right over Pei Ling's head, making him snap his head up to look. Seeing that smile, Pei Ling's eyes sparkled. Man, what a view. But then our boy quickly collected himself, looking back at the table. Hold up, something's not right here. Where did everyone else go? Did something happen again? Pei Ling's eyes bugged out, mouth hanging open as he frantically reached out, yelling, "Wait a minute! Senior sister." His hand instinctively snatched at Zhao Niang's clothes. Seeing Zhao Niang's clothes torn to shreds by his grab, Pei Ling's face went white with fear, his jaw practically hitting the floor. "Sorry, senior sister! I swear I didn't mean to." Suddenly, Pei Ling was hit by some unseen force, cold sweat breaking out as his eyes went blank, staring ahead. Just as he was watching Zhao Niang's retreating figure, streams of black aura suddenly swirled in. Our boy Pei Ling's face went ghost white as he saw Liyue already wrapped around him, her eyes practically devouring him. "Pei Ling, darling, let's just finish what we started, shall we?" Liyue grabbed Pei Ling's hand, pulling him along. "Pei Ling, come on! Let's go to my palace, just for a little fun." Pei Ling's eyes were filled with pure exhaustion. "An illusion? Again? Can't you come up with some new material for once?" He frowned, one side of his face darkening. He smirked triumphantly. As long as I just play dead, you won't be able to seduce me anymore." No sooner had he thought it than he did it. Pei Ling violently yanked his hand from Liyue's, then dramatically pointed a single finger towards the sky. He shouted furiously, "Dry heart technique." Wham! Our boy Pei Ling dramatically keeled over onto the floor. His soul promptly leaving his body, leaving Liyue's illusion standing there, utterly stunned and bewildered. A moment later, Zhang Shuo, Xu Tong, and Lu Xiang were sitting beside Pei Ling, who was now lying there, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back into his head. "No way, even junior brother Pei got?" Lu Xiang sighed. "My apologies, senior brother, I didn't protect junior brother Pei well." Xu Tong and Lu Xiang looked at Pei Ling's finger, which was still pointing straight up at the heavens, their eyes filled with utter confusion. But why this posture? Is he trying to send us some kind of cryptic message? Wham! Suddenly Pei Ling's eye snapped open. He was awake. He shot up, making the 3 of them jump out of their skin. They scrambled backward in fright. "You're not dead?" Pei Ling just stared blankly. He pointed at his own face, still confused. "Me? Last night I heard a weird noise, got all worried, sensed danger, so I just used the dry heart technique to play dead." Lu Xiang's eyebrows arched, her eyes full of suspicion as she quickly questioned him. "Your life essence and spiritual energy completely vanished just now. How could some trash-tier cultivation technique like the dry heart technique possibly do that?" Seeing Lu Xiang's disbelief, Pei Ling knelt on the floor, his voice oozing confidence. "It was the dry heart technique, senior sister. If you don't believe me, I'll even sell you the cultivation method to try for yourself." Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes snapped wide, and he blurted out, "Wait a minute. 2 people are gone." Xu Tong stared at the torn cloth in his hand, his face pale with fear. "Last night, we were all controlled by an unknown force. When we woke up, 2 of them were just gone." Inside the sedan chair, we found fragments of Junior Sister Wang's clothes. "Looks like Junior Sister Wang tried to resist." Xu Tong turned, glancing at the other 3. "Let's head outside first, then figure out our next move. It's probably almost time to enter the Han clan mountain villa anyway." Scene change, a group of people stand in a forest. Pei Ling frowned, looking around, his expression turning grave. Every single team is missing 2 to 3 people, so it wasn't just us having trouble last night. Zhang Shuo looked over at Fu Jiang and quickly asked, "You guys also went through that last night? We've already lost 10 people before even entering the mountain villa. This mission is definitely not as simple as it seems." Nanjai stood with hands on his hips, one hand outstretched, a smug, arrogant smile plastered on his face. "If you are scared of death, then scram! The fewer people there are to split the treasure, the better, right? That Bai Huang guy still hasn't shown up. Guess he's not coming anymore." Suddenly, Nanjai's eyes lit up as he spotted a passage appearing between 2 trees. "The entrance is here." Instantly, Nanjai and his whole crew charged towards the passage with surging momentum. "Brothers, follow me." Yeah. In the blink of an eye, Nanjai's entire crew had already vanished into the passage. Suddenly, a hand clapped Pei Ling hard on the shoulder. It was none other than Zhang Shuo, smiling cheerfully. "Junior brother Pei, let's move. It's not safe in there. Stick close to me, and I can protect you." Pei Ling forced an awkward smile, thinking to himself, "Seriously? Not even a tiny chance to bail out for myself?" Scene change, the Han Clan Mountain Villa's Lotus Pond. Zhuer stared intently ahead. Standing next to her, Xiaopu looked at the map in his hand. "The ancient well behind the mountain, that's this way, right? Come on. The main hall we need to hit up probably isn't too far from here." Watching the two of them leave, Pei Ling turned to Zhang Shuo. "Senior brother Zhang, shouldn't we get going too? Tanjai's crew is already way ahead." Zhang Shuo stood with his hands on his hips, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Tang Nanjai's destination is the same direction as ours, so we'll just follow directly behind his team and let those chumps clear the path for us." A guy from Nanjai's crew, walking at the very back, his shifty eyes darting all over the place. "Nothing out of the ordinary behind us. I can go report back to senior brother Tang now." Suddenly, he fell silent, his eyes narrowing as he glared over at Zhang Shuo and Pei Ling, who were still following right behind. The man clenched his fists, angrily roaring, "Hey, what are you guys doing following us like this? You want us to test the path for you or something?" At that exact moment, Zhang Shuo lunged forward at the man. "That's right, we want you to scout the path. So what about it?" In a flash, Zhang Shuo was there, his muscular arm clamping down on the man's neck, making his eyes bulge and sending him into a violent coughing fit. Pei Ling stood observing from behind, arms crossed, a somewhat naive grin on his face. "No way, bro. He's already laying hands on alleys. Isn't that a little fast?" Zhang Shuo let out a cold laugh, the arm still gripping the man's neck, slowly transforming into what looked like a demonic beast's limb. "I'll spare your life. Consider it your toll. Junior brother, do you think this compensation is sufficient?" With that, Zhang Shuo finally released his grip on the man's neck. Our man collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat and coughing his guts out, watching Zhang Shuo and Pei Lung's backs as they left. Our man, filled with bitter rage, screamed, "Just you wait, Zhang Shuo. Tang Shixiong won't let you get away with this." With his face dripping with sweat, our man wiped the blood from his mouth. "I need to inform Tang Shixiong now." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he glanced to the side. What caught his eye was a grim figure whose eyes glowed with a fierce red light. This figure was none other than Bai Huang, his face a terrifying mask. Before our man could even react, his eyes went blank and blood trickled from his mouth. The dude collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole in his chest, his eyes wide in death. Meanwhile, we switch scenes to Zhang Shuo's group, standing outside the Han clan's ancestral hall. "We're almost there," Zhang Shuo observed. Following Tong Nantrai, this path seems smooth enough. Boom! A tremor echoed across the sky as streaks of lightning tore through the heavens. Seeing this, Shutong and Luxiang started sweating bullets, panicking. "It's coming from the study," Shutong exclaimed. Tang Shixiong is actually using the Mystic Thunder Talisman Array to push Tong Nantrai that far. "The study must be extremely dangerous." Zhang Shuo frowned. His gaze resolute, Zhang Shuo stared ahead. "Let's go. From now on, we can't let our guard down, not for a second." Behind them, Pei Lung felt deflated, yet still rushing in. For a foundation establishment pill formula, is it really worth it? After a moment's thought, Pei Lung's eyebrows furrowed as he asked, "Zhang Shixiong, is there perhaps something else, some other treasure in this Han clan manor that makes so many groups risk their lives like this?" Zhang Shuo glanced back, replying, "Pei Shidi, your intuition is quite keen. You've guessed correctly. This Han clan manor holds another important item. Do you remember what I told you about Han Sigu Shishung's final destination?" Pei Leng's eyes became thoughtful, and he quickly replied, "Han Sigu Shishung went to the Sea of 10,000, Ruin, searching for an opportunity for Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, but his whereabouts eventually became unknown." Zhang Shuo frowned, his expression sinking. "That's right. Although Han Sigu's whereabouts are unknown, he still came from the Han clan manor. There's a high chance he left behind some information related to the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment." Foundation establishment is divided into 3 tiers: Human Dao, Earth Dao, and Heavenly Dao. The lowest tier is Human Dao Foundation establishment. Just pop a Foundation establishment pill, and you can break through. Earth Dao Foundation establishment requires a special cultivation technique to refine the 5-element essence. Once successful, their power can absolutely crush any Human Dao Foundation establishment practitioner. But the strongest Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment has incredibly strict demands. If you fail, your Dao path will be utterly destroyed. But once successful, you can potentially surpass all your peers by leaps and bounds. A joyful smile on his lips, Zhang Shuo looked at Pei Lung, who stood with his arms crossed. That's why, even if there's just a tiny chance to find the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, we must seize it. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is something only legendary figures can even hope to glimpse. No wonder everyone scrambles for it. A short while later, Zhang Shuo's group arrived before the Han clan manor's ancestral hall. Zhang Shuo pointed at Xu Tong and commanded, "This is the ancestral hall. Xu Shidi, send out your spirit puppets to scout ahead." Following Zhang Shuo's words, Xu Tong blew streams of spiritual energy into the clay figurines in his palms. Once complete, he clasped his hands together, commanding the two spirit puppets to advance. These two spirit puppets scampered step by step into the Han clan's ancestral hall. The two spirit puppets ran up to an altar, draped with a fluttering white cloth. As soon as they reached the altar, the two spirit puppets were hit by some force and shattered into pieces. Feeling his two spirit puppets shatter, Xu Tong's face filled with dread. There's a spirit-repelling formation set up inside the ancestral hall. It's probably to prevent people from using spirit puppets or similar means to spy. Hearing this, Zhang Shuo let out a heavy sigh. His gaze hardened, Zhang Shuo stared straight ahead. "Then let's just go straight in." Lu Xiang followed in Zhang Shuo's footsteps. Turning to look at Pei Lung, Zhang Shuo warned Pei Shidi, "This place is very dangerous. Stick close, don't get separated." Pei Lung, however, muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like being a little further away from you guys would actually be safer?" Zhang Shuo's entire group, along with Pei Lung, entered the ancestral hall. The surroundings were incredibly gloomy. Is the treasure vault really in a place like this? Zhang Shuo wondered, scanning for traps. As he eyed the nearby altar, his gaze sharpened. Something feels off here. The altar. Huh? The aura here is dense and a bit strange. Let me scout it out. Zhang Shuo approached, a long spear in hand, pointing it towards the altar. He used the tip of his spear to push aside the white cloth. Suddenly, Zhang Shuo's face darkened, his eyes sharpening as he stared straight ahead. Behind him, Pei Lung's eyes widened in surprise. He'd discovered something. A system notification popped up, detecting unusual Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method in the external realm. The system is currently recording it for you. Pei Lung stared at the file downloading on his system panel, clenching his hand. A joyful smile spread across his face. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method, huh? Damn system, you're too quick! The entire group stared intently into the altar, eyes wide. Suddenly, an incredibly sinister hand protruded from inside the altar. Seeing this, Pei Lung, Lu Xiang, and Xu Tong's eyes went wide, their jaws dropping in horror. This sinister hand grabbed Zhang Shuo's clothes, sending a terrified scream from him. Then, Zhang Shuo was dragged inside the altar, right before the group's eyes. System notification. Unusual Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method detected in external realm has vanished. Recording failed. Thank you for using host. If satisfied, please leave a 5-star rating. Pei Lung and the other two were sweating profusely, wide-eyed in disbelief. What the hell was that? Xu Tong and Lu Xiang's faces were ashen with terror. What just happened? It looks like Zhang Shisheng was just dragged inside by a hand. Pei Lung stared into the altar, muttering, "Our team leader, a 9th-level qi condensation expert, just vanished like that? This place is not normal." If it can make a 9th-level qi condensation expert like Zhang Shisheng vanish without a sound, whatever is inside here is definitely not something we can handle. Pei Lung frowned, sweating profusely, full of dread. "Everyone, how about we retreat first, strategize, and then return?" Lu Xiang and Xu Tong's faces were drained of all color, terrified. Pei Shidi is right. It seems the rumors about previous cultivator groups being wiped out in the Han clan manor weren't just rumors after all. Now that Zhang Shisheng is gone, we definitely need to retreat first. Finally, we can leave, they thought, hoping to get out of here smoothly. Suddenly, the two candles burning brightly on the altar were snuffed out. The door to the ancestral hall slammed shut. Seeing this, the entire group stood back to back, cautiously scanning their surroundings. "What's going on?" someone yelled. "Everyone, don't separate." Pei Lung's face was beaded with sweat, a look of utter defeat in his eyes. "Sure enough, I shouldn't have teamed up." Xu Tong's eyes widened, staring at the talisman in his hand, which suddenly emitted an extremely sinister aura. He suddenly realized something and glanced to the side. Lu Xiang's face was ashen with terror as he saw evil spirits appearing right before his eyes. Meanwhile, over at the ancient well behind the mountain, Guanzhu's squad is all tied up by vines, hanging from trees and screaming for help. And then there's Zhua Ger, covered in blood, running for her life. Our girl is full of injuries, screaming, "Damn it, damn it! I want to live, I must live." In another scene, inside the study, Nanjai's crew is going full combat mode against Bai Huang's squad. Bai Huang's crew already infiltrated the Hanxi Mountain Villa. Are these guys possessed or something, attacking us? Bai Huang's people, with terrifying expressions and pitch-black eyes, are charging forward, blades drawn. Nanjai blocks a slash from Bai Huang, roaring furiously, "Bai Huang, I'll end you." Scene shift to Xiaopu's squad in the main hall, getting completely enchanted by these ladies deep in the sauce, bro. Fuzhang, Xiaopu, and Kai Wei are huddled in a corner, fingers clasped, channeling spirit energy into a talisman to create a shield against the enchantment of this lust formation. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuo's crew is hightailing it, panicking as they're pursued by ghostly remnants. Damn it, why are there so many resentful spirits at Qi Condensation 7th layer? Quick, let's run. Xu Tong slams his hands on the door, shouting in frustration, "What the actual heck is this cursed formation?" He turns around, sweating profusely, yelling, "Hold on a bit longer, I'm calculating the life gate." Hearing this, Lu Xiang, Chengfeng, and Shuang'an pull out their magic treasures, simultaneously summoning a demon beast, trying to buy Xu Tong more time to break the formation. The demon beast and Lu Shang's centipede charge forward, tearing into the resentful spirits. Seeing this, Pei Ling can't just stand there. With angry eyes, he pulls out his yin sheng blade. He was originally saving some spirit energy to escape, but it looks like he has to go all out now. Pei Ling grips his blade, channeling spirit energy into it, then unleashes the blood slaughter Dao method. He swings a powerful slash, cutting down the incoming resentful spirits. Seeing this, the other three's eyes nearly pop out in shock. What a powerful blade technique. Junior Pei, you're only Qi Condensation 7th layer, but your strength is absolutely insane. That's the Yin Sheng blade. I can't believe Junior Pei and Lineage Master Deng are actually good friends. Suddenly, Lu Xiang's eyes widen, seeing something that makes him panic. It's a demoness with sharp claws, flashing a sinister smile, charging straight at them. Pei Ling, that's a peak Qi Condensation 9th layer resentful spirit. The demoness's ghostly hand aims for Pei Ling's neck, but in a flash, Pei Ling vanishes into thin air, dodging her attack and catching the demoness off guard. Pei Ling uses blood ghost evasion, instantly appearing behind her, his eyes shining as he swings a swift blade towards the demoness. The demoness immediately raises her hand to block Pei Ling's incoming blade. Pei Ling leaps back, staring at the demoness and the surrounding resentful spirits. This female ghost is too strong. Pei Ling takes a defensive stance, sweating bullets as he sees the resentful spirits charging at him. These spirits fly in, impacting Pei Ling's body, forcing our boy to stumble backward. After a moment, Shutong finally breaks the chaotic formation on the door, causing the spell to shatter into pieces, with streams of energy flying outwards. He grabs Lu Shang's hand, hastily fleeing outside, leaving Pei Ling still inside. We have to go. Is Junior Brother Pei courting death? Hurry up! Inside the ancestral hall, Pei Ling grits his teeth, furiously extending both hands, unleashing the cold intoxication fire, burning the incoming resentful spirits. Even the demoness can't escape her fate. As the cold intoxication fire burns her, she lets out a tragic shriek. Lu Shang turns back, overjoyed. Great, Junior Pei is unharmed. Shu cold intoxication fire. What's Junior Pei's background? Anyway, unbelievable, even the cold intoxication fire. Sumi gave it to Junior Pei, they must truly be in love. Pei Ling uses blood ghost breakthrough, rushing outside and yelling, hurry up! Hearing this, the others run like hell, following closely behind. Pei Ling and Yang An's faces drain of all color as they see a ghostly hand flying out from inside the ancestral hall. This ghostly hand flies in and grabs Yang An tightly, scaring the poor guy out of his wits. He screams shrilly. Hearing the shrill scream, Lu Shang and Cheng Feng turn back, eyes wide and mouths agape, absolutely terrified. Shutong, running ahead, turns back and yells, don't look back. Just keep running. Pei Ling and the other three exert all their strength, fleeing forward. Let's split up and then find a chance to regroup at the Lotus Pond. Alright. Immediately, the four of them split into two directions. Pei Ling runs after Cheng Feng, wondering, is the exit to the villa at the Lotus Pond? Just like when we came in, we'll wait at the Lotus Pond until the Yin Water Illusory Lotus Grand Formation reveals an opening before we can get out. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widen in surprise. Senior brother, is that someone we know up ahead? Standing before Pei Ling and Cheng Feng right now is Nanzai, his face dark. Senior brother, Nanzai, why are you here? Pei Ling frowns, sweating bullets, staring ahead. There are traces of the ghost hand on his wound. What? Was this done by Zhang Shuo? Nanzai frantically extends his hand, creating a ball of spirit energy, accompanied by lightning bolts radiating around it. Zhang Shuo, you dare to lay hands on my people? Then I'll wipe out all of yours. Finishing his words, this absolute unit sends out an incredibly powerful stream of spirit energy flying forward. Seeing the incoming stream of spirit energy, Pei Ling jumps back, leaving Cheng Feng standing there, terrified and frozen in fear. Boom! A shockwave. The stream of spirit energy flies in, smashing Cheng Feng to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Pei Ling jumps back, seeing Cheng Feng blown to bits, utterly stunned and horrified.
This Nanzai's so ruthless!
Nanzai charges at Pei Ling like a mad dog, his fist radiating powerful lightning bolts. Die, you trash. Seeing this, Pei Ling immediately raises his hand to block Nanzai's powerful thunderous punch. This Nanzai's strength is several tiers higher than mine. I have to quickly put some distance between us and escape. Pei Ling digs his feet hard into the ground, but he's still sliding backward. Bang, a shockwave. Pei Ling is sent flying by Nanzai, smashing into the wall behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Pei Ling sits amidst the rubble, clutching his chest, gritting his teeth in frustration. This guy is even stronger than that demoness. But this is my chance. Gotta scram now. Seeing that Pei Ling is still alive, Nanzai's eyes widen in shock. A Qi Condensation 7th layer cultivator actually blocked my full power attack and came out unscathed? What's this kid's background? In the blink of an eye, Pei Ling vanishes before a stunned Nanzai. Did he run away? The scene shifts to Pei Ling standing in a ruined house, executing the blood ghost evasion method. Ran this far, he probably can't catch me now. He places his hands on his knees, panting heavily, each breath filled with bitterness and anger. Zhang Shuo, you really want to play me to death? Pei Ling frowns, staring ahead, letting out a sigh. To leave this mountain villa, I'll have to wait until the Yin Water Illusory Lotus Grand Formation reveals an opening. But staying here surrounded by danger is too risky. I need to figure out a way to just escape directly. Suddenly, his eyes widen. A smile spreads across his face and he claps his hands together. Ah, that's right. I'll just let the system take me out, just like last time in Luoshan City. He stares at the displayed system panel. Nameless cultivation technique. This mountain villa, everything has a system. It's very likely to take something this mountain villa absolutely doesn't have, only my unique schedule. Finishing his words, he presses a button on the system panel. A system notification appears. Checking. The nameless cultivation technique is a dual cultivation technique. The system is locating a Tao companion for you. Seeing this, Pei Ling is overjoyed to the point of madness. My little system, feel free to manipulate my body as you wish. Pei Ling's forehead darkens, his eyes lose focus, and he's left speechless as the system announces, checking. The host's Tao companion is not within the service area. The system will provide a new Tao companion for you, free of charge. The scene shifts to the main hall of Hanxi Mountain Villa, where Xiao Pu's group has finally broken the enchantment formation. As Fuzhang raises his hand to wipe sweat, Cai Wei stands beside him, looking exhausted, and falls forward. Fuzhang immediately catches Kai Wei, his voice filled with worry. Junior sister, be careful! Kai Wei's cheeks blush as she looks at Fuzhang, who is averting his gaze after seeing her valley. Thank you, senior brother, I'm fine. That's good then, Kai Wei says, clinging tightly to Fuzhang's arm, hastily asking, Senior brother, do you truly not understand Kai Wei's feelings? How could I not know? It's just that I've long been determined to dedicate this life to cultivating the Tao, not to pursuing love. Hearing Fuzhang's answer, Cai Wei places her hand on her chest, her eyes welling up. If you're not pursuing love, then why do you keep helping me time and again? Senior brother, you just don't dare to admit your feelings for Tai Wei. Tai Wei will just find someone else then. Hearing this, Fuzhang immediately turns around. Extending his hand forward, he shouts loudly, Don't! Suddenly, Fuzhang's face turns pale. His eyes went wide as saucers. Bro did not expect to witness this level of absolute madness unfolding right in front of him. Fuzhang's squad walked in on our boy Pei Ling holding Tai Vi straight up princess style in his arms. Yo, what the hell are you doing? Put me down. Inside his head, Pei Ling was screaming and throwing a whole temper tantrum, cursing the trash system. As if I don't have enough ops trying to spawn kill me already. Meanwhile, before Tai V's brain could even process what was happening, Pei Ling slammed her straight onto the bed. And then our boy proceeded to rip her clothes clean off right then and there. Fuzhang's whole crew stood there, jaw on the floor, absolutely stunned by the sheer audacity of what Pei Ling was doing to Tai Vi. Like, bro, what? Then, Pei Ling buried his face right into Tai Vi's double melons, leaving her blushing redder than a beet while she tried to squirm out of his grip. Fuzhang's blood instantly boiled. Bro pulled out a flaming chain, full-on furious, screaming, You little bastard, I'm going to end your life with my own hands. While Tai Vi was getting her melon squeezed, she was using all her strength to push Pei Ling off. Stop, you dog of a system. Screw you. If I ever trust your scamming ass again, I'm taking your damn last name. Before he could finish, Fuzhang whipped the chain, locking Pei Ling down tight and dragging him backward. At the exact same time, the system pinged. External attack detected. Cultivation session terminated. Gritting his teeth with absolute rage, Fuzhang yanked the flaming chain and yeeted Pei Ling forward with full force. Wrapped up like a human burrito, Pei Ling crashed headfirst right into the dirt. But bro wasn't done yet. Fuzhang pulled out a talisman yelling, Pervert, time to die! In an instant, a massive Kunpeng bird with razor-sharp teeth materialized out of thin air. It opened its gigantic, monstrous mouth, locked eyes on Pei Ling, and chomp! The beast snapped its jaws shut, swallowing our boy whole. But just a few seconds after devouring him, the beast's eyes bulged out in sheer terror. From deep inside its stomach, Pei Ling flexed his blood fiend blade technique, blowing the entire beast into bloody meat bits right in front of Fuzhang. Bro turned green as a leaf, eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, how is this dude not dead? Realizing he was outmatched, Fuzhang instantly hurled 4 more talismans into the air. In a split second, the 4 talismans morphed into 4 aggressive battle puppets, charging straight at Pei Ling. Facing 4 puppets sprinting at him, our MC didn't even flinch. He channeled his spiritual energy, casting the cold mist flame to instantly incinerate all 4 into literal ashes. Fuzhang's jaw dropped in pure horror as he saw Pei Ling charging at him with a cold-blooded glare, wielding the Nightmare Blade. He's only at Chi Refining Stage 7, how does he have this much combat power? Is this kid hiding his real cultivation stage? Out of nowhere, 2 female cultivators lunged forward, clashing their swords to block Pei Ling's lethal strike. 6 senior brother, we've got your back, how dare this scumbag bully junior sister Dong? Pei Ling gritted his teeth, parrying the barrage of sword strikes from the 2 girls. Wait, why are they jumping me now? Where is the sportsmanship here? No way. If this keeps up, I'm going to run out of spiritual energy completely. Realizing he couldn't win this 1v3, Pei Ling decided to pull out his background card to scare them off. Bro, listen, that was a total accident just now. I'm a trusted aide under Intersect Master Deng. Hope you can spare me some face. Fuzhang paused, visibly confused. Deng Mingshan. Pei Ling blocked another incoming sword strike, quickly clarifying, Exactly. This nightmare blade in my hands was given to me directly by Master Deng. Believing Fuzhang was actually on Legacy Disciple Li's side, Fuzhang went full mad dog mode, his eyes turning ferocious as he whipped his chain forward. Who gives a damn about Deng Mingshan? You pervert. Even if you were Deng Mingshan's actual, Dad, you're dying today. Pei Ling's eyes popped out of his head. Panicking, he quickly pulled out a pill bottle, shouting at the top of his lungs, Senior brother, wait. I can give you 10 supreme-grade bone-tempering pills as compensation. I just hope you can show some respect to Master Deng and Legacy Disciple Li, alright? But Fuzhang didn't give a damn about the 10 supreme pills, slamming his chain forward without hesitation. Watching the pill bottle get smashed to pieces by Fuzhang's chain, Pei Ling stared in absolute dread. I'm cooked. The shattered bottle spilled the bone-tempering pills all over the dirt right in front of Xiao Fa and Tai Vi. Tai Vi picked one up, looking completely unimpressed. Not only did you humiliate me in front of 6 senior brother, but now you're handing me this odorless fake trash pill to insult my IQ. She pinched the pill with force, making a visible crack appear on its surface. Standing right beside her, Xiaofa's eyes widened in utter shock. He quickly held up a hand to stop her sister Dong. This actually is a supreme grade bone tempering pill. Real supreme pills don't give off any scent. Plus his nightmare blade and weird blade techniques. Cold Mist Flame Jade Bone. This is all top-tier stuff. A low-level guy like Deng Mingshan could never provide this many high-grade resources for just one guy. Wait, could it be? Panicking, Xiaofa instantly used voice transmission. Sixth junior brother, stop right now. This kid is very likely being personally groomed by legacy disciple Li herself. Hearing that, Fujiang instantly broke out in a cold sweat and frantically transmitted back. What? Fujiang clenched his jaw, his expression twisting in sheer frustration. Damn it! A low-tier outer disciple like me poking around legacy disciple Li's people is an instant suicide move. Plus, this kid's strength is stupidly broken. If we keep fighting, I'm going to drain my own energy first. Raising his nightmare blade to block Fujiang's chain, Pei Ling yelled out, Sixth senior brother, we're from the same sect, think this through. Fujiang glanced back at Tai Vi, who was sitting on the ground, sobbing her eyes out. But I'm not the one who got humiliated today, it was junior sister Dong. Fujiang tightened his grip on the chain. You little snake, you're still dying today. With that, he slammed the chain toward Pei Ling, but our boy was too fast, dodging to the side and charging spiritual energy into his palm. Pei Ling grabbed the chain with his bare hand, staring Fujiang down with icy eyes. Still not satisfied? You sect people are way too greedy. 10 supreme bone tempering pills are already worth a fortune. At most, I'll throw in 3 more. Don't push your luck, bro. Seeing this, Fujiang broke into a heavy sweat, gritting his teeth in frustration. How the hell did this kid get so ridiculously strong all of a sudden? Out of nowhere, a spirit fox leaped out, biting down hard on the chain and catching Fujiang completely off guard. Tuyet Niu, along with Tutong and Luke Tuong, stepped into the room. Wait, did you guys actually find the treasure vault already? Fujiang glared at the 3 of them, letting out a cold scoff. What the hell are you guys even doing here? Pei Ling immediately sprinted over, dropped to his knees, and threw his arms around Luke Tuong's leg, sobbing hysterically. Senior sister, you finally made it. If you were a second later, your dear Tamian would have become a widow. Seeing Pei Ling crying his eyes out like a helpless baby, Luke Tuong patted his head, trying to comfort him. Junior brother, stop crying. What on earth happened here? Pei Ling pointed his finger straight at Fujiang's face, leaving bro completely stunned for 5 whole seconds. I just accidentally walked into the main hall, and 6th senior brother's crew jumped me without saying a single word, trying to spawn kill me. Hearing this, Luke Tuong crossed her arms, looking absolutely furious. 6th senior brother, even if you want to flex in front of junior sister Dong, you don't need to bully junior brother Pei like this, right? Standing beside her, Pei Ling smirked smugly. Facts, absolutely. I'm literally only at Qi refining stage 7. Is beating me up supposed to be some kind of flex? Fujiang clenched his jaw, completely fuming with rage. Xiaofa quickly stepped up, waving his hands with an awkward laugh. Junior sister Dong, it's a misunderstanding. Your junior brother Pei was the one who barged in here out of nowhere and violated junior sister Dong. 6th junior brother just lost his temper and wanted to teach him a lesson. Hearing that, Pei Ling froze with his arms crossed, his face turning pale as a ghost, sweating profusely. Holy crap, don't you guys care about junior sister Dong's reputation at all? How can you just blurt that out loud? Luke Tuong glanced at Tai Vi sitting nearby with an extremely skeptical look. Junior sister Dong? Please, my junior brother's taste isn't that trash. She pointed forward, her eyes blazing with anger. If you guys are gonna frame someone, at least pick someone who actually looks decent. Pei Ling immediately jumped on the hype train. Exactly. I already have Tamian, there's no way I'd be into a mid-girl like that. Standing in front of Tai Vi, Fujiang threw his arm out and roared in anger. Junior sister Luke, you're being completely unreasonable. Look at junior sister Dong's torn clothes, is that not literal proof? I won't let a trash like you disrespect junior sister Dong. Tuyet Niu pointed directly at 2 other female disciples standing nearby who were literally wearing only their underwear. Proof? I don't think so. Aren't those 2 barely dressed either? Are you trying to tell me junior brother Pei has so much stamina that he decided to solo your entire squad all at once? Sounds to me like your team was having an illegitimate party in the main hall, got caught red-handed by Pei Ling, and now you're trying to silence the witness. Xiaofa gritted his teeth, completely out of arguments, stammering helplessly. That's because, while Pei Ling pulled out his absolute Oscar-worthy acting performance. Raising his hand, senior sister, when I arrived, they were already stark naked. I swear I had nothing to do with it. I promise what I'm saying is the truth. Xiaopo heard this, jaw dropped, utterly speechless. Shui Ri placed her hand on Pei Ling's shoulder, questioning him, looking at how honest junior brother Pei is. Does it seem like he's lying, senior sister Guan? They really went too far. Pei Ling, with a smug look, smirked contemptuously. System, see that? You want to scheme against this young master? You're still too green. Shui Ri took Pei Ling's hand. Junior brother Pei, no need to stoop to their level. The truth is right in front of us. There's no need to waste any more time. Pei Ling grinned happily. Yes, senior sister. With that, Pei Ling followed Shui Ri out, not forgetting to turn back and mockingly say, later, losers. Seeing this, Fujiang gritted his teeth, furious and veins popping. You little punk. Cut to the next scene. Pei Ling, along with Shui Ri, Lu Qiang, and Shu Tong, raced forward in the rain. Pei Ling glanced at Lu Qiang, quickly asking senior sister, how did you guys manage to drag senior sister Guan over here? Lu Qiang looked back, recalling the previous scene, her expression darkening as she replied. Senior sister Guan's team also ran into trouble. She wants to cooperate with us to escape the mountain villa. Pei Ling ran looking forward, a faint smile on his lips. Senior sister looks much more reliable than Zheng Shuo. This time we might actually be able to escape the mountain villa with peace of mind. Suddenly, Pei Ling and Shu Tong's eyes widened in shock as they saw a gush of blood stream down Shui Rui's body. They were running but suddenly hit the brakes. Fellas, Pei Ling looked at Shu Rui's back, hurriedly asking, "Senior sister, something just fell from you." From the pool of blood, Shu Tong reached down and picked up something round. He was sweating bullets, gritting his teeth in sheer horror at the sight of this round object. It was an eyeball. Suddenly his eyes bulged as he heard a cold voice echo, "It seems there's no way to continue hiding anymore." Without a sound, Shu Rui instantly appeared behind Shu Tong, her eyes dark and pierced through his heart with her hand. Seeing Shu Tong collapse at Shui Rui's feet, Lu Qiang and Pei Ling's sister Quen, We just said the senior sister was trustworthy. Is this some kind of betrayal?" Shui Rui, covered in wounds, holding Shu Tong's soul in her hand, a sinister smile spread across her face. Just two more people. My soul, devoured by the ghostwood tree, can finally return." With that, Shui merged Shu Tong's soul into her body, a wicked smile on her face. "Souls! Give me your souls!" Seeing this, Pei Ling was terrified. He turned and ran, looking back and shouting, "Don't just stand there, senior sister, run!" No wonder she dragged us along so urgently earlier. Turns out two weren't enough. She needed to drag us along too. Shui Ri stretched her hand forward, opening her mouth in a wide maniacal laugh as two snakes emerged from her body. Pei Ling was sweating bullets, gritting his teeth as he saw the two fanged snakes lunging at him. He immediately spun around, drew his saber, and chopped these two snakes into pieces. "Chop him up for snake jerky, game over!" Lu Chang's face drained of color, terrified as she saw Shui Rui approaching her. Just as Shui Rui leaped into the air, reaching out with her razor-sharp claws towards Lu Qiang, Pei Ling rushed over and forcefully pushed Lu Qiang. "Look out, senior sister!" Lu Qiang fell flat on her face, but luckily managed to dodge Shui Rui's attacking claws. Pei Ling immediately unleashed his blood slaughter saber art, swinging his saber in a move that left Shui Rui's jaw dropped in horror. She was sweating bullets, eyes wide, teeth clenched as she saw what was coming. Pei Ling with a roaring fist, spirit energy surging towards her face. Pei Ling immediately threw his thunderbolt fist, sending Shui Rui flying, slamming her into the wall. Shui Rui shrieked, "Get lost!" Shui Rui lay in the rubble, barely conscious, mouth bleeding, gritting her teeth in fury as she summoned her fox. Damn it, what kind of saber art was that? "Oh, don't let them escape." Lu Qiang sat on the ground, terrified as she watched the fox gradually grow massive in front of her. This fox transformed into an enormous beast, its eyes glowing crimson, weeping streams of blood from its corners and letting out a roar. Pei Ling immediately used the Blood Snow Ghost evasion art, flew over, grabbed Lu Qiang, and flew away, narrowly dodging the fox's sharp fangs. Watching Pei Ling fly away, Shui Rui's eyes were wide, teeth clenched in fury. Damn it, I will never let you escape." After a while, Pei Ling and Lu Qiang had flown to some unknown location. That was truly dangerous, but only by escaping the mountain villa could they truly be safe. Pei Ling's eyebrows furrowed, and he wiped the sweat from his face. "Senior sister, do you trust me? Although I don't want to rely on that damn thing, I have no other choice. I can only try it once." Lu Qiang gripped Pei Ling's hand, making him blush. "Junior brother Pei, you have a good relationship with Sumian, and you saved my life in the mountain villa. I trust no one else but you." Pei Ling frowned, quickly asking, "All right, senior sister, are there any cultivation techniques in the mountain villa that are absolutely forbidden to cultivate? Or any with extremely harsh cultivation requirements?" Lu Qiang placed her hand on her chin. "Extremely harsh, you say?" She pulled out a cultivation scroll from her spatial ring. Her eyes were serious as she held it forward. This cultivation technique is called the Spirit Wood Infiltration Art. It can absorb spirit energy for one's own use, but it requires purifying spirit pills to prevent the spirit energy in one's body from becoming chaotic. However, there's no one left in my manor who knows how to refine purifying spirit pills, only a few remaining. The system announced, detected that the cultivation art is from outside. The system will automatically retrieve it for you. Pei Ling took the scroll. His eyes were resolute. "Senior sister, no matter where I go later, you have to follow me." The system continued to announce, external cultivation art retrieved. "Please name it, host." Pei Ling frowned, staring at the cultivation scroll in his hand. "Its name is Spiritwood Infiltration Art." He gritted his teeth, pouring all his trust into the system panel displayed before him. System searching for purifying spirit pills. "Please wait a moment." After a while, the system announced, "Purifying spirit pills not found." System searching for free alternative cultivation materials, gifting 100 years of cultivation from the soul-devouring ghostwood tree. Seeing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ghostwood tree?" He recalled the previous scenes, then covered his face, eyes wide with terror, pale as a ghost. "No way, it's such a coincidence." Pei Ling and Lu Qiang were standing near the ancient well behind the mountain. Lu Qiang's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Pei Ling's hands clenched, exuding immense aura, marching forward with firm, unwavering steps. Junior brother Pei must have found the life gate of the Grand Formation. Sumian's judgment of character truly is something. Pei Ling frowned, sweating bullets, looking forward. "Senior sister, I'm sorry, this damn system is messing with us." An extremely sinister aura emanated from the ghostwood tree, accompanied by countless eyes staring at Pei Ling as he approached. Lu Cheng was crushed by pressure, collapsing to her knees, raising a hand to shield herself as she stared forward, sweating bullets, terrified. A foundation establishment, ghostwood tree. Could junior brother Pei have found the wrong place? Suddenly, Lu Cheng's eyes widened in surprise as she saw something. Lu Cheng's attention was now fixed on Pei Ling, who was rushing towards the ghostwood tree. Controlled by the system, Pei Ling erupted with spirit energy and agile movements, easily dodging the ghostwood tree's attacking branches. Facing the attacking branches, Pei Ling was unfazed, his expression completely calm as he channeled spirit energy into his palm. He extended his hand forward, using the spiritwood infiltration art to absorb the ghostwood tree's aura. At the same time, the system announced, the soul-devouring ghostwood tree's gift is complete. The system will continue cultivating with you. Pei Ling continuously absorbed the aura from the ghostwood tree. Lu Chang's eyes were wide, jaw dropped in shock. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, 2 streams of aura burst from the ghostwood tree, pushing Pei Ling back. The system announced, detected external attack. This cultivation session ends here. Pei Ling's feet scraped the ground, sliding backward a good distance. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense spoke. Peak-grade physique, unwavering Tao heart. I wonder which holy maiden from the Saint sect this is. Hearing this, Pei Ling looked around, highly vigilant. What a terrifying aura. This person is more dangerous than anyone else I've met in the mountain villa. To be safe, best not reveal my identity. Pei Ling clasped his hands together, asking, this humble one is Dongming Shan, an outer sect disciple of the Chongming sect. May I ask who you are? Lu Qiang, standing behind him, placed her hand on her chin, confused. Pei Ling and Lu Qiang were sweating bullets, looking around frantically as someone's voice spoke. Dongming Shan? Never heard of him. Cultivation base is a bit low, but talent and temperament are decent. You're qualified to meet me. Suddenly, strands of rope flew out from seemingly nowhere, tightly coiling around Pei Ling's legs. These ropes flew out from the ancient well, tightly binding Pei Ling and Lu Qiang. Junior brother, what in the actual feck is this? No sooner had she spoken than the ropes dragged Pei Ling and Lu Qiang down to the bottom of the well. After being dragged down, Pei Ling and Lu Qiang landed in some manner. Pei Ling helped Lu Qiang up, looking around. Where are we? In the manor, a man and a woman appeared. The man's name was Han Si-gu, and the young lady was Blood Madam. Seeing this, Lu Xiang's eyes bulged, mouth agape in shock. Senior brother Han Si-gu, you're still alive? Standing nearby, furrowed his brow, thinking, Hans Si-gu? Didn't this guy snatch the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method? Why is he showing up at the stronghold now? Pei Ling stepped forward, shielding Lu Xiang. Holding his saber, he pointed it straight at Han Si-gu's smug face. Angrily, he roared, Senior brother Han, if you were still here in the stronghold, why didn't you give a damn about the Han clan being annihilated, and even let fellow disciples slaughter each other like this? Seeing this, Si-gu just laughed, a wide, mocking grin. Ha 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 ha, since when did the Holy Sect decree that fellow disciples had to help each other? And for cultivating the cursed Ghost Tao Foundation, what's a little essence blood from my fellow disciples, eh? Suddenly, Lu Xiang's feet were yanked off the ground. Pei Ling's eyes widened in horror as he watched Lu Xiang being tightly bound by Si-gu's crimson threads, suspended in midair. Pei Ling's eyes burned with fury, ready to unleash a saber strike, but he was instantly enveloped by a surge of red spiritual energy, immobilizing him. The red spiritual energy lifted Pei Ling up, floating him into the air. Si-gu's lips curled into a sinister smile, using Lu Xiang to threaten Pei Ling. The Cursed Ghost Tao Foundation has 3 tribulations in total. I've already passed the first 2. The third requires this old man to bind himself and contend with the cursed ghost. I see your innate talent is extraordinary. You just need to help me with one thing, and I'll spare your Tao companion, and even bestow upon you the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. Pei Ling's brows furrowed, angrily demanding, What is it, huh? Si-gu offered a cryptic smile. That cursed ghost's true power is no different from mine. Only by defeating the cursed ghost can one obtain the Heavenly Tao Foundation. This old man commands you to go to the Han clan's treasury at Lotus Lake and retrieve the lifebound flying sword for me. Scene shifts to Pei Ling, hiding in the bushes, staring intently ahead. So many teams searched for so long, who knew the treasury was hidden at Lotus Lake. He rushed forward, frowning at the red thread tied around his senior sister's wrist. Damn, another hostage situation. Han Si-gu even put a small thread like this on me. Even if I get him the Blood River sword, judging by his act, he probably won't spare me anyway. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a sword she shot towards Pei Ling. Instantly, with chilling eyes, he pulled out his Yansheng saber, deflecting the incoming blade. The deflected sword, sent flying by Pei Ling, coincidentally pierced through Kai Wei, leaving her utterly bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. Kai Wei's eyes bulged and a large mouthful of blood gushed from her lips. Seeing this, Pei Ling's eyebrows arched, sweat pouring down his face in a panicked frenzy. Appearing before Pei Ling was the Blood River sword, its blade still dripping with Kai Wei's blood. Why do you bear my master's mark? A blood-red eye gleamed on the sword. Another one? The sword swung in midair, unleashing a wave of sword chi that sliced past Pei Ling, leaving him trembling in cold sweat. Pei Ling turned his head back, only to see a young man crossing his arms, blocking the incoming sword chi. The young man grimaced, looking at his arm, which was scratched by the sword chi. The Blood River sword quickly questioned, Why do you also bear my master's mark? Pei Ling felt sweat trickling down his cheek, fear rising. Oh no, this is bad, a narrow escape. The young man slowly approached Pei Ling, eyes wide in surprise. Kid, you're not dead yet? Senior brother Tang, calm down. It was all senior brother Zhang Shuo's fault. It has nothing to do with me. Both of them stared at the talking Blood River sword. Stop arguing. Why do both of you have my master's mark? Where's my master? Where is he? Where is he right now? Pei Ling frowned, glancing at the red blood thread tied to the young man's arm. Why does he also have a blood thread? Did Han Si-gu find him too? Pei Ling clasped his hands together, a confident smile gracing his lips. I came from the ancient well behind the mountain under orders from Senior Brother Han Sigu to inspect the treasury and conveniently help Senior Brother Han retrieve a few items. The Blood River Sword quickly asked, "Inspect the treasury?" The young man broke into a sweat, frowning as he replied, "Indeed. I came from the Ancestral Hall, also under orders from Senior Brother Han Sigu to retrieve a few items from the treasury for Senior Brother Han." The Blood River Sword looked between Pei Ling and the young man, utterly bewildered. One came from the ancient well, the other from the Ancestral Hall. This isn't right. How can there be two masters? Pei Ling crossed his arms, his expression chilling. It seems one of us, either him or me, must have encountered the cursed ghost. Oh well, your master met me at the ancient well first, and then went to the Ancestral Hall to find Senior Brother Tang. Anyway, your master commanded us to inspect the treasury. Are you really going to defy his orders? Pei Ling and the young man stood with hands on their hips looking at the Blood River Sword. No, please, go right in. Don't make master wait anxiously. Scene shifts to Pei Ling standing inside the Han clan's treasury. He looked around, a smirk playing on his lips. So this is the Han clan's stronghold treasury, huh? Suddenly, the system notified, detecting unusual cultivation techniques from the outside world. The system is currently collecting them for you. Pei Ling's eyes sparkled like stars, a thrilled grin on his face as he watched the system gobble up all the cultivation techniques in the Han clan's treasury. Holy shit, this is paradise! Suddenly, a hand slapped hard onto Pei Ling's shoulder. It was the young man's hand, clenched in a furious fist, veins bulging on his face. Junior Brother Pei, long time no see. Pei Ling swatted the young man's hand away, giving him a chilling glare. Senior Brother, I believe everyone is well aware of the current situation. I suggest we put our personal grievances aside for now. The Blood River Sword is still out there. If we make too much of a ruckus and piss it off, I'm afraid none of us will escape. Hearing this, the young man snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky today, kid. Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, phew, that was close. Looks like this Tang fellow is just a complete brute. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as he spotted something. He reached for a box sitting on a shelf. The young man stepped forward, grabbing Pei Ling's hand tightly. A cheerful smile spread across his face. Junior Brother Pei, I've almost finished collecting all the Foundation establishment materials. I'm just missing one branch of Chi Tu Teng. Could you perhaps yield it? Pei Ling took the box. Is this the Chi Tu Teng? This is the main ingredient for a Foundation establishment pill. Young man, thank you so much. Pei Ling, faster than his own thoughts, shoved the box into his spatial ring, a radiant smile on his face. Senior Brother Tang, everyone entered this treasury together, so the loot should probably be divided equally. Such a good item, how can you monopolize it alone? The young man reached out, questioning there's only one Chi Tu Teng. How do you plan to divide that? Pei Ling held up one finger, a confident grin spreading. Although there's only one Chi Tu Teng, the medicinal pills refined from it won't just be one, Senior Brother. If you can give me the other Foundation Establishment pill materials, then the Foundation Establishment pills I refine will definitely include a share for you, Senior Brother. Hearing this, the young man broke into a cold sweat, jaw dropping in shock as he pointed forward. You know alchemy? Pei Ling spread his hands, a triumphant smile unconcealed. Senior Brother Tang, the reason I could join Zhang Shuo's team with only Qi condensation, 7th layer cultivation, is precisely because of my alchemy skills in the outer sect. Senior Brother, if you bring me the alchemy ingredients outside the treasury, I can refine it right before your eyes. The young man listened, his eyebrows furrowing as he thoughtfully weighed his options. If this kid really knows alchemy, it wouldn't be a waste of my time. Besides, even if he dares to deceive me, he won't be able to escape this stronghold. Trusting him a little bit won't hurt, right? This dude pulls out a jade slip and hands it to Pei Ling. This is a Foundation Establishment pill formula I just found. Don't leave the treasury, refine it now. Pei Ling's inner monologue. No problem, I've got the cheat system, bro. Refining pills? That's just child's play. In the blink of an eye, a pill furnace pops out and lands right in the middle of the room. Nanzai cracks his knuckles, a sinister grin on his face. Go ahead, Junior Bro Pei, but if you waste any ingredients, I'll strip your skin and tendons and sell them to cover the loss. Pei Ling just smirks confidently. Relax, Tang Senior Bro, he says before tapping on his system interface. Immediately, Pei Ling is taken over by the system, his hands moving forward, spirit energy surging as the ingredients float up into the air. Controlled by the system, Pei Ling's movements are absolutely flawless, smooth as a seasoned pro, as he systematically adds the ingredients into the pill furnace. Nanjai's eyes are glued on Pei Ling, watching his every move. Got some skill, I guess, but I've seen all these flashy tricks before, old man. Still, if he only refines a low-grade pill. After a moment, thick smoke billows from the pill furnace. Inside the furnace are now 4 glowing white pills. The system notification pops up. Cultivation complete. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Seeing those pills, Nanzai breaks out in a cold sweat, eyes wide, jaw dropped, completely flabbergasted. Supreme grade Foundation Establishment pills? Pei Ling smirks with satisfaction, quickly asking, so, Tang Senior Bro, are you satisfied? Pei Ling looks stunned, a goofy smile plastered on his face, as he sweats profusely when Nanjai hugs him and puckers up to kiss his cheek. Junior Bro Pei, I think I'm in love with you. Everything else in this treasury is yours. Tang Senior Bro, please let me go first. Cut to the next scene. Pei Ling opens the treasury door, a massive sack on his back, and slowly walks out. Nanzai reaches out, a joyful smile on his face. Junior Bro Pei, your pill refining skills are truly god tier. When you have time, refine a few more pills for your senior bro, and I promise I won't treat you badly. Pei Ling smiles back. Then Tang Senior Bro will have to get in line. I'm pretty busy these days. The Blood River sword flies before the two, its voice sounding off. You two did the inventory, that was fast. Helping hand senior bro means putting our all into it, of course. The Blood River sword looks annoyed. At least you guys know what's good for you. Now tell me, who's the real owner? Pei-Ling and Nanjai smirk, turning to look at each other, communicating with their eyes. Pei-Ling clenches his fist, his tone firm. The Han Senior Bro at the Ancient Well is the real one. Nanzai immediately refutes, no, the Han Senior Bro at the Ancestral Hall is the real one. The Blood River sword's eyes widen, and furious sword chi erupts like flames. Speak clearly. Who's right and who's wrong? Think I won't just slice you too? Seeing the sword point right in front of him, Pei-Ling raises a hand to his mouth, smirking. No, Big Bro Sword, Tang Senior Bro and I each met a Han Senior Bro, and we both naturally feel like the one we met is the real one. Why don't you go check it out yourself? After all, we don't really know Han Senior Bro well. The Blood River sword unleashes surging sword chi, looking enraged. Fools, you humans are all the same. If I could tell, why would I even need you? I used to rely on the Blood River sword to recognize my master, but my sword intent was stolen by that ghost puppet, so how can I distinguish? The Blood River sword spins like a top, bewildered by the conflicting opinions from Nanjai and Pei-Ling. How about I go with Junior Bro Pei to meet the other Han Senior Bro, then we compare notes. Sound good? No way. What if that ghost puppet, worried about being exposed, just kills us both? Sword Bro, do you have any way to protect our lives? Good grief, why is there so much drama? The Blood River sword immediately unleashes two streams of sword chi that fly into Pei-Ling and Nanjai, granting them two protective sword ints that last for 3 days. Give me an answer, otherwise just die. Pei-Ling clasps his hands, a wide grin on his face. Another freebie, many thanks, Big Bro Sword, I'll set off now. He turns to look at Nanzai, and quickly asks, oh right, Tang Senior Bro, we need to split up now to meet the Han Senior Bro at the Ancient Well. I wonder what the one you met looks like. The Han Senior Bro I saw in the shrine at the Ancestral Hall, his appearance and cultivation were exactly as rumored. Judging by his aura, this Han Senior Bro's strength might be a bit weaker than the inner sect master. Zhang Senior Bro, your team leader, also died by his hand. So Junior Bro Pei, you must be more careful. Absolutely do not be swayed by his words. Cut to Pei-Ling stepping into some unknown place, his foot on a memorial tablet. He stands there awkwardly staring at the shrine in front of him, hands clasped, sweating profusely, a wide smile on his face. So this is the original shrine where Zhang Shuo was captured. I am Deng Mingshan, sent by the Blood River Sword to find the true Han Senior Bro. Suddenly, a demonic arm flies out from the shrine, making Pei-Ling's eyes widen in shock. This demonic arm snatches Pei-Ling and stuffs him inside an ancient coffin. Suddenly, Pei-Ling lands somewhere else. Before him now is Han Sigu. A system notification appears, detecting Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method in the external realm. System is collecting it for you. Another system notification. Done. Pei-Ling breaks into a delighted smile. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. Thread flying around his mouth, smiling joyfully. Junior, Disciple Deng, honored, truly honored. Upon seeing Sieg's, Pei-Ling clasps his hands and respectfully bows. Han Senior Bro, this Han Sigu is indeed exactly like the one at the Ancient Well. Sigu holds something in his hand, his expression sinister, as he gives a meaningful smile. Junior Disciple Deng, you've probably already met someone who looks like me, haven't you? I am the real Han Sigu. Hand over the Blood River sword quickly, and I will bestow upon you the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Pei-Ling frowns, his expression calm, staring intently forward. Both Han Si-Gus are using the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment as bait, but burning bridges is a tradition of this shady sect. Buying time for the cheat system to finish collecting is the safest bet. Senior Bro, can you prove yourself a little? Saigu's forehead darkens and he quickly asks, how do you want me to prove it? Pei-Ling immediately replies, I heard rumors that Han Senior Bro's Blood River sword art was unmatched in the outer sect. The real Han Senior Bro must have a deep understanding of this sword art. Hearing Pei-Ling say this, the old man doesn't say a word, just throws the token in his hand forward. Pei-Ling reaches out and catches the token, staring at Sieg, who is still wearing a meaningful smile. Pei-Ling raises a hand to stroke his chin, his eyes extremely wary, glaring at the unmoving Sieg. Seeing the system notification, Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method collected. Pei-Ling thinks to himself, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is collected, no need to waste any more time. Pei-Ling immediately uses his Hollywood-level acting skills, a bright, cheerful smile on his face. Senior Bro, the more I listen, the more I feel like you are truly the real Han Senior Bro. Sigu's forehead darkens, his eyes sharp, as a surging aura bursts forth and he slowly stands up, resting his hands on his knees. Junior Disciple Deng, look at me. Do you truly feel that I am the real Han Sigu? Seeing this, Pei-Ling shows no fear, his gaze utterly resolute. Of course, suddenly, some force impacts Pei-Ling's mind, making his eyes widen in surprise. Sigu extends his hand forward, commanding the manipulated Pei-Ling, whose eyes are glazed over. Go, tell the Blood River Sword that I am the real Han Sigu. Yes, yes. Cut to Pei-Ling standing before the Ancestral Hall's entrance. After stepping out of the Ancestral Hall, he suddenly stops. Turns out it was all just an act. Pei-Ling wasn't manipulated. He frowns, glancing behind him. No one there. A swift exit, time to bolt. Pei-Ling quickly dashes forward, his eyes pensive and thoughtful. How could Han Sigu choose us? Turns out my divine sense has strengthened, so that ghost puppet couldn't control me. Suddenly he notices something, his eyes sharp as he glances to the side. With agile movements, Pei-Ling leaps backward, narrowly dodging a punch thrown by someone. Pei-Ling's eyes widen in surprise as he sees the group of people standing before him. Their eyes completely darkened, looking super creepy. That traitor Han Shisheng must die. These guys immediately charged forward, hands clenched, mouths agape, roaring. That traitor Han Shixiong must die. Pei Ling, with a poker face, pulled out his Yanqing saber and with a single swing sent those clowns flying. Bro, no way. So many people are under the cursed ghost control. Pei Ling channeled his spirit energy, manifesting a cloak on his back, his brows furrowed as he stared ahead. Can't let these guys' tactics bog me down. Gotta go save Lu Shiji ASAP. Immediately, our boy stomped both feet hard on the ground. He launched himself into the air, using his Shui Guidanfa, literally stomping on these guys' heads to make his escape. Then, bam! Ling's eyes shot open in shock. He was sucked into a formation lined with talismans pinned right against the wall. Boom! A massive shockwave, a sky-shattering explosion ripped through, sending smoke and dust everywhere, along with crazy energy surges. Meanwhile, over at Hansigu's crib, a young man stands before him. That kid's already off track. The cursed ghost will have a tough time bewitching him. It'll definitely move to eliminate him. You, go save him now. By then, convince the Shui Hejian to come to me, and I'll make you my sword slave. Hearing that, our boy's limbs went limp, his face blanching in terror. What? Become a sword slave? My physical body and soul, enslaved by him for this life eternity, never to be free? How could I ever agree to that? Hansigu, casually holding a teapot, smirked. You dare to defy me? That kid has a profound foundation, a supreme-grade jade bone, and even wields the intersect's top-tier Shui Gui Dunfa. He can escape even without you. I'm merely gracing you with a chance to live, that's all. Suddenly, Sigu's eyes snapped open wide. He unexpectedly realized something. With a panicked expression, he crushed the teapot in his hand to dust. Deng Mingshun is dead? The young man broke out in a cold sweat, his brow furrowed as he stared ahead. Deng Mingshun, your junior brother, Pei Ling, truly audacious. He even dared to use Branchmaster Deng's title. Could junior brother Deng have pulled some fake death cheat code and just pieced out? Sigu sneered coldly, raising a hand with a red string wrapped around it. Just a fake death technique? That can only fool some cursed ghost puppet. How could it ever fool my Zhenming Hun thread? The Zhenming Hun thread links souls together, you fool. Now that the soul thread is severed, that kid is undeniably dead. Sigu's forehead darkened, he clenched his teeth, seething. Damn it! My entire master plan has been completely thrown into chaos. He reached forward, ordering the young man, no matter what, you better immediately go retrieve the Shui Hejian and bring it to me. Hearing that, the young man's face twisted into a scowl, his eyes burning with anger. What if I say no? That punk Pei Ling managed to escape, and now Han Sigu has himself tangled up in that red string. You seriously think I can't escape? Han Sigu clasped two fingers together, commanding the red strings to whip forward. He sneered contemptuously, letting the red strings bind the young man tightly like a mummy. Even if this old man is bound by this red string, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Will you obediently listen and live, or become my blood slave? I think you know which one to pick by now. Elsewhere, Pei Ling's soul was just chilling, drifting aimlessly in the air. The crowd stood around Pei Ling, who was sprawled out on the ground, eyes rolled back, muttering he's dead. So weak. What a fraud. These puppets really thought Pei Ling was dead, so they just turned tail and left. Let's go. Mission accomplished. Seeing the puppets had finally pieced out, Pei Ling immediately recalled his soul. They're finally gone. This Kushinshu technique really tries to take you out. If it had gone on any longer, I probably wouldn't have seen the light of day again. He sat up, drenched in sweat, frown as he looked at the severed red string on his hand. Still an unexpected surprise. This red string is completely cut. Suddenly, a hand clapped hard on Pei Ling's shoulder. The one who clapped Pei Ling's shoulder was none other than that young man, a wide grin plastered on his face. Pei Laodi! Wait, is that Tong Shishong? The young man burst out laughing, pulling Pei Ling into a hug that left our boy's mouth agape, unable to react. Amazing, Pei Laodi. You actually didn't die. Pei Laodi, what kind of shady cheat code did you use to fool both the cursed ghost and that Han guy? Pei Ling cracked a smile, holding up the Kushinshu scroll. It's this, senior brother. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. The young man's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Kushinshu? A low-tier technique like that could really fool Han Sigu? I believe you, Pei Laodi. You're loaded with supreme-grade jade bone, you're a master at alchemy, and your cultivation talent definitely goes beyond mere mortals. It's totally normal for you to take a low-tier technique like this, cultivate it to max level, and then use it to face-slap Han Sigu. Pei Ling frowned, looking at the young man, and hastily asked, Oh right, Tang Shishong, I can confirm the cursed ghost is in the ancestral hall. And senior brother Zhang Shuo, your squad, and those other disciples who went missing yesterday? They've all been turned into the cursed ghost's puppets. How about your side? Did you manage to find Lu Shiji? The young man's face twisted into a scowl, his gaze dead serious as he replied. When I went down, Luku feared something was seriously wrong. Junior brother Pei, listen up. Han Sigu is an extremely ambitious guy. He'll definitely show his true colors when the time comes. We absolutely cannot cooperate with him. Pei Ling brought a hand to his chin, sweating profusely, worried. If we don't cooperate with him, what about Lu Shiji? Aye, Pei Laodi, this isn't the time to worry about others. The Zhen Minghan thread on you has been severed, so Han Sigu can't control your movements anymore. Just find a place to hide and wait for the sect to send some backup. Pei Ling frowned, staring at the young man, and hastily asked, What about you, Tang Shishong? My junior brothers, they're still in the hands of the cursed ghost. If they're dead, then fine. But if they're still alive, this big bro of yours cannot abandon them. Pei Laodi, didn't you give me a supreme grade Jujidan earlier? I can use it. No sooner had he finished speaking, the young man stomped his foot hard on the ground and shot off into the sky. Pei Ling watched him go, shouting loudly, Tang Shishong, take care! Is he seriously going to have a decisive battle with the cursed ghost? Even in this shady-ass sect, there are still brave and fearless people like that. Pei Ling slowly stood up. What's the point of worrying about him right now? The most important thing is that Lu Shiji is still in Han Sigu's clutches. Even if I escape, I have to bring senior sister with me. He frowned, gazing into the distant unknown. This Han Sigu obsesses over the Shuejian so much. Perhaps I can make my move using the Shuejian. This Feijian Xiaoneng recognizes sword intent, not people. If that's the case, he raised a hand and opened his system panel. System, I want to cultivate Shuejian Yi, and shout out to that cursed ghost for providing the cultivation technique. The system notified, check complete. Host detected with a shred of slaughter-type sword intent. System will now utilize this sword intent for your cultivation. Pei Ling's eyes blazed, he unleashed his spirit energy and began devouring streams of sword chi into his sea of consciousness. Thanks Feijian Xiaoneng for the free sword chi. His entire body erupted with powerful spirit energy, his hands clenched tight, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha! Little swordie, prepare to welcome your new master. Meanwhile, the Shuejian was busy sucking up the spirit energy of some poor soul it had just stabbed to death. These cultivators, every single one of them tastes like garbage. If my master were here, it would never let me feast on this trash-tier stuff. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward and a voice called out loudly, Shou Shui He. The one who stepped forward was Pei Ling, with an incredibly calm expression, his entire body enveloped in sword intent. Why aren't you helping me already? The Shuejian's eyes widened in shock. Master, how? The Shuejian zipped around Pei Ling, meticulously examining him. Pure, Shuejian Yi, it really is master, no doubt. But then, the Shuejian's suspicion flared. But, master, how is your cultivation so trash-tier? Hearing this, Pei Ling broke into a cold sweat, bringing a hand to his mouth and fake cuffing. Cuff cough. I had a major foundation establishment screw-up and got heavily injured, so my cultivation took a nosedive. Quickly open the Yin Shui Huan Lian Dajian so I can go there and heal. The Shuejian chimed in, Master, opening the Yin Shui Huan Lian Dajian requires the Patriarch's command token. Otherwise, the only way is to use a formation-breaking talisman for a temporary exit. Pei Ling's face darkened, and he hastily asked, the Patriarch's command token was stolen by the cursed ghost. So where's the formation-breaking talisman? The Shuejian's suspicion started to rise. The martial arts arena has quite a few masters too. How could even that slip your mind, Master? After hearing that, Pei Ling immediately popped Xuegui Dunfa and shot off, not forgetting to order the Shuejian. You stay here and guard the treasure vault. I'll be right back. Pei Ling zoomed down the road at dizzying speed. With a thoughtful gaze and furrowed brows, he mused. First, hit up the martial arts arena, then figure things out. Gotta keep the Feijian Xiaoneng from getting suspicious. Suddenly, the Shuejian materialized right next to Pei Ling, making our boy blink and gape in utter shock. Bro, no way, it can actually keep up, even with my Xuegui Dunfa? Pei Ling slammed on the brakes, stopping abruptly. His hands clenched, eyes burning with fury. Damn it! Didn't I tell you to guard the treasure vault? Xiuohe Sword replied. But those two brats you sent earlier already cleaned out the vault, Master. There's nothing left to guard. Hearing this, Pei Ling broke into a cold sweat, closed his eyes and sighed. Motherfucker, I really shot myself in the foot this time. Scene transition to the training grounds. Pei Ling sat cross-legged, holding a box and pouring out the talismans inside. Pei Ling infused spirit energy into 2 talismans, making them float in mid-air. Is that all it takes? Xiuohe Sword replied, yes, but opening the temporary entrance will take some time, which might delay Master's healing. Pei Ling glanced over, annoyance clear on his face. Just shut up and let me rest. Xiuohe's sword, floating beside him, continued, Master, I remember now. You don't need to find any special healers. I can share my primordial power with you. Hearing this, Pei Ling was surprised. Primordial power? Immediately, Xiuohe's sword unleashed streams of energy that swirled around. Master, take it! Pei Ling extended both hands forward, gathering Xiuohe's sword's energy streams into a sphere. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes shot open in surprise, his face flushing. This feeling, it's like being thrown into something soft, gently wrapped, soothing, truly comfortable. Pei Ling immediately commanded Xiuohe's sword, Xiuohe, guard me! I need to start cultivating, yes, Master. Pei Ling closed his eyes, sat in cultivation, and began refining these energy streams. At the same time, the system announced, large quantity of primordial earth energy detected. System is completing the refinement for you. Pei Ling sat cultivating, his brows furrowed. The spirit energy in this primordial essence is so dense. I feel like I'm about to break through to Qi refining stage 8. Scene transition to Sigu, who is meditating in his manor. Madame Jua stood beside him. Suddenly, Sigu's eyes snapped open wide, sensing something. Madame Zhou, standing beside him, saw this and asked, Master, what's wrong? Sigu broke into a cold sweat and replied, Xiuohe's sword left the lotus pond over half an hour ago, but it still hasn't reached the ancient well. It's looking for me? Madame Zhou, standing next to him, frowned, her expression turning serious. Has it chosen the demon lord? Sigu held a wooden puppet in his hand, his eyes darkening. The Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment has failed. Prepare for the final battle. Sigu crushed the wooden puppet in his hand. No more time for hesitation. If that demon refines Xiuohe, we won't stand a chance of survival. Finishing his words, Sigu's brow darkened, one eye blazing red as he slowly stood up. The ropes wrapped around him snapped. We must strike before that demon finishes refining Xiuohe's sword and sees our chance at survival. Suddenly, Sigu spat out a large mouthful of blood. He broke into a cold sweat, wiping the blood from his mouth and glanced back. This puppet substitution method can let this female cultivator replace me, masking my presence from that demon for a moment. Lu Xiang was entangled by red ropes, her hair already turning silvery white. Sigu clenched his hands, his eyes sharp and cold. Leave. In the meantime, this old man must go kill him. No time to wait. Scene transition to beneath the ancestral hall. The demon lord stood with his army of puppets. Half an hour has passed. Why hasn't Tang Nanjai brought Shuehi over yet? He reached out and grabbed the soul-shocking threads. Through the soul-shocking threads, the demon lord could see Nanzai cultivating somewhere. He's doing foundation establishment in the mountain villa? That mad man! Shuehi must have gone towards the ancient well. What do I do now? Suddenly, 2 streaks of sword chi flew in from nowhere. The 2 streaks of sword chi struck the demon lord hard, catching him off guard and making him spit out a large mouthful of blood. Sigu stepped out from a barrier, a sword in his hand, a triumphant smile on his face. Demon lord, I've come for your life. The demon lord's hand gradually morphed, looking grotesque as he picked up the sword lying on the ground. Han Sigu, I didn't expect you to move so fast. The demon lord stood up, demonic energy erupting from his entire body, his eyes bloodshot as he glared forward. Wait, Shuhi isn't in your hands? Hearing this, Sigu quickly asked, Shuhi isn't with you? The demon lord then realized, so that's how it is. You thought Shuhi was with me, so you ambushed me. The demon lord flashed a smug smile. Contention for the Tao, this time victory is mine. Sigu frowned, his eyes blazing with anger, and swung his sword, unleashing a streak of sword chi forward. You're at death's door, yet you dare to arrogantly speak of victory and defeat? How laughable. The streak of sword chi flew forth, slicing through the demon lord's body, but he showed no pain, laughing arrogantly. Han Sigu, you can't kill me. The power of the earth veins is endless. Without destroying the illusory water lotus great array and without Shuehi, you won't be able to kill me. The demon lord erupted with demonic energy, fusing his 2 halves back together and smirked arrogantly. And you? Without the aid of the soul-shocking threads, how long can you maintain your chance of survival? Sigu heard this, showed no fear, remained utterly calm, and sneered. Is that so? Suddenly, a violent earthquake erupted. At the same time, the demon lord's face darkened like a pot's bottom, and he covered his mouth, continuously spitting blood. Sweat poured down his face as he frowned bitterly, seething with anger. You sent Madame Shu and the soul-devouring ghost tree to sabotage the great array? Sigu gripped his sword, stared forward, and let out a cold chuckle. To kill you, I alone am enough. Scene transitioned to the training grounds. After cultivating, Pei Ling's entire body was enveloped in spirit energy. He stretched, his face radiant. Peak of refining stage 8. Who knew the primordial essence from this flying sword with reduced energy could boost my cultivation so much? Shuehi's sword appeared beside him, expressing joy. Master, you're awake. We can open the temporary exit in just half a month. By then, we'll go rampage through the entire city. Pei Ling thought to himself, half a month? That's way too long, isn't it? Suddenly, a violent earthquake struck, making Pei Ling's eyes go wide in surprise. Pei Ling frowned, looking at Shuehi's sword and asked, what's happening? The foundation of the Great Array is under attack. It must be that demon trying to destroy the illusory water lotus Great Array. Pei Ling stood up, brushing dust from his clothes, and hastily asked, a demon? But why would it want to destroy the Great Array? Shuehi's sword replied, Master, while you were cultivating, I sensed 2 demons fighting in the ancestral hall. Demons can rely on the Great Array to recover from their injuries. So, one of them must be trying to destroy the array to defeat the other. Master, don't you think I'm clever? Pei Ling clapped his hands together, frowned, and looked to the side. Literally so smart. 2 demons, one of them must be Han Sigu. This proves that Han Sigu has already left the ancient well. I need to go save my senior sister. Pei Ling's face was grim as he turned and commanded Shuhi's sword. All right, let's go to the ancient well with me. Meanwhile, beneath the ancestral hall, demonic energy surged from the demon lord's body through his wounds, making him cry out in pain. The demon lord knelt on the ground, one arm severed, demonic energy continuously leaking out. Impossible, impossible. I've simulated all his moves, but why is the gap so vast? Sigu raised his sword high, infused it with spirit energy, and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Han Sigu, once slew Modu Jing across 100,000. Even when I was in Qi refining, I cut down foundation establishment cultivators. Just a mere demon dares to corrupt my Dao heart? Today you are destined to die by my sword. Finishing his words, Sigu swung his sword, unleashing a streak of sword chi forward. The demon lord's eyes went wide, jaw dropped, filled with terror as he watched the streak of sword chi flying towards him. Han Sigu, you will surely die. Scene transition to Lu Xiang, who is tightly bound by the soul-shocking threads. Shuehi's sword flew over and with just a few basic moves, sliced through the soul-shocking threads, freeing Lu Xiang. Pei Ling caught Lu Xiang in his arms, breaking into a cold sweat, and anxiously asked, Senior sister, are you alright? Shuehi's sword showed its anger. That demon is truly audacious and arrogant, daring to set up soul-shocking threads on Master's new waifu. Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise, seeing Lu Xiang's blank face and lifeless eyes. Senior sister, what happened to you? Damn Han Sigu, what did he do to her? Shuehi's sword spoke up excitedly. Master, the 2 demons in the ancestral hall are done fighting. One is dead, and the other is severely injured. We can now reap the benefits. Hearing that, Boilong rubbed his chin, eyes thoughtful. My bonded Feijin's life is linked to its master, and since the dumb sword is fine and the survivor, it must be Han Sigu. The key to restoring senior sister is definitely on him. He's severely injured, so we gotta take him out now. If he recovers, 10 of me wouldn't even be enough to scratch him. Boilong glanced over, quickly asking Shuehejian, can you still sense his whereabouts? He's still in the Qitong, master, it replied. We need to get there fast, we can definitely take him down. Scene cuts to the Qitong. At this moment, Sigu's face was slick with sweat, he kept coughing up blood, his clothes stuck to him, and his hair had turned completely white. Sigu stared at the Yujian in his hand, blood still trickling from his mouth. So what if my Tian Dao Juji failed? As long as my Dao heart remains unbroken, there's still a chance for everything. Suddenly, a fist radiating raw spiritual energy shot forward. That fist belonged to Nanjai. He unleashed a powerful blow, shattering Sigu's Yujian, sending blood splattering as Sigu tumbled backward. Nanjai picked up the blood-stained Yujian, his face cold as he stared at Sigu on the ground. Are you some devilish ghoul or Han Sigu himself? Where are my junior brothers? He snarled, then mentally added, this dude's seriously hurt. This Tian Dao Zuji is mine. Sigu sat up, wiping blood from his mouth, a sneer twisting his lips. Ha ha, Nanzai, you could have taken this chance to run, but instead you came here to court death? Hearing that, Nanzai channeled spiritual energy into his fist and lunged at Sigu, letting out a cold snort. You're severely injured right now, so it's not certain he'll die by whose hand. Seeing Nanzai's youthful naivete, Sigu broke into a sinister grin. Then, with sharp, cold eyes, he unleashed his spiritual energy and charged forward. Sigu, drenched in sweat, turned to look at Nanzai lying like a discarded rag on the ground, a sarcastic tone in his voice. How could the Shengzong cultivate such an ignorant, trash-tier fraud like you? Shuifu Ren rushed over, clutching Sigu's arm. Congratulations on your victory, Master. It's just due to destroying the Great Formation, my and Guimu's remaining spiritual energy isn't much. We should be more careful from now on. It's fine. The Shenzhuang is no longer a threat. The resources in the treasury are enough for me to recover to a self-protective state. Sigu turned to Shuifu Ren with a worried expression. It's just that my sword intent has weakened and I can't even sense where Shui Heijin is. What's its status now? Suddenly, Shuifu Ren sensed something and quickly glanced behind her. Her eyes widened in alarm, drenched in sweat, she hastily used her body to block the incoming Shui Heijin. Master, be careful. Sigu furrowed his brow, supporting the bleeding Shuifu Ren, and hastily asked Shui He, what in the world are you doing, Shui Heijin? Slowly withdrew from Shuifu Ren's body. It spoke, Shui He. Who are you to call me Shui He? Only my master is worthy of that name. Hearing this, Sigu pointed at Shui Heijin, furiously shouting, Damn it, you don't even recognize your own master? Shui He, back then in Yuehi town, I captured women and children to be blood food for you. Don't you remember anything? Shui Heijin suddenly recalled the scene from Yuehi town back then. That feast, it makes me quite nostalgic. Could you be the real master? At this moment, Bui Long appeared, Yan Shengdao slung over his shoulder, stepping forward with a cold chuckle. Don't even think about spouting nonsense there, Shui He. Your true master has returned. Inside Bui Lang's mind, he was raging. Damn it, I was just a little late and the idiotic Feijin has already been duped? The moment he saw Bui Lang, Sigu's eyes widened, his mouth gaped, he stammered, Di Deng Mingshan, how is it you, kid? Impersonating me? Bui Long, with flawless acting and an utterly calm expression, pointed at himself and loudly declared, Shameless Deng Mingshan, I am clearly the real Han Sigu. Bui Long gripped the Yan Shengdao with both hands and swiftly charged at Sigu. Shuihe, don't interfere. Today, I'll personally kill this devilish ghoul to achieve my Tiandao Juji. Sigu grabbed his sword, blocking Bui Long's incoming saber. He frowned, gnashing his teeth, glaring angrily at Bui Long. Doesn't know his own limits. As the two battled, Shui Heijin flew back and forth, watching intently, yet still couldn't tell who its true master was. Bui Long and Sigu fiercely contended, neither willing to give an inch. Sigu sneered. It's enough to finish you. With sharp cold eyes, he joined two fingers, channeled spiritual energy, and uttered a single word. Manifest. Immediately, Feijian created by Sigu appeared, hurtling towards Bui Long, startling him. Bui Long, his face blank, leaned forward, bracing his hands firmly on the ground, dodging the incoming Feijian. Then, Bui Long utilized his Shuigui Dunfa, aiming his saber at Sigu and charging. Sigu barely dodged, a whisker away from getting sliced. You possess a Neimen Dunfa? Bui Lang remained silent, letting out only a cold snort. The Yan Shengdao in his hand radiated saber intent like scorching flames as he charged at Sigu. Sigu immediately raised his sword to block Bui Lang's incoming saber strike. In that instant, the swords shattered in two. Sigu clutched his chest with one hand, pointing the broken sword forward with the other, and roared, Zhan! Zhan! In a flash, a great spiritual energy sword manifested. Bui Lang immediately raised his saber to block the descending great sword. But the power of that spiritual great sword was too immense, forcing him to his knees, spitting blood. Bui Lang stomped hard on the ground, leaping aside just as the great sword struck down. He frowned, drenched in sweat, staring ahead, blood still trickling from his mouth. This Han Shigu is severely injured and hasn't even finished his Tiandao Juji, yet he has this much power. If he's hiding some killer moves, I'm screwed. I can't face him head on. Sigu gnashed his teeth, bitterly thinking, Neimen's top-tier Yugu Daofa, is this punk a Shengzong prodigy? If I were in my prime, it'd be nothing, but now I'm weak and diminished. It seems I can only— Both Bui Lang and Sigu, their faces crumpled, opened their mouths and roared, Shuihe, why aren't you coming to help me? Hearing this, Shui Heijin spun like a confused top, hesitant. But who is the real master, after all? Who should I even help? Both Bui Long and Sigu clashed together once more, continuously shouting, Shuihe, don't forget our promise. To slaughter 1,000 cities. Shuihe, this devilish ghoul has all my memories. Don't be fooled by his honeyed words. Make your choice in your heart. Bui Lang pulled out a talisman, his eyebrows furrowed as he glanced behind him. The eye on Shu Heijin widened. I know now. I know who the master is. The master is currently in danger. I must act. As Bui Long charged at Sigu, Shui Heijin flew toward the ladder, speaking, Master, I am here. Seeing this, Bui Lang's eyes widened, drenched in cold sweat, panicking. Not good. Sigu revealed a smug smile. In the end, I still won. Before his joy could double, pain exploded. Sigu's eyes widened, mouth agape in surprise as he saw the Yansheng Dao forcefully stab into his chest. Builong watched Sigu's blood splatter with furious eyes, thinking, compared to this dog-tier Feijian system, this is far dumber. Sigu clutched his chest, his whole body trembling. Shuehejian showed disdain, just a small devilish ghoul trying to imitate the master to trick me. Suddenly, a strange sensation rushed over it, surprising Shuehejian. Then the sword fell to Sigu's feet. What's happening? Why can't I move? Sigu picked up Shuehejian. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Suddenly, images of cultivating the sword with Sigu flooded Shuehejian's subconscious. Shuehejian and Sigu's hand spoke. Master, why did I mistake you now? Sigu comforted it. A broken mirror is hard to mend. It's all over now. He turned to look at Builong, asking curiously, why did you stop me from achieving Tian Dao Juji? Builong, his face emotionless, replied, I never once thought of stopping you, Han Shishong. Your only reason for failure is this. You shouldn't have messed with me. Builong raised his saber high, channeling spiritual energy into it, his sharp eyes locking on to Sigu, who was still shouting, Die. After finishing the job, Builong quietly departed, leaving Sigu's corpse in the middle of the road. Builong walked to the ancient well, only to see Lu Xiang climbing out from within it. Bui Shi Di. Builong's eyes widened, staring at Lu Xiang in surprise, and hastily asked, Lu Shiji, why are you here? Lu Xiang grabbed Builong's hand, her face filled with fear. I don't remember anything. I was scared, so I came to find you, Shidi. This is... Builong immediately pulled Lu Xiang into an embrace, comforting her. Shijie, don't be scared. It's all over now. Scene cuts to the pear blossom forest of Han Shishanzhuang. 3 gravestones were erected, inscribed with graves of Han Sigu, Zhang Shuotang, Nanjai, Builong, and Lu Xiang. Kneeling, they kowtowed to these 3 gravestones. Pei Ling clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed, May you all rest in peace, senior brothers and sisters. Your relics, I'll hold on to them and make sure they're put to good use. Lu Xiang, with a vacant stare, looked ahead and wondered, Junior brother Pei, who are they? Why can't I remember anything? Pei Ling replied, They're all our fellow disciples, born in Hanxi Mountain Village. Suddenly, Lu Xiang's eyes went wide, as if he just realized something. Jiao Ni appeared out of nowhere right in front of Pei Ling, making our boy's jaw drop in surprise. Young lady Jiao Ni. Jiao Ni raised a hand to her mouth, giggling, Long time no see, young Master Pei. Pei Ling thought to himself, annoyed, this demoness, so she was here all along. Jiao Ni bent down and tapped Lu Xiang's head. This female cultivator spirit is severely injured, difficult to heal. Forgetting about the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment information is actually less trouble for me. Pei Ling's eyes were thoughtful, spirit severely injured, no wonder senior sister has always been a bit silly. Pei Ling reached inside, pulled out the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment method, and presented it to Jiao Ni. Oh right, this is the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment method I obtained from this trip. Please bother young lady Jiao Ni to give it to senior sister for me. Senior sister will definitely be very happy. Jiao Ni stared intently at the Heavenly Dao Foundation's establishment method Pei Ling held. The outer sect competition is in 3 months. If you get first place, Jiao Ni leaned closer to Pei Ling, explaining, if you win first place in the outer sect competition, you'll have the qualification to choose a true successor for guidance. You can choose a master and present the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment in front of everyone. This is a great opportunity to curry favor with the master. Finishing her sentence, she channeled her spirit energy into her palm. Then Jiao Ni looked back, enveloping Pei Ling and Lu Xiang with her spirit energy. Let's go. I'll take you back to the sect. Scene shift to Ruoshu Peak near Jinsu Mian's cave abode. Pei Ling looked at the spatial ring in his hand, smiling subtly. Only senior sister and I survived this mission. Subtracting senior sister's 10%, I can harvest 9,000 spirit stones. Not bad for an income. Senior sister seems a little dumber than before, but it doesn't feel like a big problem. All in all, perfect. After this trip to Hanxi Mountain Village, next, I need to check on Su Mian's situation, then go find Deng Mingshan to negotiate. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes went wide, his face turning as black as soot. He immediately hid in a bush, peeking out to see Su Tai radiating killer intent, a hot item in her hand. Junior sister Su Mian, rest assured on your path. I will personally cut down those who humiliated you. Pei Ling hid behind the bush, shaking like a sieve, his face drained of all color, covering his mouth with both hands. Holy cow, how did Jin Su Mian wake up so fast? She alone is troublesome enough, now her elder sister too. Pei Ling stood up, brushing dust off his clothes. He turned around, hands clenched, face serious, looking forward. No way, I have to go find Deng Mingshan immediately. Scene shifts to the next development. At this moment, Pei Ling stood before the entrance of Kulan Courtyard, shouting loudly, Senior Brother Deng, open up. The door opened. Mingshan appeared before Pei Ling, a cheerful smile on his face. Oh, Junior Brother Pei, I was just looking for you. Pei Ling frowned, his voice urgent. Senior Brother Deng, I have extremely urgent news to tell you. Oh yeah, what's so extremely urgent? You're fine, no need to worry about it anymore. What else could be urgent? Just come in first and we'll talk. Mingshan and Pei Ling stood in the courtyard talking. Senior Brother Deng, it's really urgent. I know you're very urgent. But first, don't rush. Your senior brother has some good news. You're guaranteed not to be urgent after hearing it. Pei Ling, with a forced smile, asked curiously, what good news? Mingshan replied, I took the bone pills, the food you refined, to myriad ruin sea. Let me tell you, rogue cultivators there are all generous with their money. This trip, you can get a share of 20,000. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened, his mouth agape, utterly stunned. 20,000? Ming Shan, holding a jade slip, couldn't stop smiling. Hee hee, your senior brother even specially spent another 20,000 to buy the jade pill formula and the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment pill. This stuff is super valuable. Ordinary cultivators have to risk their lives to reach foundation establishment. You just casually refine it, and even chi refinement cultivators would call you daddy. Pei Ling's forehead darkened, his brows furrowed, looking at the paper in his hand. Is this what you call good news? Huh? Can't you earn me something I don't already have? Thank you, senior brother Deng. So where's my share of spirit stones? Mingshan repeatedly patted Pei Ling's shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. Buying it for you, of course, means using your share of spirit stones. Your senior brother even chipped in a bit more. But don't worry, you don't need to return the portion your senior brother put in. Pei Ling heard this and felt sick to his stomach, rendered speechless. Pei Ling's face was as black as soot, a strained smile on his lips, staring at the paper in his hand. Senior brother is too generous. His junior brother is extremely grateful. No need. Thank you for trying to refine more pills, that's enough. While Mingshan and Pei Ling were talking, Tianxing rushed over in a panic. Branch Master, it's bad. Branch Master Jin of the Shijing branch is heading towards Kulan Courtyard. She looks like she's coming for trouble. Hearing this, Mingshan grimaced, gritting his teeth, seething with anger. What does that woman want to do now? Didn't we already compensate her for the cold drunken fire incident? Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, filled with dread, thinking to himself, damn it, she arrived so fast? Pei Ling clasped his hands, his face dotted with sweat. Senior brother, if you have business, I won't disturb you. Where's the back door? I want to return to the outer sect to refine pills first. Mingshan pointed in a direction. It's over there. What was your extremely urgent matter? Mingshan watched Pei Ling run off in a hurry, then smirked. This kid is getting smarter and smarter. If all my disciples were like him, I wouldn't be so tired. Boom. With a loud sound, someone's foot kicked open the door, shattering it into pieces. Mingshan raised a hand to block in front of him, his eyes half closed, startled as he looked forward. Sutai stepped in from outside, standing there, her whole body erupting with surging spirit energy, angrily shouting, Dung Mingshan! Mingshan watched Sutai approaching him step by step, then angrily yelled, Woman, what's wrong? Let's talk slowly. Why did you kick down the main door of my Kulan courtyard? Sutai said nothing, stomped her foot hard on the ground, clenched her fists, and swiftly rushed at Mingshan, making him stare in shock. Sutai charged in, swinging a powerful punch at Mingshan's face, making one of his teeth fall out. Sutai's eyes were fierce, blazing with fury. Haven't been beaten for a few days, so you're itching for it. Huh, Mingshan? Tears streamed down Mingshan's face as he let out a loud shriek. Sutai sat on Mingshan, rubbing his face with her foot. Let's see if you dare send your damned disciples to humiliate my junior sister again. Mingshan lay on the ground, eyes welling up with tears, a huge lump bulging on his head. Which damn bastard is harming your old man this time? At this moment, transitioning to Pei Ling's progress, he sold the relics from the trip to Hanxi Mountain Village, earning 400,000 spirit stones. After that, he went to the steward hall, paid all his fines, spirit stones deducted 7484. Next, Pei Ling bought a large house, spirit stones deducted 23333. Pei Ling stood in front of his house, spreading his arms out in satisfaction. No debt, such a relief. His eyes widened and he laughed out loud. So satisfying, amazing. Suddenly, Pei Ling stood in contemplation, his gaze distant. Deng Mingshan probably isn't too bad, right? If he's kicked the bucket, who'd help me sell pills? Why care about him anyway? Deng Mingshan gets beaten every day. Maybe he can even cultivate the bone-tuning divine art. He should be thanking me. Scene shifts to Kulan Courtyard. At this moment, Sutai clasped her fingers together, using a sound transmission talisman. Junior sister Su Mian, are you there? At the same time, Su Mian sat inside her cave, a smile on her lips, speaking into the sound transmission talisman. Elder sister, I have found traces of that scoundrel who humiliated me that day. The voice from the talisman spoke. He's an 8th layer chi refinement disciple recommended into the sect by Deng Mingshan named Pei Ling. The problem is Li Zhenchuan seems to also have intentions of nurturing this Pei Ling. Elder sister has no other choice. She can only teach Deng Mingshan a good lesson. Su Mian broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, hastily asking, Li Zhenchuan, what do I do now? On this side, Sutai kicked Mingshan, smirking disdainfully. In Li Zhenchuan's eyes, he doesn't accept trash. If you can defeat Pei Ling fair and square, he definitely won't interfere anymore. On the other side, Su Mian was looking at the sound transmission talisman, which was emitting Mingshan's yelps, accompanied by Su Tai's voice. The outer sect competition 3 months from now is the best chance for you to get your revenge. Su Mian gently nodded after hearing this, letting out a sigh. I understand, elder sister. During this time, I need to cultivate diligently. I must vent this anger in the outer sect competition. Suddenly, someone's footsteps approached, calling out loudly, Junior Sister Jin. Su Mian turned her head to look behind her, saying, Senior Sister Lu, you didn't come to Hanxi Mountain Village as planned. I apologize deeply. Lu Xiang took Su Mian's hand, a joyful smile on her face. Junior Sister Jin, it's truly fortunate that you found such a good Dao companion as Junior Brother Pei Ling. This time at Hanxi Mountain Village, I was able to escape a calamity all thanks to Junior Brother Pei. Hearing this, Su Mian's cheeks flushed red, her brows furrowed in confusion. Junior Brother Pei? Dao companion? This senior sister here is just pretending to be dumb. Is it really Junior Brother Pei? We're all good sisters. What do you have to hide? Wait! When you and Junior Brother Pei Ling get married, don't forget to tell this senior sister to come drink some celebration wine. Su Mian clenched her fists, her eyes burning with fury. Pei Ling, you and I are sworn enemies. I will never coexist with you. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Inside the Orchid Spring Villa, Pei Ling was cultivating, spiritual energy continuously radiating from his body. The system announced, "This cultivation session is complete. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. After finishing his cultivation, he clenched his fists, a grin of excitement on his face. Qi Condensation Stage 9. Jade Bone Great Perfection. Pei Ling reached out and opened his system panel, which displayed countless cultivation techniques. My cultivation is enough. It's time to practice the techniques I got from the Cold Market Mountain Villa. So many cheat codes. Let's see if any of these are actually useful. The 2 ghostesses, Li Xianzi's cultivation is unfathomable. Maybe I should also cultivate a personal ghostess so I have someone to use when the system inevitably scams me later." No sooner said than done, he reached out and selected the ghost control technique on his system panel. Pei Ling spread his hands, circulated his spiritual energy, and loudly declared, "Ghost control technique." Immediately, streams of spiritual energy erupted from beneath his feet. A surging wave of spiritual energy appeared right before Pei Ling, and within it, a shadowy figure took form. As the spiritual energy dissipated, it revealed the figure to be a young lady. Her entire body radiated a golden light, her hands clasped in front of her stomach, and she hurriedly asked, "Does Master have any instructions?" Seeing this, Pei Ling scratched his face, a look of disappointment on his face. She doesn't seem very strong. Whatever, we'll work on it. He sighed and ordered the young lady, "Go clean the entire Orchid Spring Villa a bit." Yes, Pei Ling grinned, reaching inside himself, rummaging for something. From within, he pulled out several pouches of pills, his eyes shining like stars. Time to find Deng Mingshan and sell these elixirs. These were recently refined. The scene shifts to Pei Ling standing before the dry orchid courtyard, sweating bullets, helpless as he stared at the dilapidated door. This thing, the door is even more broken than before. The door creaked open, and Tianxing, who was sweeping, suddenly turned to see Pei Ling standing at the entrance. "Junior brother Pei? Is something wrong, junior brother? I'm looking for senior brother Deng." Tianxing's expression darkened and she sighed. "Looking for the head disciple? Then follow me." Pei Ling furrowed his brow, thinking, why does senior sister look so troubled? Could it be that Deng Mingshan is actually dead? Inside the room, Mingshan was lying on the bed, flailing his arms, foaming at the mouth, cackling madly, drooling everywhere. Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat. As if not believing his eyes, he pointed at Mingshan and urgently asked, "Senior brother Deng, what happened to him?" Tianjing, standing beside him, immediately replied, "I don't know either. Ever since the head disciple and leader Jin clashed, he's been in this state." Hearing Pei Ling's voice, Mingshan's eyes snapped open, and he regained his clarity. He immediately sprang up, looking furious, making Pei Ling jump, scared pale. "You little punk! How are you going to explain yourself this time?" Pei Ling reached into his robes and pulled out a golden pouch. Pei Ling forced an awkward smile, presenting the golden pouch to the enraged Mingshan. "Senior brother Deng, please calm down. These are top-tier foundation building pills and jade seed pills that I just refined." Mingshan took the golden pouch, issuing a warning, "Don't ever do that again. If you cause trouble for this old man one more time, even senior sister won't protect you." Pei Ling, bewildered, asked, "Senior brother Deng, if you're fine, why are you still pretending to be foolish?" Hearing this, Mingshan's forehead darkened, his eyes fierce and resentful. He harshly rapped Pei Ling's head and shouted, "You brat, do you even have the nerve to bring it up? Isn't this disaster all your fault? If I hadn't done that, would that crazy woman have let this old man off so easily?" With that, Mingshan reached for the blade leaning against the nearby wall. Mingshan, leaning on his blade, walked out step by step, glancing at Pei Ling. He reminded him, "I'm going to the Wanhui High again. You stinky brat, don't cause any more trouble for this old man. Don't worry, senior brother Deng." Mingshan looked back, his expression serious. "Oh, right, if I'm counting correctly, the outer sect competition is coming up soon. Don't forget to register." Hearing this, Pei Ling froze, thinking, "I've been dealing with too many pills, I almost forgot about this. I remember that ghostess told me I had to get first place in the outer sect competition." Pei Ling brought a hand to his chin, his eyebrows furrowed, and asked, "Senior brother Deng, what's the reward for first place in the outer sect competition?" Mingshan looked back and replied, "The rewards are incredibly generous, like supreme grade pills, all kinds of heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, 5-element star essence, and so on. There are so many rewards, your spatial ring won't even be able to hold them all." Mingshan turned back around, sneering at Pei Ling. "But don't you dare dream. The outer sect competition isn't that simple. Even this senior brother back then barely squeezed into the top 10. The outer sect has countless heavenly talents. Like Miao Cheng-an from before, the one you killed, you're not even qualified to carry their shoes. In short, prepare well. Even if your ranking is worse than mine, I won't blame you. Just cultivate properly, that's all." Finishing his sentence, Mingshan strode forward, waving goodbye. Pei Ling was startled to hear Mingshan's shrill cry echoing from outside, "Senior sister, quickly, take me out the back door. I need to prepare for the outer sect competition." The scene shifts to a few days later. The first match of the outer sect competition had already begun. A figure stood on the arena stage, shouting loudly, "Next match, Pei Ling versus Tian Tung Hong." Pei Ling, with a perfectly calm expression, clenched his fists and stepped onto the stage. Finally, the first match of the outer sect competition has begun. First, the preliminary matches will be held with representatives chosen from various peaks, participating in trials in the southern region, ultimately selecting representatives for the final competition. This competition is truly massive. On the opposite side, Tian Tung Hong stepped onto the arena, sporting a sinister grin. The crowd below looked up, murmuring, "Who's that unlucky guy on the other side? Do we even have someone like that from our Locust Shade Peak?" Haha, I've bet so many spirit stones. Senior brother is definitely winning this one. Pei Ling's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped in shock as he saw Tian Tonghong staring intently at him, a malicious smile spreading across his face. No wonder he's known as a cultivator from a treacherous sect. His face is so pale my grandma's ghost would be jealous. Pei Ling and Tian Tonghong stood silently, observing, sizing each other up. Li Ping held a teacup in his hand, his forehead furrowed, and a sinister laugh escaped him. Tian Tonghong is the strongest key condensation disciple of Locust Shade Peak, all right. You little beast, how dare you kill this old man's grandson, Siguang? Today, a blood debt must be paid with blood. Pei Ling gripped his envy blade, frowning as he watched Tian Tonghong extend a hand, an arrogant tone in his voice. Kid, casualties in this competition do not violate sect rules. Are you ready to die? Come here and take it. Immediately, the referee waved his hand forward and shouted, "Begin!" Tian Tonghong instantly erupted with demonic energy, leaping into the air, accompanied by lingering souls and ghastly skulls behind him, and rushed towards Pei Ling. Seeing Tian Tonghong charging, Pei Ling didn't hesitate for a moment. He gripped the envy blade with both hands, took a defensive stance, and activated the Blood Ghost Escape Art. With an icy expression, Pei Ling, utilizing the speed of the Blood Ghost Escape Art, flashed past Tian Tonghong, simultaneously delivering a blade strike to his body. The crowd in the stands watched, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, utterly astonished. Too fast! Pei Ling turned, looking at Tian Tonghong lying in a pool of blood. He was that weak. He raised his hand, glanced at the referee, and let out a cold snort. I win. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, whispering amongst themselves, "Who is this kid? He cut down senior brother Tian with just one blade strike?" Pei Ling. I remember him. Not long ago, he was the only disciple who survived leaving the Cold Market Mountain Villa. It's Pei Ling. Did he cultivate killing intent while on that mission with his fellow disciples? Truly terrifying. Pei Ling frowned, sweating profusely as he heard the whispers from the crowd below. Who the hell is spreading these rumors? Old man Li Ping was terrified, cold sweat pouring down him. Blood Ghost Escape Art? Blood Slaughter Blade Art? Could this kid's backing actually be Immortal City? This kid is getting stronger, yet I still wanted to seek him out to avenge Siguang. If I provoke this guy, my Li family might not even have a place to be buried. Pei Ling's eyes darkened. With hands clasped behind his back, he descended the arena stage amidst the whispers of those around him. I can't believe Pei Ling from the outer sect is so formidable. It seems our Locust Shade Peak might make a name for itself on the rankings this year. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened, surprised to hear someone call out, "Please stop, young friend Pei." Li Ping, could he be seeking revenge for his grandson? Pei Ling clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Young friend Pei Ling, to possess such strength at such a young age, you can truly be called a heavenly talent of the outer sect. May I ask, young friend Pei, was this blood slaughter blade art taught to you by Li Jinchuan? Pei Ling, with a perfectly calm expression, flashed a smug smile. Indeed, apologies, Lai Shanzi, but to save my puny self, this utterly useless trash, I had no choice but to drop your name. Li Ping, hand over his belly, grinned. My bad, this old man clearly failed. Si Guang just can't stop stirring trouble and offending little friend Pei. That's on him. I just hope, with your boundless generosity, little friend Pei, you won't hold it against my Li clan. Nah, all that's ancient history. I don't even remember. Pei Ling's eyes went wide as Li Ping pulled out a bag of spirit stones. Thanks, little friend Pei. Don't even sweat these prime spirit stones, just take them. Oh, and you can skip the rest of the Southern Region trials. Go ahead and focus on preparing for the 54 Peaks selection battles. And if you could, little friend Pei, just put in a good word for my Li clan with Fairy Li. Pei Ling snatched the bag of spirit stones, a smug grin spreading across his face. Consider it done. Easy peasy. Pei Ling strolled into his Orchid Spring villa, hands behind his head, thinking, yo, even enemies can turn into major connections. Fairy Li's name really is a cheat code. Southern selection in 3 days? Got some free time, might as well hit the lab and cook up some pills. A maid walked up to Pei Ling, hands clasped. Master, you have visitors. Shall I let them in? And who was at Pei Ling's doorstep? None other than Su Mian, eyes practically shooting daggers, hands clenched tight enough to crush rocks. Following close behind, Lu Xing. Bro, why are these two here? Su Mian, poker-faced, stepped right up to Pei Ling. Is the first round over yet? Yeah. Su Mian pointed directly at Pei Ling's face, laying down the gauntlet. Good. I'll meet you at the finals of the Southern Region selection. Pei Ling was sweating buckets, internally screaming, didn't Deng Mingshan already get clapped? How is this chick already in foundation establishment? She's so tiny, always stuck refining pills. What if I accidentally off her? Her senior sister Jinsu Tai would never let me off the hook. At that thought, Pei Ling's face drained of color. Out of nowhere, Lu Xing grabbed both Pei Ling's and Su Mian's hands and clasped them together. Aya, all right, what's with the bickering? You two lovebirds? Just talk it through. Su Mian's face turned beet red. Who's a lovebird with him? Pei Ling instantly laced his fingers through Su Mian's. Senior sister Jin, we're all fellow disciples. Fighting and killing isn't a good look. Senior sister Jin, if pill refining is your jam, why don't we have a pill refining battle instead? The loser gets to be at the winner's mercy. What do you say? Seeing Pei Ling hit her where it hurt, her strongest skill, Su Mian yanked her hand back from his, a super confident smirk on her face. A pill refining battle with me? If you're begging for death that badly, then I'll gladly oblige. Bet. Let's do this. Let's cook up some nourishing origin pills right now. Pei Ling and Su Mian whipped out their pill furnaces. Su Mian, poker-faced, stared ahead. Begin. Senior Sister Lu, you're the official witness here. After this is over, don't you dare let this clown backtrack. Lu Xiang was already cackling in her head, imagining Pei Ling tying Su Mian up with ropes and hanging her from the ceiling. This couple is really playing with fire. Whoever loses is going to have a very interesting night. Su Mian stood before her pill furnace, gave a flick of her wrist, and countless spirit herbs materialized from her spatial ring. With flawless execution, she meticulously tossed them into the furnace. Pei Ling watched, thinking, okay, I gotta hand it to her. She's called a pill refining genius for a reason. Got some actual skills. But compared to my dog system, she's still miles behind Lu Xiang. Hovering behind him, impatiently asked, Junior brother Pei, why haven't you even started yet? Pei Ling raised a hand. Chill, I'm just letting her get a head start. This chick's got a massive ego. I gotta show her the true gap in our power if I ever want to truly conquer her. Lu Xiang's star eyes went wide at that, a cheeky smirk on her face. She was already picturing Su Mian whipping Pei Ling with a rope hard. Aha, I knew it. Junior brother Pei totally likes being the submissive one, that's why he's playing hard to get. Pei Ling just ignored her, flicked open his system panel. Alright, it's showtime. System, one-click refined nourishing origin pill. System notification, detecting an 8th grade pill furnace. System, free gift. Here's an 8th grade pill furnace just for you, master. System, hold up, that 8th grade pill furnace is currently occupied. Don't worry, master. System is now clearing the obstruction for you. Pei Ling, body hijacked by the system, was forced to sprint towards Su Mian, his face turning a sickly green, sweat pouring down. I'm so screwed. That damn dog system is totally taking advantage of me again. Su Mian, channeling spiritual energy to stabilize her furnace, let out a cold, disdainful scoff. Know your place yet, Pei Ling? You think you can compete with me just by looking in a mirror? Just as she was in the zone, refining pills, Pei Ling launched himself forward and delivered a swift kick straight to Su Mian's face. Boom! Su Mian took the full force of the kick, collapsing to the ground, body convulsing, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. From a distance, Lu Xiang clasped her hands over her mouth, gasping.
No wonder Junior Brother Pei had a master plan.
He was totally going for the stronger approach. Pei Ling shot an incredulous look at Lu Xiang, who was now sporting a forced, knowing grin.
Junior Brother Pei, I've waited long enough for this.
Looks like the work is about to begin, huh? You two just carry on. I'll see myself out. Pei Ling stood before the pill furnace, grinding his teeth, absolutely seething. Damn it, dog system! Next time, can you at least pick someone else to screw over? Su Mian, meanwhile, was still lying there, completely unconscious and, yep, still foaming at the mouth. Suddenly, Su Mian's eyes snap open, slowly coming back to life. She stretched out her hands, glaring up at the sky, a savage glint in her eyes, and let out a guttural roar. Pei Ling, I will slaughter you. After some intense pill refining, Pei Ling plopped onto the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead. Ugh, I'm beat, no need for explanations. That's that, I won. Su Mian's eyes bulged, bulged, sweating completely flabbergasted. A supreme grade nourishing origin pill? Pei Ling just closed his eyes, a victorious smug smirk plastered across his face. Look, the hands-on approach earlier? Totally want to settle the score? Go for it. Su Mian's eyes went dark. You can actually refine a supreme grade nourishing origin pill? Tears streamed down her cheeks. You won. Seeing this, Pei Ling reached out, eyes wide in shock. Wait, why are you crying now? Hey, don't cry! Su Mian, flushed red with embarrassment, slowly started to shed her robes. Do whatever you want with me. Pei Ling quickly stepped forward, pulling Su Mian's robes back up. Senior sister, seriously, don't do that. What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Pei Ling threw his hands to his head, a cold shiver running down his spine as Su Tai's terrifying face flashed in his mind. He then blurted out, just give me all the intel on the southern region selection, all right? Su Mian, utterly baffled, quickly asked again, seriously? That's all? She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, frowning, and eyed him suspiciously. Such a golden opportunity, and he didn't even try anything? Did I actually misunderstand this guy? She sighed. You want to know about the southern selection? Fine, I'll spill. Alright, so the Holy Sect pretty much rules the 4 regions, east, west, south, north. Every 10 years, they hold an outer sect competition to divvy up resources among the peaks. This southern selection? It's basically a tryout to pick the top disciples to represent the southern region in the main event. You gotta watch out for my senior brother Gongji Yan from Roshu Peak. Unless some wild card appears, he's probably gonna be the top dog in this selection. Aside from Gongji Yan, you also need to keep an eye on 4 other cultivators. Qinqing from Feilu Peak, Shenjiao from Guizhou Peak, Duanmu Mingyan from Guilu Peak, and Zhao Tianlai from Shuihu Peak. Pei Ling frowned, curious, so how do they stack up against Tang Nanzai? Su Mian seemed taken aback, then quickly answered, Tang Nanzai. Huh? Gongji Yan is absolutely stronger than him. The rest are probably on par with Tang Nanzai. Ling closed his eyes, thinking, hold up. When I was just Qi Refinement 7th layer, I could already fend off Tang Nanzai's attacks no sweat. Now I'm Qi Refinement 9th layer? Huh, besides Gongji Yan, these other chumps aren't even a blip on my radar. Alright, thanks senior sister. You're dismissed. Pei Ling raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Su Mian, who was still beet red and staying stubbornly silent. Pei Ling's eyes went wide, almost sparkling with confusion, as he quickly reached out and asked, Senior sister, is there anything else you need? Su Mian instantly pulled out her beauty trap card, extending a hand. I want that supreme grade jade seed pill you cooked up. Can you sell me one? Pei Ling literally deflated with relief, sweating bullets, forcing an awkward smile. Bro, she scared the crap out of me. I thought this chick was coming for revenge. Ah, whatever. The dog system has messed with her enough times, I guess I should throw her a bone. Here, take this foundation establishment pill recipe and a few other supreme grade pills I whipped up. Call it Apology for Systemic Abuse Compensation. Su Mian skipped out of Orchid Spring Villa, clutching her bag of pills, beaming like a sunflower. Just you wait, Pei Ling. I'm gonna dissect these supreme grade pills, and mark my words, I'll surpass you eventually. Lu Xiang, who'd been lurking outside, grinned seeing Su Mian. See? I told you, what's a little tiff between husband and wife that can't be talked through? Just look at you. Junior brother Pei clearly served you quite well, just way faster than I expected. Su Mian's face turned crimson, and she shrieked, "What are you even talking about, senior sister Lu?" Lu Xiang crossed her arms, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. "What's so embarrassing about married life? Junior sister Jin, no need to be shy. Earlier when you were refining pills, junior brother Pei rushed right over and hit you, even knocking you out cold. I saw everything." Su Mian, hearing that, was absolutely seething with rage. "Pai Ling, I will never, ever let you off the hook." Scene change. We're now on a massive floating island in the sky, the epic stage for the Southern Selection. A colossal arena dominates the island, surrounded by towering viewing platforms. Up on the viewing platform, Ning Ji was practically a puppy dog fawning over Su Mian. "Junior sister Jin, for this first round, just stick with me. I'll protect you, promise." "Thanks for the offer, senior brother Xiao, but I'm good." Lu Sheng behind them, visibly annoyed, interjected, "Senior brother Xiao, our Su Mian is already spoken for. Stop bothering her already." Ning's nearly kicked my Su Mian off. "What?" Who dared jaw hiss hit the floor as he watched Su Mian walk towards Pei Tsu. "See that? That's Pei Ling, junior brother Pei, standing right there. They're a match made in heaven, so seriously, just back off." Su Mian stood before Pei Ling, frowning with a vengeance, and laid down the gauntlet. "Hey, don't you dare get knocked out in this round, because in the next stage, I'm challenging you to a death match at the Mingshan Thunder Arena." Up high, observing the chaos, stood Su Tai and some ancient-looking elder, both gazing down. The old man turned to Su Tai, a sly grin on his face. "Branch Master Jin, Pei Ling, and Junior Sister Jin are quite close, aren't they? Don't tell me those rumors about them being fated to be together forever are actually true. How the hell should I know? Su Mian herself told me it was just baseless gossip. Is my own sister deceiving me?" Su Tai then casually dumped a cup of tea right over Ming Shan's head. "You tell me, what in the actual cultivation world is going on? Didn't you swear that punk Pei Ling wouldn't lay a hand on my Su Mian?" Ming Shan's jaw dropped and he desperately shrieked, "I swear, I know nothing." Su Tai's hands clenched, eyes feral, as she savagely kicked Ming Shan's bandaged leg. "I'll deal with you later." Ming Shan cried out, "Don't, that hurts." Ming Shan gritted his teeth, thinking, "This plague woman, sooner or later I'll refine her into my blazing bone Rakshasa map." Suddenly, a voice boomed, "The first trial of the Southern Region Selection. The Bronze Figurine Challenge. There are 100 bronze figurines total. Anyone who defeats a bronze figurine can pass this trial." Giant bronze figurines plummeted from the sky onto the arena, sending the disciples scattering in chaos. Pei Ling, with his agile movements, dodged a bronze figurine that landed right in front of him. The Southern Selection has over 1,000 participants, but only 100 bronze figurines. Looks like most people will be eliminated here. This bronze figurine definitely isn't that simple. I need to observe more. Pei Ling's gaze suddenly shifted to a nearby disciple who was frantically hacking at a bronze figurine. "I must be the first to pass this trial." Suddenly, the surface of the bronze figurine began to crack open. The sphere transformed into a massive, glowing-eyed humanoid figure. It let out a roar, terrifying the disciple who trembled like a leaf. The humanoid then swung a punch, sending the disciple flying back, spitting a huge mouthful of blood right in front of Pei Ling. Seeing this, Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes sharp. A bronze figurine? A peak 9th level Qi condensation cultivator? I knew this sex test wouldn't be simple. A disciple named Gong Jian extended his hand forward, commanding 4 ghostly maids. Receiving the command, the 4 ghostly maids swiftly flew towards the humanoid figure, which roared in anger. Gong Jian didn't flinch or show fear as he watched the humanoid charge towards him. Instantly, the 4 ghostly maids gathered, blocking Gong Jian's front and taking the humanoid's incoming punch. Gong Jian bit his finger, drawing blood. "Try this." He thrust his hand forward, using his blood to empower the ghostly maids. Their eyes glowed crimson, their claws sharpened, and they lunged forward. Su Tai and Ming Shan, watching from the stands, their eyes wide, broke into a cold sweat, utterly astonished. The 10 directions? Blood Demon Array? Gong Jian actually mastered this formation. Looks like the first place for this Southern Selection is already locked in. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing the humanoid figure lying defeated on the ground, now a pile of scrap metal. The old arena master boomed, "Gong Jian, the first to defeat the bronze armor giant, teleporting to the next trial." Gong Jian clasped his hands behind his back, scoffing dismissively, just as mediocre as expected. 2 disciples on the arena whispered to each other, "Senior brother Gong Jian is indeed powerful. Damn it, I guess I'm stopping at the first trial. If only I had power like Gong Jian's." One disciple pointed forward with a startled expression. "Look, that's an intersect movement technique. I know him, that's Pei Ling, the one everyone's been talking about recently. Demon Child Pei Ling. He just came from Han Estate." Pei Ling, with the speed of his blood ghost evasion art, glided past the humanoid, simultaneously slicing off one of its arms. The old arena master boomed. Pei Ling defeated the bronze-armored giant, teleporting to the next trial. Pei Ling landed amidst the awestruck disciples. One move? Even senior brother Gong Jian couldn't do that, right? Seriously terrifying, truly worthy of being called the demon child. To kill a fellow disciple for practice? Sutai's eyes darkened, grinding her teeth in bitter resentment. Damn it, this perverted thief is that strong? How will Sumian get her revenge? Seeing this, Mingshan shot up, his wound suddenly healing. Holy cow, when did this kid get so strong? Mingshan stroked his chin, a smug grin spreading across his face. Excellent, if he's like this, I can have him help me get the Seven-Heart Demonic Infant Lotus to completely refine my Blazing Bone Rakshasa map. Sutai stood behind Mingshan, her eyes dark, making him clench his teeth, sweat profusely, and shiver in fear. Sutai's eyes blazed with fury, clenching her fists and fiercely kicked him. Didn't your leg just break? Still acting in front of this old woman, are we? Ouch, ouch! This stinky woman, you're only mighty for now. Just wait until this old man refines the Blazing Bone Rakshasa map. I'll definitely get my revenge. The second trial of the selection, Thunderous Arena Defense, 10 Thunder Arenas. The first to arrive becomes the Arena Master for this trial. Subsequent arrivals can challenge the Arena Master and become the new one. The Thunder Arenas have protective restrictions. Anyone who loses will be automatically teleported out, so disciples don't need to worry about their lives. Therefore, there's no limit to the number of challenges. When the time ends, the 10 Arena Masters on the platforms will advance. Hearing this, Pei Ling meditated on the Thunder Arena platform. His brows furrowed. Protective restrictions, huh? No need to worry about accidentally killing someone. Guess Jin Sumian is safe then. Sumian frowned, staring intently at a Thunder Arena platform right in front of Pei Ling. He's probably this arena's master, but it's too strong. I can't beat him. Ningji sneered disdainfully. A mere newly joined junior dares to steal my Sumian? How utterly ridiculous. This punk must do some trick to pass the first trial. In front of Sumian, I'll expose your lies. Ningji then grandstanded towards Sumian. Miss Sumian, you must have been swayed by that punk's sweet talk. I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. The moment he finished speaking, he was teleported onto Pei Ling's Thunder Arena. Ningji struck a pose, a haughty smile on his face. Pei Ling obediently kneeled before this big boss. As he was speaking, a surge of aura flew towards him. Pei Ling, with an icy expression, said nothing. He simply swung his blade, splitting Ningji's body into two. Pei Ling scratched his head, a giant question mark appearing above him. That was a bit too fast, wasn't it? What was that guy even saying just now? Sumian placed a hand on her chest, her eyes serious as she watched Ningji, who had been teleported outside, clutching his chest in pain. Junior brother Ningji is a 9th level Qi condensation cultivator, yet he was defeated in an instant. Pei Ling's strength is no longer something I can contend with. Challenging him further would be pointless. Ningji's eyes, burning like bullets, glared at the Thunder Arena, seething with resentment and rage. He actually defeated this old man in one move. How is that possible? That punk must have used a dirty trick. Sumian reached out to dissuade him. Senior brother Ningji, please stop. Hearing this, Ningji turned his head to look behind him. His eyes sparkled like stars. Junior sister Jin, want to go on a date with me? Sumian gently shook her head. Senior brother Ningji, the gap in strength between you and Pei Ling is too vast. You should preserve your strength to challenge other arena masters. Ningji clutched his chest, his eyes welling up with emotion. Thank you for your concern, Junior Sister Jin. Rest assured, even if it bankrupts me, I will teach this Pei Ling a lesson on your behalf. Junior Sister Jin cares about me so much. She still has me in her heart. Seeing this, Sumian broke out in a cold sweat, too exasperated to speak. Scene shift to Pei Ling's Thunder Arena. Those who came to challenge him didn't even get to introduce themselves before he cut them down with a single stroke. Get lost already! Pei Ling yawned, utterly bored. This is the 43rd person, huh? Not a single one could even block one of my blade strikes. Are the disciples of the southern region really this weak? Suddenly, someone's foot appeared on Pei Ling's Thunder Arena. Another one. Pei Ling immediately unleashed his Blood Ghost Evasion art and Blood Slaughter Blade art, charging swiftly towards the newcomer. This time the challenger was Gong Jian, who used his two ghostly maids to block Pei Ling's incoming demon-slaying blade. Your strength is quite decent. The ghostly maid swung its arm, sending Pei Ling flying backward. Pei Ling landed on the arena floor, staring intently at Gong Jian and the two ghostly maids flying beside him. He actually possesses such strength? Could he be the Gong Jian that Jin Sumian mentioned? Pei Ling's icy gaze darted forward. Isn't he an arena master? Why is he challenging me? May I ask, honored sir, senior brother Gong Jian? Gong Jian frowned, a smug smile playing on his lips. 50 grand in spirit stones for a simple move? Easy money, that's right. Consider yourself unlucky to have met me. You should just, before he could finish his sentence, Pei Ling appeared right in front of Gong Jian, catching him completely by surprise. Pei Ling immediately swung a powerful blade strike, cleaving Gong Jian's two ghostly remnants in half, making them shriek mournfully. Gong Jian landed frowning and sweating profusely, staring forward in terror. An intersect blade technique? That brat junior brother ninja lied to me. I should have just demanded 100 grand from him. Good blade technique, then try this move. With that, Gong Jian stood up, spread his arms, and a sinister smile bloomed on his face. He erupted with demonic power, creating countless eerie ghostly remnants that swirled around him. Gong Jian immediately activated the 10 Directions Blood Demon Array, commanding these eerie ghostly remnants to attack Pei Ling watched as these eerie ghostly remnants lunged at him. Pei Ling, unfazed, raised his blade to block them. Other ghostly remnants circled around Pei Ling's back, attacking. Pei Ling gripped his blade tightly, channeled spiritual power into it, then swung a blade strike, unleashing a swirling vortex of blade chi that obliterated the surrounding ghostly remnants. While Pei Ling's guard was down, Gong Jian leaped from behind, channeling chi into both hands, intending to ambush Pei Ling. But with his agile movements, Pei Ling took 2 steps to the right, easily dodging Gong Jian's attack, leaving him utterly horrified. Gong Jian frowned, his eyes wide in astonishment, staring at the tip of the blade right in front of his face. This guy is too strong. Pei Ling held his demon-slaying blade, his eyes cold, his tone sarcastic. Compared to Han Sigu, your cat-scratching techniques are far inferior. Pei Ling stepped down from the Thunder Arena amidst the astonished and admiring crowd. Seriously impressive. This Pei Ling actually defeated senior brother. Su Mian's face changed faster than flipping a rice paper crepe. Looking closely, this guy is actually quite handsome. He might even be worthy of being my Dao companion, right? Can I really like a perverted thief? Ning Ji, standing beside her, burst into tears.
My spirit stones.
He saw Li Ping and Ming Shan leaning on crutches, walking towards him. Pei Ling asked curiously, Elder Li, senior brother Ming Shan, is something wrong? Ming Shan and Li Ping stood before Pei Ling, showering him with praise. Junior brother Pei, I just saw your fight with Gong Jian. It was so cool. You have the exact same swagger this old man had back in the day. This old man has already negotiated with the Region Lord. You don't need to participate in the 3rd trial anymore. He just leveled up. Pei Ling was secretly hyped. Bro's leveling up again. Having a reliable backer really makes life easy, huh? Ming Shan grabbed Pei Ling's arm and pulled him along. There's still some time before the finals. Come with me first. Pei Ling quickly where are we heading? Ming Shan glanced back, a mischievous grin on his face. To meet senior sister, of course. Hearing this, Pei Ling's mind conjured up an image of Li Yue, freshly showered, wearing a seductive outfit, waiting for our boy, making him practically drool. Senior sister. The scene shifts to Ming Shan and Pei Ling walking inside the Jiaona Imperial Palace. Suddenly, Pei Ling stopped dead in front of a steaming hot spring bathhouse. Suddenly, a memory of a passionate kiss with Li Yu flashed through Pei Ling's mind, making his eyes widen in shock. Ming Shan turned back, curious. What's up? Pei Ling immediately replied, I just feel like I've been here before. Ming Shan turned back around, refuting, you're mistaken, right? Not just anyone can waltz into senior sister's palace. Ming Shan approached Pei Ling, a bright smile on his face. Later, when we meet senior sister, Big Bro here can put in a few good words for you to snag some benefits. But Big Bro needs your help with one thing. Pei Ling quickly asked, what is it? Ming Shan leaned close to Pei Ling's ear, whispering softly, the top 10 disciples in the outer sect competition can choose a spirit item that Big Bro needs, the 7 Hearts Demonic Infant Lotus, to refine the Blazing Bone Rakshasa Cauldron. If you can help Big Bro out later, Big Bro can also give you a surprise. Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, scratching his face, forcing a smile. Helping Big Bro is what I should do, there's no need for any surprises. Then we can't get benefits for junior brother? Absolutely impossible. Pei Ling watched Ming Shan's back. 2 lines of tears flowed down his face, touched. Deng Ming Shan was beaten by Jin Su Tai so many times because of him, and now he still wants to get him benefits. This time, I'll trust him again. After a while, Ming Shan and Pei Ling arrived at the main hall of the Jiaona Imperial Palace. Ming Shan and Pei Ling cupped their hands respectfully, saying in unison, Greetings, senior sister! Li Yu sat on the chair, legs crossed, hand propped on her face, looking down. Ming Shan straightened up, his tone clear. Today is the first round of the Southern Region selection. Junior brother P killed the bronze-armored giant with a single saber strike, ranking first place. In the second round, he easily defeated the genius cultivator Gong Jian of Ruoshu Peak. Junior brother's performance was so outstanding he will certainly become senior sister's capable right-hand man in the future, and also a future heavens chosen of our saint sect, worthy of reward, blah blah blah. Standing beside them, Pei Ling blushed from embarrassment, his head practically steaming from all this praise. Li Yue held a teacup, her expression blank, asking, what do you want? Pei Ling looked up and replied, reporting to senior sister, what I want, senior brother Deng also knows. Deng Ming Shan is knowledgeable, he can certainly snag some valuable rewards. Pei Ling and Ming Shan winked at each other, signaling. Senior brother Deng, you get what I mean, right? Don't worry, I totally get you. Ming Shan, smiling brightly, said loudly. Senior sister, recently junior brother Piu has taken a liking to Jin Su Mian of the Jin family. Standing beside him, Pei Ling's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Talk about reading the room, huh? Ming Shan continued, it's just that although junior brother Pei's aptitude is high, his background is still humble. The Jin family might not agree, so I'd like to trouble senior sister to speak on his behalf and fulfill junior brother Pei's wish. Pei Ling repeatedly nudged Ming Shan's arm, trying to signal no. Hearing this, Li Yu crushed the teacup in her hand, her face terrifyingly fierce, radiating killing intent, demonic energy erupting from her entire body. Is that so? Pei Ling bowed his head, terrified, trembling like a leaf. Senior sister, it's not I am absolutely loyal, obedient to senior sister, absolutely undivided in heart. Deng Ming Shan. Next time this old man would rather trust a dog system than you. Hearing this, Li Yue's eyes widened in surprise. Absolutely undivided in heart, huh? She blushed shyly, covering her mouth with her hand to hide her smile. He ranked first in this outer sect competition for the first time in 10 years, becoming the Saint Sect's 4th true disciple. Afterwards, Ming Shan and Pei Ling exited the main hall. Ming Shan, with a smug expression, laughed loudly. How about that, big bro? Am I Chowder Sect competition? You must take first place, and Jin Su Mian will definitely be yours. Pei Ling, bitter and angry, thought to himself, trustworthy my ass, you almost got this old man killed. Want the 7 Hearts Demonic Infant Lotus? Dream on. The scene shifts back inside the main hall. Yulu led Sumian to stand before Liya. Master Jin Sumian has been brought. Sumian clasped her hands, trembling all over. Greetings, true disciple Lai. Li Yue commanded, speak a little about your matter. Pei Ling is gone. Sumian's brows furrowed and she replied, a month ago he broke into my mansion and stole my jade seed pill and 9 underworld cold spring water. A few days ago, after knocking me unconscious, he stole my alchemy cauldron. Li Yue, sitting on the chair, quickly asked, both times he didn't touch you, right? Sumian's face flushed, flustered, no he didn't. Li Yue propped her hand on her face, her expression emotionless, staring straight ahead. If that's the case, what exactly are you being self-delusional about? Sumian was dumbfounded. Am I self-delusional? Li Yue extended her hand forward, ordering Yu Liu, send her back. Yes, yes. Chao Ni stood beside her, smiling. Master Deng Mingshan probably said those words relying on the Jin family's connections. If Deng Mingshan's words just now weren't Pei Ling's true intentions, then his reward. Li Yue took out a jade scroll and handed it to Chao Ni. Inside this are some insights, understandings, and realizations from the Saint Sect seniors. Later, give it to him. Li Yue, with sharp eyes, ordered Chao Ni. This trash Deng Mingshan seems quite free recently. Tell him to go to the Yinlu mine to mine. If he doesn't mine enough 50,000 jin of blazing scale iron, don't even think about returning to the sect. The scene shifts to Pei Ling sitting on his doorstep, still bitter about what just happened. Damn you, Deng Mingshan. You went too far. This time, Fairy Lai will definitely not spare me. Suddenly, Chao Ni appeared right in front of Pei Ling, making him joyfully exclaim, Maiden Chao Ni. Pei Ling immediately rushed to hug Chao Ni, sobbing, Maiden Chao Ni, everything just now was Deng Mingshan's nonsense. You absolutely must believe me. Young Master Pei, please calm down. Master already knows the truth and has severely punished Deng Mingshan. Next, you must perform well and I will speak more with Master so you can enter the inner sect and become the next lineage master of the Jinsong vein. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened and he quickly asked in surprise, the Jinsong vein? And what about Deng Mingshan? Chao Ni, with a blank expression, replied, he was sent by Master to mine in the Yinlu mine. He won't be able to return anytime soon. Mining, so there won't be anyone to take the fall for me anymore? As Pei Ling pondered, Chao Ni tossed him a jade scroll. These are 2 saber intents that Master entrusted to you. Cultivate diligently. With that, Chao Ni transformed into streams of spiritual energy and departed. Pei Ling furrowed his brows, staring at the jade scroll in his hand. The path ahead, I can only rely on myself now. Pei Ling sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the system panel displaying the true meanings of Saber Dao, Hegemon Saber, and Blood Saber. This cultivation technique looks incredibly powerful at first glance. Still, it's better to have a backup plan. Pei Ling looked at the kid sweeping the courtyard nearby and ordered, Kid, later, when I stand up, you absolutely must stop me. Yes, Master. With that, Pei Ling reached out and pressed the cultivation button on the system panel. The system notified, cultivation begins. Detecting Hegemon's Saber Chi of Slaughter and Dao Chi, the system will grant it to you for free. Pei Ling, controlled by the system, lunged forward, shouting loudly, Kid, I'm counting on you. Hearing this, the kid, broom in hand, rushed forward. Master, I'm here. The kid's brow darkened, one eye blazing brightly as he flew behind Pei Ling, surprising him. Pei Ling turned his head back to see the broom right in front of his face. The system notified, detecting external attack, this cultivation session ends here. Pei Ling lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes unfocused. Kid, your method of stopping me is quite unique. The kid sat beside him, smiling. Thank you for the praise, Master. Pei Ling slowly stood up, furrowing his brows, his eyes pensive. Hegemon's Saber Chi of Slaughter and Dao Chi. How am I supposed to cultivate these 2? When are you coming back, Deng Mingshan? The kid standing beside him raised a finger, smiling. Why doesn't Master go find Lineage Master Li? Hearing this, Pei Ling smiled excitedly. That's right. Don't I have a new backer now? The scene shifts to the Shuishi Lake. At this moment, Pei Ling was sitting amidst some friendly individuals trying to curry favor with him. Li Ping walked over, carefully holding 2 lanterns with flames burning inside. Young friend Pei, I have something for you. Pei Ling was surprised, looking over. Pei Ling put his hand on his chin, his brows furrowed, staring at the lanterns in front of him. Having successfully grasped those 2 types of saber intent, perhaps there won't be any unexpected incidents in this competition. Pei Ling showed his displeasure, asking, Kid, isn't this Gong Jian? Wasn't he eliminated by me? Li Ping forced a smile. Our southern region's strength is inherently basic. Few people know how to defeat a region lord. We made an exception for him to pass the selection. When the competition comes, they will all rely on you. Pei Ling frowned, looking at Li Ping, asking, Right, are there any opponents from the other 3 regions that need attention? Li Ping stood beside him, raising a finger, his eyes serious as he replied, The leader of the northern region is Erju, and the leader of the western region is Ruan Tuo. Both are in the Foundation establishment stage. These 2 need to be watched. Hearing this, Pei Ling panicked. Foundation establishment stage. As for the eastern region's Luotiao, there's still a surviving inner disciple named Lu Xuan. He's cruel and likes to kill. After relying on the eastern region, he seized an opportunity, and it said he's already in the Foundation establishment stage. This dude needs attention. Anyone connected to Li Jinchuan is basically marked for death, 0 chill. Hearing this, Pei Ling's face went pale, sweat dripping like a faucet, pure panic. Wait, a disciple of Luotiao already has beef before the competition even starts? Li Ping pats him repeatedly. No worries, little bro Pei. Outer sect disciples have squat for resources. The best they can do is human Dao Foundation establishment. How can that compare to your solid foundation, little bro Pei? Alright, in this outer sect tournament, the power to kill and spare is yours, and the Saint Sect won't hold you accountable. This is your chance to flex on them. Pei Ling's face was drained of all color. Is it too late to bail now? Then, out of nowhere, a pair of feet descended from above. An old man with silver hair, hands clasped behind his back, hovered midair. Listen up, heavens chosen from all regions. That water in front of you? That's Jingzhong Tian, one of our sect's secret realms. This old man is the Azure Slaughter Hall Master Gongsun Hong. Gongsun Hong extends his hand, and objects fly from around him towards the small pavilions by Shuishi Lake. Go in, slay demonic beasts and ghosts, gather all the heavenly treasures. The crystal mirror will automatically record your points and rankings. This mirror also shows the direction of both sides within 3 miles. You have 10 days. Life and death are on you. First, I gotta level up. Pei Ling's eyes widened, staring at the crystal mirror displaying red dots. He closed his eyes, sweating profusely, totally dejected. They even gave us a minimap? Guess a massacre is unavoidable then. Gongsun Hong extends his hand, and the water surface begins to churn violently. The Saint Sect doesn't need the weak, nor those with weak fate in Jingzhong Tian. Ambushes are everywhere. Once you enter, your life and death are up to fate disciples. Gongsun Hong raised both hands, channeling spiritual power, then frowns and roars, "Go in now!" The rushing water engulfed Pei Ling and the other disciples from the passage. Pei Ling emerged, then used his blood ghost evasion art to fly down into the secret realm. Our boy Pei Ling landed with a super cool pose right in the middle of a dense forest. He reached into his robes, rummaging for something, then looked around. My wandering teammates aren't here. Looks like this secret realm teleports people to random locations. Just hoping I don't run into Lu Xuan and his crew right after landing. He frowned, his gaze sharp as he looked at the crystal mirror in his hand. Are those red dots teammates or? Suddenly, Pei Ling unexpectedly lifted a leg, dodging a needle darted towards him. A guy stepped out from the dense forest, holding something that looked a lot like a flower in his hand. A junior brother from the southern region, eh? What kind of fate is this? This man is Lu Xuan from Dongcheng. Pei Ling, without a word, initiated combat, unleashing a blade chi attack towards Lu Xuan, who promptly leaped back to dodge. Lu Xuan extended his hand, sending hidden weapons flying forward. Junior brother is quite hot-headed. I heard Lin Xuan thinks highly of you, but honestly, your talent seems pretty average. Nothing special. Looks like Li Jinchuan made a mistake judging you. Pei Ling immediately unleashed his true form blood slaughter blade art, swinging his blade to deflect the incoming hidden weapons. Too much talk. Who dies by whose hand is still up in the air. Pei Ling's eyes darkened. Gripping his Yinsheng blade tightly, he charged furiously at Lu Xuan, ready for a death match. Seeing this, Lu Xuan sneered. Using a magic treasure that looks like a flower, seems junior brother still doesn't get the gap between us. A petal fell from the magic treasure as he extended his hand. The magic treasure in his hand rapidly expanded, forming a shield that blocked Pei Ling's incoming blade strike. 10 guys like you aren't enough to kill me. Pei Ling, his face icy, poured spiritual power into his Yansheng blade. A Foundation Establishment magic treasure, huh? Looks like this guy really is Lu Xuan from the eastern region. Gotta eliminate this threat right here, right now. Pei Ling swung his blade, unleashing an incredibly powerful blade chi, flying towards Lu Xuan's shield. Lu Xuan stood inside the shield, glaring at the streams of chi flying towards him. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. Before Lu Xuan's eyes now was a scene of desolation, death, utterly horrifying. He widened his eyes, a cold sneer on his face. The southern region actually has a disciple who can cultivate blade intent like this? Interesting. Suddenly, cracks appeared on Lu Xuan's shield. Pei Ling's blade chi strike shattered Lu Xuan's shield. Seeing this, Pei Ling's eyebrows arched, a smug smile spreading. It's over. At the same time, outside the secret realm, Li Ping stood before a large mirror, voices indistinguishable. He stared at the head, grinding his teeth, utterly vexed. Power, what the heck is happening inside that secret realm? Lu Xuan, his bare hand radiating spiritual power, tightly gripped Pei Ling's blade. You really have regrettable talent, but this time, you met me. Today, you're destined to die right here in Jingzhong Tian. Seeing this, Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, panicking. Oh no, this Lu Xuan is actually an Earth Dao Foundation Establishment expert. Pei Ling gritted his teeth, his face turning sickly green. Both are Foundation Establishment, so why is he so much stronger than Deng Mingshan? Lu Xuan smirked arrogantly. You little bastard from the southern region. Kneel, beg this old man to spare your corpse. Lu Xuan lunged, his hand transforming into sharp claws, striking towards Pei Ling, making our boy's eyes widen in horror, unable to react. Boom, a shockwave, an explosion like a bomb erupting. After the blast, only Lu Xuan was seen lying in a bamboo thicket. Pei Ling sneered, one hand gripping the Blood River sword, the other the Yansheng blade. So what if your Foundation Establishment? Let's see how you block my blade intent and sword intent. Pei Ling was shocked to see Lu Xuan's body transform into petals. Suddenly, Lu Xuan appeared behind Pei Ling, his sharp claws lunging forward. 5 Poison's Finger? Truly worthy of being a fellow sect member of Wu Tingxi. In terms of blade intent, the Jade Slip mentions an Overlord blade. Unstoppable advance. This move can't be dodged. Pei Ling immediately spun around, unleashed his Overlord blade true intent technique, and slashed out a powerful blade chi, striking Lu Xuan hard. Lu Xuan took the full force of the blade chi, spitting out a huge mouthful of blood. Lu Xuan, vexed and furious, glared at Pei Ling charging with his blade. This kid's cultivation hasn't even reached Foundation Establishment, yet his foundation is stronger than mine. If this continues, it's 1 loss against 10 wins for him. Kid, I'll spare your life for now. Until I come collect it later, watching Lu Xuan transform into petals and fly away. Pei Ling let out a cold hump. Running away that fast, huh? He reached into his robes, searching for something, then frowned angrily, staring ahead. But Lu Xuan, being an Earth Dao Foundation Establishment expert, His 5 poisons finger technique is totally different from Wu Tingxi's. Better neutralize the poison injury first, just to be safe. He took out a detoxification pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed. Pei Ling raised his hand, opening his system panel. System I want to cultivate. Whoa, hold up. Scene changed to somewhere else. Yulu's eyes were wide, mouth agape, staring in astonishment at the mirror before her. When did this Pei Ling guy grasp sword intent and blade intent? He actually made Lu Xuan flee. Qiao Ni stood beside her, her expression perfectly calm. The sword intent? He tricked it out of the ghost hand from Hanshi Villa. As for the blade intent, I was ordered by the master to give it to him a few days ago. Yulu turned pale with fright. But how long ago was that? A girl sitting in a nearby house overheard the entire conversation between Yulu and Xiao Ni. This young lady is Zhou Mioli, a true disciple of Chongming sect, holding a teacup in her hand. Lu Xuan, if nothing unexpected happened, he would probably be ranked first in this competition. To think he was killed halfway through, Mioli curiously asked. Who was fighting Lu Xuan just now? A maid, standing behind her, diligent as a squirrel, replied. His name is Pei Ling, a disciple of Yinfeng. He's the killer who murdered the master's cousin, young Master Zhou Di, not long ago. Mioli sat on a chair, legs crossed, holding her teacup, looking at the mirror in front of her. Mioli turned her head back and commanded, Zhou Di was a useless fellow, not worth mentioning. However, Pei Ling is another matter. Go find out his preferences. Even Li Liu might give me, Zhou Mioli, more attention. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, 2 people were playing a game of cat and mouse. The man holding a hot item in his hand was Yi Zicheng, a disciple of the northern region. He grinned smugly. Old, you can't escape. Stop, and I'll give you a quick, painless death. The man in front was Shen Jia, a disciple of the southern region, desperately running for his life. What kind of skill is backstabbing from behind? Suddenly, Shen Jia's eyes widened in surprise as he saw something. He saw Pei Ling cultivating right before his eyes. Shen Jia was overjoyed as if seeing a savior. Senior brother Pei. Shen Jia immediately hid behind Pei Ling, a smug grin spreading on his face. Haha, this is senior brother Pei Ling, the top dog of our southern region. You're about to die. Zicheng gripped his blade tightly. Charging towards Pei Ling, mouth wide in a laugh. The southern region lineage, ever since Luo Tiao's sect was annihilated, only a few frauds were left. Oh, you think I'm scared? Dying early just means I get to respawn faster. I'll personally send you South region losers to meet Luo Tiao. Shen Jia, sweating buckets, screamed in terror. Pei senior brother, wake up! Stop cultivating! The ops are here. Pei Ling remained motionless. Shen Jia, standing behind him, watched with horrified wide eyes as the sharp blade lunged forward. Before the blade could even touch Pei Ling, the system chimed, external attack detected. This cultivation session ends now. Suddenly, a wave of blade chi sliced Zicheng's saber in half, leaving him sweating bullets and utterly shocked. Pei Ling unleashed his Blood Fiend saber art, boosted by the speed of his Blood Ghost evasion art, instantly sending Zicheng to the great beyond without even a whimper. Shen Jia rushed forward, hugging Pei Ling tightly, grinning from ear to ear. Many thanks, senior brother Pei, for saving me? If not for you, I'd probably be chilling with my ancestors right now. Pei Ling, bewildered, thought, Bro, who is this? I have absolutely zero recollection. Pei Ling, quickly, any more enemies? Shen Jia looked around. Probably all clear. But this area seems to be Jade Bloodwolf territory. No sooner had he finished speaking than Pei Ling and Shen Jia's hair stood on end as a thunderous roar echoed. A giant paw with sharp claws stepped out from the dense woods. Jade Bloodwolves with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs stepped out. Pei Ling and Shen Jia stood back to back, completely surrounded by the pack. Every single Jade Bloodwolf was above the 7th layer of the Enlightened Wisdom stage. Shen Jia trembled violently, sobbing. Senior brother, this time I'm really meeting my grandma in the afterlife. Pei Ling, with a helpless look, was about to say, hey, you can still, muttering, ugh, you're even worse than I am at this. Pei Ling extended his hand, flashing a confident smile. Looking at the Jade Blood Wolf pack before them. Don't be scared, this young master is here, I guarantee. Before he could finish, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as a dazzling golden rope instantly bound his body, wrapped up like a human burrito. Pei Ling was speechless, annoyed, watching Shen Jia's figure scramble away at top speed. When disaster strikes, everyone fends for themselves, truly fitting for the style of this treacherous sect. Watching the Jade Blood Wolves charging at him, Pei Ling showed no fear. He instantly shattered the binding rope, drawing his Yin Sheng Dao and Shui He Jian, unleashing his Blood River Sword intent and Overlord Saber True Meaning, gifting these Jade Blood Wolves a combo of sword and saber chi. After easily dealing with the pack of Jade Blood Wolves, Pei Ling used his Blood Ghost evasion art and flew off to hunt more demon beasts. This was one of the ways to earn points in the Mirror Sky realm, and killing so many probably netted him a decent score. He wielded his deadly weapons, his eyes sparkling like stars, chasing after the scattering Jade Blood Wolves. Don't run, I haven't killed enough yet. Suddenly, a massive paw with sharp claws stepped forward, appearing before Pei Ling. It was the Wolf King of the Jade Blood Wolves, speaking, you're a junior from the Chongming sect here for cultivation trials. Leave now, and I can spare your life. Seeing the Wolf King before him, Pei Ling showed no fear, smiling faintly. It can actually speak human language. This Wolf King, at least at the Foundation establishment stage, must be worth a ton of points. Pei Ling fiddled with the weapons in his hands and charged quickly towards the Wolf King. Thanks, little wolf demons, for bringing me points right to my doorstep. Hearing this, the Wolf King bared its fangs, raised its claws, and let out an enraged roar. You don't know your place. You'll surely be buried in the Mirror Sky realm. After a while, the Wolf King, beaten to a pulp by Pei Ling, continued to howl. I still prefer my arrogant look from before. Young hero, please spare my life. From now on, my clan will be at your beck and call. Follow your orders? Killing you could get me a ton of points, so why should I spare you?
Hearing Pei Ling say this, the Wolf King grew even more terrified. Young hero, please reconsider.
The truly valuable thing this mirror sky realm are the heavenly treasures and earthly wonders that have grown in this small world for many years. My clan has lived in the mirror sky realm for nearly 100 years. We know all about the heavenly treasures and earthly wonders. Pei Ling stared intently at the glass shard he held in his hand. Killing 100 demon wolves only netted 100 plus points. Looks like I still need to collect heavenly treasures and earthly wonders to truly pull ahead. Pei Ling climbed onto the Wolf King's back, who was now obediently behaving like a puppy. Alright then, I'll spare your dog life. The Wolf King then glanced at a wolf whose mouth held Shinjia's corpse. That evil creature who wanted to harm you has already been dealt with by my clan. Dare to harm, master? This is the consequence. Pei Ling raised his hand, opening the system panel, a thrilled smile on his face. Dead is dead, so let's put it to good use. There are probably 2 more cultivator corpses around here. Go get them for me. I want to refine them into external fiends. The Wolf King immediately replied, Okay, master. Without hesitation, this kid Pei Ling is too demonic, truly worthy of being a disciple of the demonic sect. His future is boundless. Meanwhile, back with Pei Ling, the system chimed, Cultivation complete. Thank you, host, for using the system. If satisfied, please leave a 5-star rating. Pei Ling stretched lazily, then looked at the Wolf King standing beside him. Joyfully, master, during your cultivation, a few small demons came to bother you, but my clan forced them to scram. Well done. Now, take me to find heavenly treasures and earthly wonders nearby. After that, the Wolf King and Pei Ling began collecting them. Acquired Shi Shui Mu plus 99 points, acquired Shui Ling Shen plus 199 points, acquired Guju Xingbing plus 299 points. Pei Ling sat on the Wolf King's back, clutching a pile of heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, grinning ear to ear. This is over 1,000 points already. Collecting heavenly treasures and earthly wonders for points really is easy. Little Wolf, are there any other treasures around? The Wolf King turned its head back and said, Ahead is the territory of the Guimian Taohua Yao. There's some spirit iron there, much more valuable than the Shi Shua Mu and Shua Ling Shen. That Guimian Taohua Yao is an enemy of my wolf clan. We can use this opportunity to eliminate it. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as he saw something on the glass shard he held in his hand. A red dot appeared, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Are there other people nearby? Pei Ling stared intently at the figure lurking behind a tree. He reached out and patted the Wolf King's head, whispering, Doggo later, stay close to me to guard against any sneak attacks. The Wolf King immediately replied, Yes, master. Pei Ling stomped hard on the Wolf King's back, then jumped off, drawing his Yin Sheng Dao and unleashing countless powerful blade chi waves forward. Lu Xuan, hidden behind a tree, peeked out, utterly surprised by what he saw. Suddenly, the tree Lu Xuan was standing behind violently swayed, then toppled. Lu Xuan crossed his arms, forming a shield, glaring resentfully forward. Damn it, him! He was so furious he almost spat blood, seeing Pei Ling's innocent expression. It's you, little brat, again? Lu Xuan frowned, his gaze sharp and cold. Only a few minutes since we last met, and this kid's saber technique is even stronger. Plus, he's fully recovered from the poison, and even acquired stuff. How come I've never heard of such a heavenly prodigy in the outer sect before? Pei Ling flashed a smug smile, holding the saber in his hand, radiating saber intent forward. Perfect timing. An Earth Path Foundation establishment cultivator like you must have plenty of magic treasures. Lu Xuan held a pill in his hand, howling resentfully and furiously. Pei Ling, you're literally courting death. I didn't want to use my trump card so soon, but you forced my hand. Seeing this, Pei Ling frowned, his eyes fixed on the pill. A pill? That pill? Could it be the Chijue Zhenhun-san? Even Fairy Li couldn't resist it back then. If I get hit, will I just let him cut me down? Pei Ling reached forward, ordering the Wolf King, charge and catch the incoming Chijue Zhenhun-san. Boom! A shockwave, a massive explosion erupted. Pei Ling raised his hand to shield himself, blocking the turbulent winds from the explosion. As the dust settled, the Wolf King was revealed, lying on the ground, tongue lolling out, tears streaming, whimpering. Are wolf lives not lives too? Pei Ling smiled awkwardly. Sorry, doggo. Seeing this, Lu Xuan was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. Ah yeah, damn it. The Chijue Zhenhun-san is a trump card of my Luotiao lineage. How did he know about it? I have to flee for now. I'll find an opportunity to kill him later. Watching Lu Xuan transform into a black wisp of chi and flee, Pei Ling suddenly yelled, Don't run, Lu Xuan, as Lu Xuan booked it into the peach blossom forest. Pei Ling used his blood ghost evasion art to chase after him, making Lu Xuan even more terrified. Senior brother, where are you running to? A dignified Earth Path Foundation establishment cultivator, being chased by a mere chi refining cultivator. If this gets out, won't I become a total joke? Pei Ling, do you really have to fight me to the death like this? While chasing Lu Xuan, Pei Ling spotted a glowing stone in the distance. Is that spirit iron? It seems Lu Xuan also doesn't know this is the Peach Blossom Demon's territory. Found it, and barely broke a sweat, Pei Ling thought, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Pei Ling unleashed his blood ghost evasion, blade aimed straight at Lu Xuan, lunging forward. Oh yeah, it was a battle to the death. Lu Xuan gritted his teeth, body flickering to the side just in time to avoid Pei Ling's slash. Lu Xuan stared at Pei Ling, who was now sitting on the ground, his eyes full of suspicion. What kind of game is this kid playing now? He wondered. Little did he know, Pei Ling was sneakily reaching for the star iron right under his nose. With the star iron secured, Pei Ling took off like a bat out of hell, leaving a trail of smoke. Yo, all you demon cultivators out there. He's the one who told me to steal this star iron. If you've got beef, go find him, Lu Xuan, he shouted. What are you standing there for, dumbass? Suddenly, Liu Xuan spun around, a cold sweat breaking out as he heard unsettling, sinister laughter echoing from behind. What greeted Liu Xuan's eyes were grotesque human faces growing from the peach tree trunks, all sporting eerie smiles. Finally, a living soul. If you've stolen something, then come and play with me. Liu Xuan found himself tightly wrapped in the peach blossom demon's vines, looking like a human spring roll. He screamed furiously, "Pei Ling, you absolute bastard, I'll never forgive you." Meanwhile, back with Pei Ling, our boy was staring intently at the star iron in his palm. A wide grin spreading across his face. This star iron is genuinely a cool piece of gear. So many points from this trip was definitely worth it. Covered in mud, Lang Wang the Wolf King timidly padded closer to Pei Ling. "Master, you're back so soon?" "Did you just let that little rascal escape?" Pei Ling gently patted Lao Wang, a cunning, almost evil smile playing on his lips. "You stupid dog, what kind of talk is that?" "Who said I let him run away? I just found him a new playmate." Meanwhile, Li Yu was observing Liu Xuan getting tied up by the peach blossom demon through a crystal pane, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Wu Lu put a hand to her mouth, whispering to Qiao Ji next to her, "Big sis, did you see that?" Master just smiled. Qiao Jie, with a completely unbothered expression, smirked. Such cunning minds, such ruthless tactics. Truly worthy of a demonic sect disciple. I am perfectly suited to be Master's subordinate, unlike some other useless individual who can only provide a bit of value in a mine. Night fell inside the secret realm. Pei Ling sat there, yawning widely, flanked by Lang Wang and his pack of jade blood wolves. "Master, maybe we should go scavenge that kid's body now? I'm starving for some fresh meat. What's the hurry?" "Jing Zhongtian's is huge. He's not getting away," Pei Ling replied. Suddenly, the campfire in front of him flickered out, leaving him utterly bewildered. Then a remnant soul materialized, its eyes glowing eerily, a demonic face staring out from under a skull lantern that pulsed with dark, oppressive demonic energy. This was no ordinary remnant soul, it was Du Gui's cultivator. Seeing this, Pei Ling's brows furrowed, staring intently ahead, a cold sweat beating on his forehead, utterly terrified. "Holy crap, is this dude here to off me? When did I ever offend a core formation big shot?" Du Gui, seeing Pei Ling's extreme vigilance, spoke up, "Young friend, there's no need to be scared. I am Du Gui, a merchant sent here by the Holy Sect. By order, I've specifically come here to sell you 3 treasures." Pei Ling clasped his hands, a happy smile blooming. "Phew, as long as he's not here to kill me, we're good. Gotta be extra nice to this guy later, can't be making any more enemies." "Excuse me, senior, what treasures are you selling, and what kind of payment do you accept?" Just then, the skull lantern in Dugui's hand opened and a potent aura burst forth from within. 3 treasures flew out: the demon-taming blood pact, the Tao Foundation talisman, and the spirit eruption art. Dugay raised a hand, reminding him, "These treasures are exchanged with contribution points, and each item can only be purchased once. Young friend, choose wisely." Upon hearing this, Pei Ling's brows arched, his eyes now blazing with pure, unadulterated desire. "Damn, all 3 of these are top-tier goods. Too bad I can only pick one." Doogie picked up the spirit eruption art, holding it out towards Pei Ling, who couldn't help but gasp in admiration. "Young friend, while this spirit eruption art might be a bit pricey in contribution points, it's a growth-type cultivation technique, not some one-and-done consumable. Come on, pick one already. I've still got to go hawk my wares to the second-ranked dude." Pei Ling put a hand to his chin, brows furrowed, staring at the spirit eruption art in Dugui's hand. "Spirit eruption art, just hearing the name makes my blood boil." Just then, a system notification popped up, detecting unusual spell technique from external source. System is currently copying it for the host. Dugui flashed a sly grin. "Thinking is good, but acting is better. Just hit my account with those points." Pei Ling, however, pointed forward, choosing the Tao Foundation talisman instead. Dugui froze solid for a full 5 seconds. Dugui huffed, clearly annoyed, and stomped off. Pei Ling glanced at the Tao Foundation talisman in his hand, a smug smirk twisting his lips. "Alright, life-saving item secured. As for the spirit eruption art, cultivating it needs chi-imbued artifacts, like the relics from my old mountain villa comrades. Perfect. Now I can cultivate it boldly and without a care." Pei Ling grinned, excitement bubbling as the system notification popped up. "Cultivation technique acquired. Please name it, host." "Just call it Spirit Eruption Art," Pei Ling decided. "Time is precious. The sooner I master this Spirit Eruption Art, the more winning chances I'll have." Pei Ling turned his head, instructing Lang Wang, "Listen, dog, if I suddenly travel somewhere else later, you better give a good clap, alright? System," he commanded, "one-click cultivation for Spirit Eruption Art. System notification, cultivation AI system sincerely at your service. During cultivation, host will temporarily lose control of their body. Please do not panic." Pei Ling, now under system control, struck an epic, impossibly cool pose. Surging spiritual energy erupted from him. Detecting cultivation materials require 1 chi artifact. Detecting a high-grade chi artifact, he stretched out his hand, summoning a wicked bone lance. As he gripped it, a powerful surging aura erupted from the weapon. Pei Ling smirked, utterly delighted. "This bone lance is one of my comrade's relics. Looks like there's no going back on the plan now." Under the system's control, Pei Ling pulsed with surging spiritual energy, then swung his arm, hurtling the bone lance forward. The bone lance flew towards Dugui. "Wait, no, that's not right." Seeing this, both Pei Ling and Lang Wang's eyes went wide as Saucer's jaws dropped, completely flustered. "Oh crap, we're so screwed." Boom! A deafening shockwave, a heaven-shattering explosion like a tactical nuke, sent massive columns of smoke billowing into the sky. Suddenly, a stray rock smacked Pei Ling right on the head. Simultaneously, the system notified. Detecting external attack on host. System is currently removing control from host. Pei Ling's eyes turned feral, fists clenched. "Egg, you stupid dog." Didn't I tell you to only clap me when I traveled to another place? Lang blinked, utterly bewildered. But master, you were going to another place. The smoke and dust finally cleared, revealing a lone figure standing in a massive, fresh crater on the ground. Dugui rubbed his bald head, his eyes turning pitch black, radiating murderous intent and erupting with pure demonic energy. His fists clenched, his eyes blazing with fury. Surging demonic energy radiating outwards, he opened his mouth and roared, "You wretch, lowly bastard!" Pei Ling and Lang Wang tucked tail and booked it, running so fast their pants almost fell off. Crash! With a loud bang, Pei Ling furiously sprinted forward, glancing back to see his jade snow wolves being blown sky high, which only intensified his terror. Holy mother of sex, I've really pissed off a core formation big shot this time. Dookie watched Pling and Lang Wang flee, grinding his teeth, absolutely seething with vexation and boundless fury. Don't you ever let me see your face again. If it wasn't for these goddamn competition rules stopping me from attacking disciples, I would have already annihilated that punk. Scene transitioned to Lu Xuan. He popped a magic pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Lu Xuan sat under a tree clutching his chest, fuming with bitterness. Damn it, how did Pei Ling manage to tame that wolf demon so easily? I had to burn all my trump cards just to barely kill that peach blossom demon. If I run into that brat again, what the hell am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Dugui materialized directly in front of Lu Xuan, making him turn Ashen. Senior, Lu Xuan was too utterly done to even speak, staring at the two treasures Dugui unceremoniously dumped right in front of him. This old man is in a bad mood today. You have 3 seconds. Damn it, choose faster. Lu Xuan, however, beamed brightly, pointing to the demon-taming blood pact. I choose this one. Dugui glared at Lu Xuan with a terrifying expression, making the young man break out in a cold sweat, terrified. This trash, he'll definitely never make the top ranks, just a waste of the sect's resources. Lu Xuan scratched his head, a completely blank expression on his face. What is this thing? How do I even use it? Pei Ling stood in contemplation, the glass pane in his hand, the pane displayed intently at the glass contribution points. 739, rank 1, East Domain Lu Xuan, rank 3, North Domain Zhukong, rank 4, North Domain, South Domain Gong, rank 5, West Domain Ding Hailu. Pei Ling's brows furrowed in thought. Lu Xuan's rank was so high just now, meaning he definitely took down that peach blossom demon to get its natural treasures. His drop in rank now? That means he spent all his contribution points buying stuff from Du Gui, that old ghost. Standing beside him, Lang Wang hastily asked, "Master, you seriously gave me a fright just now. What's the plan next?" Pei Ling straightened up, a cunning grin spreading across his face. "Naturally, we're going to strike while the iron's hot." Scene transitioned to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan stared at the demon-taming blood pact in his hand, roaring with laughter. Haha, so this demon-taming blood pact lets me form a contract with a demon beast. You little punk, Pei Ling, your death day is nigh. Suddenly, Pei Ling, who knows when he got there, was standing right beside Lu Xuan, making the latter break out in a cold sweat, absolutely terrified. Not bad at all. This is precisely what I need. Lu Xuan leaped back, instinctively hiding the demon-taming blood pact behind his back, then screamed directly at Pei Ling. Pei Ling, you're going too far. Why are you only targeting me? Can't you just leave me alone? Pei Ling just shrugged. What can I do? Who told us to have such a special relationship? So bro, how about you let me borrow that demon-taming blood pact you're holding there for a bit, huh? Lu Xuan frantically flung something forward. You can't have the demon-taming blood pact. This spiritual item here isn't ordinary either. After mastering cultivation, he can break through the veil. We're even now, right? Pei Ling smirked, reaching out to grab the spirit art flying towards him. I'll take this spirit art. The monster-taming blood contract has to be mine too. After all, you just wanted to deal with me, so I can't just let you slide, can I? Lu Xuan roared. You shameless bastard, he was fuming, pulling out a 5-colored pill. You rely on your talent to look down on others, but your arrogance will be your downfall. This 5 poisons pill is our lineage's ultimate secret. It boosts all my power, but it'll also wreck my internal organs. I refuse to believe this move won't take you down. Without another word, Lu Xuan popped the 5 poisons pill into his mouth and swallowed. Immediately, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Xuan, sending waves of chaotic energy all around him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuan transformed into a completely different form, his face covered in bulging blue veins, his eyes burning red, and a sinister grin stretching across his lips. Seeing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened in shock. Did bro just use his trump card? Perfect timing for me to test my new technique. Lu Xuan's eyes darkened, and he let out a malevolent laugh. Pei Ling thought Lu Xuan would charge in for a fight, but after juicing up, Lu Xuan bolted like a scared rabbit, leaving Pei Ling utterly speechless, his face dark. Pei Ling sneered, extending his hand forward and channeling spiritual energy into his palm. You messing with this, daddy? Pei Ling immediately unleashed the explosive spirit art, manifesting a long saber from his spiritual energy and slashing forward. The long saber aimed at Lu Xuan, shooting towards him at high speed. Boom! With a resounding shock, the long saber collided with Lu Xuan, creating an earth-shattering explosion and billowing smoke. As the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed Lu Xuan kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth in resignation. Pei Ling, looks like you got some moves, but let's cut the BS. Hand over the goods if you know what's good for you. Lu Xuan flashed a sinister smile, flinging the monster-taming blood contract away. You want this monster-taming blood contract? Then come and get it yourself. Pei Ling happily rushed over, reaching out to grab the monster-taming blood contract. It was almost in his grasp. Just as Pei Ling let his guard down, a giant spiritual energy hand appeared right in front of him. Ling Wang, who appeared out of nowhere, blocked the giant hand, getting hit so hard he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Pei Ling reached out and caressed Ling Wang's cheek, smiling brightly. Good boy. Pei Ling and Ling Wang watched Lu Xuan flee, practically with his pants around his ankles. Master, that kid still has energy to run. Should we chase him? This dude is like chives. Cut one bunch and another will grow. Let's keep him alive to gather rare treasures. After all, in the end, it'll all be mine. After Lu Xuan fled, Pei Ling and Ling Wang sat down to rest under a tree. According to the blood contract, a spirit beast cannot disobey its master's will. All spirit beasts belong to the master. Seeing Pei Ling's bright gleaming eyes staring at him, Ling Wang panicked. Master, using this on me is too wasteful. I should save it to protect my kin in Jingzhongtian. There are many powerful spirit beasts. Let me introduce a few to Master. Ling Wang began listing spirit beasts for Pei Ling, the three-tailed spirit leopard in the northern mountain, fast, fierce, and warlike. The green-winged dragon steed with Jiao dragon bloodline can detoxify poisons. The human-headed python, when it cries, it can bewitch the minds of the irresolute. And the snowfox demon, who after claiming to be of the azure demon bloodline, was captured by Shengzong and brought into Jingzhongtian. She's skilled in illusion techniques and likes to eat human hearts. Pei Ling was surprised to see Ling Wang trembling as he spoke. Bro, you shook? This snowfox demon strength is definitely extraordinary. Pei Ling rested his hands on his knees and slowly stood up, his expression utterly calm. Alright then, let's pick the snowfox demon. Master, how about we choose another one? This snowfox demon isn't easy to deal with. No risk, no reward, right? If it's easy to deal with, I wouldn't even bother. The scene shifts to the mountain valley of Jingzhongtian. On a tree branch, a white fox with a hint of blue was sleeping. This fox was precisely the snowfox demon. Pei Ling and Ling Wang hid in the bushes, peeking out. Master, that's her. Let's just rush it. Get this over with. The sound reached the snowfox demon, making her open her eyes. Pei Ling, holding the Yansheng saber, looked up at the snowfox demon on the branch and roared. Quickly sign the monster-taming blood contract with me now. I'll spare your life. The snowfox demon calmly replied. All right. Then sign it. Pei Ling and Ling Wang's eyes widened, their mouths agape. Wait, what just happened? Pei Ling scratched his head, an awkward smile on his face, and asked, aren't you going to resist a little? The snowfox demon stretched, looking bored. Resist what? I'm sick of this hellhole. I just want to go for a walk. Seeing the snowfox demon approach him, Pei Ling took out the monster-taming blood contract, smiling excitedly. Great, then sign the blood contract. Afterwards, Pei Ling and the snowfox demon dripped their blood onto the monster-taming blood contract and sealed it. Pei Ling's eyebrows arched, and he smiled smugly as he looked at the contract. I thought there would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect it to be so smooth. The snowfox demon stood before Pei Ling and spoke. Master, don't you need to gather rare treasures to get points and win this competition, right? That's right. What's wrong? The snowfox demon then took out countless heavenly treasures and earthly riches. I've accumulated these in Jingzhongtian over the past few years. This should be enough, right? Seeing the pile of treasures before him, Pei Ling's eyes lit up like stars, and he couldn't stop smiling. Holy crap, so many rare treasures. These must be worth at least tens of thousands of points, right? Is heaven finally throwing me a bone after getting scammed by this doggone system? Suddenly, Pei Ling unexpectedly frowned, looking at the smoke swirling around him. In an instant, the space around Pei Ling changed, surprising him. What's going on? Pei Ling was surprised to see Sun Hong standing there, hands clasped behind his back. Congratulations, Pei Ling. You've successfully accumulated 10,000 points in Jingzhongtian, and you've taken first place in the outer sect competition. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened, and he grinned delightedly. I got first place in the outer sect competition? Suddenly, Wu Liu and Xiao Ni appeared, surprising Pei Ling. Not bad at all. Master Pei Ling, I really didn't misjudge you. Su Tai and Su Mian appeared behind Pei Ling, smiling happily. Previously, this humble girl was blind and offended Junior Brother Pei. I hope Junior Brother Pei will forgive me. Pei Ling, are you really the genius of our sect? From now on, Shi Jingmai will no longer oppose you. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Pei Ling, your performance wasn't bad. Seeing Li Wei embracing him, Pei Ling's face flushed red, stunned. Xianzi, is this real? Li Wei stuck out her tongue and licked Pei Ling's ear. Of course it's real. Seeing this, Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes full of suspicion. No, my Li Xianzi isn't this. Liud, damn it, it's another illusion controlling me. Pei Ling looked up at the sky, opened his mouth, and roared, System, I want to cultivate the spirit art. The system announced, Cultivation AI system at your devoted service. Can complete cultivation requires Wang Yu Mu. Wang Yu Mu detected. System is continuing cultivation for you. Pei Ling's face turned sickly green, and he reached out to take out the Wang Yu Mu. What luck! First I found the Han clan's treasure, and now even unheard of treasures were among them. When I go back, I'll have to burn more spirit money for Han Sigu. Immediately, Pei Ling crushed the Wang Yu Mu. Pei Ling raised both hands to block in front of him. The illusions vanished instantly. The surrounding scenery began to distort and warp. The system announced, this cultivation session is complete. Thank you, host, for using the system. If you're satisfied, please give us 5 stars. Pei Ling wearily wiped his sweat, sighing in relief. The illusion has disappeared. That was really dangerous. He turned his head to look to the side, and his eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. At that moment, Ling Wang was sticking out his tongue, drooling, looking at the pile of poop in front of him. Woof woof, I'm a dog. I like to eat poop. The snowfox demon stuck out her tongue, licked her paw, and coldly snorted. You actually managed to escape my illusion again? Pei Ling was furious, holding the Yansheng saber in his hand, rushing forward and yelling, Little fox demon, you won't trick me a second time. Just accept your fate and die. Pei Ling swung his saber to strike the Snow Fox demon, but it was just an illusion created by the Snow Fox demon. In a flash, Sei suddenly transformed into an incredibly cute doggo. He turned his head to look back, his eyes filled with fury, his cheeks flushed red. Wrong. This is also a dog? An illusion. System, I want to cultivate the Bloodlust Saber art. The system announced, Cultivation AI system at your devoted service. Now commencing cultivation. During cultivation, the host will lose control of their body. Please do not be afraid. Pei Ling returned to normal, holding the Yansheng saber in his hand, glancing at the Snow Fox demon hiding nearby. The system continued to announce, scan complete. Cultivating the Bloodlust Saber art requires vital blood essence. The system will freely provide 2 Foundation Establishment Realm Spirit Beasts for you. Without missing a beat, Pei Ling swung his saber, unleashing a wave of saber energy that struck the Snow Fox demon hard. The Snow Fox demon landed, sliding a distance, bearing, how can this be? How could he break it? Ling Wang pounced, pinning Pei Ling to the ground, his face joyful. A super big giant pile of poop! The system announced, external attack detected. This cultivation session ends here. Pei Ling was fuming, his eyes blazing, and he swung a kick, sending Ling Wang flying backward. Don't cause any more trouble. He watched the nimble figure of the Snow Fox demon fleeing. Pei Ling frowned, staring ahead with a smug smile. Trying to escape? Do you think I can't find your true form? He tapped the system panel. System, I want to cultivate the explosive spirit art. In a flash, in Pei Ling's hand was a spiritual energy manifestation, like a flaming boat emitting surging spiritual energy. Then, Pei Ling threw the spiritual energy manifestation rapidly forward. Boom! With a resounding shock, the spiritual energy manifestation hit the Snow Fox demon, creating an incredibly terrifying explosion. Pei Ling frowned, looking into the smoke and dust. As the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed a young woman in torn clothes sitting on the ground. Sob, sob. Are you bullying me? This young woman was the Snow Fox demon in her transformed state. She sat on the ground, putting on a pitiful face, whining and playing the victim. It hurts so much. I can't get up anymore. Help a girl out, won't you? Ling Wang's fierce eyes, showing off teeth whiter than his own face. Master, how about I just bite her to death? Boilang stands before Shui Hu Yao, one hand holding the Imperial blood contract, the other pressing his blade to her neck. Get up, sign the contract. Wah, so fierce! Shui Hu Yao immediately busts out the beauty trap, eyes glistening. Master, this one will obey you in the future. No need to sign that. You can save it for taming other demon beasts. Boilang hears this, his previously gloomy expression now twisting into a terrifying smile. Alright then, no contract, and I'll just carve up your face, then chop you into pieces for points. Shui Hu Yao, finger-dripping blood, signs the Imperial blood contract. Seriously, to make a noble green demon bloodline like myself sign this lowly slave contract, this is just my luck. Boilang takes the Imperial blood contract, his face cold. Alright, Fox Scum, keeping you alive cost me a lot of points, so you better compensate me. Where in this Jingzhongtian can I find some heavenly treasures? Tell me now. Shui Huyao is fuming, smoke practically coming out of her head. I am not Fox Scum. I have a name, call me Yu Shui Jiao. If master wants heavenly treasures, I do know a few good spots. Spill it, Yongxi Xiaoju has Corpse King flowers with condensed corpse chi. Zuke has 1,000-year-old spirit bamboo worth a fortune. Rumeng Ling is quite far from here, but heavenly treasures are everywhere. These places are all super dangerous. Going in means at least losing an arm or a leg. If you don't respect my noble Green Demon Mountain bloodline, I'll make you pay. Boilong pulls out a crystal mirror, ordering Shui Jiao. Alright, then you have 3 days to go to those places you mentioned and get me the heavenly treasures. What the hell? Shu Zhao plops down, crying and throwing a tantrum. This one is so heavily injured, she needs rest. Boilong interrogates her. What are you scared of? It's just getting some heavenly treasures, isn't it? You're not willing to risk your life for me? He frowns, looks into the crystal mirror, and a sinister smile spreads across his face. Lu Xuan's score is already first place. Time to cut him down. Doggo, let's get to work. Hearing this, Lang Wang's eyes gleam brightly, letting out a bark. Boilong leaves, not forgetting to call back. Fox, you only have 3 days. Zhou Jiao is bitter. Sooner or later, there will be a day I get my revenge. Scene transition to inside a cave. Lu Xuan stands, hands clasped behind his back, a smug grin on his face. Lu, senior brother, this is the sweet dewgrass I just collected. Once the other senior brothers and sisters return, senior brother will have enough for 10,000 cultivation points. The 2 people kneeling on the ground are Ju Kong and Ran Tuotuo, trembling all over. We're also Foundation Establishment cultivators, yet we have to endure this servitude. How truly humiliating. This Lucian really stops at nothing, pretending to cooperate, then poisoning us. Lucian takes the sweet dew grass, a triumphant smile on his face. Very good, once this is done, I will give you the antidote. Disciples from the east, west, north, and south regions have all fallen to my poison, becoming my pawns. Builang, if I can't beat you alone, then I'll just unite all the cultivators in Jingzhongtian to kill you. Suddenly, his eyes widened, startled by a familiar voice echoing toward him. Well, if it isn't my old bro again. Boilang and Lang Wang step into the cave, raising a hand in greeting. Why are you hiding in such a tiny little place, huh? It's hard to find a bro like this. Lu Xuan, flustered, puts his hand forward, ordering Tuotuo and Jukong Yutsu go stop him. Boing watches Lu Xuan run off, leaving Tuotuo and Jukong to block him and lets out a sigh. No wonder his score went up so fast. So he found some helpers, huh? Boilong's eyes dark and his fists clenching. Everyone's from the Yinjian sect. Do we really need more brothers slaughtering each other? Boilang sneers coldly, ordering Lang Wang, who stands by his side. Doggo, these 2 are yours. I'm gonna cut some leeks. Woof woof. Don't worry, leave them to me. As soon as he finishes speaking, Bui Lang and Lang Wang rush forward at warp speed. In a flash, Lang Wang pounces, pinning Zhukong and Tuo to the ground, while Bui Lang uses the blood ghost escape technique to chase after Lu Xuan. Lang Wang stomps his paws hard on Zhukong and Tuo, making them cough up big mouthfuls of blood and scream tragically. Scene transition to Bui Lang's side. With the speed of the blood ghost escape technique, he catches up to Lu Xuan. Don't run. Do you really think you can escape? If you have any last words, just say them now. Lu Xuan is drenched in sweat, trembling like a leaf. Ruan Tuo and Zhukong, two Foundation establishment cultivators, couldn't even stop him. Bui Lang, I can give you anything you want. These are heavenly treasures and the cultivation method for the soul-suppressing powder, a secret skill from the Luochao Mai sect that I ordered others to collect. I beg you, spare my life. As he's begging, a blade strike comes flying. Bui Lang, with a cold expression, swings his blade, gifting Lu Xuan a one-way ticket to see the banana. If you die, won't everything be mine anyway? Scene transition to Yongxi Xiaoju. Two dudes are digging through dirt and rocks, looking for something. Disciple obeys. Junior sister, I'll listen to you. Ha ha ha. I'm the first place winner in this competition. Shui Zhao is currently lying on a tall tree nearby, looking down at these people. Her hands are behind her head, legs crossed. Being possessed by a corpse ghost can be fatal. Luckily, these fellow disciples of that dogmaster can be cannon fodder, allowing me to safely leave this human realm. Even if it's an illusion, it's still a good deal for them. From within the dirt and rocks, streams of black spiritual energy fly out. These three dudes immediately embrace the eerie remnant souls into their bodies. Junior sister, what are you doing? Senior brother, have you finally accepted me? Shuzhao stomps her foot hard on the branch. Alright, the corpse ghosts have possessed these tools. It's time for me to make my move. She transforms back into her fox form, reaching out a paw to grab the corpse king flower. Shuzhao stands on the tree looking down at the three people sprawled on the ground. Dogmaster's fellow disciples are all dead here. Looks like I'll have to find another way to deal with that dogmaster. Scene transition to Bing Xia Lu. Sun Hong looks into the mirror in front of him, stroking his beard. He alone cut down 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, and with the newly tamed Shui Hu Yao, he eliminated the remaining opponents. Relying on his own strength, he annihilated the disciples from all 4 regions. Bui Long, this kid actually has the demeanor of the founding patriarch from back then. Li Ping observes Bui Long through the mirror, a pleased smile on his face. Only one person surviving the outer sect competition, truly unprecedented in history. Who would have thought my South region's Huoyan Peak also produced such a heaven-defying genius? Scene transition to Li Yue, who is sitting on a chair, legs crossed, observing Bui Long through the mirror. She raises a hand to her chin, eyes wide with surprise. This scheme, even I couldn't have predicted it. Li Yue hurriedly asks Wu Lu and Qiao Mei, who are standing nearby, what do you think his reward should be after this is all over? Qiao Mei replies, Master Dongming Shan is managing the Yinlu mine. How about letting Bui Long temporarily replace him as the vein master of the Jinsang vein? Hearing this, Li Yue raises a hand, a slight smile on her lips. Good, and while we're at it, give Dongming Shan a little punishment. That trash-tier loser. So many years of cultivation and still no progress, he should be refined a bit more. Suddenly, the water surface violently ripples, streams of spiritual energy rising. In an instant, Bui Long and Xie Jiao are teleported out of the Jingzhongtian's secret realm. Bui Long scratches his head, looking around in a daze. I just finished dealing with Lu Xuan's corpse, and I haven't even collected 10,000 points yet. Why are we out already? He's surprised to see Li Yue sitting nearby. Huh? Even Fairy Li Yue, they're all here? Sun Hong reaches out, a joyful smile on his face, announcing loudly, Disciple Bui Lang of the Huoyan Peak South region is the first place winner of this outer sect competition. Congratulations, young friend. Seeing the scenes before him, Bui Lang mutters to himself. This scene, it looks so familiar. Could that stinky fox be messing with me using illusions? Bui Lang's forehead darkens, bitterness and veins pulsing on his face. She even dared to lay hands on her master, who signed a blood contract with her. I must teach this stinky fox a lesson. System, I want to cultivate the exploding spirit art. Bui Lang, controlled by the system, draws his blade, pours spiritual energy into it, opens his mouth and lets out a loud roar, then lets go, throwing it with force. The Yansheng Dao flies rapidly forward. Yansheng Dao, my apologies, Dongming Shan. Sun Hong's eyes widen, startled, as he watches the Yansheng Dao hurtle towards him. Li Yue's expression remains utterly calm, intently observing Sun Hong. With just a single finger, he manages to deflect the incoming Yansheng Dao. In an instant, he shatters the Yansheng Dao into countless pieces. A fragment of the blade flies towards Bui Lang, striking him on the head. The system pinged, confirming the external attack had ceased. Ready to resume cultivation, Pei Ling clutched his head with both hands, his face darker than a charcoal briquette, utterly flustered. Oh that wasn't an illusion. Shui Jiao, looking terrified, said to the dazed Pei Ling, Master, quick! Kneel and beg for forgiveness. You want to die, but I ain't getting buried with you. Pei Ling's eyes darted to the side, his brain processing at warp speed. Oh right. He promptly slapped Shu Jiao upside the head, shouting, then turned, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully to the senior. This disciple was just enchanted by an illusion. If I have offended senior in any way, please forgive me. Sun Hong's brow arched, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I seriously underestimated this kid just now. Dared to ambush me with chi refinement cultivation? Even our founding ancestor might be a bit lacking compared to this. Committing an offense before chi refinement and then being disrespectful to a sect elder while in chi refinement. 2 crimes, double the penalty. That'll probably cost you around 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Pei Ling took out 2 spirit stones with both hands, forcing a smile. Senior, these are 2 mid-grade spirit stones. This junior has memorized your teachings and will absolutely not repeat this mistake. Sun Hong stood in the small courtyard speaking. Considering this is your first offense, I'll let it slide. But if there's a next time, you won't be so lucky. Many thanks for your grace, Senior. Sun Hong stretched out his hand, roaring, causing the water's surface to violently ripple. The demon tribe suddenly knelt, fresh blood blossomed on the water's surface, green wisps of energy rose like mischievous ghosts from beneath the water. A demon head emerged from the lake, then 12 more ghosts taking on various forms. Devils, yakshas, reapers, birdmen. Pei Ling saw this, his brows arched, eyes wide in surprise. The Yin Soul Sect's true power is even greater than I imagined. Song stretched out his hand, smiling. Pei Ling, these are the strongest demon tribes our holy sect has enslaved to date. From now on, keep striving forward, follow in the footsteps of our holy sect's ancestors. Keep enslaving all races and slaughtering all under heaven. Pei Ling clasped his hands together, respectfully saying, This disciple. As you command. Sun Hong opened his mouth, laughing heartily with delight. Ancestors above, today our holy sect gains another promising new blood. Immediately, everyone shouted in unison, Congratulations to our holy sect. Today we gain another promising new blood. Congratulations to our holy sect. Today we gain another promising new blood. Sun Hong gestured, asking the first place winner of the competition, You may choose any true disciple to seek guidance on cultivation. Each true disciple holds a unique inheritance of the sect. Do you have anyone in mind yet? Pei Ling was startled as he saw a pair of feet radiating red energy approach, followed by a voice, Junior Brother Pei. The person who stepped forward was none other than Zhou Miao Li. She placed a hand on her chest, a bright smile on her face. I am Zhou Miao Li, my nature enjoys slaughter, and my blood Dao is exceptionally suitable for you. Pei Ling clasped his hands, a smile gracing his lips. Greetings, Senior Sister Zhou. Miao Li moved closer, her hand caressing Pei Ling's body. From the women of the Zhou clan, you can choose anyone you like to be your concubine. Furthermore, whatever Li Liyue can give you, I can give you 10 times more. Yulu, who had been observing, gnashed her teeth in anger, clenching her fists. Master, that beach Zhou Miao Li always likes to compete with you. Now she wants to snatch Pei Ling right in front of everyone. Do we need to? Liyue cut her off. No, let him choose for himself. Pei Ling stepped back, his lips pursed in thought. Besides, without my Li Liyue, how would I have survived until now? No matter how great the benefits you offer, it's useless. Pei Ling clasped his hands, his tone clear. Apologies, Senior Sister, I choose True Disciple Li. Hearing this, Miao Li froze for 5 seconds, pissed. You! Suddenly, several energy currents flew over, startling Miao Li, who glanced behind her. Li Yue teleported over, reaching up to stroke her hair, a faint smile on her lips. Pei Ling, for the Soul Blade Inheritance Trial, which path have you chosen? Pei Ling immediately replied, reporting, Senior Sister, I choose the Tao of the Blade. Li Yue took out a cultivation technique manual. Cultivation techniques in this world are divided into tiers: mortal, profound, earth, heaven, immortal, and sacred Tao. The basic cultivation method that outer disciples practice is called a top-grade profound tier technique. But this night sky technique is a top-grade earth tier, the Holy Sect's premier blade cultivation technique. Once you reach the core formation stage, I will bestow upon you the ultimate blade technique, the dark flame world incinerating profound grand art. Pei Ling reached out with both hands to receive the technique manual. Many thanks for this gift, Senior Sister. But before he could even touch the manual, Miao Li stopped him. Junior Brother Pei, it's not too late to turn back now. She pressed close to Pei Ling, using a honeyed tone and her charm to entice him. I can spare no expense to find an even better Blade Dao inheritance for you. Miao Li turned to look at Li Yue, who was standing behind her, a disdainful smile on her face. Besides, this cold block of wood doesn't even understand what you male cultivators truly need. How could she possibly help you? Pei Ling clasped his hands together, closing his eyes as he spoke. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior Sister Zhou, but I have already made my choice. It wouldn't be right to regret it now. Li Yue took out a jade slip and held it out to Pei Ling. Here are 10 volumes detailing the forging of enmity-born blades compiled from techniques that led masters to their end. You might as well use this opportunity to personally forge your own weapon. Thank you, Senior Sister. Your kindness to this junior brother will never be forgotten. Miao Li, standing behind them, her eyes darkening, gritted her teeth, pissed off and furious. Li Yue, you want to go against me, don't you? He's just an outer disciple who topped the competition. I don't even care. The system pinged, detecting unfamiliar cultivation techniques and exotic forging methods from the outside world. The system is currently recording them for you. Pei Ling looked at the jade slip and the technique manual in his hands, a grin of excitement and pleasure on his face. After putting away the jade slip and the technique manual, Pei Ling reached into his robes and pulled out a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. Senior Sister, you've been so good to me. It's my turn to repay you. Pei Ling offered the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method to Li Yue with both hands. Senior Sister, this junior brother unexpectedly acquired a special Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method during a past mission. I'd like to present it to you. Miao Li and Sun Hong saw this, their eyes widening in shock. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? How? Miao Li's forehead darkened. She gritted her teeth, trembling with fury. He actually has a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method in his hands. That Li Liyue woman definitely knew about this beforehand. If I had known earlier, even if I had to squander all my wealth, I would have dragged him to my side. Looking at the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method in her hands, Yue's eyes widen in surprise. It's a triple tribulation Tao Foundation. Absolutely no one can know about this otherwise. It will only bring endless trouble. Liu turned her head back to Pei Ling, speaking up. It's merely a single tribulation Heavenly Tao Foundation, that's all. Sun Hong heard this, stroked his beard, and sighed. A single tribulation Heavenly Tao Foundation. Never mind, for a junior, even a single tribulation Tao Foundation is not easy. It shows his sincerity. Sun Hong stretched out his hand, speaking loudly. Disciple Pei Ling, despite his humble background, bravely entered the sect and achieved first place. All disciples should take Pei Ling as an example, strive forward, and strengthen our holy sect. This competition ends here. Send off the ancestors. Nearby, a man wore a smile full of hidden meaning. This man was Su Zhenhei, a true disciple of the Chongming sect, sitting with his legs crossed. He actually obtained a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. Interesting. Scene shift to Zhou Miaoli's dwelling. At this moment, Miaoli clenched her fists and slammed them onto the table. She gritted her teeth, filled with indignant rage. My Zhou clan doesn't have a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. We can only intermarry with the Sihong clan for our Zhou clan's descendants to have a chance at a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If only that Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method had fallen into my hands that day. Then my Zhou clan wouldn't have to live off others anymore. But that Li clan woman still snatched it away. A trembling demon maid beside her spoke up. Master Pei Ling is so insensible, daring to go against your wishes. Should I arrange for someone to... Miaoli's forehead darkened, her brows furrowed in anger. That brat Pei Ling just won first place in the competition and is still in the limelight. It's not easy to make a move on him. What's more, he probably remembers the contents of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. Find an opportunity to approach him. As long as he's willing to hand over the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method, any condition he names will be met. Scene shift to Na Palace. Li Yu asked, how much do you know about Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Pei Ling immediately replied, I only know a little, from the ghost uncle. Currently, the Holy Sect has a total of 3 types of Tao Foundations. The Resurrection Origin Tao Foundation of Shenxi, the Su clan, the Bright Blood Tao Foundation of Fuguang, the Shihong clan, and finally, the Slaughter Maiden Tao Foundation of Jue, the Li clan. All 3 of these are double tribulation Heavenly Tao Foundation establishments. And this Ghost Uncle Tao Foundation that you gave me is a triple tribulation Tao Foundation. The 3 most powerful clans, Su Shihong and Li, will definitely come looking for you. But don't worry, you are my person now. Even my Li clan won't be able to touch you. Finishing her sentence, she flicked her hand, causing the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method to fly forward. Pei Ling reached out and caught the flying Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment method. The contents of the jade slip have been erased by me. You will need it to form the Ghost Uncle Tao Foundation. 3 days from now, come back here to collect all the materials for the Ghost Uncle Tao Foundation. Many thanks, senior sister. Li Yue closed her eyes, ordering Qiao Ni, who was standing behind her. Escort him back. Yes, master. Qiao Ni flew in front of Pei Ling, erupting with an aura that enveloped him. Just like that, Qiao Ni and Pei Ling vanished in a blink. Li Yue propped her chin in her hand, her eyes losing their light. A Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Bro's already got the qualifications to challenge the 4 true inheritances now. Our boy Li Yu's Tao companion just hit true inheritance level 2. Now let's switch scenes to Xuanlan Courtyard. Meanwhile, Shuo Zhao was chilling, legs crossed, on a chair, getting fanned by some random little bro. Shuo Zhao was totally caught off guard when Pei Ling walked in from outside. Yo, Dogmaster, you're back? Pei Ling with a scarce-ass face walked over and pinched Shuo Zhao's ear. What did you just call me? Oops, a slip of the tongue, master, my bad. Pei Ling then glanced behind him. Why hasn't this ghost girl left yet? He quickly asked Qiao Ni. Did senior sister Li Yue give any other orders? Qiao Ni bowed her head, hands clasped, and replied, Master ordered me to stay by your side and protect you from now on. Pei Ling immediately rushed over, his eyes sparkling like stars, grabbing Qiao Ni's hand and surprising her. Miss Qiao Ni, please look after me from now on. With a bodyguard now, I can finally play dead in peace. The scene cuts to Jin Sumian's cave abode in Danfeng. Inside, Sumian was sitting, trying to refine pills, her whole body trembling. Hold on, gotta keep this state. No room for even a tiny slip-up now. Boom! A massive tremor, and the pill furnace blew up with a huge bang, scaring the absolute crap out of Sumian. She shrieked, and she knelt on the ground, her clothes smeared, clenching her fists in frustration. Damn it, ever since that outer sect competition, I can't even refine mid-grade pills anymore. In Sumian's mind, the image of our boy Pei Ling flashed. So handsome, so dashing, so radiant. It's all because Pei Ling ruined my Dao heart. My pill Dao is in total chaos and fluctuation. Suddenly, she was startled to hear a voice call out to her. Sumian, are you back to pill refining again? The voice belonged to Cao Shi, Jin Sumian's mother. Sutai was right behind her. Haven't seen you in a few days, so your mom came to visit today. Cao Shi reached into her sleeve, rummaging for something. Now that you've also started your foundation establishment, dear. Mother specially found the pill formula for the Jingyan Dan for you. Consider it a gift. Sumian reached out, a delighted smile on her face.
Thank you, Mother.
I'll definitely study it and refine the Jingyan Dan soon.
Right.
Sumian.
Cao Shi continued.
Mother heard from Sutai that your relationship with that top-ranked guy, Pei Ling, from the outer sect competition isn't exactly ordinary, is it?
Hearing this,
Sumian's face flushed with embarrassment as she practically shrieked. He and I have never had anything going on. He's a perverted scoundrel. Who would want anything to do with him? Cao Shi roared. You really are. Suddenly, she got angry. That Pei Ling is the current heavenly genius of the Shengzong, you know? Others are practically climbing over each other to get involved with him. Never mind that. You're entering the inner sect immediately. The inner sect has 13 veins. Have you thought about which one you'll join? Su Mian stood with her hands on her hips, a smug grin spreading across her face. Of course, it'll be Senior Sister Tang's Shijing vein. Suddenly, a hand patted Su Mian's shoulder. Su Tai grabbed Su Mian's hand, giving her some advice. If you join the Shijing vein, you'll naturally have my protection. But if you always lean on others, when will you ever become a true heavenly genius? Why not just join Pei Ling's Jiansong vein and temper your mental state a bit? Cao Shi pulled out a box and handed it to Su Mian. That Pei Ling endured for 18 years in the Pei clan, then shot straight to the heavens in one step. Are you really admitting you're not even as good as him? These are female cultivator clothes I specially prepared for you, my dear. Everyone outside wears these. Look at yourself, you should really learn to dress up a bit. Scene shifts to the bathing chambers. At this moment, Su Mian was soaking in a hot bath, her eyes deep in thought. Mother is absolutely right. If that perverted scoundrel Pei Ling can endure and become a heavenly genius, then why can't I? Pei Ling, just you wait. Even if you try every single dirty trick to target me next, I'll endure it all. Just you watch. After a moment of rumination, she reached out and opened the box her mother had given her. Suddenly, her eyes shot open in surprise, her face burning red with embarrassment. Su Mian stared at the outfit in her hands, feeling incredibly awkward. These clothes petition. After a moment of internal debate, Su Mian decided to put them on. Mother said everyone outside wears these. Surely she wouldn't trick me, right? How can we cultivators be constrained by the petty etiquette of mortals? Wearing this definitely won't be an issue. The scene shifts to Xuanlan Courtyard. Inside the main hall, Pei Ling was lounging regally on a chair with Tianxing and Shuizhao standing dutifully on either side. Tianxing clasped her hands respectfully. Junior brother Pei, Branch Master Deng isn't here right now, so you are now the acting branch master for my Jiansong vein. Now that word of your reputation has gotten out, a lot of people want to join the Jiansong vein. Pei Ling propped his hand on his face, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Never thought I'd become an acting branch master in an instant. Deng Mingshan, you can rest easy. I'll take good care of your legacy. Let them in. A servant then led a group of people inside. They clasped their hands together. We humbly greet Branch Master Pei. Tianxing leaned closer to Pei Ling, whispering, Junior brother Pei, some of these folks have pretty decent aptitudes. We still need to test them? Ugh, why is it so complicated? Pei Ling raised a hand to scratch his head, a confident yet lazy smile on his face. Senior sister, I just entered the inner sect myself, so I don't really know much about these inner sect assessments. How about senior sister takes care of everything? Nope, it's much better to just boss people around and do absolutely nothing. Total Sigma move. Tianxing's face broke into a bright, happy smile. If junior brother trusts senior sister, then it's absolutely no problem at all. Pei Ling raised a hand to his mouth, coughing a few times, then pointed at Tianxing and loudly declared, From now on, I completely entrust all examination matters to senior sister Ouyang. You guys just go find her, and that's that. Pei Ling stood with his hands on his hips, watching Tianxing lead the crowd away. Being a branch master is seriously chill, he thought. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped into the main hall. Master, we have another guest. Pei Ling's eyes shot wide open, his face turning bright red, though he didn't even know why. The person who walked in was none other than Su Mian, rocking a brand new absolutely outfit that made all the surrounding bros blush and gawk in admiration. Pei Ling, along with the rest of the dudes, were red as guk fruit, eyes bulging, jaws practically on the floor in shock. Her figure, it's almost as beautiful as Li Shi's. Su Mian, seeing everyone staring, shyly said, I've admired senior brother for a long time. After foundation establishment, I want to join the Jianseng vein and cultivate with senior brother. Su Mian stood in the middle of the main hall, completely owning the spotlight. Meanwhile, Pei Ling was having an intense mental battle. Don't look! Don't look! It wasn't easy to get on Li Xianzi's good side, man. If she ever found out, she'd flay me alive. Pei Ling quickly turned his face away, coughing a few times. Too big. Improperly dressed. Could it be she's trying to walk the path of the demonic? Su Mian, meanwhile, glanced at the drooling, mocking, lust-filled eyes of the men staring at her. Mother clearly told me everyone dressed like this. Su Mian was then shocked to see the other women staring at her with judgment in their eyes. Dressing like that in broad daylight, truly shameless, they seemed to say. Immediately, she crossed her arms, hugging herself and covering her mountain peaks. Senior brother, please forgive me. Junior sister truly didn't mean to dress like this. Pei Ling's eyebrows furrowed as he reminded Su Mian, if you want to join my Jiansong vein, you must go find senior sister Ouyang to take the examination, and in the future, less of this demonic path nonsense. Pei Ling and Tianxing turned to look at each other, exchanging a knowing glance. Senior sister, these folks are all yours now. Senior sister, you get what I mean, right? Don't let her join. There, rest assured, junior brother, I totally get your intentions. Why does this smile feel so familiar? Tianxing smiled faintly, staring intently at Su Mian, and thought to herself, junior brother is young and thin-skinned, so he can be forgiven. Today, this senior sister will help him out just this once. The scene shifts to Jiaona Traveling Palace. Meanwhile, Qiao Ni was leading Pei Ling to some unknown destination. Pei Ling closed his eyes, a faint smile on his face, secretly thrilled. The Jiansong vein matters are all handled by senior sister Ouyang now. It's finally time to go find Li Xianzi and grab those foundation establishment materials. This young master is finally about to foundation establish. He opened his eyes to see Liu sitting cross-legged on a chair. Pei Ling clasped his hand, senior sister. In front of him was a table laden with materials, fierce-killing aura, soul-suppressing life threads, and cursed ghost spirits from the Yuhun tribe. These materials for cultivating your Ghost Dao foundation are all fully prepared for you. The Xianzi reached out and pulled out a bottle, making Wu Liu, who was standing nearby, visibly tremble. Back then, after the Yuhun tribe's defeat, they swore an oath to forever serve the Li clan bloodline. I, Chao Ni, and Wu Liu all come from this tribe. For your spirit fusion, you only need one soul to guard against failure. I will personally select one for you from the Yuhun tribe. Pei Ling clasped his hands, a smile on his face. Many thanks, senior sister. But inside his face turned green as a frog's butt, and he started biting his nails. The entire tribe is enslaved, and in this contract, surely it's not Chao Ni Lu's friends and relatives, right? He suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for these two ghost girls. Li Yu then reached out and pulled out a talisman, the Tian Yan Siju Dun, Volume 1. If you want to cultivate a Ghost Dao foundation, you absolutely cannot do it within the sect. You must choose a place far, far away from the mountain gate. This is a 100-mile sound transmission talisman. When you're ready for foundation establishment, just use this talisman to give me a heads up. Pei Ling knelt before Li Wei, reaching out to receive the sound transmission talisman she offered. Pei Ling frowned, breaking out in a cold sweat as he saw Li Yu staring intently at him. Li Yu raised a hand to her chin, asking curiously, I heard Jin Sumian wants to join your Jiansang vein, is that right? Hearing this, Pei Ling felt a shiver of dread. She really does know. Good thing I managed to control myself back then. He clasped his hands. Senior sister, since you've entrusted the branch master position to me, I naturally have to bear this heavy responsibility. I must be fair to any disciple who wants to join the Jiansang vein. No matter who it is, everyone must pass the examination. Liu propped her hand on her face, her eyes absolutely terrifying, and questioned, then why was her examination task simpler than everyone else's? Our boy Pei Ling's eyes went blank, a silly smile on his face, sweat dripping down. What in the cultivation world is this? Is her task really simpler than everyone else's? Could it be Ouyang Shiji? Why couldn't she learn anything good? Why did she have to learn from that Dengming Shan guy? Pei Ling panicked, waving his hands frantically, quickly trying to explain. No, Shiji, it's not like that. Just let me explain, please. Li Wei leaned on her hand, speaking coldly. That female cultivator, well, she does have some talent. It's not a bad thing for her to join your faction in the Taoist path. She lifted Pei Ling's chin, then pulled her 5-rope pomelos close, making him blush hard. But if you waste your cultivation time, Shiji, please rest assured, this junior brother's heart is set on seeking the Tao. I've long cast aside all worldly thoughts. There's absolutely no impure intention. With that, she ordered our boy Pei Ling to step down. Wu Lu, standing nearby, looked at Li Yue and smiled faintly. Who would have thought Master would be in the mood to tease young Master Pei today? Scene change. Inside the forge room of the Lanchun courtyard, Pei Ling stood before the roaring flames of the furnace. This Ghost Dao core needed a knottle weapon. Hansi's Blood River sword was definitely a no-go. He had to forge a new one himself. Even if the system wanted to screw him over and that stupid fox outside was ready to ambush him at any moment, it probably wouldn't cause any problems, right? After some contemplation, Pei Ling reached out and tapped the system panel. Controlled by the system, he swung his arm, throwing materials into the forge, and shouted, "Let's go!" Pei Ling used Han Zui Huo to envelop the rectangular block. He frowned at the rectangular block, hammer raised high. Good. No U-turn incidents so far. Pei Ling was sweating buckets. His eyes darted to the nearby jars. His Shiji, a Nether Spirit Clan member, had given him 9 sets of ghost embryos to prevent failure, clearly showing this step was super risky. Please don't let me summon something terrifying and bizarre. Suddenly, a jar cracked open and an aura burst forth. Out of the jar flew a grotesque remnant soul, letting out a piercing shriek. This grotesque remnant soul immediately lunged at Pei Ling, who was still under system control. Damn you, system, this old man won't let you off the hook. The grotesque remnant soul flew over and bit hard into Pei Ling's shoulder, splattering blood and making him scream in agony. Pei Ling was drenched in sweat, eyes half closed. He turned to look, damn it. Furious and resentful, he swung his hammer at the remnant soul's head, roaring, "Die, you bastard!" Pei Ling clutched his injured arm, panting heavily. You damn dog, system, you're definitely taking this chance to get revenge on this old man, aren't you? Suddenly, the other jars began to crack open, accompanied by eerie, ghostly laughter. Ha ha ha, kill! Seeing this, Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. No way, they're all awakened. Pei Ling's eyes widened, his teeth gritted as he watched the utterly horrifying remnant souls fly out of the jars and charge towards him. The hammer in Pei Ling's hand immediately unleashed the Shui Sha Dao Fa. He swung a blow, striking the incoming remnant souls. Since all of you are out now, this young master won't hold back anymore. Pei Ling grabbed the half-forged metal shard, taking a defensive stance. Why wait for tomorrow when I can choose today? Today, all 9 of your ghost souls will be fused into this saber. With that, Pei Ling let out a loud shout, swinging his arm and forcefully throwing the metal shard forward. The metal shard sliced through 2 remnant souls, enough to make them lose a portion of their ethereal bodies. The metal shard plunged firmly into the ground, radiating streams of aura that swirled around it. These streams of aura immediately converged, forming even more grotesque remnant souls. Ha 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 ha, come on, can you even swallow us all? We'll make you choke. Looking at the remnant souls before him, Pei Ling showed no fear, letting out a cold snort. You're already dead anyway. Why so much chatter? He used Han Zui Huo to incinerate these remnant souls, simultaneously roaring, all of you become material for my saber. The metal shard began to absorb the streams of aura, gradually taking the shape of a saber. After a while, the saber was complete. Its blade glowed blood red, and a skull adorned the hilt. Pei Ling took hold of the saber, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Finally, it's done. Forging a saber usually only needs one ghost soul, but now I've melted all 9 of them into this one. He immediately named this saber the Jupo Dao. From now on, we're partners, fighting side by side. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened, staring intently at the saber. Instantly, illusions of beautiful girls with big peaches appeared right before his eyes. Seeing this, Pei Ling's face flushed crimson, and he broke out in a cold sweat, quickly sheathing the saber. This saber's killing intent is seriously abnormal. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach Zuji before I can truly control it. Pei Ling stretched, his face as bright as a flower, and walked outside. Now that the saber's forged, I need to quickly find a place for my Juji breakthrough. Before he could take a step, someone's foot tripped him. Turns out, the culprit was none other than Zhao, sporting a sinister smile. Good afternoon, young master. Pei Ling lost his balance, tumbling forward. That little. He was furious and resentful. He immediately swung a kick at Shu Zhao's butt, roaring, "Damn it, you're ah!" Just as he was about to rage, someone called out, making Pei Ling turn to look behind him. Stepping forward, it was none other than Hong Nian holding Sun Ying's hand, both smiling brightly. "Long time no see," Hong Nian, sweating profusely and looking confused, started. "Clan brother, is this Pei Ling?" Pei Ling waved a dismissive hand, replying, "It's nothing, just playing around with some ghost souls." Hong Nian placed a hand on Sun Ying's shoulder, laughing loudly. "Good to hear everything's all right. Oh, right, clan brother, Sun Ying, my junior sister, has agreed to marry me. She'll be your sister-in-law soon." This simp actually managed to succeed. Sun Ying's cheeks flushed, and she smiled awkwardly. "Before, this sister-in-law might have offended you without knowing. Please don't take it to heart, clan brother. From now on, we're all one family." Pei Ling crossed his arms, a sly smile on his face. "It's nothing, I've long forgotten. Do you two have anything else?" Hong Nian stepped forward, a forced smile on his face. Yes, clan brother Pei. We heard you were the top ranker in the competition. My father feels you've suffered injustices for so many years and wants to invite you home to compensate you." Pei Ling thought to himself, compensate? More like he saw me rise to power in one go and wants to leech off me, huh? Pei Ling closed his eyes and said, "I know. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll depart and return to the clan. But Li Shanzi told me to find a desolate place for my Yuansao Mountain Juji. Luquan City, on the other hand, is a suitable location. Announcing that I'm going home will also attract less attention." Scene change. Inside the secret chamber of Miao Manor, Cheng Yang, who was meditating, frowned and questioned Meng Dong, who stood behind him. "Tomorrow, Pei Ling will depart and return to the Pei family in Luquan City. Is this news accurate?" Meng Dong bowed, replying, 100% accurate, sir." After hearing this, Cheng Yang revealed a sinister smile, his expression cunning. Good. Start the operation immediately. I originally swore an oath not to lay hands on Pei Ling, but that doesn't mean I can't send others to do it for me. Little bastard, obediently wait to pay for Cheng An's life. Scene change. A blood coffin sedan flew across the sky. Inside the sedan, Hong Nian and Sun Ying were practically force-feeding Pei Ling dog food with their PDA. Sun Ying, "Look, this thing is actually pretty good. Way more comfortable than my old paper boat. We should save up some spirit stones and buy one too." "All right, but you have to learn more from clan brother later, you know? Look at him, his strength has far surpassed yours now." On the outside, Sun Ying was all smiles, but inside her thoughts were venomous. "Useless country bumpkin, if you didn't have some connection to Pei Ling, how could I let you take advantage of me?" Hong Nian turned to Pei Ling, his eyes pleading. "Clan brother, you understand what I mean, right? Help me out." Pei Ling looked annoyed and tossed Hong Nian and Sun Ying a bottle of pills. "It'll take at least a month to reach Luquan City. Here are some top-grade Jugu Dan, don't be idle." "Many thanks, clan brother. Share some with me." Pei Ling's eyebrows furrowed as he looked out the window. "I already informed Li Xianzi before I left. Chao Ni is also secretly protecting me. Even with all this insurance, given my unlucky physique, if nothing unexpected happens, then something will definitely go wrong." At this moment, Li Yue's flying boat was trailing behind Pei Ling's blood coffin sedan. Inside the flying boat, Chao Ni and Wu Lu stood before Li Yue, reporting Master Zhao Chuanmai has already made a move. Probably at the behest of that scheming bitch, Zhu Miaoli. Su Zhenchuan's side still hasn't made any moves yet. Li Yue brought the teacup to her lips, eyes pensive. Su Zhenchuan isn't the type to just sit around waiting for death. Suddenly her eyes turned sharp as she glanced aside. "They're here." In the sky, a giant skeletal bird claw emerged. Mioli stood on the back of her three-headed fiend bird, flashing a sinister smile. "You've finally fallen into my hands, Pei Ling." Lai Yue, with a cold expression, channeled spiritual energy into her hand and lashed out. Seeing the two skeletal arms rushing forward, Mioli's mouth gaped in horror. "Li Yue, how is she here? What step did this clown miscalculate?" The three skeletal arms radiated menacing auras, aimed at Mioli's three-headed fiend bird. Aiming for Mioli, they forced her to retreat far away. Watching her three-headed fiend bird get smashed to bits, Li Yue, who materialized out of nowhere, surrounded by two skeletal arms, Mioli coughed up some blood, gritting her teeth, seething with resentment. "Bro, something's seriously off. How can Leo's strength be so much greater than our last encounter?" Mioli wondered, then hastily asked, "He's just a top-ranked outer sect disciple. How could he make you treat him like such a big deal?" "You two got some juicy secret you're hiding?" Li Yue said coldly. "You don't need to know." Mioli used her spiritual energy to manifest a sword. Then, she grabbed the sword and plunged it into her own abdomen with a twisted, arrogant laugh. "Forget it. I'll just kill you first, then personally unearth his secrets." Lai Yue, her face unreadable, her voice dripping with sarcasm. To inflict such damage upon yourself, there are literally 200 other ways to off an enemy. Mia Oli activated her Blood Oath prison, making a giant red orb surrounded by thorny vines, enveloping Lai Yu. Mioli had beads of sweat on her brow, a triumphant smirk on her face. As long as you're trapped, it's only a matter of time before you're refined into nothingness by the blood-devouring prison. Liyue, inside the blood-devouring prison, completely unfazed, radiating Big D energy. So, you think you'll bleed out first, or I'll get refined into nothingness first? Bro, you really think this trash can trap me? Ignoring Hongnian's flattering words, Pei Ling frowned, looking outside. It seems there's some ruckus outside. Pei Ling emerged from his sedan chair to assess the situation around him. Suddenly, his eyes widened, sweating bullets in terror. Bro, what in the cultivation world is that? What met Pei Ling's eyes was a Shikui, with an incredibly unsettling face and a massive body like a full-sized titan, extending its hand towards the sedan chair. Xueku Hongnian and Sun Ying were absolutely petrified upon seeing this. Clan brother, what kind of monster is that? Quickly use your secret techniques to yeet it out of here. Pei Ling immediately reassured them, chill, nothing's gonna happen. He frowned, sweating buckets, staring straight ahead. This Shikui's aura is so powerful I can't even sense its power level. This thing's gotta be core formation stage at least. If Chowni doesn't show up in time, maybe this 100-li evasion talisman can get me out of here to safety, right? Meanwhile, back at the main event, Mioli's blood-devouring prison was starting to melt. Mioli was drenched in sweat, her face pale as a ghost, seeing Liu not even having a scratch inside the blood-devouring prison. Ugh, this is infuriating. If this continues, I'll literally drain all my blood and die. Suddenly, Liu's eyes widened. Sensing something, sweat beaded on her brow as she glanced at the nearby Shikui. Shikui? Core formation stage? How? Seeing the situation was dire, Liu's spiritual energy erupted. Seeing this, Mioli clasped her fingers and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her. Was she trying to break out? Liyue used her spiritual energy to conjure a giant hand, obliterating the blood-devouring prison that enveloped her. Mioli's eyes went wide, sweat drenched her body, and she coughed up a big mouthful of blood. Elsewhere, the Shikui opened its mouth and let out a furious bellow. Pei Ling freaked out, seeing the Shikui's arm coming down like a hammer. Chowni, get your butt over here now! Chowni cried. Young Master Pei, it's core formation stage. I'm not strong enough to fight that thing.